Ding, please sign in before the strongest destroyer, Beerus. Reward, prototype of the autonomous realm. Ding, please sign in at the Kaioshin realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. Ding, please sign in at Frieza's headquarters. Reward, instant transmission of the Kaioshin. Chapter 1, gaining immunity at the start. Ding, the sign-in system has awakened. In order to ensure the host's survival, a novice gift package is granted. Immunity. Task issued. Please sign in before the destroyer Beerus. Reward, prototype of the autonomous realm. Hiss. Ling Xian clutched his head, the excruciating pain urging him to smash his skull open. It turned out that Ling Xian was not a native of this world in his previous life. He had inexplicably transmigrated to this realm after drinking cold water. Ling Xian felt helpless, but had no choice but to accept the reality of his transmigration. Fortunately, he had not only crossed into this unfamiliar world, but had also awakened a sign-in system. Listening to the electronic voice in his mind, Ling Xian was momentarily stunned. Destroyer? Beerus? Ling Xian's pupils constricted sharply, and his entire body trembled. System, is this the world I think it is? Hiss. Ling Xian gasped in shock. Wasn't Beerus a character from Dragon Ball? Could it be that he had transmigrated into the Dragon Ball universe? Ling Xian swallowed repeatedly. If it were an ordinary world, it wouldn't be so bad after all. It would be unlikely for anyone to lose their life. But the Dragon Ball world was different. The Dragon Ball universe was a realm of immense power, where planets and even entire universes could be obliterated with ease. As an ordinary person, his voice held little weight in such circumstances. It was nearly impossible for a mere mortal to escape from such cataclysmic events, only to perish, alongside the planets and cosmos. Can I survive in the Dragon Ball world? Ling Xian's face was filled with bitterness of all the worlds to traverse. He had ended up in such a high-powered realm. It's over. Just as despair began to envelop Ling Xian, he suddenly noticed something. A tail. He had a tail. Am I a Saiyan? Indeed, host. The novice gift package is now being distributed. Please be attentive to receive it. Before Ling Xian could revel in joy, his entire body convulsed, contorting his face in agony, as if enduring immense suffering. Moments later, a divine aura erupted from Ling Xian. Boom! The aura swept across the entire planet, spreading outward, reaching the Kaioshin realm, reaching the Destroyer realm, reaching the sixth universe, reaching the palace of the Omni King. All gods within the Dragon Ball universe suddenly looked up, each deity furrowing their brows, lost in contemplation. Simultaneously, after receiving the novice gift package, Ling Xian lay on the ground, the pain in his body making each breath feel like a heart-wrenching ordeal. System, am I dead? What does that mean? The novice gift package is called immunity, as the name suggests. It grants immunity to all negative influences. Please clarify. This means you will henceforth be able to disregard any damage within the Dragon Ball universe. Does this mean I can disregard Son Wukong's Kamehameha? Indeed. Can I ignore the destructive energy of the God of Destruction? Indeed. Can I overlook the erasure by the Omni King? At this point, Ling Xian crouched down, holding his breath, too anxious to exhale. His heart raced with intense tension. After a prolonged wait, indeed, as the electronic voice resonated in his mind, Ling Xian, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, sat up and burst into laughter like a fool. He had feared that upon crossing over, he would meet the same fate as the cannon fodder from Earth. Who could have anticipated that fate would be so kind to him? With immunity in his possession, who could possibly harm him now? Moreover, aside from this immunity, Ling Xian discovered he was a Saiyan. With immunity combined with the Saiyan physique, should he cultivate to the utmost, it would not be mere fantasy to envision himself punching Beerus or kicking the Omni King. However, though Ling Xian had acquired immunity, rendering him impervious to harm, he remained acutely self-aware. He understood that he could only withstand all negative influences. This did not imply he could now scoff at the God of Destruction or other deities. Dragon Ball was inherently a realm of high martial prowess, where, in addition to formidable strength, there existed an array of bizarre abilities, such as Master Roshi's Mafuba. If Ling Xian truly believed that possessing immunity granted him license to act recklessly, he would undoubtedly face techniques far more formidable than the Mafuba. Such techniques merely sealed a person without inflicting negative consequences upon them, rendering immunity ineffective. Having contemplated these truths, Ling Xian finally calmed from his exhilaration, and the pain in his body subsided. He moved his limbs and rotated his neck. Ling Xian also organized the memories in his mind. It turned out he was still on planet Vegeta, in the year 736 of the Age of the Universe, with merely a year remaining before planet Vegeta would be destroyed by Frieza. At present, he was merely 6 years old, still a child, known as Lewis. Thus, he would henceforth be Lewis. However, there was good news. He was an elite Saiyan warrior with a battle power of 500. Lewis understood that the classifications of warriors upper, middle, and lower were not entirely accurate. much like the protagonist's son Wukong, who was deemed a lower class warrior at birth. Yet, did he not repeatedly surpass his limits to become the legendary Super Saiyan within the Saiyan race? But, having the status of an upper-class warrior certainly offered advantages, at least in the early stages. With the identity of an elite warrior, despite still being in his youth, he could almost traverse planet Vegeta with ease. After all, among the Saiyan race, upper-class warriors were exceedingly rare, each one an invaluable treasure. Understanding his power and status, Lewis also recalled the task issued by the system. Sign in before the god of destruction, Beerus, to receive the reward. The embryonic form of the autonomous realm. Autonomous realm? Upon seeing the reward, a wave of dizziness washed over Lewis's mind. It was not fear, but sheer exhilaration. The autonomous realm was a state of being akin to that of an angel. Even a god of destruction would find it challenging to comprehend. In the anime, only Sun Wukong had ever entered such a realm. In the Tournament of Power, Sun Wukong, utilizing the flawless Ultra Instinct state, had Goku pressed to the brink of exhaustion. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's strenuous efforts, Goku would have been defeated long ago. Lewis was currently in a state of exhilaration, yet amidst his excitement, he could not help but furrow his brow. Signing in before Beerus? With his current combat power of 500, he was not even worthy of meeting the North Kai, let alone the supreme deity of Universe 7. System, is there a time limit for this task? None. Upon hearing this, Lewis's brow relaxed slightly. The absence of a time constraint was indeed a relief, as it meant he could wait until his power had sufficiently grown before seeking out Beerus. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lewis' mind. It seems I have a chance. Lewis was overjoyed. The destruction of planet Vegeta was not solely Frieza's idea. There lay a hidden truth behind it. In the original narrative, Beerus had instructed King Vegeta to find the finest pillow in existence for him. However, King Vegeta kept the best pillow for himself and presented Beerus with a mere second best. As the most powerful deity in the universe, Beerus was naturally incensed at being deceived. Thus, before entering his slumber, Beerus commanded Frieza to annihilate the Saiyan race. Lewis recalled the current timeline. At this moment, Vegeta was of the same age as him, and the anime mentioned that Vegeta was present when Beerus trampled King Vegeta. At that time, Vegeta appeared to be of a similar age. Hiss. Lewis inhaled sharply. If that were the case, the sign-in task could indeed be accomplished. As Lewis reveled in his elation, an overwhelming aura of destruction enveloped the entirety of planet Vegeta. Here it comes. Chapter 2. Successful check-in. Reward. The formative essence of freedom. Typically, the aura of divinity is imperceptible to mortals. However, Lewis, due to his unique immunity, has become aware of this presence. The divine aura inherently exudes a sense of oppression upon the common folk, a pressure emblematic of a superior being. This oppressive sensation is, in essence, a form of negative influence. As fate would have it, Lewis surmised correctly. The god of destruction, Beerus, and his attendant had arrived on planet Vegeta. This day heralded a pivotal shift in the destiny of planet Vegeta. The fates of the planet and the Saiyan race would unfurl in due course, yet at this moment, Lewis yearned merely to encounter Beerus. Such an encounter would guarantee his successful check-in and grant him the coveted essence of freedom. The prospect filled Lewis with exhilaration. To fulfill his check-in task, Lewis exited his chamber and made his way towards the royal palace of Vegeta. Along the route, the surroundings were steeped in an industrial ambience, and he soon found himself before a grand palace. The imposing structure featured a staircase flanked by 2 Saiyan guards. Lewis approached with determination. Lewis, by order of King Vegeta. No one is permitted to enter the palace, one of the guards declared. I have pressing matters to discuss with King Vegeta, Lewis insisted, his youthful voice ringing with urgency as he ascended the steps. Not possible. King Vegeta has decreed that no one may enter, the guards reiterated. I must enter. The fate of our Saiyan race hangs in the balance, Lewis proclaimed, his eyes wide as he exaggerated the significance of his request. In truth, he held little interest in the malevolent Saiyan lineage, yet he felt this pretext was his only means to gain entry. The 2 guards, possessing a formidable power level of 1200, were seasoned Saiyan warriors, making their strength unsurprising. Lewis, with merely 500 points of power and still in his youth, knew a forceful entry was out of the question. Lewis spoke with such earnestness that it momentarily startled the guards. Is that true? They pondered, viewing Lewis as merely a child, incapable of comprehending matters of Saiyan destiny. Yet, the ordinary Saiyan would not jest in such a manner, particularly one regarded as a promising upper-tier warrior. Very well, I shall inform the king. Please wait here, one guard decided, turning to enter the palace. This is urgent. I must go in first and will explain everything to King Vegeta, Lewis asserted, stepping boldly in front of the guard. Allowing you to pass to inform him may jeopardize my chance to meet Beerus. Lewis pressed on, moving swiftly past the guard. Wait. The guard called out in an attempt to halt him. Enough, he is an upper-tier warrior, not to be trifled with. Let him proceed. If there are repercussions, they will be directed at him. Besides, I sense Lewis speaks with sincerity, the other guard reasoned, allowing Lewis to slip past. Unbeknownst to the guards, Lewis traversed the grand corridor and soon arrived within the opulent interior of the palace. The lavish decor, adorned with red carpets and exquisite lighting, enveloped him in splendor. King Vegeta, do you dare deceive me? Lord Beerus, I would never. The pillow I provided for you is of the finest quality. Do not attempt to feign innocence. A chilling voice echoed throughout the palace, suffused with an aura of menace that caused the temperature to plummet. In a corner, a small boy trembled as he witnessed his father being trampled upon. King Vegeta, you have greatly disappointed me. Beerus harshly pressed his foot upon King Vegeta's head, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked up. Beside him, Whis also shifted his gaze toward the palace entrance, where a child had appeared. The child blinked with wide, round eyes, his tail wagging incessantly behind him. Lewis, what are you doing here? Get out. King Vegeta, pinned to the ground, found himself regretting his defiance against the will of the god of destruction. This was surely going to anger Beerus further. Now, with the elite warrior Lewis from his clan appearing, if Lewis provoked Beerus, then Planet Vegeta would indeed face doom. However, King Vegeta suddenly noticed that Beerus had gone still. At this moment, Beerus fixated intently on the small figure at the door, his brow furrowing deeper in confusion. How peculiar. Why did this little one dare to meet his gaze? Beerus glanced back at Vegeta, who lay helplessly on the ground, trembling. Shouldn't the child behave like King Vegeta's son? Whis was equally astonished. He instantly discerned Lewis's power. This exceedingly feeble mortal had somehow transcended the oppressive aura typically exerted by deities. In truth, angels exist in a state of returning to simplicity and do not impose hierarchical pressure upon mortals. However, unlike angels, gods of destruction cannot achieve such a state and inevitably radiate a sense of superiority. When mortals encounter a god of destruction, they may collapse in fear or even lose control of their bodily functions. As Beerus and Whis pondered this, a notification chimed. Ding. Successfully signed in before Beerus. Reward. The embryonic form of the state of freedom. Suddenly, an ethereal energy surged through the once menacing palace, the sound of flowing springs dispelling the icy aura of hostility. Thunderous rumblings echoed as Beerus and Whis appeared as though struck by divine lightning, their eyes widening in astonishment. The state of freedom? No, wait. It's not the ultimate state of freedom, merely the embryonic form of freedom, far from the ultimate state. Yet how could this little one comprehend such a realm? The state of ultimate freedom actually consists of two realms. One is freedom, and the other is ultimate intent. These realms are intricate, and without a doubt, they are beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Compared to Beerus, Whis found it even more incredulous. As an angel, he was well aware of the difficulty in realizing the state of freedom. Yet this little one had inexplicably broken into this realm, making it almost unfathomable. Lewis, get out of here quickly. King Vegeta seized the moment while Lewis had yet to provoke Beerus, urging him to leave. Be silent. Speak again, and I shall destroy you. Beerus removed his foot from King Vegeta's head, his voice icy. He stepped forward, with Whis closely following. Chapter 3, being considered as a candidate for God of Destruction. Approaching Lewis, Beerus gazed at Lewis and inquired, Youngster, have you just attained the state of selflessness? Whis remained silent, yet his mind wandered to another matter. Prior to their arrival on Vegeta, a divine aura had manifested in the universe. Could it be related to him? What do you mean, Big Kitty? I don't understand. Lewis blinked his round eyes, shaking his head in confusion. Big Kitty? At this, King Vegeta, who lay prostrate on the ground, felt darkness encroach upon his vision and murmured in despair, we're doomed. It seemed they had indeed provoked Beerus. As expected, boom, a wave of destructive energy erupted from Beerus, obliterating the entire palace into countless specks of starlight that dissipated into nothingness. Beerus's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to suppress the urge to annihilate Lewis. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, do you even comprehend whom you are facing? I don't know. All I know is that Big Kitty seems really strong, Lewis replied innocently, embodying the essence of childhood naivety. Despite offering a compliment to Beerus, in Lewis's eyes, he remained merely Big Kitty. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. Do not presume that having grasped the rudiments of selflessness grants you the liberty to act recklessly. If this little rascal is not taught a lesson, he might mistakenly believe that the title of Destroyer God is mere pretense. Buzz. The divine aura surged, manifesting two colossal hands in the void. One reached out to seize Lewis while the other delivered a resounding slap to his rear. Smack, smack, smack. Beerus refrained from obliterating Lewis immediately for two reasons. First, he was eager to understand how Lewis could defy the oppressive force of divine authority. Second, he was intrigued by the sudden emergence of Lewis's understanding of the rudimentary selflessness, a state even he had yet to master. Furthermore, he had encountered prodigies before. Frieza was a prime example, a being born with immense power. Yet, no matter how exceptional, in the eyes of a deity, they remained mere mortals, ultimately inconsequential. However, Lewis was different. This young lad had grasped the angelic level of selflessness, a feat far beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings like Frieza. As the destroyer god, Beerus possessed the ability to destroy all without a flicker of emotion. Yet before such a talent, he felt a sense of appreciation. The colossal hands continued to slap Lewis's backside, delivering over 100 smacks. Beerus deemed it sufficient. If he were to truly harm this little fellow, it would be utterly absurd. "Big kitty, why are you hitting me?" Lewis exclaimed, suspended in midair. His cheeks puffed in indignation. How are you unharmed?" Beerus stammered in astonishment. He was a destroyer god. Despite the suppression of authority, he had delivered countless slaps with divine might. Though his strength was not overwhelming, it was still the force of a god. How could someone with a mere 500 power level withstand it? "Why would I be harmed?" Lewis huffed, feigning anger while internally reveling in delight. Everything was unfolding just as he had envisioned. First and foremost, encountering Beerus upon signing in his presence was inevitable. Lewis could perceive the presence of deities, and naturally, the gods could detect his uniqueness, which lay in his immunity. If Lewis did not take action, he risked being trapped within the confines of this palace. However, this does not imply that he would be destroyed on the spot. With his immunity, no one could harm him. Yet, the absence of harm does not equate to the absence of adversaries. Lewis understood that it would be quite simple for a god like Beerus to deal with him, such as imprisoning him and depriving him of food and water. In his mortal form, he would still succumb to death. Thus, leveraging his exceptional trait, Lewis piqued the curiosity of Whis. When the reward for the nascent state of self-awareness was bestowed, it was akin to a royal flush. Such a rare occurrence would be irresistible to any deity. The divine aura erupted near the planet Vegeta. Suddenly, Whis, who had been silent for some time, widened his eyes as if struck by a revelation. He whispered something into Beerus's ear, causing the latter to react with surprise. Observing this, Lewis was momentarily taken aback, wondering what had transpired. Moments later, Beerus and Whis turned their gazes toward the suspended Lewis. Beerus inquired earnestly, "Youngster, do you harbor any interest in becoming a candidate for the god of destruction?" "What is a candidate for the god of destruction? Can it be consumed?" "A candidate for the god of destruction is not merely a thing. No. It is a divine position. Should you consent, you would become one of the most esteemed beings in the universe. Will that grand feline become stronger as a candidate for the god of destruction?" "We Saiyans yearn to grow more powerful," Lewis declared, clenching his small fists with determination. "Call me grand feline again." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Beerus's mouth, yet he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if you agree, you shall soon surpass King Vegeta?" "Then I accept," Lewis replied, grinning broadly. After all that was said, he had initially presumed that Beerus would regard him merely as a prodigy, potentially overlooking him for the sake of the average cosmic human. Little did he anticipate the unexpected fortune of being considered for the role of candidate for the god of destruction. Lewis had underestimated the impact of the nascent state of self-awareness on Beerus. Indeed, for an angelic level of comprehension to be grasped by a mere Saiyan was indeed remarkable. "Splendid. Beerus laughed heartily, uttering the word splendid thrice, dissipating the ire he had harbored towards the deceit perpetrated by King Vegeta. "Little one, I initially intended to obliterate your entire Saiyan race, but in light of your presence, I shall spare you. However, allowing the Saiyan race to remain unchecked is not beneficial for the 7th universe. One Frieza is already sufficient." At this moment, Beerus turned his attention to the corner where Vegeta lay weakened and spoke coldly. "You seem to be the son of King Vegeta. I command you to enlist the Saiyans into the Galactic Patrol." Young Vegeta trembled in fear, unaware of Beerus's origin. It was only after this incident that King Vegeta revealed everything about Beerus to him. At that moment, he realized that the Saiyan race had narrowly escaped the clutches of annihilation. Certainly, this is all a matter of the past. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta quickly nodded his small head. Lewis, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Beerus. It became evident that the destruction of the Saiyans was no trivial matter. It stemmed from their profound malevolence. They had followed Frieza in their nefarious deeds, surpassing even Frieza's own legion in wickedness. Such a race, in collusion with Frieza's army, would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the stability of Universe 7. Now, by allowing the Saiyans to join the Galactic Patrol, it serves to restrain Frieza's influence while also granting the Saiyans a chance for survival. "Whis, let us depart." Beerus lifted Lewis in his hand, turning his gaze towards Whis. Whis, wielding his staff, gently tapped it, and with a whoosh, the three vanished from planet Vegeta. In the corner, Vegeta finally rose from the ground and hurriedly made his way to King Vegeta's side. Following Beerus's decision to appoint Lewis as the candidate for the god of destruction, shockwaves reverberated across the realms. In the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Minister inquired, "What was that aura just now? From Universe 7? That slender feline?" "Yes. I shall have Whis investigate further." The Grand Minister's prowess was commendable. "You must delve deep into this, for I intend to play a game of annihilating stars." In Universe 6, Compa remarked, "You must inquire with your brother about this." "Oh, Was it conjured by that scrawny universe? In Universe 4, Conic? Investigate why this holy aura has emerged from Universe 7. Understood, Lord Quitella. Chapter 4, Beerus's Slumber. The reactions from various universes were similar. They were uncertain about the source of that divine aura, yet they discerned that it originated from Universe 7. Soon after, Universe 7 announced that the position of candidate for the god of destruction had been inherited, and by none other than a mere child. Initially, the gods were perplexed by the origin of that divine aura, but they were soon amused by Universe 7's actions. Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, mockingly questioned whether Universe 7 was devoid of capable individuals, resorting to appointing a child as a candidate for the god of destruction. Quitella, the god of destruction from Universe 4, also interjected, suggesting that if necessary, his universe could provide some capable individuals to Universe 7. For the notion of a child inheriting such a role was indeed laughable. All 11 gods of destruction shared similar sentiments. None stood in solidarity with Beerus. All were engaged in jeering at him. This was to be expected, for since the incident during hide-and-seek, few harbored any fondness for Beerus. Faced with the derision of his fellow gods of destruction, Beerus chose not to retort, which only fueled their amusement further. The absence of any response from Beerus suggested they were indeed correct. Universe 7 appeared to be in decline, and with no other strong candidates available. Beerus had resorted to nurturing a mere child for the role of candidate god of destruction. The gods of destruction reveled in their glee, unaware that Beerus was preoccupied, having been thoroughly intimidated by Lewis. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7, the eruption of airwaves caused the surrounding divine trees to rustle. As Beerus and Whis stood nearby, with beads of cold sweat forming on Beerus's forehead. "Kid, is this your mastered state?" Beerus inquired. "Master Beerus, what is a mastered state?" "I have no idea," Lewis replied, swinging his little arms and pouting. Beerus was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had asked Whis to summon an image of his younger self to battle Lewis, yet Lewis had effortlessly shattered it. How is this possible? He is a god of destruction. Moreover, the image summoned by Whis possesses strength exceeding that of Lewis. Lewis has triumphed against a stronger foe. The victor is still the god of destruction. This is utterly unbelievable. "Whis, does this mean I've won?" Lewis turned to Whis. Whis wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. "Indeed, Lewis, you are the victor." "Ha ha ha, Master Beerus is no match for me," Lewis exclaimed, hands on his hips, feeling quite elated. In truth, his victory over the young Beerus was largely thanks to the nascent form of the mastered state. It wasn't that his immunity was ineffective. Rather, immunity could only be considered a passive skill. It prevented him from taking damage but could not inflict harm on others. The nascent mastered state, however, was different. Upon entering this state, not only did his combat prowess see a significant enhancement, but he also gained a response that was instinctual and natural. This remarkable response allowed him to anticipate his opponent's attacks. It wasn't foresight, but rather an instinctual reaction, sensing the opponent's muscle tremors and responding accordingly. In this state, even the young Beerus would struggle, and even now, if Lewis's power were comparable, he could inflict serious damage on Beerus by leveraging the nascent mastered state. Lewis stood with hands on his hips, laughing heartily, while Beerus felt a vain throb on his forehead. "You little rascal, have you laughed enough? Ha ha, do you believe I won't smack you? Hee hee, Master Beerus can't hurt me. I'm not afraid." Lewis, still a child, fully embraced his youthful nature, scrunching his nose and sticking out his tongue at Beerus. "You little brat," Beerus chided with a laugh. During the month since bringing Lewis to the realm of destruction, he had come to realize the uniqueness of Lewis's physique. He could disregard all negative influences in the world. Despite the child's antics, Beerus felt powerless. He glanced at Whis and recalled what Whis had said on planet Vegeta. That divine aura seemed to have erupted near planet Vegeta, indicating that Lewis's origins were extraordinary. It was for this reason that Beerus began to entertain the notion of taking Lewis as a candidate for the next god of destruction. There were two reasons for this. First, Lewis was indeed special. Should he display any peculiar behavior, being close to him would allow Beerus to react promptly. Second, the other universe's gods of destruction were not mistaken. The seventh universe was indeed in decline, aside from the generally low average power level of its inhabitants. Beerus lamented that the strongest being in his seventh universe was, astonishingly, that wretched Frieza. It was a dismal situation. In such a vast universe, it is rather bewildering that a being with a mere combat power of 1.2 billion is regarded as the strongest. In truth, the mightiest entity in Universe 7 is not Frieza. There are numerous hidden powers yet to be revealed. When the time comes, any one of them would far surpass those of the other universes. However, Beerus remains oblivious to this reality. His sole desire is to find a formidable warrior for his universe. Lewis has been chosen for this role. His prodigious talents, coupled with a potential connection to the divine aura that manifested a month prior, mark him as an exceptional individual. Should this genius flourish, Universe 7 would undoubtedly prosper. "Very well, Whis, please guide him well. I shall retire for a nap," Beerus declared, eyeing the mischievous Lewis with a fleeting urge to administer a playful reprimand. Yet, the thought of causing Lewis any discomfort perplexed him. Whis inquired, "Lord Beerus, are you attempting to evade them?" The divine aura that erupted near planet Vegeta has certainly drawn the attention of all the gods across the cosmos. They will undoubtedly come to investigate. Why mention it if you already know? Beerus yawned and vanished from the lakeside, uninterested in mingling with those destructive deities. With Beerus's abrupt disappearance, Whis approached Lewis and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Well, now that Lord Beerus has left, why do you still smile?" Lewis halted his laughter, only to realize that Beerus had indeed vanished. Where did Lord Beerus go? He has gone to rest. Now that you are a candidate for the god of destruction, you must undergo the training befitting such a role. Rest? Slumber? It seems the Dragon Ball saga is about to commence, Lewis mused, narrowing his eyes. The narrative of Dragon Ball can be traced back to Beerus instructing Frieza to annihilate the Saiyan race. However, due to his influence, planet Vegeta remains intact. Will Goku still be sent to Earth? Chapter 5. Signing in at the Kaioshin realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. As Beerus succumbed to slumber, the mocking voices from other universes regarding Universe 7 gradually subsided. Nevertheless, the angels from other universes began contacting Whis, inquiring about the origin of the divine aura. Whis confessed ignorance. In truth, he genuinely did not understand the cause of the divine manifestation. Without answers, the other angels were left at a loss. Just as Whis assumed the matter would fade away, the projection of the Grand Minister materialized within the realm of the God of Destruction of Universe 7. The Grand Minister similarly sought to uncover the source of the divine aura. Faced with his father, Whis reiterated that he did not know, but he divulged all he knew about Lewis, including his unique immunity. Upon finishing, Whis sensed an unsettling shift. The Grand Minister raised his hand and declared towards the meditating Lewis, "Eradicate." Struck by a beam of white light, Lewis remained utterly unscathed. Whis had anticipated that Lewis could transcend all negative influences of the world, yet he was still taken aback by the spectacle. Lewis's nature genuinely allowed him to achieve such a feat. In conclusion, the Grand Minister imparted a profound directive: guide him well. Upon concluding his words, the projection of the Grand Priest vanished without a trace. Lewis was left in a state of astonishment, yet he complied with the Grand Priest's directive. In the ensuing time, Lewis commenced his tutelage under Whis. To truly ascend as a candidate for the God of Destruction, one must diligently cultivate in 3 domains: power, dimension, and rules. Here, the term rules naturally pertains to the laws of destruction. Lewis diligently engaged in the cultivation of these 3 aspects. As time elapsed, a decade passed. In the realm of the God of Destruction, a silvery radiance flickered in the sky. Bang, bang. The phantasmal figures collided with Whis, generating shockwaves that swept across hundreds of miles, fracturing the ground, shattering divine trees, and leaving a scene of utter chaos. After the collision, a slender youth hovered in the air, panting heavily. He bore black hair and dark eyes, with striking features that exuded a sunlit handsomeness. A brown tail coiled around his waist, and though his physique resembled that of a slender anime character, the muscles beneath his attire were remarkably well developed. "Whis, receive my strike." The youth was none other than Lewis. He raised his hand, focusing a purple orb of destructive energy within his palm. Buzz! The sky erupted, akin to a red-hot iron block plunging into icy waters. "When did you come to comprehend destructive energy, my boy?" Whis inquired with a laugh as Lewis, exhilarated, hurled the orb. The diminutive sphere of destructive energy cleaved through the heavens, causing even the robust fabric of the God of Destruction's realm to tremble. "Come forth." Whis smiled gently, brandishing his staff, as the approaching purple orb suddenly disintegrated. In that moment, Whis's form vanished from sight. Lewis, relying on the instinctual reflexes of his nascent mastery, abruptly looked up to see a staff swinging towards him. He raised his hand to block it. Yet, the power Whis wielded belonged to the angelic tier, an overwhelming force that shattered the entire sky, sending transparent shards of the void cascading down before merging back into the abyss, mending the ruptured heavens. At that instant, the realm of the God of Destruction erupted, save for the palace where Beerus slumbered, which remained untouched. Boom! Struck by the angelic force, Lewis transformed into a projectile, hurtling deep into the cosmos. Meanwhile, the devastated realm of destruction was restored to its original state through Whis's manipulation of time. Lewis spiraled in the air, gazing down at Whis with a wry smile. "Whis, you are incredibly strong. I simply cannot match you." On the ground, Whis wore a bemused expression, replying, "Lewis, I cannot defeat you either. Not even the erasure of the Grand Priest could bring this boy down. It is utterly absurd." However, engaging in battle with Lewis was rather enjoyable for Whis, as he did not need to exercise the same caution he did against Beerus. He could unleash his full strength without concern, knowing that Lewis would not perish. "All right, stop playing coy and come down. I have matters to discuss with you." "What is it?" Lewis descended from the sky, standing before Whis. "Since you have become a candidate for the God of Destruction, you now bear responsibility for the destruction of celestial bodies in the universe. But I have only recently grasped the concept of destructive energy. Must I commence work so soon? Lewis was taken aback. Employing a minor for labor is unlawful. You have already become the candidate for the god of destruction. Whis shook his head with a smile and said, regarding your training, I have always urged you to balance your power cultivation while not neglecting the refinement of your dimensional realm. You have excelled in this aspect. On a dimensional level, you have attained the level of a supreme Kai, and in terms of power, measured by the universal combat power of the seventh universe, you have reached an astounding 1 billion. Although your strength is still far from the divine tier, you have comprehended the state of self-mastery and the energy of destruction. In the seventh universe, there are few who can rival you now. You are well aware of the current state of the seventh universe, where the average human level ranks among the lowest of the 12 universes. As a candidate for the god of destruction, it is your responsibility to alter this situation. Moreover, who else could possibly deal with the lazy Lord Beerus if not you? Whis chuckled behind his hand. Beerus, the mightiest god of destruction, is indeed notorious for his laziness. Lewis's lips twitched slightly as he replied, in my youth, I was naive. Can I retract my candidacy for the god of destruction now? Whis raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding. What do you think? Lewis covered his eyes with a wry smile, lamenting, what bad luck I have, without needing Whis to elaborate. Lewis was acutely aware of the plight of the seventh universe. In the early stages, the strongest being was Frieza, whose combat power of 1.2 billion could still be deemed formidable, yet it cannot be denied that the seventh universe has been rather unfortunate. It is indeed fortuitous that the seventh universe has not been obliterated by the Omni King. Ding. Please sign in at the Supreme Kai realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. After 10 years of silence, the system finally stirred, and upon hearing this, Lewis was instantly elated. He knew that transforming into a Super Saiyan required harnessing profound rage to channel the latent power within. He had attempted the transformation before, but always fell just short, which puzzled him. However, with the system now issuing a task with the reward of Super Saiyan 1, Lewis was exhilarated. According to universal combat power standards, Lewis's strength stood at 1 billion, which was merely his baseline. Should he succeed in transforming into Super Saiyan 1, his power would multiply 50-fold, meaning his combat power would soar to an astonishing 50 billion. Observing Lewis's foolish grin, Whis inquired, Lewis, what is amusing you? Nothing. Come. We must set off to undertake our mission, but first, we must visit the Supreme Kai realm. What purpose does that serve? Why concern yourself with such details? In Lord Beerus's absence, I am the god of destruction, heed my words. In an instant, a radiant spectrum enveloped the two, propelling them skyward. The cosmic expanse was extraordinarily resplendent and surreal, with stars twinkling from north to south, forming an exquisite galactic river. Within this river lay a sacred domain, suffused with a milky white aura that emanated from a colossal planet. This immense sphere, of vibrant green, radiated beams of divine light, appearing most sacred, as though it were a realm inhabited by deities. In the Supreme Kai realm, the Supreme Kai sat by the lakeside, clutching his chest, feeling a sudden wave of agitation. His attendant, Jebet, hastily inquired, Supreme Kai, what troubles you? A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped him. Could it be that Majin Buu has broken free from his seal? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily rose to his feet, intent on investigating the site of Majin Buu's confinement. Upon hearing this, Jebet turned pale. If the legendary Majin Buu had indeed escaped, the universe would be doomed. At that moment, a brilliant stream of multicolored light descended from the heavens. Ding! You have successfully signed in at the Supreme Kai's realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. A warm surge coursed through Lewis's body, as if it were mending the imperfections within him, leaving him in a state of blissful tingling. A faint smile graced Lewis's lips. So it was. The reason he had been unable to transform into a Super Saiyan through sheer effort previously was not due to a lack of talent, but rather the insufficient activation of the cells within his body. Now, with the system's reward, he had finally awakened those dormant cells and mastered the Super Saiyan state. In high spirits, Lewis surveyed his surroundings. This environment is far superior to that of the god of destruction. Why don't we request a change of residence from the Supreme Kai? Lewis, if Lord Beerus were to hear you, he would undoubtedly be enraged. So what if he is angry? He can't kill me, after all. Whis could only shake his head in exasperation. This young man was infuriating. Perhaps it would be wise to confine him for a couple of days to teach him a lesson. Whis pondered, reflecting on how it had been millions of years since he last visited this place. He wondered how the old Supreme Kai was faring. Just then, a voice rang out. Who are you? How dare you trespass in the sacred realm of the Supreme Kai? By the lakeside, Jebet was startled by the sudden arrival of the multicolored light, only to find two unfamiliar men before him. Their auras felt rather ordinary. One was immortal, while the other seemed to possess a dimensional level akin to that of a Supreme Kai. Upon witnessing their presence, the Supreme Kai's earlier turmoil vanished entirely. Was it these two that caused the disturbance? But who exactly are they? With a subtle smile, Lewis recognized their identities as the Supreme Kai, and Jebet approached them. Before the Supreme Kai could speak, Jebet's icy gaze pierced through the air. Which Supreme Kai are you? Surely you must know that trespassing in the Supreme Kai's realm is a grave sin? I am a Supreme Kai? Lewis paused, then recalled that his own dimension was indeed at the Supreme Kai level. It was understandable for them to think so. However, Jebet's tone was quite irksome. Whis furrowed his brow. Could it be that this individual was the current Supreme Kai? Yet, that didn't seem right. Why did the current Supreme Kai not exhibit the creative rules, while the diminutive figure beside him possessed a profound aura of creation? Lewis retorted coldly. Do you know who I am? Jebet truly embodied the arrogance of an anime character. One might mistakenly believe he was the Supreme Kai himself. Chapter 6. Release the old Supreme Kai. Isn't it merely a minor Supreme Kai? Speak, which Supreme Kai do you represent? Such ignorance. Lewis shook his head. Am I the ignorant one? Jebet snorted coldly, asserting that without the permission of the Supreme Kai, trespassing into the realm of the Supreme Kai would warrant appropriate punishment. Considering your status as a Supreme Kai, you may evade the death penalty, but not the consequences of your actions. As Jebet raised his hand to strike, a voice interjected. Jebet, cease. The Supreme Kai, Shin, approached Lewis, closely observing both Lewis and Whis, sensing an unusual aura surrounding them. Jebet, not being a Supreme Kai himself, failed to recognize this peculiarity and insisted, Supreme Kai. One is a mortal, the other is Supreme Kai. Such a sacred realm is not meant for their intrusion. Enough. Listen to me. Jebet continued, adamantly arguing that they must be punished for their transgressions. Ignoring the Supreme Kai's presence, he turned to glare at Lewis and Whis, his eyes glinting with menace. In his eyes, the realm of the Supreme Kai was the most sacred place, untainted by the presence of mortals. Whis finally grasped the situation and, narrowing his brows at Jebet, remarked, after all that, I almost mistook you for the true master of the Supreme Kai's realm. Lewis stood by, arms crossed, his expression impassive. Silence. I am merely a servant of the Supreme Kai, Jebet stammered, suddenly realizing that his previous conduct may have indeed overstepped boundaries. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. The Supreme Kai Shin was still quite young in his role, and with his somewhat timid demeanor, many matters were left to Jebet's management. Over time, this had fostered Jebet's current attitude. Supreme Kai, trust me. I truly mean no harm, Jebet exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, bowing deeply before Shin. All right, I understand you harbor no ill intent, Shin reassured him, turning his gaze toward Lewis, as if recognizing him as the true authority in this situation. Who are you? What brings you here? What do you intend to do? Do you not realize that ignorance itself is a crime? Lewis retorted, raising his hand, causing a violet orb to suddenly materialize at his fingertip. The realm of the Supreme Kai was engulfed in a shroud of darkness, a destructive aura sweeping through every corner, as if a god of destruction had arrived. How can a Supreme Kai possess such strength? Jebet stammered, clearly frightened. Shin, equally alarmed, positioned himself protectively in front of Jebet and urged, stop. A warmth surged through Jebet's heart. The Supreme Kai was risking his life to protect him. Seeing Shin's intervention, Lewis hesitated in his intent to unleash destruction. Trash. This time, for the Supreme Kai's sake, I shall spare you, Lewis declared coldly, casting a glance at Jebet. Whis remained expressionless, indifferent to Jebet's fate as long as Lewis refrained from assaulting the Supreme Kai. Greetings, Supreme Kai. I am Lewis, the current candidate for the God of Destruction. Lewis bowed respectfully to Shin. Greetings, Supreme Kai. I am Whis, a servant of the God of Destruction. Whis followed suit with a respectful bow. The sudden actions of Lewis and Whis left both Jebet and Shin momentarily stunned. Particularly regarding Jebet, wasn't that young Kai supposed to eliminate him? How is it that he suddenly bows to the Kai Shin? Ah, indeed. That young man is a Kai, regardless of his might. He must show the utmost respect when confronted with the universe's supreme deity, the Kai Shin. Kai Shin shares this sentiment with Jebet. He too holds the same belief. However, what exactly is this candidate for the God of Destruction? Asin, I know you are perplexed, but you will soon comprehend. After performing the bow, Lewis boldly called out the name of the Kai Shin. Asin, Kai Shin, Jebet, and even Whis were momentarily taken aback. How dare he directly address the name of the revered Kai Shin? Instinctively, Jebet felt compelled to reprimand him, yet upon witnessing the murderous glare from Lewis, he hastily fell silent. However, it was too late. Lewis unleashed a powerful punch, the force rippling through the void, causing Jebet to double over as his chest sank inward by 5 centimeters. The residual shockwave sent Jebet hurtling thousands of miles away. Jebet! Kai Shin was struck with alarm, wishing to rush to his aid. Fortunately, he was not dead. Come with me, for I know you are filled with questions, and soon you shall learn everything. Lewis retracted his fist, having already shown considerable deference to Kai Shin. Is everything all right? Kai Shin glanced towards the direction where Jebet had vanished, then turned his attention to Lewis and Whis. Indeed, he was deeply curious about the identities of these two individuals. Even before their arrival, they had stirred a sense of unease within him. Upon entering the realm of the Kai Shin, the power unleashed by the young Kai left him utterly astounded. The strength of the young Kai surpassed even that of Kai-Shin himself. Furthermore, the young Kai claimed to be a candidate for the god of destruction. But what precisely does that entail? Kai-Shin's mind was awash with uncertainty. Whis, let us proceed. We must first unseal the old Kai-Shin. Lewis's purpose for coming here was not solely to fulfill a task, but also to liberate the old Kai-Shin. Whis was correct. Having become a candidate for the god of destruction, he bore a responsibility to alter the state of the seventh universe. The old Kai-Shin is the key figure in this transformation. Lewis soared into the sky. However, a voice filled with profound meaning resonated from the ground. How do you know about this? Whis had been pondering how Lewis would elucidate all of this to the oblivious Kai-Shin, only to be taken aback when Lewis directly mentioned the matter of the old Kai-Shin. Lewis froze midair, realizing that Whis had never spoken to him about this. Disaster loomed. Let us depart. Whis smiled knowingly, his eyes glinting with significance as he regarded Lewis, indicating that this young man's uniqueness extended beyond merely disregarding all worldly negativity. Whis did not inquire how Lewis came to possess such knowledge of the old Kai-Shin, and Lewis let out a sigh of relief as he hastened towards the center of the Kai-Shin realm. According to the original narrative, the site of the old Kai-Shin seal lay there. Lewis and Whis soared through the skies, with Kai-Shin ultimately deciding to follow. His curiosity about the identity of the candidate for the god of destruction was insatiable. As for Jebbet, the young Kai had stated he was not dead, so he should not be lying. The center of the Kai-Shin realm. In the midst of a shimmering lake stood a stone tower, from which a sword was embedded, its hilt alone protruding from the stone. What brings you here? The god of destruction, Shin, and Lewis hovered in the air, casting sidelong glances at the two individuals, increasingly sensing their inscrutable nature. Do you see that sword? Lewis pointed at the blade atop the tower, hovering just above the lake's surface. Weiss remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lewis, astonished by his extensive knowledge. That sword is known as the god of destruction sword. Legend has it that whoever draws it will acquire the most formidable power in existence. As the master of the god of destruction sword, Shin was well aware of its origins. Suddenly, he realized, could it be that you are seeking to grasp that sword? You wish to obtain the most powerful strength in the world. With a cautious expression, Shin moved aside, preparing for battle, yet internally lamenting his ability to contend with others. Lewis and Weiss exchanged glances, incredulous at the notion of seeking the so-called ultimate power. How naive. Furthermore, if they truly sought such power, did they think retreating several meters would suffice? Without further explanation, Lewis ascended to the stone pillar, gripping the sword's hilt with one hand. Stop! Shin cried out. Ignoring him, Lewis unleashed a destructive aura, exerting a slight force. With a thunderous roar, the god of destruction's sword was drawn forth, causing the stone pillar to shatter into fragments that plummeted into the vast lake, creating colossal waves. Gulp! Shin swallowed hard. Previous gods of destruction, including himself, had attempted to draw the sword, yet none succeeded. How could this young man possibly extract the god of destruction sword? It must be a trick. Lewis held the sword aloft, a faint destructive energy emanating from it, revealing why no previous god of destruction could claim it. This was the work of Beerus. It's over. The god of destruction felt despair. The opponent had drawn the sword and would undoubtedly gain unparalleled power. He could only hope that this individual was not malevolent. Otherwise, the universe would face peril. However, after a moment, no energy fluctuations manifested from Lewis, prompting Shin to furrow his brow. Could it be that the legend was false? How fortunate that would be. Then, no one could wield the so-called ultimate power. Just as Shin felt a sense of relief, Lewis declared, break it. Grasping the hilt with one hand and the blade with the other, his intentions startled Shin. This young god of destruction intended to snap the god of destruction sword. Madness. Shin now understood the legend was indeed false. But how could anyone hope to break the sword? Yet, in the next instant, enough, Shin, come down. Lewis descended to the lake's edge, holding the broken sword, with Weiss closely following. Come down. My precious sword is shattered. This sword has been a legacy for ages. In the sky, Shin gazed at the broken sword in the young man's hands, inhaling deeply, his eyes glistening with tears. The legendary Kai-Shin sword, which has been passed down for so long, was unexpectedly destroyed in his generation, marking him as a sinner. The Kai-Shin Shin descended like a soulless puppet onto the surface of the lake. With the destruction of the Kai-Shin sword, the young Kai-Shin still commanded him to descend. Was this a sign of his intention to let him suffer? Kai-Shin Shin resigned himself to fate, for there was no other choice. He was utterly incapable of resistance against the overwhelming aura of destruction that suffocated him. Lewis and Whis remained oblivious to Kai-Shin Shin's thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely say, child, you are overthinking. Lewis spoke up. Old Kai-Shin, please reveal yourself. Chapter 7. The Astonishment of the Old Kai-Shin. Upon hearing this, Kai-Shin Shin was momentarily stunned. Old Kai-Shin. As Lewis's words fell, a plume of smoke erupted from the shattered Kai-Shin sword. Cough, cough, cough. At last I am free. A lecherous old man clad in Kai-Shin attire materialized by the lakeside, stretching his back and relishing the taste of freedom. Who is this old man? How did he appear here? Kaioshin Shin was flabbergasted. Old man. The old Kaioshin immediately retorted, I am your ancestor. As he continued to scold, the old Kaioshin frowned and remarked, I thought some descendant had freed me. I never expected the current Kaioshin to have fallen to such depths. Ancestor? Kaioshin Shin gazed at the old man's attire and the patera earrings dangling from his ears, and his body trembled with realization. Could this old man truly be a former Kaioshin? Indeed, it must be so, for the young Kaioshin had mentioned releasing the old Kaioshin. And this must be the very one. Are you truly my ancestor? Kaioshin Shin exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief, his small fists clenched tightly together. The old Kaioshin glanced at the scrawny figure before him and ultimately nodded. Ancestor, you must be incredibly powerful. Please help me defeat him. He just bullied me. Kaioshin Shin felt he had found a pillar of support, pointing at Lewis. Lewis. Whis. Ouch. Just as Kaioshin Shin finished speaking, a sharp pain struck his head. Clutching his skull, he squatted down, wailing loudly. Silence. You have no idea who he is. Your failure as a Kaioshin is glaring. The old Kaioshin, filled with disappointment, delivered a sharp blow to Shin's head. Turning towards Lewis and Whis, he said, Mr. Whis, it has been a long time. Whis smiled and nodded. Old Kaioshin, it has indeed been a while. The old Kaioshin shifted his gaze to Lewis and remarked, So, you are the candidate for the god of destruction in this era. Indeed. Lord Beerus discovered this young lad a decade ago, and then fell into slumber. I am now bringing him forth to obliterate planets. I have heard of you. Old Kaioshin, you may call me Lewis. Lewis respectfully bowed. The old Kaioshin scrutinized Lewis from head to toe, expressing admiration. Your inner power is quite unique, and you have comprehended the rules of destruction. You possess remarkable talent. Wait. Suddenly, the old Kaioshin's expression changed in astonishment. The Ultra Instinct? Hiss. From Whis, it was revealed that this young man was discovered by Beerus a decade ago, which implies that he has been under Whis's tutelage for no more than 10 years. In just this brief span, he has comprehended the principles of destruction and mastered the angelic skill of Ultra Instinct. Such talent is not merely exceptional, it is terrifyingly extraordinary. Lewis stood in awe, gazing at the old Kaioshin, who effortlessly discerned his true nature with a mere glance. Surely, the old Kaioshin could not have perceived the system within him as well. Rest assured, host. This system cannot be detected by anyone from the Dragon Ball universe, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. With this reassurance, Lewis finally breathed a sigh of relief. While the old Kaioshin indeed possessed remarkable insight, Lewis had yet to grasp Ultra Instinct itself. Rather, he had only begun to touch upon its preliminary form. Whis elaborated further, leaving the old Kaioshin in a state of astonishment, swallowing hard at the thought that even the preliminary stage of such mastery was daunting. After all, this was a realm that even Beerus had not yet comprehended. As the old Kaioshin remained immersed in his shock, the Kaioshin Shin found himself utterly perplexed. Hadn't the young Kaioshin claimed that releasing the old Kaioshin would impart all knowledge? Why, then, did he feel increasingly bewildered? Old Kaioshin, many universes are currently awaiting the destruction of our 7th universe by the King of All. Your assistance is needed now. Whis interjected once more. Oh, why is that? The old Kaioshin was taken aback, as even Lewis was unaware of this matter. Observing their expressions, Whis recounted events from a decade ago. Years prior, a divine aura had erupted near the planet Vegeta, which led Beerus to select Lewis as a candidate for the role of God of Destruction. Initially, this seemed unremarkable. However, upon learning that the successor chosen by Beerus was a frail little boy, the other universes erupted in ridicule. Given Beerus's reputation, all the gods of destruction mocked him, questioning whether the 7th universe had truly run out of worthy candidates, resorting to a child as a potential god of destruction, an utterly laughable situation. The average power level of the 7th universe's inhabitants was already among the lowest, and Beerus's poor decision placed them in an exceedingly vulnerable position. The universes had not always been limited to 12. There had originally been 18. However, due to the poor development of certain universes, and some provoking the King of All, only 12 remained. If the 7th universe continued on its downward trajectory, it might indeed face annihilation at the hands of the King of All. A divine aura? A continually declining average power level? To think that during my years of confinement, the 7th universe has fallen to such depths. The old Kaioshin felt a surge of frustration. All of this was the fault of that scrawny wretch. Had he not sealed himself away, the 7th universe under his guidance would never have suffered such a fate. Old Kaioshin, please calm your ire. While our universe is indeed in a precarious state, with Lewis here, the 7th universe shall surely thrive again. Whis finally spoke up once more. Indeed, with Lewis's exceptional talent, it won't be long before our 7th universe rises once more. The old Supreme Kai nodded, pleased to have heard the first piece of good news since his release from confinement. Meanwhile, Lewis felt somewhat uneasy. Was my talent truly exceptional? How could it not be? After a decade of cultivation, he had mastered the principles of destruction and grasped the rudimentary form of the state of ease. coupled with his unique immunity. Who in the entirety of the Omni King universe could rival Lewis's innate gifts? Finally, Lewis spoke, Lord Old Supreme Kai. The current Supreme Kai is still quite naive and will require your guidance. This was indeed crucial. After all, the role of Supreme Kai was no longer the same under the old Supreme Kai. The universe's governance necessitated a Supreme Kai. As the conversation progressed, they began discussing their own circumstances, causing Supreme Kai Shin to pause. Who says I know nothing? He retorted. I am well aware. Humph, what do you truly understand? The old Supreme Kai gave Shin's head a firm rap and sighed. Alas, all of this is the fault of Beerus. This sprout knows nothing, but we cannot entirely blame him. He then recounted the tale of Majin Buu. Upon hearing the past, Shin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, realizing that the ancestors were aware of Majin Buu's saga. Junior, let me take on the responsibility of guiding you from now on. The old Supreme Kai glanced at Shin, then at Lewis, recognizing Lewis as the pivotal figure of the moment. The thought of other universe Supreme Kais reacting with astonishment at Lewis's emergence brought him joy. My Lord Old Supreme Kai, since you have returned, I shall entrust Shin to you. I now need to proceed with the destruction of several planets. Lewis expressed his intent to depart. Destroy planets? Supreme Kai Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. Why must you destroy planets? No. Indiscriminately destroying planets makes you no different from Majin Buu. Ouch. Shin's head throbbed again. This marked the third time he had been struck by the old Supreme Kai. Grand Ancestor, why do you keep hitting me? You understand nothing. The old Supreme Kai finally commenced a thorough education on the responsibilities of the Supreme Kai of the Omni King universe. Meanwhile, Lewis glanced at Whis, realizing that his mission in the Supreme Kai realm had come to completion, and it was time for him to take his leave. Whis, recognizing the intention in Lewis's expression, waved his staff, enveloping both of them in a cascade of prismatic light as they ascended into the heavens. Not long after their departure, astonished murmurs arose. What? The God of Destruction is the mightiest being in the universe? The God of Destruction is even more formidable than Majin Buu? The role of God of Destruction is solely for the purpose of annihilation? Chapter 8. Encountering Tice. Having departed the Supreme Kai realm, Lewis devoted the following month to the relentless destruction of planets. Arid worlds vanished at his hands, and his mastery of the principles of destruction grew increasingly adept. The destructive energy he could conjure had expanded from the size of a bead to that of a fist. In the vast expanse of the universe, he raised his hand towards a planet still steeped in its primitive tribal era and hurled forth his destructive energy. Buzz! A flash of violet light surged forth, and the planet transformed into a stream of light, dissolving into the cosmic void. The planet that Lewis destroyed was once teeming with life, yet due to an erroneous evolutionary path that did not lead towards the development of intelligent human life, it was deemed a worthless planet. Whis gazed upon the cosmic expanse, his smile unwavering. Lord Beerus has struck gold. What are you talking about, Whis? Lewis turned his head. This planet marked the 608th lifeless world he had obliterated, revealing Beerus's profound irresponsibility. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, you Scions cannot survive in the universe, can you? Haha. It seems that my disregard for negative consequences has allowed me to thrive even in the cosmos. You are truly extraordinary. Ordinarily, only individuals who have cultivated to the level of the great Lord of Lords can endure in the universe. Yet you, under the dimension of the king, managed to exist here thanks to your unique power. Ha ha ha, it's not a big deal. Lewis scratched his head and remarked, Whis, I have nearly completed my task. What should I do next? Whis waved his staff to examine the disqualified planets and noted that they were indeed close to destruction. That is true. However, merely annihilating planets will not significantly elevate the average level of humanity in the universe. Ultimately, there are simply too few strong beings in the seventh universe. Moreover, we cannot destroy too many planets, as it would impede the development of a universe. Now it is time for Asin to take action. Only by balancing destruction and creation can the universe itself give rise to more powerful beings. Upon hearing this, Lewis nodded. Whis, if I have no further duties, may I relax for a while? Certainly, but where do you wish to go? A flicker of curiosity crossed Whis' eyes. Lewis had never held a favorable view of the malevolent Scions, yet for some inexplicable reason, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the evolution of the Scion race over the years. Additionally, with their fate altered, his curiosity about their current status intensified. Wait, was planet Vegeta destroyed by Frieza? You actually know this. Whis regarded Lewis with a knowing look. Oh no. Lewis swallowed hard, having inadvertently misspoken again. Whis did not press further but glanced at Lewis and continued. Do not worry. Planet Vegeta did indeed explode, yet the Scions survived. Huh. This revelation left Lewis perplexed. Do you remember Lord Beerus's command upon leaving planet Vegeta? Yes, he instructed the Scion clan to join the Galactic Patrol. Good, you remember. Beerus's command was not one to be disobeyed by King Vegeta, who thus led his entire race to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In retaliation for King Vegeta's betrayal, Frieza struck and destroyed planet Vegeta. What? Lewis exclaimed in alarm, hastily inquiring. So the Saiyan race is now at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Indeed. The Galactic Patrol headquarters is no ordinary place, which is why Frieza dared not invade it. As a result, the Saiyan clan is living quite well. Weiss nodded. Reviewing the information with widened eyes, I never expected that after a decade, the Saiyans have made such remarkable progress. With over a dozen of them surpassing a battle power of 100,000. 100,000 battle power? Lewis furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Could it be that the cells within the Saiyans have begun to awaken? That would explain their significant growth in just 10 years. Weiss, please assist me in locating a Saiyan named Kakarot. I need to know his current whereabouts. Lewis's voice was tinged with urgency. Weiss frowned, questioning, who is this Kakarot? Before long, he informed, the Saiyan known as Kakarot is currently on a planet called Earth, where he is known as Son Goku and is undergoing training under a master named Rashi. He's on Earth and has begun training under Rashi? Lewis pondered. I didn't anticipate that Son Goku would end up on Earth. According to the timeline, it seems he is indeed receiving Rashi's guidance at this moment. If the Saiyans have not perished, will Vegeta still invade Earth? Will Son Goku transform into a Super Saiyan? Let us visit the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Lewis declared. With Son Goku on Earth and the planet seemingly unaffected by significant butterfly effects, he had no intention of interrupting Goku's training just yet. After all, Goku's continued breakthroughs in the future would be attributed not only to his innate talent and willpower, but also to the martial arts training he received in his youth on Earth. Understood. Weiss did not inquire about Lewis's purpose for visiting the Galactic Patrol headquarters. He took Lewis and vanished into the cosmic expanse. In the 7th universe, at the very heart of the North Galaxy, a massive planet floated amidst a cluster of smaller celestial bodies. On this grand planet stood the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the mission hall, Gak reclined on a sofa, observing the comings and goings of Saiyans, marveling. Who would have thought that the fierce Saiyan race would become part of the Galactic Patrol? Are Saiyans truly that fearsome? A woman with short golden hair, her figure curvaceous and exuding an air of mature femininity, sat beside Gak. They certainly are. They once followed the tyrant Frieza, Gak replied. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired woman shuddered slightly. She and Gak had nearly fallen victim to Frieza's forces during their cosmic travels, fortunate to escape due to Gak's advanced spacecraft. But how did these Saiyans suddenly join the Galactic Patrol? I have no idea. Gak frowned. However, thanks to the Saiyans' involvement over the past decade, our workload as Galactic Patrol has become considerably lighter. How peculiar. The golden-haired woman rested her chin on her hand, observing the Saiyans bustling about in the mission hall. At that moment, two figures entered the hall, none other than Lewis and Weiss. Is that her? The instant Lewis stepped in, he recognized the woman beside Gak, Tais. In the original narrative, Tais was Bulma's sister, a novelist who ventured into space with Gak in search of inspiration. He never expected to encounter her at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Tais also noticed the gaze of Lewis, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. Tais, what's the matter? That person is looking at me, she replied, pointing at Lewis. Gak quickly pressed her hand down, panic-stricken. Are you trying to get us killed? Did you not see the tail at his waist? P.S. A Saiyan. It was only then that Tais noticed the tail and quickly covered her mouth. But, oh no, that Saiyan is coming this way. He must have heard what you just said. Gak was on the verge of tears, finding women truly bothersome. As Lewis drew closer, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Both Gak and Tais held their breath, palms sweaty, praying that the other was not seeking trouble with them. Chapter 9. A meeting with King Vegeta once again. Excuse me, miss, are you the daughter of Dr. Briefs? Lewis approached Tais with a smile. He naturally recognized her, but refrained from stating it outright, knowing that Weiss would give him a peculiar look. Tais was taken aback, her fair fingers pointing at herself. Her eyes wide with surprise. You know my father? Her astonished expression was quite endearing. Lewis scratched his nose and replied, No, I do not. Huh. Could you send a message to my father for me? Certainly. Tais sighed in relief. This young man was rather polite. Perhaps Saiyans weren't as terrifying as Gak had described. Not terrifying? One could only wonder if Tais would still feel that way if she knew Lewis had destroyed over 5,000 planets. However, Tais was blissfully unaware and cautiously asked, What would you like me to convey? Ask him to create a gravity chamber 100 times stronger for Goku. Though Lewis had no immediate plans to visit Earth, the thought arose upon seeing Tais. After all, Goku's power had been increasing far too slowly at the outset. If he had access to a gravity chamber, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Perhaps when he finally met Goku, they could enjoy a splendid battle together. All right, I will relay the message to my father. Thank you. In the original story, after Tais left Earth, she eventually lost contact with Bulma and the others. Lewis speculated that Tais might have encountered danger and met with misfortune, regardless of whether this conjecture would come to pass. It would indeed be a pity for such a beautiful woman to face harm. Tais was lost in thought when Lewis had already turned to leave. Gak, watching Lewis's departing figure, inquired, Tais, do you know this Saiyan? No. Then how could he Gax and Tyza's subsequent conversation went unheard by Lewis as he and Whis ascended to the top floor of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. There stood another young man clad in Galactic Patrol attire. Mels, are those Scions behaving themselves? Galactic King, they shouldn't pose any issues. Oh, how do you know that so well? Just as Mels was about to elaborate, he suddenly sensed something, exclaiming, Galactic King, my brother has arrived. And the candidate god of destruction is here too. What? The king of the galaxy was so frightened that his face turned pale, causing him to tumble from his chair onto the floor. Mirzu, a novice angel, had a brother who was a true angel, and to his astonishment, a candidate for the god of destruction had also arrived. But wait, when did the 7th universe acquire a candidate for the god of destruction? Just as the king of the galaxy pondered this, it happened. As Mirzu's words fell, 2 figures entered through the door. Whis smiled and said, Mirzu, it has been a long time. Brother, it has indeed been a while. Mirzu nodded and then turned to Lewis. This must be the esteemed candidate for the god of destruction. Whis nodded with a smile. Greetings, Mirzu, Lewis acknowledged. Prior to his arrival, Whis had already briefed him on the peculiarities of the Galactic Police headquarters, which primarily referred to Mirzu, as Mirzu was his brother. This was precisely why Frieza dared not cause trouble for the Scions at the Galactic Police headquarters. Greetings to the esteemed candidate for the god of destruction. Mirzu gazed intently at Lewis, sensing an ethereal aura surrounding the young man. Is this a state of freedom? He mused. How intriguing. It seems the other universes hoping to witness the 7th universe's misfortune may find themselves disappointed. The King of the Galaxy stepped forward, respectfully bowing to both Lewis and Mirzu. King of the Galaxy, please summon King Vegeta to see me. Yes. The King of the Galaxy hurried to summon King Vegeta, disregarding Lewis's intentions behind seeking him. After the King of the Galaxy departed, Whis engaged in conversation with Mirzu. Lewis observed Mirzu, who, like Whis, had pale blue skin and silver hair. According to the original narrative, Mirzu would perish during the Moro arc, only to be resurrected by the Grand Priest, albeit as a mortal. Mirzu, angels are neutral and must not intervene excessively in the affairs of the universe, nor should they exert their full strength against mortals. Brother, the wicked should be confined. That is why I joined the Galactic Police, Mirzu replied. Mirzu, such a mindset will not qualify you as a proper angel, Whis gently remarked, stroking Mirzu's head. Mirzu lowered his gaze in silence, listening to the conversation between the 2 brothers. Lewis observed that Mirzu's character was indeed akin to that in the original tale, gentle yet imbued with a sense of justice. Mirzu's dream was to protect the universe he cherished. At that moment, a tall figure followed the King of the Galaxy as he entered through the door. King Vegeta, it has been a long time. Lewis greeted with a calm demeanor. Mirzu and Whis ceased their discussion and turned their attention towards him. 10 years ago, when he awakened from his coma, Vegeta had informed him that Lewis had been chosen by the god of destruction as a candidate. What has become of the Scions? Lewis inquired. For the past decade, we Scions have been relentlessly pursued by Frieza's army. Initially, we suffered losses among our kin, but now, with our inexplicable increase in battle power, Frieza's forces pose little threat to us. And Vegeta? Lewis asked, nodding as he settled into his chair. We joined the Galactic Police at Lord Beerus's command, but Frieza remains oblivious to this, believing we have betrayed him, and he has continued to send assassins after us. Vegeta clenched his teeth. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz have been missing for a decade, and there has been no word of them since. Lewis, you are the pride of our Scion race. Our planet, Vegeta, has been annihilated by Frieza. You must avenge us. Missing? Lewis was taken aback, never expecting such news. He glanced at Whis, who waved his staff to investigate, then declared, Vegeta and the others are not dead. They are still fleeing from Frieza's forces. Whis turned to Lewis. Lewis was genuinely astonished that Vegeta was still being pursued by Frieza. He shook his head dismissively. It's of no concern. If he were to perish at the hands of Frieza's army, it would be a testament to his own inadequacy. After all, Vegeta is another main character in Dragon Ball. Is it truly so simple for him to meet his end? Perhaps he may even find refuge on Earth. Who could have anticipated that Lewis's mere speculation would turn out to be true, though that was a matter for another time. Lewis, Vegeta is your kin. How can you be so heartless? Vegeta's king was agitated. Lewis regarded him coldly, responding, in truth, I had no objections when Lord Beerus sought to eliminate the Scion race. I never imagined that his ultimate decision would stem from my involvement. Since you have survived, do not trouble me. Scions are inherently malevolent. Not every Scion will transform into a being of virtue like Goku or Vegeta. Lewis, being a native of this world, harbored little fondness for these malicious Scions. Whis, upon hearing Lewis's words, was momentarily taken aback. Who could have foreseen such a stance? What then? Was Lewis's purpose in being here? Was cast a deep, contemplative glance at Lewis. The words of Lewis rendered Vegeta's king silent. As a fellow Scion, how could Lewis utter such sentiments? It was indeed a predicament for him, the leader of the Scions, to find his own kin unwilling to assist, while the cosmic tyrant relentlessly pursued them. Fine, if you refuse to aid me, I shall devise my own plan. Vegeta's king clenched his fists and departed, his silhouette exuding a profound sense of desolation. Chapter 10. The Scions have changed. Lewis rose from his seat, casting a lingering glance at the retreating figure of Vegeta's king. Why did it feel as though Vegeta had undergone a transformation? Was it merely an illusion? Lewis, do you truly intend to forsake your kin? Whis interjected. Survival of the fittest. This is the natural law you have imparted to me. Lewis replied coldly. In truth, with his current abilities, he could easily defeat Frieza without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, what merit was there in aiding the Scions? Moreover, Frieza would ultimately be vanquished by the protagonists of Dragon Ball. It was not his role to intervene. However, Lewis felt an inexplicable agitation, for he sensed that ever since Vegeta's king had joined the Galactic Patrol, he seemed to have changed. Ah, Lewis, you are quite perceptive. Truly worthy of being Lord Beerus's candidate. Whis then turned to Beerus, earnestly asking, so, do you comprehend the angelic principle of neutrality? After departing from the office of the Galactic King, Lewis meandered through the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol once more. His mind wandered, only focusing when he encountered a Scion, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. The Scions had indeed undergone significant transformations, particularly in their combat prowess, with nearly every individual surpassing a power level of 8,000. This level of strength had been the benchmark during the invasion of Earth by Vegeta and Nappa, and it was crucial to remember that this was still in the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga. A power level of 8,000 was undoubtedly formidable. Was this truly the awakening of the cells within the Scion race? Yet, how could these inherently malevolent Scions experience such an awakening? Ultimately, Lewis departed the Galactic Patrol headquarters alongside Whis. Do you truly intend to forsake your kin? Whis observed Lewis's distracted demeanor and chuckled softly. What a ridiculous notion. I have made it clear that I shall not assist. Lewis retorted, placing a hand on Whis's shoulder with exasperation. Whis chuckled again. Someone is rather stubborn, aren't they? You were in such a hurry before arriving at the Galactic headquarters, and I presumed you had an ulterior motive. Yet, it seems your thoughts have been preoccupied with your people all along. Stop beating around the bush to criticize me. Lewis replied, contemplating for a moment before asking, Whis, could you investigate the circumstances surrounding the Scion's integration into the Galactic Patrol? Whis nodded, pausing amidst the cosmic expanse before waving his staff. Moments later, he relayed the findings. After heeding Lord Beerus's command to join the Galactic Patrol, the Scions ceased their invasions of other planets and began executing missions assigned by the Silver Patrol. Over the past decade, the Scions had completed a staggering 30,000 galactic missions, safeguarding 605 different races. They had dismantled 4,083 cosmic pirate groups and eliminated 1,030,000 silver criminals. Whis grew increasingly astonished, eventually gazing at Lewis. Lewis, it appears your Scion kin have transformed. Transformed? Lewis furrowed his brow. Aren't Scions inherently malevolent? No, that was not correct. In the original narrative, the Scions were not malevolent by nature. They had turned wicked only after a civil conflict. Lewis then recalled a figure, Yamoshi. The tale of Yamoshi spoke of him and 5 virtuous companions breaking free during a civil strife, culminating in his transformation into a Super Saiyan at a pivotal moment. This marked the inception of the Super Saiyan legend, as well as the legend of the Super Saiyan God. A smile spread across Lewis's face as he remarked, Whis, should the Scions encounter peril, please inform me. Lewis, didn't you say, isn't this for the greater good of the 7th universe? Lewis interjected. Just observe the Scions. In a mere decade, some have already surpassed a power level of 100,000, given them more time to develop, and they could effortlessly elevate the average power index of the universe's inhabitants. Lewis, you make a compelling argument, Whis mused, stroking his chin, his eyes lighting up with realization. Indeed, it was this very thought that prompted me to keep an eye on the Scion's welfare. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to nurture a race with such exceptional talents from the cosmos. Lewis proudly lifted his chin. Lord Lewis is indeed correct. I have been overly concerned. Humph. Lewis, ever stubborn, huffed twice more. Whis intended to articulate further, but suddenly furrowed his brow. Lewis, Miss Ties is in danger. What? Has she encountered peril so soon? We must hurry. In another realm of the cosmos, within a Galactic Patrol spaceship, 2 individuals wore expressions of urgency. They were being pursued by 5 additional ships. What to do? I never anticipated that we would be targeted by Frieza's forces so swiftly. Ties grasped Jack's shoulders, shaking him fervently. Stop shaking me. If you continue, I shall surely faint. Jack exclaimed, his vision filled with floating stars. Ties ceased her frantic movements and declared loudly. You claim to be an elite of the Galactic Patrol, yet you cannot even handle those small calamities trailing us. What a deceiver you are. I did not deceive you, Jack retorted, but his expression shifted abruptly. Oh no, the ships pursuing us are even more advanced. We cannot escape. They are about to launch an attack. Warning, warning. Detecting powerful energy fluctuations behind. Please be cautious, pilot. The alarm blared incessantly, its shrill sound unnerving Ties. Could it be that escape was beyond her grasp this time? No. She had yet to pen her renowned novel that would echo throughout the universe. Ties. Do you recall what that Saiyan at the Galactic Patrol headquarters advised? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Quickly call Weiss. If you find yourself in danger, just call for Weiss, and he will come to your rescue. Consider it my gratitude towards you. Clinging to the last vestiges of hope, Ties raised her voice and shouted. Weiss. Buzz. Outside the spaceship, the fabric of space rippled as two figures emerged from within. Lewis, having received Ties's cry for help, urged Weiss to hasten towards them. Fortunately, the distance was not insurmountable. Otherwise, relying solely on Weiss's spatial traversal might have proven too late. After all, the speed of spatial travel could not rival the swiftness of instant teleportation. It seemed he must seize the opportunity to learn this secret technique. Lewis materialized outside the spaceship as 5 electromagnetic shockwaves surged towards him. With a swift motion of his hand, he deflected the shockwaves effortlessly. Then, with a grasp into the void, he rendered the 5 pursuing ships immobile, reducing them to mere scraps of metal, their occupants crushed into oblivion. Inside the ship, after Ties shouted Weiss's name, she kept her eyes tightly shut. In truth, Ties had relinquished all hope, recognizing the absurdity of believing that merely calling someone's name could summon aid. Yet, after a brief moment, the energy fluctuations behind dissipated and the alarm ceased. The alarm has been lifted? Ties blinked in astonishment and slowly opened her eyes. Jack pointed excitedly towards the exterior of the ship. Ties, look outside. What is out there? Ties inquired, and upon glancing outside, she was momentarily stunned. 2 figures floated before the ship, their faces adorned with smiles as they regarded her. These 2 were none other than the Saiyan and his servant from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Ties drew in a sharp breath, astonished that a mere name could summon someone to her aid. Suddenly, the 2 individuals outside the spacecraft vanished. In the next moment, they materialized within the ship. Lewis chuckled. I never anticipated you would encounter danger so swiftly. It's you. You truly came to rescue me. Ties exclaimed, leaping into Lewis's arms, overwhelmed by relief. She had genuinely thought her fate was sealed. Lewis stiffened. Ties' figure was striking, with alluring curves and a delicate fragrance that enveloped him. Could you perhaps step down before we continue this conversation? Her intoxicating scent wafted into his nostrils, and Lewis felt a stirring within him. If Ties did not descend soon, he feared he might embarrass himself. Sensing something amiss, Ties quickly jumped down, giggling. Thank goodness you arrived. I was at a loss for what to do. With that, she lifted her pristine chin and cast a glance at Jaker, as if to say, see? This formidable Saiyan resolved what you, the elite Galactic Patrol officer, could not. TCH. Jaker huffed irritably. Just call me Jaker. There's no need for formalities. Ties' gaze turned resolute as she continued. I will persist in traversing the cosmos until I pen a novel that resonates throughout the universe. Lewis replied, you, an ordinary earthling, dare to sail through the perilous cosmic expanse after encountering danger? After a moment of silence, he added, if you choose to continue your voyage, I wish you the best of luck. With that, Lewis prepared to depart with Weiss. Wait, what's wrong? Ties stammered. Could you protect me? I can pay you. My father is quite wealthy. Her cheeks flushed. Though she was brave for her dreams, she was also fearful of danger. This charming young man exuded a sense of kindness, and his recent display of strength in rescuing her was compelling. If she could secure his protection, she would no longer have to rely on the feeble Jaker. I'm sorry, Ties, but I truly don't have the time. Lewis shook his head. With his current battle power of 1 billion, he knew he would be far beyond any threat once the Dragon Balls were unearthed. Please, Jaker is too weak to protect me. You. Hearing Ties' words, Jaker could not help but roll his eyes. Hey, I'm still right here. Just call me Lewis, he insisted. Lewis, you are truly remarkable. Those Frieza Force members are no match for you. You are the best, I beg of you. Ties pleaded, her large eyes sparkling playfully, flattered by her praise. Lewis couldn't help but smile slightly. It was undeniable that Ties' flattery was impressive. Weiss, observing this exchange, couldn't suppress a disdainful chuckle. Huh, men. Chapter 11. Ties' Instant Noodles. Lewis felt quite at ease, lifting his head and declaring, hold on. While you speak the truth, indeed, I am quite impressive, Lewis. You are the greatest. Surely, you wouldn't refuse me, she persisted, bombarding him with sweet entreaties. Lewis fell silent, contemplating her words. The spacecraft was enveloped in silence as he gazed at Ties, suddenly inquiring, can you cook? Cook. Ties was taken aback. Wasn't the focus supposed to be on protecting her? Nonetheless, she nodded, I can. As the daughter of Earth's wealthiest individual, cooking was not a skill she was expected to possess. However, after years of wandering through the cosmos alongside Jack, she had indeed learned the art of cooking. I can protect you, but you must promise to cook for me. Can you agree to that? Lewis proposed. He wished to refuse Ties, but how could he resist this beautiful older sister who praised him so? Besides, Lewis was not adept in the kitchen, and Weiss's culinary skills were less than satisfactory. If Ties could prepare meals for him, then protecting her seemed a reasonable trade-off. All right, It's settled then, Ties responded cheerfully, turning to Jack. With Lewis to protect me, we shall meet again. Let us go, let us go. Women are truly bothersome. They only know how to burn bridges. Jack retorted, speechless. Wait, Lewis, are you planning to take her to the god of destruction's realm? Weiss finally spoke up. Is there a problem? I have no objections, Lewis replied dismissively. Weiss shook his head. However, if Lord Beerus awakens and discovers an unfamiliar presence in the realm of destruction, he might become irate. Lewis shot back. Why should I care about that lazy fellow? He is asleep, and I am the god of destruction. You should heed my commands. Weiss's lips twitched slightly, yet he acknowledged Lewis's point. With Beerus absent, he had to comply with Lewis. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Lord Beerus would actually be angered upon awakening. Lewis then turned his gaze towards Ties. With her short golden hair, she was charming and beautiful, though longer locks would likely enhance her allure. Oh, why are you so certain that Lord Beerus won't be angry upon awakening? Weiss inquired, puzzled. Would he be angry if there's delicious food? Lewis retorted, glancing back. Delicious food. Weiss's eyes instantly sparkled. I agree to protect Ties. Lewis. Ties hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Lewis chuckled. Feel free to say whatever's on your mind. Ties swallowed hard. What are these gods of destruction and candidate gods of destruction you mentioned? Are they divine beings? Lewis and Weiss exchanged glances and began to laugh. You will find out soon enough. Let us go. Lewis grasped Ties' wrist, and with a glance at Weiss, the latter waved his staff, causing the three to vanish from the spacecraft, leaving Jack alone in a state of confusion. In the realm of destruction, the land was suffused with a purple hue due to the lingering aura of devastation. Before a lake, three figures materialized with a swish. Lewis reclined on a lounge chair beside the water, while Weiss contacted the old Supreme Kai to relay Lewis's completed task. Upon hearing that Lewis had obliterated over 5,000 useless planets, the old Supreme Kai was overwhelmed with excitement. If these 5,000 planets were to be handled by Beerus, it would take him at least a millennium to accomplish such a feat. The old Supreme Kai deemed Beerus's decision to appoint Louise as a candidate for the god of destruction to be exceedingly wise. Meanwhile, Taze, upon her first visit to the realm of the gods of destruction, marveled at the beauty of the planet, exploring it like an inquisitive kitten. Louise took a sip of his drink and suddenly recalled something, asking, Taze, do you have any instant noodles in your multifunctional capsule? Instant noodles? As long as there are some, it's fine. We mustn't let Lord Beerus awaken and find you here, she replied. Who is this Lord Beerus you speak of? Taze inquired, tossing a multifunctional capsule that transformed into a towering storage facility filled with provisions. Luis, taken aback, sputtered his drink, wiping his mouth as he exclaimed, You're preparing for a disaster. It's not a disaster. I'm traversing the cosmos and must be thoroughly prepared. Taze retorted with a huff. The capsule she produced was merely one among thousands. If she revealed them all, Luis might very well have a heart attack. Ah, what are you two doing? Didn't you say you wanted something delicious? Luis ventured into the storage and retrieved 3 containers of instant noodles. Weiss, hot water, please. Certainly. Weiss waved his staff, and a kettle of boiling water materialized. He picked up an unopened container of noodles, inspecting and sniffing it. Can this possibly be tasty? Taze, could you assist Weiss? Of course. Taze peeled off the plastic wrapping, allowing Weiss to realize that the outer packaging needed to be removed first. He frequently exhibited expressions of astonishment, resembling a country bumpkin, but Luis paid him no mind, knowing that Weiss would continue to be amazed. Before long, Luis and Taze poured the boiling water, and in a minute or two, the noodles would be ready to enjoy. As Luis gazed at the noodles on the table, he couldn't help but reminisce about the instant noodles from his past life, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Luis, what's this about the god of destruction and the candidate god of destruction? What are they? Taze asked again from her perch on the bench by the table. A god of destruction is simply that, a deity governing the destruction of the universe, the highest divine being across all dimensions, Luis explained softly, his words stirring a tempest within Taze's heart. Is what you say true? She asked incredulously. Indeed, why would I deceive you? Gulping, Taze sensed a revelation through Luis's earlier conversation with Weiss. Luis, are you truly that candidate god of destruction? Is Lord Beerus the god of destruction? Luis turned to Taze, gazing at her delicate, pale face, and smiled. You truly are a novelist. You've deduced all this merely from my dialogue with Weiss. Yes, you are correct. I am that candidate god of destruction, while the true god of destruction remains in slumber. Understanding that mere words might not convince Taze, he raised his hand and hurled a fragment of destructive energy toward a distant mountain. Buzz, the towering mountain, reaching heights of 10,000 meters, vanished in an instant. Taise's face turned pale, leaving her speechless in fear. Ha ha ha, weren't you supposed to be quite bold? Venturing alone through the cosmos, said Lewis. Are you really going to kill me, esteemed candidate destroyer? Taise hugged her shoulders, retreating as far as possible. Her anxious little eyes revealed her genuine terror. Come now. If I intended to kill you, why would I have brought you here? And as I promised, I will protect you. Lewis reassured her, adding with a playful grin. But you must shower me with compliments first. Tai-Si exhaled in relief. The sudden disappearance of a massive mountain was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, the candidate destroyer harbored no murderous intent. Esteemed candidate destroyer, you are truly remarkable, incredibly handsome, like the stars above, she began. Stop. Just speak to me normally. Lewis retorted, somewhat exasperated. At that moment, Whis, ignoring Tai-Si, gazed longingly at the instant noodles on the table, swallowing hard. Lewis, can you smell that? It's delightful. Lewis glanced at the clock. It's time, we can eat now. As soon as he finished speaking, a flicker in the void caused one of the noodle cups on the table to vanish in an instant. Slurp. Whis eagerly devoured a mouthful of noodles. Oh my goodness, what a delectable treat. This is simply exquisite. Each noodle was enveloped in rich broth, and upon tasting, the intense aroma burst forth, reaching the very soul. The soup was even more remarkable, surely crafted from countless precious ingredients, reduced to a mere packet of seasoning. The broth slid down his throat, warming him from within. With every bite of noodles and sip of broth, Whis shared his culinary insights, his flushed expression reminiscent of post-coital bliss. Lewis, are these additives really that delicious? Tai-Si asked, astonished. Some people just love additives. We can't concern ourselves too much with that. Come, let us indulge as well. Lewis's lips twitched slightly as he handed a cup of noodles to Tai-Si while taking one for himself. Just as he was about to eat, a thunderous explosion erupted from the distant destroyer palace. Chapter 12, The Awakening of Beerus. Startled, Tai-Si nearly dropped her noodles. What was that? Meanwhile, Whis hastened his pace, finishing his cup of noodles and savoring every drop of broth. Whis, are you secretly indulging in delicious food without me? A purple figure flashed through the void. Beerus, clad in pajamas, soared from the destroyer palace to the lakeside. Tai-Si, eat quickly, Lewis urged, his nerves fraying. Who would have thought that mere noodles could possess such power, awakening the slumbering Beerus? He pushed Tai-Si, insisting she eat before it was too late. Tai-Si, momentarily bewildered, complied with Lewis's urging and swiftly resumed eating her noodles. Beerus arrived and immediately recognized the tantalizing delicacy that was the instant noodles held by the trio. Though Whis had already finished his portion, only the young boy and a woman remained, both clutching bowls of noodles. However, the boy shoved the woman, prompting both to dive into their meal. Beerus swallowed hard, enticed by the alluring aroma. He longed to indulge in the noodles, yet found it unappetizing to partake in food that others had touched. Who are you, child? Do you seek death? He seethed, his chest heaving with indignation. Enveloped in a shimmering purple aura, his gaze rife with malevolence. Indeed, men transform as they age. Beerus had slumbered for a decade, and Lewis had blossomed from a mere child into a striking youth. It was no wonder Beerus failed to recognize him. Lewis paid no heed to Beerus, continuing to relish his noodles, which, to his surprise, were far more delectable than those from his previous life. Tai sensed the destructive energy emanating from Beerus, nearly suffocating her. This must be the god of destruction Lewis had spoken of. How terrifying. I'm going to die. Someone save me. In that moment, Lewis held his bowl of noodles in front of Tai, and the oppressive pressure dissipated instantly, allowing her to breathe freely once more. I've returned to life, she gasped. Lewis calmly stated, Lord Beerus, she is under my protection. Whis, having finished his noodles, wore a smile as he observed the unfolding drama. Beerus clenched his fists, ignoring Tai entirely, and coldly addressed Lewis. A worthless king of the other world dares to steal food in my domain? Who gave you the audacity? Steal food? This lazy soul hasn't even recognized him yet. Lewis thought, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Moreover, how could what belonged to others be considered his? Might as well declare that everything within the seventh universe is yours. Well, perhaps that assertion is not entirely inaccurate. Let us settle this with a duel. Lewis laughed heartily, tossing his noodles into the lake, where they vanished without a trace. Seeing such a delicious treat wasted sent Beerus into a furious rage. You seek death, and I shall oblige. With a thunderous roar, he was enveloped in destructive energy, arcs of purple lightning crackling around him, summoning the very forces of nature. A sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. With a crash, Beerus vanished, leaving Tai trembling in fear. So this is the so-called god of destruction? Whis waved his staff, shielding Tai, ensuring that the aftermath of Beerus's confrontation would not spell her demise, for that would be quite the jest. In the sky, two figures soared swiftly through the air. Child, haven't you eaten? Your speed is abysmally slow. Beerus suddenly appeared behind Lewis, his voice cold as ice. Didn't you just see whether I've eaten or not? Seeking death, Lewis retorted. Beerus was genuinely incensed, showing no signs of leniency. He conjured a sphere of destructive energy, the size of a basketball, and hurled it at Lewis, swiftly enveloping him. This destructive energy annihilated anything it touched at its essence, making Beerus' attack immensely formidable. Even the air hissed in its wake. How dare you compete with me for food? Now, you shall perish. Lord Beerus, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Allow me to strike you as well. A chuckle echoed from behind. What? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Beerus was struck by destructive energy, the tingling sensation leaving him incredulous. That young lad had not only survived his attack, but was also wielding destructive energy? Surely, this must be a ruse. Suddenly, a diminutive figure flashed through Beerus's mind, followed by an ethereal aura manifesting in the sky, reminiscent of nature's essence. Upon observing Lewis, he was enveloped in a silvery glow, the embryonic form of the realm of freedom. This confirmed Beerus's suspicions, and a smile crept across his face. What a fine young man you've become. The only beings capable of disregarding the mightiest attack from the Omni King's strongest destroyer were deities of angelic caliber or the successor he had once trained. Ha ha. Lord Beerus finally recognizes me. With that exclamation, Lewis flickered and danced through the sky. Beerus assumed a defensive stance. After all, the opponent was none other than that extraordinarily unique little fellow from the past. A slip-up could lead to a comical predicament. Soon, a multitude of destructive energy orbs cascaded from above, akin to celestial maidens showering blossoms. In midair, Beerus shattered one with a punch. Noticing that his prince's tactics were ineffective, Lewis altered his approach. The sky was filled with countless phantoms, each resembling a colossal beast, roaring as they charged at Beerus. Bang, bang, bang. Naturally, Beerus would not be deceived by the illusions. He pinpointed Lewis's true form. The two engaged in close combat. Silver and purple lights soared into the heavens, intertwining and separating, battling from the sky to the ground. Each collision unleashed terrifying shockwaves. The overwhelming aura enveloped the entire realm of destruction, causing it to begin to crumble. Whis. Will Lewis be all right? Ties clenched her small fists, her palms slick with sweat from anxiety. Whis replied with a smile. He will be fine. Lord Beerus is formidable. Yet he cannot harm Lewis. Not even I could inflict damage upon him. However, Whis refrained from voicing this thought, his gaze fixed on the duel between the two. Despite the breathtaking spectacle of their battle, the astonishing visuals were not conjured by Lewis. They were the result of Beerus exerting his full might. For Beerus knew that even with all his power, Lewis would not perish. Lewis still lacked strength. To Beerus, his power resembled that of a mere ant, ineffectual against him. Even in the embryonic state of freedom, he remained overwhelmed by Beerus's might. Suddenly, Whis's eyes widened as he gazed at the sky. Lewis was undergoing a transformation. The aura surrounding him shifted to a golden hue, and a voice resonated from the heavens. Lord Beerus, behold the forthcoming transformation. Chapter 13. Ties stabilizes in the realm of destruction. Oh. In the sky, Lewis clenched his fists. The silvery glow dissipated, replaced by a brilliant golden light. Veins protruded from Lewis's forehead as his roar intensified. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air, and a golden light surged skyward. In an instant, Lewis's hair transformed to a brilliant gold. He had become a Super Saiyan. His power level escalated from a mere 1 billion to an astounding 50 billion. What a remarkable transformation, exclaimed a voice. Gasping for breath, Lewis hovered in the air and declared, "This is a unique transformation of our Saiyan race, known as the Super Saiyan." The mention of Super Saiyan sparked a memory in Beerus, reminiscent of a dream where he encountered a formidable adversary referred to as the Super Saiyan God. However, scrutinizing Lewis, Beerus frowned and remarked, "Is this truly your strongest power?" "Indeed," Lewis responded, though he knew that even with his 50-fold increase in strength, it remained insufficient. In the canon of the anime, a power level of 1 trillion was comparable to Goku's when he first confronted Beerus on King Kai's planet. Yet, when Goku challenged Beerus, he was effortlessly crushed by a mere finger. To Beerus, Lewis still appeared woefully weak. "Lewis, in just 10 years, you have transcended to the level of a king, and your powers have seen considerable enhancement, alongside the nascent form of your mastery. Your potential is undeniably impressive, yet you remain too feeble at present. Train for a few more years. This battle is not meant for you." Beerus shook his head, deciding against continuing the fight. For any further confrontation would lead to the complete destruction of his realm. The god of destruction's domain was now spewing magma, and the acrid scent of sulfur permeated the air, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. In a mere couple of minutes, the damage would be irreversible, making it impossible for Whis to restore the realm to its former state. "Lord Beerus, allow me to deliver one final strike," Lewis implored, feeling increasingly frustrated as he had been on the receiving end of the battle thus far. Now, for the first time in this transformation, he was determined to experience the might of the universe's strongest god of destruction. "Very well," Beerus replied, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression turning serious. "Whis. Lewis is, rest assured, nothing will happen," Whis assured, safeguarding Ties from the encroaching magma. In the sky, Lewis clenched his fist, a golden aura enveloping it as the surrounding space quivered slightly. He concentrated his strength, channeling his 50 billion power into his fist. "Be careful," he warned as he launched forward, a streak of golden light racing towards Beerus. Beerus remained impassive, raising a finger and gently pointing it forward. Boom. The clash between Lewis's fist and Beerus's finger erupted in a blinding flash, the powerful impact resonating throughout the god of destruction's realm. The magma beneath roared like a tempest, waves crashing violently as the very fabric of the realm began to collapse. The force of the recoil sent Lewis sliding thousands of kilometers backward, his upper body now bare. As his god of destruction attire shattered under the might of Beerus's strike, Lewis remained unscathed, a testament to the efficacy of his immunity. Truly remarkable. In no time, the god of destruction realm reverted to its prior state under Whis' manipulation of time. Tai could not help but gaze at Whis upon witnessing this astonishing temporal reversal, as if he were even more formidable than the two gods of destruction. By the lakeside, the battle between Lewis and Beerus had concluded, and 2 buckets of instant noodles now simmered on the table. Beerus sat in a chair, transfixed by the bubbling noodles, his mouth watering in anticipation. Whis, too, was not much better off. His eyes gleamed with desire as he fixated on the noodles, wishing for the passage of 2 minutes to hasten so he could indulge once more. The disheveled appearance of Lewis had vanished, and he looked at Beerus with a teasing glint in his eyes. Lord Beerus, these noodles were brought by Tai. Can she truly reside in the god of destruction realm? Anyone daring to expel Tai shall incur my wrath. Beerus paid no heed to Lewis, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the noodles. Lewis exchanged a glance with Whis, seemingly conveying the message that Lord Beerus would not object. Whis rolled his eyes. With such delectable fare present, not only would Lord Beerus not oppose, but even if he did, I would ensure he could not protest. Hey, Tai, how shall I be rewarded? Lewis, having secured Beerus' tacit approval, looked at Tai with pride. Tai covered her mouth and chuckled. Lord Lewis is the most handsome and exceptional. Indeed, indeed. Lewis lifted his chin, reveling in the moment, his tail nearly soaring to the heavens behind him. By the way, as a condition for your protection, we shall entrust our future dining arrangements to you. Rest assured, when I embark on missions, I shall also take you along to gather novel material. All right. Tai sighed in relief, her safety finally assured. 2 minutes later, Beerus and Whis devoured the instant noodles with fervor. After tasting them once, Whis could not help but exclaim how delicious they were. Meanwhile, Beerus, experiencing these noodles for the first time, nearly shed tears as he recalled the pig slop he had consumed previously. After a while, once both were satiated, Lewis inquired, Lord Beerus, how much more power must I attain to reach the realm of the gods? Reclining in his chair, sipping the beverage Tai had provided, Beerus pondered thoughtfully. The distinction between mortals and deities lies within dimensions. Though you have transcended to the level of the Kais, in essence, you still belong to the realm of mortals. It is exceedingly challenging for a mortal to contend with a god of destruction solely based on strength, as their power is imbued with divine essence, which ordinary mortals cannot withstand. Beerus turned his gaze toward Lewis and continued, however, there are exceptions. For instance, in Universe 11, there exists a being named Jiren, who seemingly possesses the capability to challenge a god of destruction as a mortal. If you aspire to confront me, you must elevate your Super Saiyan form by at least an additional 100,000 times to even qualify for a mere encounter. 100,000 times. Lewis stood in astonishment. Even the Super Saiyan transformation only amplified his power by 400 times. If one were to base this on 1 billion, and then elevate it by an additional 100,000 times, what staggering combat power would that yield? Moreover, this was merely the threshold of qualification. In the eyes of the god of destruction, Lewis's combat prowess had transcended conventional measurement. Weiss, perceiving Lewis's confusion, elucidated. The dimensions are categorized into King of Hell, King of Worlds, deities, and angels. The powers are divided into mortals, divine realm, and angelic realm. The divine realm further consists of 5 tiers, with Lord Beerus residing in the 5th tier. As for the other gods of destruction across the universes, with the exception of Quitella from the 4th universe, who has just begun to touch the 5th tier, the rest remain in the 4th tier of the divine realm. At this moment, Tai's astonishment was palpable as she exclaimed, Wow, does that mean Lord Beerus is the mightiest of all gods of destruction? Indeed, indeed. Upon hearing Tai's exclamation, Beerus felt a swell of vanity. It was no wonder that Lewis had chosen to keep her around. She was quite the charmer. Lewis was left speechless and then inquired, Weiss, how can I transcend to the divine realm? Weiss replied, to elevate your power to the divine realm, there are 2 methods. First, as Lord Beerus mentioned, there exists an individual in the 11th universe who can contend with a god of destruction using mere mortal strength, due to the extreme refinement of their mortal abilities. From what I know, that individual, named Jiren, possesses mortal power that likely surpasses the 4th tier of the divine realm. Observing the astonished expressions on Lewis and Tai's faces, Weiss continued, the second method involves cultivating dimensions, elevating them to the level of deities. This transformation will result in a qualitative shift in your power, transitioning from mortal strength to divine strength. Divine strength is imperceptible to mortals, and its might far exceeds that of mere mortals. Take Asin, for instance. Despite being merely a creator deity with relatively modest strength, His dimensional prowess is at the divine level, and thus his power is classified as divine strength, making him stronger than Frieza. Upon hearing this, Lewis experienced an epiphany. I understand now. Is it correct to say that, under equal circumstances, divine strength surpasses mortal strength? In other words, if I were to transform my current combat power of 1 billion into divine strength, would that enable me to break through to the divine realm? That is indeed the implication. However, your current power of 1 billion is insufficient. Therefore, if you wish to ascend to the divine realm, you must expedite your dimensional cultivation to the divine level. Weiss chuckled, but suddenly his demeanor shifted to seriousness. By the way, Lewis, that transformation you just performed is actually flawed. You should refrain from using it in the future. Before Lewis could respond, Tai interjected. Why not? Lewis's golden hair after the transformation looks so splendid. Weiss explained, Tai, you do not comprehend. Maintaining that form demands an immense expenditure of energy from Lewis, and it imposes a significant burden on his body. Weiss had recognized the drawbacks the moment Lewis transformed into a Super Saiyan. Beerus set down his drink and remarked, Lewis, Weiss is right. True strength comes from within. Your path of transformation is misguided. Abandon it. Was it truly erroneous? Lewis recalled the perfect state from the original story, Super Saiyan 4. No, this transformation is unique to our Saiyan lineage. One day, you will understand. Chapter 14, Ding. Frieza's headquarters check-in, reward, instant transmission. You rascal. Beerus shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. On the path of cultivation, many prodigies are often self-righteous. Yet their decisions frequently lead them astray. Only upon recognizing their mistakes will they genuinely relinquish their misguided paths. Though it may waste time, Lewis is exceedingly gifted. Even if he were to squander 1,000 years, it would be inconsequential. Wish shared this sentiment, believing that youthful errors are not detrimental. Rather, they deepen the young one's memories. With Beerus's unexpected awakening and the arrival of ties in the God of Destruction realm, the previously tranquil domain grew a touch lively. Beerus learned from Whis that Lewis had recently destroyed over 5,000 planets. This thrilled him. Indeed, his decision to recruit Lewis as a candidate for the God of Destruction was astute. Finally, he could indulge in leisure without guilt. Upon hearing Whis's words, Ties gained a new perspective on Lewis. The destruction of over 5,000 planets revealed that this youth was not as gentle as he appeared. However, Ties was not intimidated by Lewis. He had saved her in her most perilous moment and promised to protect her. So how could she fear him? In the days that followed, Lewis resumed his training. Beerus refrained from falling back into slumber, as Ties' presence ensured a steady supply of delectable food. How could he bear to sleep on? In addition to guiding Lewis's training daily, Whis took on another task, introducing Ties to the wonders of the universe. Initially, Ties thought it improbable that anyone could possess such extensive knowledge. Yet, as she continuously tempted Whis with earthly delicacies, she discovered that he was, in fact, an encyclopedia. Whis knew everything, which sparked new inspiration for her creative endeavors. Lewis was immersed in his training, while Ties focused on her creative work. And Whis and Beerus indulged in culinary delights. The scene in the God of Destruction realm was quite peculiar. A year passed, and Lewis continued his training for another year. His strength showed little enhancement, as he had been concentrating on dimensional cultivation. Alas, it seemed he had reached a bottleneck, making further progress elusive. Come, Ties. I must embark on a mission to destroy planets. I will take you with me to gather material for your novels. By the lakeside, Lewis rose from the grass and stretched. Here they come. Ties, cooking in the distance, brightened at the sight and abandoned her utensils to run towards Lewis by the lake. Lewis, have you finally decided to take me out? She has been in the realm of destruction for a year now, never once stepping outside. Although she has consistently listened to Whis recount tales of the outside world, it pales in comparison to the experience of being there herself. Now that she has the opportunity to venture out, Tyrese feels a surge of joy. But wait, I'm supposed to be training. Please bear with me. Perhaps this time I can take you out for a little exploration, said Lewis, scratching his head. At just 17, Lewis is still a mere youth, and his endearing clumsiness hardly suggests a candidate for the role of destroyer. All right, you are forgiven, Tyrese giggled, covering her mouth. She found this little brother quite charming. Tyrese, wait, if you go out, what about my lunch today? Beerus shouted, springing up from a lounge chair by the lake. As Beerus expressed his exasperation, Lewis received a notification. Ding, check-in at Frieza's headquarters, reward. Instant transmission from the Supreme Kai. An electronic voice echoed in his mind. Instant transmission. Lewis was elated. He had long contemplated when he could learn this skill. After all, as a candidate for destroyer, it was rather troublesome having to rely on Whis for every outing. Moreover, aside from traveling, instant transmission could prove immensely advantageous in battle. It was indeed the ultimate technique for swift escape. Whis, please take us to Frieza's headquarters, and after that, we'll manage on our own, Lewis urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Very well, Whis replied without inquiry, leading Lewis and Tyrese away from the realm of destruction. In the North Galaxy, at Frieza's headquarters, Lewis checked in successfully. Ding, check-in at Frieza's headquarters complete. Reward. Instant transmission from the Supreme Kai. A shiver coursed through Lewis's body as he absorbed the information about instant transmission. Now, he could manifest anywhere as long as he had a coordinate. This was fundamentally different from the instant transmission of Yardrat, which required sensing energy to reach its source. Lewis, what's wrong? Tyrese waved her hand in front of his eyes. Nothing, just reminiscing, he replied absent-mindedly. Oh, I see. But what brings you to Frieza's headquarters? Tyrese recalled the time she was hunted by Frieza's army and shivered involuntarily. Fear not, I shall protect you, Lewis assured. Choosing not to reveal that he was merely here to fulfill a system task, he patted his chest, adopting a serious demeanor. Tyrese, momentarily forgetting her fear, covered her mouth and said, all right, I know you're formidable. Lewis suddenly remembered something. By the way, weren't you once pursued by Frieza's forces? Do you wish to seek revenge? Revenge? Tyrese paused, then shook her head. Forget it. I have almost forgotten about being hunted by Frieza's army. It cannot be forgotten. I promise to protect you, and I will. How can we let this slide if you have been wronged? Lewis insisted, taking Tyrese's hand and leading her towards Frieza's palace. Still a youth, Lewis held her hand firmly. His earnest expression made Tyrese unable to suppress a smile. The more she looked at this little brother, the more she found him utterly adorable, as the small deity of destruction vowed to assist her in avenging her grievances. Tyrese ceased her objections. Reflecting on past events and deeds stirred feelings of indignation. In this universe, no one could rival the boy before her. She decided to let him proceed. The headquarters of Frieza was undeniably fortified, with alien patrols stationed at every corner. Along their journey, Lewis encountered numerous patrols, who approached for inquiries. Tyrese, despite her resolve, could not suppress her trepidation upon seeing them. Without hesitation, Lewis unleashed a destructive energy blast, obliterating them effortlessly. A young boy, accompanied by a human woman, wreaked havoc within the Frieza headquarters. This was the first time Tyrese witnessed such a ferocious side of Lewis. Yet she felt no fear. After all, he had promised to protect her, and presently, he was indeed aiding her in seeking vengeance. Soon, they arrived at a grand palace, far more imposing than the former palace of King Vegeta. Halt! Who are you? Two aliens demanded coldly at the entrance. Summon your Lord Frieza to meet me, Lewis replied, holding Tyrese's hand, halting his advance with a mocking tone. How dare you demand an audience with Lord Frieza? Have you a death wish? The aliens shouted. Seize them. The two guards ascended into the air, raising their energy cannons, unleashing two streams of blue light. With a serene smile, Lewis raised his hand, gently tapping the air, as a purple aura of destruction enveloped the blue beams, disintegrating them completely. What? The aliens stood agape, then cried out in alarm. Incoming attack. Within the palace, Frieza, lounging in a hovering baby carriage, was startled from his report on the Saiyans by the exclamation of an enemy assault. Have I, Frieza, not taken action for too long? How dare anyone invade my headquarters? His sinister voice echoed throughout the palace, causing the temperature in the grand hall to plummet. As if frost were to form in the next instant. Jinyu stood nearby, trembling in fear. Lord Frieza is terrifying. Come, follow me. Let me see who possesses such audacity. Frieza commanded, propelling his carriage toward the palace entrance, with Jinyu hastily in tow. Outside, Lewis held Tyrese's hand, surveying the multitude of aliens encircling them. They were densely packed, likely numbering in the thousands. Yet, as Tyrese felt the warmth of his grip, her sense of security flourished, and she was unafraid. Frieza, if you do not emerge, your minions shall perish, Lewis declared, scanning the surroundings with a grin. Eradicating this rabble in one fell swoop should please King Vegeta. Lewis recalled the desolate figure of King Vegeta he had seen a year prior at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. From the moment the Saiyans transformed, he had resolved to never abandon them. Casting a glance at Tyrese, who was being pursued by Frieza's forces, he felt the weight of both old and new grievances. Ho ho ho, a raspy voice resonated from the palace entrance as Frieza appeared, gliding toward the aliens in his baby carriage, with Jinyu closely trailing behind. Boy, who are you? Frieza inquired, arms crossed, his gaze icy. Lewis remained silent, simply fixing his eyes upon Frieza. The skin, a mesmerizing blend of purple and white, is encased in a layer of hardened bone. Triangular eyes, utterly wicked. It mirrors the very essence of an anime character. Hey, are you deaf? My lord is addressing you, Jinyu scolded. Chapter 15, Avenging Ties. Captain Jinyu. Lewis recognized the purplish-skinned figure beside Frieza. You know me? Jinyu scoffed, suddenly noticing something and pointing in terror at the tail behind Lewis, exclaiming, Lord Frieza. He is a Saiyan. It is no wonder that Jinyu was so frightened. The Saiyans had undergone tremendous changes over the years, with some even approaching his own formidable power. This is a Saiyan. Frieza narrowed his eyes. For years, he had been troubled by the Saiyan issue, and now, it seemed they dared to invade his very stronghold. Let me see how much power he possesses. Yes, I too am curious about the extent of his combat prowess, daring to invade Lord Frieza's headquarters. Jinyu activated the scouter. Beep beep beep. Combat power, 100,000. Gulp. Jinyu swallowed hard. This individual possessed a combat power of 100,000. Noticing Jinyu's expression, the infantile Frieza squinted and inquired, what is his combat power? The surrounding aliens instinctively took a step back, their faces filled with dread. Captain Jinyu only had a combat power of 120,000. How could this young man possess 100,000? Frieza raised an eyebrow. The aura of menace around him dissipating as he smiled. This gentleman possesses commendable strength. Why not join my ranks? If you agree, I shall overlook your intrusion into my headquarters. Frieza, a connoisseur of talent, could not resist the allure of strong individuals. Lewis smirked slightly, teasingly replying, what if I refuse? Ties, holding his hand, listened quietly to the conversation between the boy and the Cosmic Emperor. The feeling of being protected was delightful. Refuse. Frieza's expression darkened instantly. Then you shall not leave my headquarters. Upon hearing their lord's words, the surrounding aliens stepped forward, the atmosphere thick with tension. Whether one could escape this place would be settled later. Lewis chuckled. Frieza, I've come here to find some people. Looking for someone. Frieza paused momentarily, then coldly retorted. I see you are seeking your demise. Jinyu attack. As the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza could no longer contain his fury at the invasion of his stronghold and the repeated provocations. Yes. Jinyu twisted his body, vanishing from sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind Lewis. Kid, the gap between 100,000 and 120,000 combat power is substantial. Prepare to die. Jinyu concentrated a violent energy sphere in his palm and hurled it forcefully toward Lewis. Lewis remained expressionless, and Ties, still holding his hand, showed no signs of fear. Was this an indication of surrender? In the stroller, Frieza furrowed his brow. At that moment, a power level of 100,000 seemed feeble. But what about 1 million? Lewis chuckled, unleashing his strength. In an instant, bang, bang, all the scouters of the surrounding aliens exploded. Boom. A powerful shockwave shattered Jinyu's energy blast, sending him hurtling to the ground. Impossible. Jinyu's pupils constricted as he realized that his scouter had turned into a piece of scrap metal. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the battle power data soaring rapidly before the scouter could withstand the pressure and detonated. Ties, were you frightened just now? Lewis inquired with a smile. You promised to protect me, so I am not afraid, Ties replied, her smile radiant. With her snow-white skin and golden hair, Lewis was momentarily captivated, remarking, I believe you would look even more beautiful with longer hair. Long hair? Ties touched her hair, pondering the comment, but Lewis had already turned his attention back to Frieza, leaving her unasked question lingering in her heart. Very well, my time is precious, Frieza. Have all your subordinates come here at once, Lewis stated coldly. Or else. Frieza jumped down from the stroller and strode forward. Do you think a power level of 1 million allows you to act as you please in my headquarters? He had just overheard the conversation between Lewis and Jinyu, and was astonished to discover that this young man was concealing his true strength. Jinyu, lying on the ground, felt a flicker of hope. It was rumored that Frieza had been hiding his power. Could it be true? Ties, do you remember who was pursuing you? Lewis asked, ignoring the approaching Frieza. Ties thought for a moment and replied, I believe it was a gang called Chiu-E. Chiu-E. Lewis frowned, recalling that this trash was supposedly killed by Vegeta in the anime. Child, you seek death. Frieza, enraged, could not believe he was being disregarded by someone with merely 1 million power level. He prepared to transform. Suddenly, Lewis vanished from Tai's side, appearing before Frieza, and thrusting his knee into Frieza's abdomen. Bang! Frieza went flying. Cough! Frieza lay on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Everyone present was stunned. This cannot be real. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza had been struck to the point of vomiting blood by a stranger. Aya, you have successfully enraged me. I will destroy you. Frieza bellowed, rising to his feet in a fit of hysteria, unleashing his power. At that moment, Frieza transformed, becoming robust, resembling King Cold. His strength surged beyond 1 million. The surrounding aliens gasped in delight, realizing their king had indeed been concealing his power. How tiresome. In the next moment, Lewis appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The terrifying force shattered all of Frieza's teeth. Uft. Shattered teeth and blood mingled in the air. Aya. Frieza was flung aside, helplessly crawling on the ground. How could this happen? Why, despite possessing a combat power in the millions, was he unable to overcome his opponent? Frieza, behold this. In an instant, Lewis teleported in front of Frieza, one hand gripping his head and lifting him up. The other hand conjured a destructive energy sphere. The aura of destruction engulfed the entire Frieza headquarters. The winds howled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The surrounding aliens were instantly knocked to the ground, their souls trembling. The god of destruction. The destructive energy was poised before him, causing Frieza's pupils to constrict sharply, his entire body quaking with primal fear. He recognized this power. It was the power of a god of destruction. Who was this Saiyan? Wasn't the god of destruction of Universe 7 Beerus? Why did this person possess destructive power? Humph. Summon Choi. Lewis tossed Frieza aside as if discarding refuse, and the destructive energy dissipated with it. Why yes. Frieza gritted his broken teeth, humiliation gnawing at his insides. Yet due to his ignorance of the stranger's identity, he dared not voice any complaints. Rising from the ground, he shouted to his subordinates, "Have Choi come to me." Jinyu quickly activated the communication device to summon Choi to Frieza's palace. "Who might you be, my lord?" Frieza wiped the blood from his lips and cautiously approached, bowing as he inquired. He feigned terror, yet a shadow of malice flickered in his gaze. Lewis regarded Frieza with a slight smirk. "Are you feeling quite indignant?" Lewis towered over Frieza, his smile exuding a devilish charm that radiated dominance, while Ties clutched her chest, thinking how handsome Lewis was. "I dare not." Frieza clenched his fists, forced to utter insincere words. "Ha ha ha, truly befitting the representative of Lord Beerus. Frieza, you are quite amusing," Lewis remarked with a chuckle. A glimmer of confusion flashed in Frieza's eyes. Did this individual know Beerus? If that were the case, it meant Beerus was still alive. Thus, this person could not be the new god of destruction, yet he wielded destructive energy. A revelation sparked in Frieza's mind. He weakly inquired, "Might you be a disciple of Lord Beerus?" "Oh, you've guessed correctly," Lewis replied with surprise. "I have not recognized your esteemed identity. Please forgive my oversight." Frieza trembled, fearing that this candidate for god of destruction had come to exact vengeance for his kin. Lewis seemed to see through Frieza's thoughts and said, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I will not concern myself with your matters with the Saiyans. I am here solely to avenge Ties." Ties gazed at Lewis intently, warmth flooding her heart. She longed to ask Lewis why he treated her so kindly, but the sight of the surrounding grotesque aliens silenced her. Lewis remained oblivious to Ties' expression, his focus fixed on Frieza. In truth, he had come to Frieza's headquarters not only to fulfill a task, but also with the intention of annihilating Frieza and his minions. However, thoughts of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the Saiyan race crossed his mind. Would they truly endure without facing some tribulations? Perhaps the Saiyan lineage, under Frieza's relentless pursuit, would give rise to even more Super Saiyans. Thus, Lewis chose to spare Frieza and his cohorts. Frieza cast a glance at the woman beside Lewis. Was this merely an act of vengeance on her behalf? Such a monumental commotion for a mere act of retribution? Internally seething with rage, yet maintaining a facade of caution, Frieza inquired, "Lord Substitute God of Destruction, do you intend to disregard my affairs with the Saiyans?" At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, landing at the palace entrance. It was Chio-E. What has transpired? Upon noticing Tai Si's presence, Chio-E burst into laughter, exclaiming, "King Frieza, this woman possesses a most remarkable capsule. If we could seize the technology behind it, we would thrive." However, as he spoke, he sensed something amiss. Why was there an eerie silence? Every individual regarded him with peculiar expressions. "Tai Si, is that him?" Tai Si gazed at Chio-E, recalling the days of her relentless pursuit, her teeth clenched in anger. "Then perish." Lewis raised his hand, unleashing a surge of destructive purple energy upon Chio-E, who was instantaneously obliterated, not even leaving a struggle in his wake. Gulp. All the onlookers from the universe swallowed hard. What a terrifying Saiyan. "Tai Si, we must go?" Following Chio-Ye's demise, Lewis utilized the instant transmission granted by the system to whisk Tai Si away from the scene, leaving behind a group of bewildered extraterrestrials. "King Frieza, shall we continue the hunt for the Saiyans?" "Let us hold our position for now." Frieza clenched his fists. The Saiyans hiding within the Galactic Patrol headquarters was one matter, but the emergence of a substitute god of destruction among them was unexpected. Yet, the earlier remark suggested that the other party would not intervene in his affairs with the Saiyans. Reflecting on the nature of the god of destruction, a being inherently indifferent and ruthless, it seemed plausible that the substitute god had indeed spoken the truth. Nevertheless, could he truly disregard the Saiyans? Departing from Frieza's headquarters, Lewis took Tai Si to a primordial forest planet. This planet, deemed inadequate, was destined for destruction. Lewis, Tai Si, clad in a snug outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure, caught his attention. Lewis rubbed his nose and asked, "What is it?" Tai Si hesitated, then finally spoke. "I just wanted to ask if you think long hair would look good on me." She wanted to express that he had merely promised to protect her. Why would he seek vengeance on her behalf? Yet, the question remained unspoken. "I believe it would look splendid," Lewis nodded. "Golden waves can hardly be unattractive. All right, I am prepared to destroy this planet." Lewis hurled a sphere of destructive energy towards the ground before grasping Tai Si's hand and using instant transmission to depart. Having systematically obliterated several hundred planets, their mission was thus accomplished. Chapter 16, Vegeta invades Earth. In the span of 3 years, the 7th universe has undergone transformative changes. The Galactic Patrol has grown increasingly powerful due to the inclusion of the Saiyans, leading to the suppression of Frieza's forces in the northern galaxy. This is primarily due to the dwindling numbers within Frieza's army, with his strongest subordinate, Captain Jinyu, possessing a mere battle power of 120,000. In contrast, since their alliance with the Galactic Patrol, the Saiyan race has experienced a remarkable surge in strength for various reasons. Each Saiyan now boasts a minimum battle power of 15,000, while the mightiest among them, a Saiyan named Bardock, has surpassed 150,000. King Vegeta is also formidable, with a battle power of 120,000. The Saiyan tribe now numbers over 2,000 individuals, showcasing an incredibly robust collective strength. However, despite their prowess, should Frieza choose to intervene personally, the current might of the Saiyans would be insufficient, even if they all transformed into great apes. Fortunately, 3 years prior, Lewis and Tyze's visit to Frieza's headquarters has instilled caution in Frieza, who is now reluctant to act recklessly or openly pursue the Saiyans. This has afforded the Saiyans the opportunity to bolster their strength in relative safety. Aside from the aforementioned changes, there has been a significant improvement in the average strength of humans, who have risen from second to last to third from last place. This development has left the gods of destruction from other universes astounded. Over a decade ago, Beerus made a regrettable decision by appointing a mere child as a candidate for the god of destruction. Now, 14 years later, the seventh universe remains intact, not only avoiding destruction at the hands of the Omni King, but also rising in rank. As the seventh universe evolves, so does Earth. Although Earth has not been directly influenced by Lewis, its narrative continues to unfold normally. Yet, the butterfly effect remains in play. For years ago, Lewis prompted Tyze to request Dr. Briefs to construct a gravity room for Goku's use. Utilizing this gravity chamber has significantly enhanced Goku's battle power. However, Goku belongs to the slowly growing type of Saiyan, and thus his increase in strength is not particularly remarkable. 14 years after his arrival on Earth, at the age of 17, Goku's battle power stands at 5,000. In addition to this development, Earth has recently encountered 3 extraterrestrial visitors, who have invaded 3 years earlier than in the original narrative. On Master Roshi's island, Krillin remarks, "Goku, these 3 presences are exceedingly malevolent and exceptionally powerful. Can you manage them?" He gazes intently at the sky. Goku, still a child at 17 due to his slow growth as a Saiyan, responds, "If they intend to harm Earth, I want to let them get away with it." Master Roshi, filled with concern, reflects on the unexpected invasion occurring just as Goku prepares to train in the other world. "You are here. I will first assess the situation." Sun Wukong soared into the sky, heading towards the direction where 3 spacecraft descended. In the outskirts of the West capital, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa emerged from the vessel. Each was disheveled, blood caked upon their bodies, presenting a most woeful sight. Raditz lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and lamenting. Fortunately, Frieza's elite forces did not personally engage, otherwise. Vegeta interjected, "What now? After 14 years of fleeing, shall we continue to run?" Nappa spoke bitterly. Silence. Vegeta recalled the moment 14 years ago when Lewis was chosen by the god of destruction Beerus as a candidate. That was a candidate for the god of destruction. Who would dare provoke him? Raditz and Nappa nodded in agreement. Enough with the pointless chatter. This planet is where Kakarot was exiled. We must seek him out. The more allies we have, the greater our strength. Vegeta shook his head and activated the device at his ear. Beep beep beep. Southeast, power level at 2000. Vegeta was taken aback and rechecked, confirming its accuracy. Could this be Kakarot's strength? How can a low-class warrior possess such power? Nappa also measured and was astonished. It was known that the strongest among them was Vegeta, with a power level of 30,000. Nappa had 8,000, while Raditz had 2,000. The data of the 3 exceeded the power levels from my original work when they invaded Earth, likely due to the relentless pursuit by Frieza's forces, constantly confronting life and death situations. A power level of 2000 was indeed hard to believe. If it truly belonged to Kakarot, our strength would increase. Vegeta lifted his gaze towards the southeastern sky. Here they come. Raditz clenched his fists, as the approaching power mirrored his own, prompting caution. Suddenly, a white light descended from above. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired. Gazing at the 3 ragged figures before him, his voice youthful and his stature diminutive, causing Vegeta and his comrades to momentarily freeze. Yet soon, Raditz recognized Sun Wukong's identity. "Vegeta, he is Kakarot. He looks just like my father." Vegeta deduced the reason for the other's small size, stating, "With a mere power level of 2 at birth, a low-class warrior would grow slowly. However, I expect he will mature within a year. Who are you? What is your purpose on Earth?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. "Earth?" Vegeta thought, realizing that he referred to this planet. He re-examined the device, discovering numerous pitifully low power levels. "Kakarot, you failed to eliminate the inhabitants of this planet?" Nappa was taken aback. "Haven't you wiped them out?" With a power level of 2000, he should have eradicated the natives long ago. Sun Wukong gazed at the trio, puzzled. "Why are you here? And who is Kakarot?" As these words were spoken, Vegeta and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting the uncertainty in the other's eyes. "Are you not Kakarot?" Raditz was momentarily taken aback. Yet upon observing Goku's appearance, he noted the striking resemblance to Bardock. No, you must be Kakarot. Vegeta and Nappa nodded in agreement. As Goku's likeness to Bardock was indeed uncanny, Goku scratched his head, perplexed. He was undeniably Goku. So why were these three referring to him as Kakarot? Vegeta inquired. Do you know you are a Saiyan? Raditz and the others exchanged glances once more, without a doubt realizing he had forgotten about his Saiyan heritage. Raditz quickly asked, Did you suffer a head injury as a child? How do you know I had a head injury? This was something his grandfather had told him. Recalling Gohan, Goku's spirits dipped. Indeed, Raditz rubbed his head and looked at Vegeta, expressing his concern. What shall we do now, Vegeta? If we continue to follow Frieza's forces, I would not hesitate to annihilate this planet's inhabitants and sell it off. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. However, as Saiyans who have joined the Galactic Patrol, we can no longer act in such a manner. Raditz and Nappa also recalled this fact. Once the Saiyans obeyed the orders of the god of destruction Beerus and joined the Galactic Patrol, they ceased to follow Frieza's commands. Now, the Saiyans within the Galactic Patrol resembled mercenaries, accepting tasks issued daily by the headquarters, abandoning their previous ways of plunder and slaughter. At that moment, Raditz turned to Goku and said, Your true name is Kakarot. I am your brother, and we are not Earthlings. My name is Goku. I am an Earthling, and I am not your brother. Goku clenched his fists in anger. He was undeniably an Earthling. Why would they claim otherwise? Enraged, his hidden power began to surge forth. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 3000. Power level, 3500. Power level, 5000. Goku's power soared, ultimately plateauing at 5000. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Raditz swallowed hard. This can't be real. Isn't he a lower-class warrior? How could his power exceed that of a higher-class warrior like me? Vegeta's gaze sharpened. This must be his true power. Previously, he only exhibited a power level of 2000, which he had concealed. Vegeta discerned Goku's secret at a glance and stepped forward, stating, Saiyans do not employ such techniques. This planet possesses something special. Clearly, Goku's ability to hide his power had been learned on this very planet. Kakarot, where did you acquire this technique? Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Goku, gripping his shoulder. Goku unleashed a burst of energy, shaking off Vegeta's hand and leaping several meters forward, indignantly proclaiming, My name is Goku. I am an Earthling. He demanded, Are you planning to harm Earth? Rest assured, we will not harm Earth. Vegeta twisted his wrist, feeling a jolt of pain from the boy's actions. Really? Goku asked innocently, his anger dissipating. Indeed, Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. This boy was easily deceived. However, what he said was true. He had no intention of harming Earth and had developed a curiosity about its martial arts. Then I shall take you to learn how to control your ki. To be honest, I have yet to master it myself. I was just about to ascend to the other world for training when you all arrived here from the sky. Goku tilted his head, blinking his large eyes adorably. He then soared into the sky, and Vegeta, along with the others, exchanged glances before following suit. Thus, by a twist of fate, Vegeta and his companions invaded Earth. Yet, unlike the original tale where they wreaked havoc, they accompanied Goku to the other world to receive guidance from Bubbles. Chapter 17 Ties was acting strangely. In the realm of the destroyers, a striking figure sat by the lake, eyes closed in meditation. Nearby, a voluptuous woman rested on the grass. She propped her chin on her pristine palm, muttering, It has been 3 years of training, yet he still hasn't awakened. Ties, it's time to prepare the meal. Came a commanding voice from afar. On a distant lounge chair, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Whis, when will this girl ever be in a good mood? Sigh, another day of instant noodles. Lord Beerus, do you not see how much Ties cares for Lewis? Once Lewis awakens, her spirits will lift. Who doesn't know that? Why even ask? Enough with the small talk. Hurry and prepare the noodles. I'm near starvation. Beerus licked his lips, still relishing the instant noodles even after 4 years. Whis nodded and began to prepare the noodles, also making a portion for Ties. By the lake, Ties lamented. That wretched Lewis promised to take me to gather novel materials after his training, yet 3 years have passed. She gazed at Lewis, who was deep in meditation. His brows were sharp, his nose elegantly high, and his lips thin. Compared to 3 years ago, he had grown significantly taller and more handsome. Sitting by the lake, he radiated an ethereal aura, making Ties feel a sense of comfort in his presence. When will you awaken? She pondered, feeling a bit forlorn after not speaking to Lewis for 3 years. Suddenly, a resonating hum erupted. Lewis unleashed a surge of silvery energy, akin to boiling steam, that surged outward. Ties was nearly scorched by the intense heat, but fortunately, was quickly shielded her, appearing alongside Beerus. Whis and Beerus, holding their instant noodles, were left dumbfounded. The state of complete mastery, startled by the energy wave Lewis emitted, Ties patted her elevated chest and exclaimed, Whis, why are you two so surprised? Hasn't Lewis mastered this technique? Beerus swallowed a mouthful of noodles, his expression turning grave. Ties, we are referring to the perfect state of mastery. Weiss interjected, previously. Lewis could only grasp the rudimentary form of the state of freedom. I never imagined that within merely 4 years, he would achieve the perfect state of freedom. Beerus clenched his teeth. Thank goodness it's not the perfect ultimate state of freedom. Otherwise, I would surely weep. Weiss retorted. And what if it were the perfect ultimate state? The perfect state of freedom is already quite formidable. When do you plan to comprehend the rudimentary form of the state of freedom, Lord Beerus? Beerus lifted his gaze to the heavens. Ties exclaimed excitedly. Weiss, does this mean Lewis is about to awaken? The thought of finally conversing with Lewis filled her with joy. The repression of the past 3 years was released in that moment, and Ties smiled radiantly. Yet, Lewis remained with his eyes closed, oblivious to her presence. He should awaken soon. Let us keep our distance, Weiss remarked. With his words barely uttered, a thunderous roar erupted. The lakeside was suddenly engulfed in titanic waves. And above the surging waters, a figure spiraled, none other than Lewis himself. Lord Beerus, let us engage in battle. With a splash, Lewis vanished from atop the waves, reappearing beside Beerus, delivering a punch with unparalleled ease. Beerus' eyes narrowed as he cast aside his instant noodles, retaliating with a punch of his own. The collision sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Dust filled the air as silver and purple energies entwined rapidly. Weiss, what is Lewis's current status? Can he defeat Lord Beerus? Ties inquired anxiously. Weiss, it seems you are quite concerned about Lewis. Weiss chuckled, covering his mouth. That is not the case. Ties' heart raced, her fair cheeks flushing slightly. How could she be worried about Lewis? It was simply that they hadn't spoken in so long. Yes, that must be it. Really? Indeed. Ties huffed. Do tell, what is Lewis's condition now? Weiss laughed heartily, ceasing his teasing to speak earnestly. The perfect state of freedom is indeed impressive. Even if there is a power disparity of several times, one who comprehends the perfect state can still contend and potentially triumph over their opponent. However, Lewis has been solely training in the state of freedom, and his power and dimensionality have scarcely improved. Currently, Lewis possesses only 1.5 billion in battle power. Even upon entering the perfect state of freedom, it may prove ineffective due to the significant power gap. Noticing Ties' anxious expression, Weiss gently added, but do not fret. Have you forgotten Lewis's unique physique? He can disregard all negative influences, rendering Lord Beerus unable to harm him. Indeed, in the skies above, Beerus and Lewis battled for 2 minutes, shattering a breach in the heavens. Your physique is infuriating, Beerus exclaimed. Indeed, Lord Beerus is formidable. I am utterly outmatched. Lewis descended, gazing at Beerus, who also floated down. To be honest, entering the state of freedom does not significantly enhance power. It may even be less than that of a Super Saiyan. Yet, the essence of the state of freedom lies in flowing with nature, allowing the body to move with the mind. By anticipating the enemy's attacks, one can turn the tide. This is the key to overcoming the strong with the weak. However, Beerus truly deserves the title of the most formidable god of destruction. Even upon entering the realm of perfect mastery, he remains an unmatched opponent. If your power were to transcend to the divine level, it might prove somewhat challenging for me, Beerus remarked with his arms crossed. That is still far off. Lewis shook his head, glancing towards Weiss and Ties, beckoning them with a wave. Weiss, Ties, it has been quite a while. Weiss smiled and replied, Indeed. It has been 3 years since we last met. You wicked Lewis, how can you be so despicable? You claimed you would train for just a little while, yet you ended up training for so long. Ties exclaimed, her small canine teeth gleaming as she pouted in indignation. Well, I didn't anticipate meditating for such an extended period. Lewis scratched his head, perplexed by her irritation. I do not care. You promised to take me to gather materials for my novel. Didn't I take you out 3 years ago? Lewis finally grasped the reason for Ties' anger. It was due to his prolonged training, which prevented her from collecting material for her writing. You said that was 3 years ago. All right. I will accompany you to explore the universe shortly. This is your promise. Ties' pouting lips began to curve into a smile, her mood visibly lifting. Weiss, Lord Beerus, I shall prepare a grand feast for you both. Ties turned and departed from the lakeside, eager to cook. Beerus and Weiss exchanged glances. Beerus clicked his tongue and remarked, Is she in a good mood now? Of course. Lewis has awakened. How could she possibly feel otherwise? Weiss rolled his eyes. It's obvious. I was merely inquiring. Beerus scoffed before exclaiming joyfully, It seems we are in for a treat. Ties' cooking is truly delectable. He bounded eagerly towards Ties' direction. Lewis scratched his head, looking at Weiss in confusion. Weiss, what are you talking about? What do you mean Ties' mood has improved now that I am awake? No worries, come along. Ties' grand feast is enough to make anyone salivate, Weiss said, blinking as he prepared to leave. How peculiar. Lewis mused, following Weiss's retreating figure. On the lawn beside the god of destruction's palace, Ties had prepared an extravagant meal. Tempura and sushi were devoured with fervor by Weiss and Beerus. Lewis, too, found himself salivating. One must admit, Ties' culinary skills were truly remarkable, completely belied her identity as the daughter of Earth's wealthiest. Ties, your cooking remains exceptional, Weiss declared, having satisfied his appetite, sitting aside. Hee hee, If I can traverse the universe for so long, how could I lack any skill? Tais replied, resting her chin on her hand. Her gaze fixed on Lewis rather than Whis. Without this talent, I would have been reduced to eating instant noodles every day, and I would have lost my sanity long ago. Lewis lifted his head, questioning why Tais was so intently focused on him, utterly bewildered. He resumed eating, oblivious. After finishing his meal, Beerus wiped his mouth and commented, "Not at all. I find instant noodles quite delicious." Lewis took a sip of his drink and retorted, "That may be true for you and Whis, but eating those additives every day would be unbearable." Ha! Tais stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as she overheard Lewis's mockery directed at Weiss. When Lewis glanced over, their eyes met. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her lips parted slightly. Lewis felt his heart race as he noticed Tais' persistent gaze upon him. Indeed, Tais was quite lovely. Chapter 18, Journey to Namek. Clearing his throat, Lewis shifted his attention to Weiss. "Weiss, what is the current situation in our 7th universe?" Despite the brief passage of time, the average human power index had not changed. They remained in the bottom 3. But what of it? Even if Lord Zeno were to intervene, our universe would be overlooked. Beerus, seated nearby, casually picked at his teeth. "Moreover, I distinctly recall the mockery we endured from other universes over a decade ago. Lewis, when do you have time? Let us venture to other universes for some amusement." "Amusement? I suspect you wish to flaunt your prowess," Weiss retorted with a roll of his eyes. Yet, he refrained from dissuading them. For he too had been subjected to ridicule when Beerus appointed Lewis as a candidate for the god of destruction. Lewis stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Lord Beerus, there is no rush. With my current power, it would be challenging to assert dominance over other universes. I shall wait until my dimensional prowess reaches the divine level. Also," Lewis turned to Tais. "It has been 3 years since Tais last ventured out. If I do not take her out soon, she shall become quite bothersome." In truth, Lewis had another matter to attend to. He intended to visit Earth. According to the original storyline, it would not be long before Vegeta invaded Earth, followed by the conflict on Namek. Such a collision with the protagonist of Dragon Ball was an opportunity he did not wish to miss. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta and his companions had already invaded Earth and were currently training with Goku in the other world. "Who are you calling bothersome?" Tais teased, revealing her small canine tooth, addressing the lumbering figure before her. "I am bothersome, am I? Hurry up and eat, or I shall take my leave. Are you truly taking me out? You wouldn't think I would deceive you, would you? I wouldn't dare lie to Lord Beerus." Lewis chuckled, glancing at Beerus. His heart felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of deceiving such a beautiful woman. "Lewis, do you wish to perish? What do you mean you wouldn't lie to me, but would to Tais? If we are to speak honestly, I am still your master." "Is this how you treat me?" Beerus huffed, puffing out his cheeks in mock indignation. The trio burst into laughter at this exchange. Lewis's awakening had brought a delightful atmosphere to the gathering. It had been ages since the realm of destruction had been so lively. As the meal progressed, everyone enjoyed their fill. When it came to Lewis's suggestion of visiting other universes later, Weiss and Beerus did not object. After all, Lewis was correct. He was still too weak. Should he venture into other universes, they might be surprised by his talent, but with his current strength, he could not hope to assert himself. Even the substitutes of others' destroyers cannot be defeated. How can one retaliate? Soon, Lewis took action regarding Tais' matter, leading her away from the realm of destruction. In the northern galaxy, a spaceship traversed the cosmic expanse. Inside the vessel, Tai rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Lewis. For years ago, when she first encountered him, he was merely a youth, carefree and eager for compliments. With just a few flattering words, she had secured his promise of protection. It was amusing and infuriating how easily he entrusted his faith to others. One might think he would be easily deceived, perhaps even counting the coins for those who sold him out. Little did she know, Lewis was already aware of Tai's true identity. She was an inconspicuous character from the Dragon Ball universe, a friend of the warriors. Should any misfortune befall her, it would indeed be a pity. As Tai observed Lewis, he too noticed her gaze, casting a sidelong glance in her direction. "Tai, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Lewis inquired, touching his cheek. Since awakening, he sensed something peculiar about Tai. "No, it's just that I haven't spoken to you in a while," she replied, her eyes wandering, clearly not sincere in her words. Over the years, she had resided in the realm of destruction, which housed only 4 individuals. Whis was knowledgeable about many things. Aside from Lewis, he was the person with whom she conversed the most. As for Beerus, he was the true Lord of Destruction. Tai had discerned Beerus's character, recognizing him as a tough exterior with a soft heart. However, his occasional display of authority led her to speak less in his presence. In the realm of destruction, when Lewis was not training, he would keep her company, engaging her with his amusing conversation that often made her laugh heartily. Yet, during his training, her interactions dwindled, as Whis was excessively modest and Beerus was too solemn. Without Lewis by her side, Tai felt an undeniable void. She would accompany him through his training, recalling her first arrival in the realm of destruction. When Beerus had intended to strike her, it was the young Lewis who declared, "She is mine." Tai absent-mindedly touched her long hair, which she had grown after Lewis had commented 3 years prior during their visit to Frieza's headquarters. I think long hair would suit you beautifully. At that moment, Lewis noticed her long hair for the first time. Hey, Tai, why have you grown your hair long? He asked. Tai rolled her eyes, responding irritably. I wanted to grow it, so I did. Do I need your permission? You were the one who said I would look good with long hair. Clenching her fists, she felt an urge to punch Lewis. Unbeknownst to her, her heart had been captured by this youth, who had now transformed into an alluring young man. Tai admitted to herself that she was smitten. Yet, the fellow before her remained as dense as ever. By the way, Lewis, where are we headed now? Tai diverted the conversation, uncertain of Lewis's perception of her feelings. Too timid to voice her affections. Observing the peculiar expression on Tai's face, Lewis found her somewhat enigmatic but smiled nonetheless, replying, I am taking you to a rather entertaining planet. What kind of entertainment? Have you ever heard of Dragon Balls? No, Tai shook her head. Lewis chuckled and explained, Dragon Balls are extraordinary objects that can grant any wish. He elaborated on the powers of the Dragon Balls. What? Such a miraculous thing exists in this world. Summoning the dragon can fulfill any desire. Is that true? To fulfill any wish is rather unrealistic, Lewis replied, shaking his head. Even the Super Dragon Balls may not guarantee the realization of every wish. Can they truly claim to eradicate all deities? Lewis continued. Aren't you in search of material for your novel? I believe the Dragon Balls would be splendid content to incorporate into your story. You're right. Tai's eye sparkled, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lewis's. Lewis, you're incredibly clever. Your words have truly inspired me. As Lewis glanced down, he noticed his arm nestled between her alluring curves. Soft to the touch, he attempted to extract his arm, but was surprised by the strength of Tai's embrace. Pulling away gently risked hurting her. Hence he resigned himself to her hold, his heart racing with excitement. Heavenly heavens. Tai was quite the distraction. The spaceship's speed was moderate, requiring 2 months to travel from the God of Destruction's realm to Namek. However, their journey was filled with leisurely stops, indulging in food and entertainment throughout the cosmos. While Lewis took the opportunity to obliterate some substandard planets. With the two of them alone together, especially Tai, who often unwittingly revealed herself, it stirred Lewis's passions. Their relationship began to evolve slightly. After half a year, they finally arrived at Namek. With a whoosh, the spaceship descended, the hatch opened, and Lewis cradled Tai. Soaring out into the open air, Tai pressed her delicate face against his chest, her hands tightly clasped around his waist. As Lewis gently landed on the ground, Tai showed no intention of releasing her grip, and neither did he. Tai was truly beautiful, with skin as smooth as jade and a figure that captivated. Holding her felt akin to embracing a fragrant cotton candy, soft and sweet. After a moment, feeling parched and aware of a certain part of him stirring to life, Lewis patted her back. Tai, we have arrived. Already? Tai nibbled on her small canine, seemingly annoyed that Lewis interrupted their embrace. Nevertheless, she wriggled out of his arms. Wow, is this really Namek? The grass is blue. How peculiar. Despite its oddities, the environment was quite pleasant. Tai, clad in a flowing white gown, strode gracefully across the verdant ground. Lewis observed her long, fair legs, brushing his nose with a hint of admiration. The planet Namek once endured a cataclysmic climate disaster, and the Namekians have exerted tremendous effort to restore it to its current state. As Lewis spoke, a faint aura permeated the sky, suggesting a power level of approximately 20,000. Tai noticed his expression and inquired, Lewis, what troubles you? Lewis replied with a smile. It must be that the Grand Elder of Namek is aware of my arrival. The Grand Elder of Namek is a remarkable individual, seemingly adept in various mystical arts, including prophecy. It is likely he has foreseen the arrival of this candidate for the God of Destruction and has sent someone to greet me. Lewis elucidated the nature of the Grand Elder to Tai, who gasped in astonishment. I never realized such fascinating races existed in the universe while accompanying Jace. That is simply because you were perpetually on the run, Lewis replied. Chapter 19. Bestowing eternal youth upon Tai. Upon finishing his words, a Namekian resembling Piccolo descended before them. I greet you, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction, Nello proclaimed, startling Lewis, who was taken aback that the Grand Elder was aware of his identity. I wish to meet your Grand Elder. The Grand Elder has been awaiting your presence, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. Please, follow me, Nello replied. Observing Lewis with keen interest, Lewis emanated no formidable aura. Could he truly be the feared deity spoken of by the Grand Elder? Nello ascended into the sky, and Lewis soared alongside Tai, who clung tightly to his waist, unsure whether her grip was born of fear of falling or a desire for closeness. They arrived at a village, at the end of which stood a stone tower crowned with a white dwelling. The house, replete with Namekian characteristics, bore an uncanny resemblance to those depicted in anime. Lewis followed Nello as they descended upon the tower and entered the house. Nello contemplated suggesting that the woman remain outside but dismissed the thought, considering Lewis to be the formidable deity the Grand Elder had described. Upon reaching the second floor, Thais was met with the sight of the colossal Namekian, and in fright, she sought refuge in Lewis's embrace. Lewis, hee. Lewis felt perplexed. Having never noticed how clingy Thais had become, it seemed her affections had intensified since his awakening. Fear not. This is the Grand Elder of Namek. The Grand Elder of Namek? Thais hesitantly emerged from Lewis's embrace to gaze upon the Elder. The Grand Elder indeed towered at 3 meters tall, yet his age was evident from his parched skin. The Grand Elder regarded Thais briefly before shifting his focus to Lewis. I greet you, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. The Elder expressed regret. I apologize for my inability to rise in greeting due to my physical condition. Please pardon my transgression. No matter. Lewis waved his hand and smiled. It seems you have long anticipated my arrival. Startled, the Grand Elder quickly replied, Please forgive me. I discovered your presence while foreseeing the future of Namek. Sweat beads fell from his brow, foreboding the movements of the divine, potentially signaling the annihilation of his kin. Lewis was aware that the Grand Elder indeed possessed prophetic abilities, and he reassured, Grand Elder, please do not take my words amiss. The Grand Elder, relieved, inquired, then, Esteemed one, what brings you to Namek? I require the use of your wish orbs. Very well, I shall have Neru escort you to gather the wish orbs. The Grand Elder did not hesitate, readily acquiescing. Compared to his demeanor before Frieza, the Grand Elder's response to Lewis was remarkably agreeable. Who wouldn't be agreeable? Offending Frieza could result in death, but at least there remained the prospect of reincarnation. However, to offend Lewis meant forfeiting even that chance. Receiving the Grand Elder's command, Neru led Lewis outside. Lewis, it seems the Grand Elder is quite intimidated by you. Thais' voice chimed as she nestled in Lewis's arms, relishing the warmth he provided. The Grand Elder is aware of my true identity. Naturally, he harbors fear. Have you forgotten the planets that have crossed me in the past? Lewis referred to the celestial bodies he had devastated during their travels through the cosmos over the past 6 months. Upon recalling this, Thais swallowed hard. Indeed, he should fear you. A destroyer of worlds is truly terrifying. With a mere flick of a finger, entire planets can be obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The trio set forth from the Grand Elder's village, traversing through 6 additional villages, ultimately gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. In a clearing, Neru piled the Dragon Balls together and glanced at the young man beside him. What kind of power does this deity possess to instill such fear in the Grand Elder? Neru exhaled. The pressure of being in the presence of the unknown was considerable. Come forth, Shinran. Neru called in the Namekian tongue. Suddenly, the sky fell silent. Tai held her breath. Lewis observed the 7 Dragon Balls below. This was his first encounter with them since arriving in this world. He couldn't help but notice the sheer size of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Comparable to basketballs, they dwarfed the Earth-S, which were merely the size of a fist. Naturally, the wishes that could be granted by the Namekian orbs far exceeded those of their Earth counterparts. As Lewis pondered the advantages and disadvantages of the Namekian Dragon Balls, a rumble echoed, dark clouds gathered and thunder rolled. A brilliant beam of golden light erupted from the 7 massive Dragon Balls, soaring into the heavens. The dark sky was instantaneously illuminated as the golden radiance coalesced into form. This spectacle left Tai utterly astonished. Although Lewis had witnessed such scenes in the anime, witnessing it firsthand was undeniably awe-inspiring. Roar! A colossal green dragon, reminiscent of Western dragons, manifested in the sky. State your wishes. I can grant any wish you desire. Hiss. Lord Substitute Destroyer, what brings you here? Shinran, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Neru's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Even the dragon bows before this young man? Is it not permissible for me to be here? Lewis's lips twitched slightly as he pondered how to inquire about the origin of the handkerchief held by Baranga. Tai, witnessing the obsequious demeanor of the dragon, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Having emerged from the realm of the god of destruction alongside Lewis, she had encountered an abundance of such sycophantic displays. No, I have not. I am Baranga, and I have encountered the esteemed candidate for the title of god of destruction. Baranga's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, intensifying by the moment. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries and fulfill my wish. Lewis spoke, for my first wish. I desire that the Saiyans be able to survive in the universe. He understood that, having undergone a transformation, he could no longer disregard the Saiyan race. For years ago, he had declined King Vegeta's request. Now, it was time to take action for the sake of the Saiyan lineage. Could you please articulate this in the Namekian language? Esteemed Lord? Baranga stammered, its anxiety palpable. It feared that making demands of the candidate for God of Destruction might lead to its immediate obliteration. Nevertheless, this step was indeed necessary. Without it, fulfilling the wish would be utterly impossible. Lewis was momentarily taken aback by this request. He had anticipated that the Namekian dragon, recognizing his identity, might feel compelled to forego the requirement of using the Namekian tongue for wishing. However, that was not the case. Upon reflection, he grasped the crux of the matter. The methods of wishing employed by these dragons had been established by Salamanda, like a program. Any missing conditions would render the execution of the wish impossible. Nailu, overhearing Baranga's words, hastily recited them in Namekian. Buzz. Baranga's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Esteemed candidate for God of Destruction, your wish has been granted. Lewis's body trembled slightly as he sensed a transformation within himself. From this point forward, Scions would be able to alter their method of respiration in the cosmos, drawing breath through their own energy. However, once their energy was depleted, they could no longer sustain themselves in the universe. Technically speaking, this did not equate to true survival in the cosmos. Yet, given the caliber of the Namekian dragon, Lewis deemed the fulfillment of his wish to be quite satisfactory. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the miraculous power that enveloped Lewis dissipated abruptly. Lewis was taken aback. Tai, puzzled, inquired, Lewis, what is the matter? Lewis waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It's nothing. It became evident that the effects of his immunity had taken hold. Due to this immunity, he was inherently capable of surviving in the universe. The miraculous power bestowed upon him by the dragon had altered his method of existence in the cosmos. However, this change possessed its vulnerabilities. For Lewis, the wish had a detrimental effect. His immunity naturally purged the miraculous power that the dragon had conferred upon him. Please, esteemed candidate for God of Destruction, state your second wish. As for the second wish, let me contemplate. Lewis suddenly found himself at a standstill. It seemed he truly had no desires left to express. He recognized the considerable limitations of the dragon's capabilities. Not every wish could be realized. Eternal youth? Immortality? Without delving into the intricacies of whether the wish for the Wheel of Time can be realized, it is evident that for Lewis, having become the candidate for the God of Destruction, such matters no longer pose a challenge. In other words, he harbors no desires left. Taisi, do you have any wishes? Lewis inquired, casting a glance towards her. Taken aback by his concern, Taisi smiled radiantly. Oh, I have none. You may wish for whatever you desire, without regard for my own. Lewis stroked his chin in contemplation, then raised his gaze towards the Wheel of Time in the heavens. Let Taisi remain eternally youthful. Chapter 20, A Confession. Lewis's voice was soft, yet it resonated in Taisi's ears like thunder, striking her very soul. She covered her mouth in disbelief. After Neru spoke in the Namekian tongue, the Wheel of Time's eyes glimmered crimson once more. Esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction, your second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. I have no further wishes. You may depart. Lewis clicked his tongue, truly at a loss for any additional desires. Very well, I shall take my leave. The Wheel of Time sighed in relief, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the sky. Esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction, if there are no further commands, I too shall take my leave. Nero pondered for a moment before speaking. Wait. Please inform the elder that there is no need to worry about the impending crisis facing Namek. The Saiyan clan will intervene. With a rumble, Neru's body trembled. Namek is to face danger in the future? Thank you, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. Upon realizing the identity of the individual before him, Neru was filled with elation. Even if peril were to arise, the assurance of the candidate for the God of Destruction meant that Namek would undoubtedly weather the storm. As Neru departed, only Taisi, still in a daze, and Lewis, wearing an amused expression, remained. Lewis chuckled. Taisi, what troubles you? Feeling a rush of emotion, Taisi's eyes glistened as she gazed at him. Why did you make such a wish? You said you wished for my eternal youth? Indeed. Can I say that I could think of no other wish? Hence I made this one. Lewis teased her. Taisi, initially moved, felt her irritation rise at his words. Lewis, you scoundrel. Laughter erupted from Lewis as he stepped closer, gently ruffling her hair. The days of training stretch endlessly. I wish for you to accompany me always. A surge of unfamiliar feelings overwhelmed her, emotions bursting forth. Taisi's eyes brimmed with tears as she covered her mouth. Is what you say true? I am not foolish. How could I not see your feelings? Lewis reached out, tenderly wiping the tears from her face. 6 months prior, upon awakening, he noticed something amiss with Taisi. Initially, he thought little of it, but during their cosmic adventures together, he observed her growing increasingly affectionate. Lewis was not oblivious. He recognized Taisi's intentions. He too realized that he had begun to care for her deeply. Each time he beheld her smile, joy enveloped him. Conversely, her frown stirred a sense of agitation within him. So do you like me? Tais lowered her head and timidly spoke. Fool, didn't I say it? I just want to be with you forever. Lewis embraced her tightly and solemnly declared, Tais, I like you. Lewis, I like you too. Tais beamed with a smile that was so stunning it seemed time itself had come to a standstill. She wrapped her arms around Lewis's waist and looked up, grinning. Lewis, I am so happy. You're the one who flatters me, you know? Tais pouted playfully, giving his waist a gentle twist before joyfully exclaiming, Lewis, does that mean I can keep this appearance forever? Indeed. Lewis gazed at Tais. Her delicate cheeks, long eyelashes, and the shy flutter of her eyelids made her irresistibly charming. Though she was a mature young woman, She displayed the innocence of a girl. Ty's was truly beautiful. Ty's. Lewis cupped her small face in his hands. Their eyes met, and she slowly closed her eyes. Half an hour later, Ty's face was flushed with embarrassment as she touched her lips. Lewis, it's all your fault. They ve swollen. You can't blame me. Lewis held Ty's tightly in his embrace, whispering in her ear, it's all because Ty's is too enchanting. You. Ty's heart raced. Lewis's sweet words were so disarming that they made her feel weak. With her head lowered, she shyly clutched her clothes, saying, Lewis, you're being unfair. Just a while ago, Lewis was completely oblivious, blushing at every little thing. Now, having confirmed their relationship, the once clumsy Lewis seemed to possess the confidence of a seasoned veteran. Lewis, were you pretending all along? I liked you so much, didn't you notice? Ty's pouted and huffed. At first, I truly didn't see it, but gradually it became clear, Lewis replied, planting a kiss on her forehead. I never imagined my Ty's could be so bold. Inside the spaceship, Ty's often dashed out wrapped in a towel, occasionally letting it fall to the ground. The thought of that scene made Lewis's heart race wildly. I'm not bold, I only act that way in front of you. She looked down, her entire face resembling a ripe red apple. Little did she know, to Lewis, her words were even more audacious. Lewis held her face gently, leaning down once more. After a long moment, he said, All right, my Ty's, it's time for us to go elsewhere. Lewis held her closely as they soared into the sky, knowing that in this world, they now had each other to hold dear. Enveloped in his embrace, Ty's felt an immense joy. She could finally be held by Lewis without reservation. Upon returning to the landing site of the spaceship, the two departed Namek. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder murmured. So it turns out the candidate for the destroyer Lord knows everything. Earth. The journey from Namek to Earth took another 3 months of winding travel. Almost a year had passed since Lewis left the realm of the destroyer. The spaceship landed on the West Capital Plains. Lewis, what made you suddenly want to come to Earth? Here are my kin, and by the way, let us visit your parents. Lewis took Ty's to soar towards the western city. Do you have relatives on Earth? Yes. Lewis suddenly looked up at the sky, incredulous, and remarked, and there is more than one. For powerful auras emanated from the celestial realm, and based on their combat prowess, the strongest seemed to possess around 80,000 in battle strength. Lewis furrowed his brows and murmured. Ty's leaned against him, gently caressing his well-defined cheek. What troubles you? Nothing. I am merely taking you to have some fun in the celestial realm. Celestial realm? You will understand once we arrive. Instantly, Lewis altered his flight direction and ascended rapidly into the sky. In the celestial realm, the sun shone brightly, and at the center of the temple plaza sat a figure strikingly similar to Bardock. It was none other than the recently matured Son Goku. Beside him were 4 gravity chambers, 3 of which were occupied by individuals training within. At the edge of the celestial realm, a Namekian observed the lower world, suddenly feeling a wave of unease. Sweat pouring down his body. They are growing stronger. They have arrived. With a crash, a beam of light descended from the lower realm, manifesting in the celestial domain. The powerful shockwave knocking the deities to the ground. Who are you? The deity, astounded, wondered about the intruder's high dimensionality. Could it be the King of Worlds? The commotion awakened Son Goku in the center of the temple plaza. Who are you? Goku readied himself for battle, scrutinizing Lewis and Ty's. Indeed, Kakarot was training in the celestial realm at this time, and he would continue to do so for 2 years before participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Afterward, once Chi-Chi married and gave birth to Gohan, it would be Vegeta's turn to invade Earth. Lewis gazed at Goku, contemplating within. Suddenly, he inquired, Kakarot, is Vegeta inside? Pointing towards the central gravity chamber. Kakarot, since maturing, Son Goku had become more astute, aware of his heritage. Upon hearing Lewis call him Kakarot, he exclaimed, You are a Saiyan? The deity also noticed the tail around Lewis's waist, feeling a sense of relief. Goku, he seems to belong to your race. From his perspective, since Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa had appeared on Earth without malicious intent, this Saiyan should similarly be harmless. Goku, having observed Lewis's tail, remarked, Is Vegeta inside? Have you also fled here? Vegeta and his companions had been pursued by Frieza's army before escaping to Earth. Fled? Ty's chuckled, covering her mouth. Who would dare make Lewis flee? He wouldn't allow anyone else to escape, let alone himself. Lewis paused, swiftly recalling Whis' words about Vegeta and his companions being constantly hunted. He shook his head. I did not come here as a fugitive, just call Vegeta out. You may refer to me as Lewis. Very well, I shall summon Vegeta. Goku approached the central gravity chamber and pressed the communication button from outside. Vegeta, a Saiyan named Lewis has come to see you. Who? Who do you say? The communication device suddenly erupted with a loud shout, and then the gravity chamber opened, revealing a figure. His hairline was notably high, his forehead gleaming, and he wore a snug training suit. It was Vegeta, who tightly grasped Goku and inquired, Has Luis arrived? Where is he? Before Goku could respond, Luis spoke up. Vegeta, long time no see. Vegeta looked at the person behind Goku, swaying slightly. It was indeed Luis. Chapter 21, Arrival on Earth. Vegeta was immensely excited. Upon seeing Luis, he immediately expressed the pent-up frustration he had been harboring. Ultimately, he and Raditz, along with Nappa, had resorted to coming to Earth in search of assistance. After hearing the entire story, Luis comprehended why Vegeta had appeared on Earth. The historical correction was indeed remarkable. Vegeta had not only arrived on Earth, but was also training in the other world with Goku. Luis, our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. You must avenge us, Saiyans. Vegeta shouted, clenching his fists. Very well, I am aware of the situation with planet Vegeta. This vengeance is yours to exact. I shall not intervene. Luis waved his hand dismissively. Did you not become a candidate for the God of Destruction? With a mere flick of your finger, you could obliterate Frieza. Why do you not take action? Vegeta exclaimed vehemently. Years ago, King Vegeta had similarly questioned Luis, who had coldly refused the king's pleas. While I possess the ability to eliminate Frieza now, do you truly wish for me to intervene? Luis replied coolly. This time, Luis did not dismiss Vegeta's request with icy indifference. The Saiyans had transformed after joining the Galactic Patrol, evolving from ruthless marauders into guardians of the universe. Akin to the Solid Defense Force of Universe 6. Vegeta fell silent. Luis inquired again, do you still desire my intervention? Should you wish for my assistance, I shall immediately seek vengeance for our Saiyan race. Forget it. Vegeta's stoic expression unexpectedly revealed a smile. Let us handle it ourselves. As the prince of the Saiyan race, Vegeta was proud, and facing the enemy of his people, he was reluctant to accept help from the candidate for God of Destruction. He yearned to exact revenge with his own hands. Kakarot, will you accompany me in seeking vengeance? Vegeta turned to the dazed Goku. In the past, he would have lacked the confidence to voice such a sentiment, especially considering Frieza was the emperor of the universe. However, after arriving on Earth, his confidence had surged. The training methods on Earth, the gravity chambers, and most importantly, the presence of Goku before him. All right, I will go with you, Goku chuckled, scratching his head. You fool, Vegeta remarked, gazing at the innocent Goku with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Luis too found himself amused by Goku's character. Vegeta had changed, yet Goku remained the same. And that was just fine. Luis suddenly inquired, when do you plan to seek vengeance? Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, who furrowed his brow and replied, perhaps in 2 years. In that time, Kakarot and I will surely surpass Frieza. Very well, I shall be present to witness your revenge then. Luis refrained from informing Vegeta of Frieza's true strength. After all, one must endure hardships to transform into a Super Saiyan. Taking Tai's hand, Luis prepared to turn away when a thought struck him. Would you two like to learn some powerful techniques elsewhere? What techniques? Sun Wukong asked. The Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Luis articulated slowly. If you wish to learn, I can arrange for the North Kai to instruct you. Excellent. Vegeta nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in techniques esteemed by a potential god of destruction. Then I want to learn as well, Sun Wukong added. Though they both agreed, Luis did not immediately escort them to the North Kai. Firstly, based on his observations, Vegeta's combat power was only around 70,000, while Sun Wukong appeared to possess about 80,000. Vegeta remained the perennial second best. Secondly, their martial training was still lacking, especially in Sun Wukong's case. Under Whis' guidance, Luis could discern that Sun Wukong's martial foundation was insufficient. Only by fully embracing the teachings of that individual could Sun Wukong hope to attain the Ultra Instinct state in the future Tournament of Power. That individual Luis referred to was indeed Bobo. Luis suspected that Bobo might belong to the angelic race, as he had long served the Earth's deity in the eyes of others. Moreover, Bobo's demeanor bore striking similarities to that of an angel, unemotional, devoid of desire, and capable of training young Sun Wukong to a stalemate. He could similarly achieve a balance while training Son Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans. For now, Luis chose not to disturb Bobo, leading Tai away while allowing the 4 Saiyans to continue their training in the other world, the realm where the Earth's deity resided. Is there really a deity on Earth? I was unaware of this, one might ponder. You are not alone in your ignorance. Many Earthlings are unaware. Especially since you have spent so much time in the universe, came the response. Time passed swiftly, and a year elapsed. During this time, Luis resided with Tai. Luis was strikingly handsome, quickly gaining Bulma's approval, while the Briefs couple had no objections and even felt reassured. With a husband, Tai would likely be kept in check. After all, it was perilous to allow a woman to traverse the universe alone. However, Luis asserted that he would always protect Tai, allowing her the freedom to pursue her desires. Bulma remained skeptical that Luis, with his seemingly fragile physique, could safeguard Tai from harm in the cosmos unless he possessed the power of Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Until Tai Si revealed Luis's identity and urged him to display his prowess, it was only after Luis obliterated the nearby planet that Bulma realized she had underestimated him. She never anticipated that Luis would possess such noble lineage and formidable strength. At that moment, Bulma's family finally believed that Luis could adequately safeguard Tai Si. Chapter 22. King Kai Fist, Spirit Bomb. On this day, a year later, in the celestial realm, Lewis arrived alone. Within the 4 gravity chambers, only 3 were occupied. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in the center of the Divine Temple's plaza. Greetings, esteemed candidate for God of Destruction. The Supreme Kai approached with reverence. Having learned of Lewis's identity over the past year, no need for such formalities. Understood. How long has Kakarot been meditating? Sun Wukong had been in meditation for 6 months. The Supreme Kai pondered for a moment. 6 months, you say? Lewis stroked his chin, glancing at the remaining 3 gravity chambers. It was evident that the training methods of Vegeta and the others differed from Sun Wukong's. One sought enlightenment through meditation, while the other utilized the gravity chamber for power training. Tailored instruction. Lewis gazed meaningfully at the interior of the temple, realizing it was indeed Bobo's teachings at work. I shall return later. Notify me when Kakarot awakens. As Lewis prepared to depart the celestial realm, a faint ethereal aura emanated from Sun Wukong, only to vanish moments later. Has he laid the foundation for the Ultra Instinct? Lewis observed Sun Wukong in the center of the plaza, raising an eyebrow slightly. Sun Wukong's current state mirrored that of his prior training in the Ultra Instinct realm. However, unlike Sun Wukong, Lewis had acquired the initial form of Ultra Instinct through system rewards and subsequently trained for 4 years to achieve the perfected state. Truly, Sun Wukong deserved his title as the protagonist of Dragon Ball. His innate talent was indeed extraordinary. Beyond that, Lewis reaffirmed his beliefs, realizing that Bobo was certainly no ordinary being. Sun Wukong stood and approached Lewis with a smile. Lewis, what brings you here? Have you forgotten what I told you? You mentioned learning the King Kai fist. Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy. Go fetch Vegeta. What about Raditz and Nappa? They lacked the requisite talent. There's no need to summon them. Now go. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and said no more. He called for Vegeta, who also appeared with a delighted expression. The esteemed King Kai fist, as praised by the candidate for God of Destruction, must surely be remarkable. Lewis led the 2 of them, instantly vanishing from the celestial realm. The North Kaishin star lay in the underworld, an area that would be elusive to ordinary individuals. However, Lewis was different. As a candidate for God of Destruction, his dimensional awareness had reached the level of a Kaishin, thus he knew precisely where the underworld resided. Crossing the barrier between the human realm and the underworld, Lewis and Sun Wukong arrived before the Hall of Judgment. Stop! A spectral guard of the Hall of Judgment stepped forward. Before he could finish speaking, a voice filled with dread echoed from within. Which Kaishin has descended upon the Hall of Judgment? A massive, bull-headed figure, resembling the Ox King, rushed out. Panic etched across its face. However, it soon became evident that the newcomer was not one of the 5 familiar kings of the realm, but rather a young man of equal stature, accompanied by 2 mortals. You must be the King of Hell. I have business with the North King. Kindly refrain from bothering me, Lewis stated coolly, before soaring away with Sun Wukong and the others towards the snake path. The King of Hell, rooted to the spot, dared not utter a word, his mind plagued by curiosity regarding the identity of this new king. As they traversed the snake path, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained silent throughout. Hey, Vegeta, why are so many people afraid of Lewis? Sun Wukong inquired. Isn't it obvious? Who wouldn't fear a candidate for the God of Destruction? Is a candidate for the God of Destruction truly formidable? With but a single finger, he could annihilate you. Would you not consider that strength? Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to Lewis. Is what Vegeta said true? Lewis's mouth twitched slightly. You don't intend to challenge me to a duel, do you? Observing Lewis's silence, Sun Wukong pressed on. Lewis, can you fight me? Absolutely not. Lewis replied bluntly, displeased with the slow pace. He seized Sun Wukong and the others, vanishing from the snake path in an instant. The next moment, they emerged at the end of the snake path, where a diminutive planet hovered above. Let us proceed, Lewis announced, guiding the 2 towards the North King star. As they landed, a resounding roar echoed, and a large gorilla appeared before them. Babulous, cease your incessant interruptions, Lewis exclaimed, recognizing it instantly, and with a swift motion, sent it flying with a single slap. Sun Wukong and Vegeta swallowed hard, taken aback by the sheer rudeness. North King, come forth. Lewis's voice resonated across the entirety of North King Star. The North King, awakened from his slumber on the planet's far side, opened his eyes wide with fury. Who dares disturb my rest? He seethed, rushing forward for a minute before finally confronting Lewis. Who are you? Do you not understand the importance of not interrupting someone? Suddenly, the North King gasped, staring at Lewis in astonishment. Who are you? How can your dimension be so elevated? And why are there 2 mortals with you? His eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is happening today? Why has a divine being of king-level dimension appeared here? Enough, North King. I have come to request that you teach these 2 the King Fist and Spirit Bomb techniques, Lewis stated. How do you know I can teach those techniques? And who are you? The North King inquired, brow furrowed in suspicion. Enough with the pleasantries. Just teach them, Lewis replied curtly. I will teach them, but only if you tell me a joke. The North King was bewildered by Lewis's identity, when had another king appeared. And why had he brought 2 mortals here to learn King Fist and and spirit bomb. Nevertheless, the aura of this king did not exude malevolence, making it acceptable to teach. A vein throbbed on Lewis's forehead. Another joke? He sighed. North King, do you recognize this? He raised his hand, revealing a sphere of purple energy. Suddenly, a mighty wind surged, causing the entire North King star to tremble. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt a shiver run down their spines. Faced with this overwhelming force, the two of them were devoid of any thoughts of resistance. It was abundantly clear that if struck, their survival was far from assured. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, both acknowledging the sheer terror emanating from Lewis. How can you destroy energy? The North Kai exclaimed, startled. The memories of Beerus annihilating his planet vividly etched in his mind. Could it be that Lord Beerus has perished? The North Kai's face drained of color as he swallowed nervously, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, far away in the realm of destruction, Beerus suddenly sneezed. Who was speaking ill of him? If Lord Beerus were to learn of your words, do you think your North Kai planet would remain intact? Lord Beerus is truly not dead. The North Kai whimpered on the ground, as if shielding his precious planet, his voice shaking. And no, this is my last planet. Very well. I have no interest in your North Kai planet. Just ensure you properly instruct these two, Lewis declared, dissipating the destructive energy in his hands. If Lord Beerus is indeed alive, then you must be the current candidate for the god of destruction. The North Kai exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Goodness, that lazy fellow has even taken on disciples. Lewis replied, North Kai, is that acceptable? The North Kai, fearing to oppose, swallowed hard and assured, rest assured. Esteemed candidate for god of destruction, I will teach them well. All right then, I entrust them to you, Lewis said, turning to Sun Wukong and his companion. Focus on your training. I shall take my leave for now, but I will return in a year to collect you. As Lewis prepared to depart, he turned back to add, by the way, the spirit bomb may not be suitable for everyone. If you cannot master it, do not be disheartened. Learning the Kaioken will suffice. Before one can transform into a Super Saiyan, the Kaioken is undoubtedly the most beneficial technique for them. The spirit bomb, it seems, can only be learned by those with a pure heart. Lewis aimed to prepare Vegeta with this forewarning, preventing any potential despair should he struggle with the spirit bomb. Having delivered his message, Lewis departed from the scene. Chapter 23, Inciting Lewis. However, Lewis was not one to acquiesce. He jested that Thais was now his woman. Thus, she should no longer be tasked with cooking. This remark prompted eye rolls from Whis and Beerus, deeming him a cad who prioritized romance over mentorship. At that moment, Thais suggested they simply invite Beerus and Whis to Earth. After all, her culinary skills were hardly remarkable compared to the many adept chefs on Earth. Upon hearing this, both Beerus and Whis' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet, a pressing matter prevented them from immediately setting off for Earth, causing them to delay their plans. Lewis inquired about their reasons, but they remained reticent. In the realm of destruction, Beerus and Whis stood before the Palace of Destruction, gazing skyward. Lord Beerus, will you not inform Lewis about the candidates for God of Destruction from other universes arriving in the 7th universe? What purpose would that serve? Let us not forget that those individuals are merely here to vex me. Upon witnessing my acquisition of a candidate for God of Destruction, they will likely follow suit. Beerus gritted his teeth, exclaiming, they will undoubtedly recruit some beings with power sufficient to attain the divine realm. With Lewis's combat power at a mere 1.5 billion, even transforming into a Super Saiyan would make no difference. The very thought is infuriating. Whis chuckled. Well, who could blame you, Lord Beerus? Your reputation is rather poor. Every god of destruction across the universes seems eager to mock you. Even your own brother wishes to come and taunt you. Humph. Let them wait another 2 years and see who will be mocking whom. Lewis currently possesses only 1.5 billion in combat power. Yet, even that is beyond Whis' capability to defeat. The other candidate gods of destruction have no hope of overcoming Lewis. Fortunately, Whis remained oblivious to Beerus' thoughts. Otherwise, he would have surely remarked that not even his own father would have a solution. Beerus laughed maniacally. Come, let us head to Earth. Those rascals will undoubtedly come looking for me there. Gulyalu. Whis swallowed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Excellent. Thais mentioned that Earth has an abundance of delectable food. This will be delightful. Let us hasten our departure. In the North Galaxy, at Frieza's headquarters, a sharp and sinister voice echoed throughout the premises. Silence fell upon the assembly of aliens in the hall, each fearing to provoke the wrath of the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza crushed the wine glass in his hand, gritting his teeth, cursed Galactic Patrol. Why must they oppose me? Frieza was oblivious to the reasons behind the Saiyans joining the Galactic Patrol. All he understood was that they had betrayed him. Betrayal was the one thing he loathed above all else. Thus, he had relentlessly sent his army to hunt down the Saiyans. Initially, he had some success, eliminating a handful of them. However, the Galactic Patrol headquarters was a place even Frieza dared not invade. Particularly after the incident 4 years ago when a candidate god of destruction had invaded his own stronghold. Frieza could no longer afford to pursue the Saiyans. Over the years, the Saiyans had grown increasingly powerful, especially Bardock, whose combat power now surpassed that of the Jinyu force. If he refrained from intervening, Frieza's army would be utterly incapable of restraining the Saiyans. Yet, he also had to consider the candidate god of destruction. At that moment, an alien hurried into the palace, exclaiming, "Frieza, my lord, I have heard a legend." Frieza, in a fit of rage, turned his attention to the newcomer. "What is it?" "I overheard an ancient race speaking of a legend regarding immortality. In my travels, I learned that by finding the mythical Dragon Balls, one could grant any wish. Any wish. So, it is not merely about attaining immortality, but could also bestow immense power." Frieza's expression shifted with intrigue. The alien wiped the sweat from his brow. "I must clarify, my lord, that this is merely hearsay. I do not know the location of the Dragon Balls." As those words left his lips, an icy aura of murderous intent enveloped the palace. "You must find out. You must ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Once I attain immortality and great power, the Galactic Patrol headquarters will be mine to conquer." Earth. Lewis reclined in the backyard of Ty's home, sipping a refreshing beverage, relishing the pleasures of life. Ty's was not present, having gone shopping with Bulma. As the two sisters had not seen each other for many years, their sisterly bond was profound, and now they were inseparable. At that moment, a cascade of vibrant colors appeared before Lewis. "Ah, enjoying life, are we? Is that not my Lord Beerus?" Lewis opened his eyes and chuckled. "Aren't you supposed to be busy? You wouldn't come to Earth when summoned, yet here you are now?" His tone was laced with playful sarcasm. Beerus gritted his teeth, vexed by the impudent youth. With a sly glint in his eye, he teased, "I have both good news and bad news for you. Which would you prefer to hear?" Whis, standing nearby, stifled a laugh behind his hand. Lewis closed his eyes once more. "My Lord Beerus, I am not inclined to listen." Beerus's forehead twitched with irritation, while Whis burst into laughter. "You will listen whether you wish to or not." Beerus huffed. "The good news is that you are about to make a name for yourself." Lewis raised an eyebrow, reopening his eyes. "And the bad news?" "The bad news is that you will have to fight the candidate destroyers from other universes." "What?" Lewis shot up from his lounge chair, fixing a piercing gaze upon Beerus. He finally grasped the implication behind Beerus's words regarding making a name for himself. This was a summons to battle against the candidate destroyers from other universes. With his immunity, defeat was not an option. Thus, he would become renowned throughout the multiverse. "My Lord Beerus, your calculations are quite astute," he exclaimed with a chuckle. Beerus whistled, tilting his head towards the sky. Lewis's lips twitched in a faint grimace. The reason he acknowledged Beerus's cleverness was that if he were to engage in battle with the other destroyers, he was already in an advantageous position. Beerus was indifferent to garnering animosity, as he was already despised by all other destroyers, and it mattered little to him if they grew to dislike him further. However, Beerus now sought to embroil him in this conflict. "All right, brat, I am your master, so you shall tell me whether you will assist me with this task." Beerus clapped Lewis on the shoulder, his expression unfazed. "Of course, I shall help," Lewis replied through gritted teeth. Though he outwardly feigned anger, internally he remained unperturbed. Their fates were inextricably linked, and he had long since formed a bond with the seventh universe. Moreover, he regarded Beerus and Whis as both mentors and friends. A subtle smile graced Lewis's lips, as he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to confront the other candidate destroyers. Suddenly, Lewis furrowed his brow and inquired, "My Lord Beerus, aside from the 11th universe, do other universes have candidate destroyers as well?" Whis finally spoke, chuckling. "Ah, long ago, when Lord Beerus accepted you as a candidate destroyer. Other destroyers followed suit." Lewis covered his eyes. He finally understood the extent of Beerus's unpopularity. While others had made preparations long ago, they were simply waiting to mock Beerus. "Very well, my Lord Beerus, when will they arrive in the 7th universe?" "In 1 year." "In 1 year? Indeed, is there a problem?" Beerus looked at Lewis with a perplexed expression. Lewis shook his head. A year later, the two were preparing to seek vengeance against Frieza. To their surprise, the candidates for the god of destruction from other universes arrived in the 7th universe after a year as well. There seemed to be a temporal conflict. In the end, Lewis refrained from saying much, and Beerus along with Whis settled on Earth. Upon their arrival, they quickly realized that Ty's words held truth. Earth was indeed a paradise of culinary delights. Even the simplest street food was a delicacy they had never encountered before. Beerus and Whis lamented why they had not discovered this planet sooner. Beyond the gastronomic wonders, they soon made another remarkable discovery. A towering stone spire loomed over the northern region of Earth, capped by a mysterious celestial realm. They had ascended to this celestial realm once, but found nothing amiss, only acknowledging the ancient nature of both the realm and the stone tower. Ultimately, Beerus and Whis could only leave the matter unresolved. Chapter 24, Goku and the Mastery of the Kaioken Technique. While Beerus and Whis reveled in the culinary world, Lewis embarked on his training. This was his first training session since departing from the realm of the gods of destruction, focusing on 3 aspects: strength, dimension, and rules. In terms of strength, his power was measured in battle prowess. Before transforming, he possessed a power level of 1. 5 billion, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, this surged to 75 billion. Dimensionally, he was at the level of a KO. Regarding rules, he could only condense destructive energy to the size of a fist. To achieve breakthroughs in all three areas within a year seemed exceedingly unrealistic without system rewards. The system had not issued any sign-in tasks, compelling Lewis to concentrate on one aspect in hopes of making progress within a year. After careful consideration, he decided to focus on the dimensional aspect for several reasons. Even if further enhancement was possible, it would be minimal unless he broke through to Super Saiyan 2, which would amplify his original power by 100-fold, resulting in a staggering 150 billion battle power. However, it was crucial to remember that Lewis had only recently attained Super Saiyan 1. Further breakthroughs seemed implausible. This was also why he had chosen to accompany Tai instead of training after leaving the realm of the gods of destruction. Secondly, regarding the destructive rules, the size of the destructive energy sphere he could condense was contingent upon his own strength. The capacity of a vessel determines how much water it can hold. Lewis had already reached the limit by condensing a destructive energy sphere the size of his fist. Any attempt to create a larger one was utterly impossible. It was essential to bear in mind that the incoming candidates for the God of Destruction would also adhere to these destructive rules. Even if Lewis could condense his destructive energy further, it would pale in comparison to those who had trained for millennia in the art of destruction. Thirdly, the dimensional aspect differed from the previous two. Lewis's current dimensional level had already attained that of a KO. Any further breakthrough would elevate him to the divine level. The divine level is where the gods of destruction and the KO reside. Once Lewis ascends to the divine level, his strength will transform into divine power. It has been previously stated that divine power differs significantly from mortal power. Under comparable combat capabilities, the force unleashed by divine power is far more formidable. Another crucial advantage of breaking into the divine dimension is the substantial increase in lifespan. However, even if Lewis achieves a dimensional breakthrough, he would still be unable to overpower the other candidates for the God of Destruction. Lewis never considered that he could defeat others at this moment. Yet he was confident that no one could vanquish him. The outcome was already predetermined as a stalemate. Thus, Lewis decided to focus on dimensional mastery. Nonetheless, it is essential to note that dimensional cultivation requires more than mere talent. It necessitates a considerable amount of time, as well as opportunities and luck. Therefore, Lewis once again ascended to the heavenly realm. In the heavenly temple, the gods continued to observe the lower realms. One of the deities wiped the cold sweat from his brow, surprised that the true God of Destruction had come to earth. A beam of light descended from the lower realms, and the visitor was none other than Lewis. The deity inquired with curiosity, "Lord Candidate for the God of Destruction, do you have matters to discuss?" Lewis replied with a smile, "I have come to request the use of your hyperbolic time chamber. Might you grant me this favor?" Would the refusal imply the destruction of Earth? The deity swallowed hard, bemused by how Lewis knew of the hyperbolic time chamber, yet nodded in agreement. "It is no trouble at all. Very well, please lead the way." "Certainly, follow me," the deity responded, guiding Lewis into the temple and through the corridor. Along the way, the deity elaborated on the precautions regarding the hyperbolic time chamber. Lewis was already well aware of the conditions within, but he listened attentively. Upon arriving at the chamber's entrance, the deity cautioned, "Lord Candidate for the God of Destruction, please ensure that you exit within 2 years. Otherwise, you will be trapped there indefinitely." "Understood." With that, Lewis stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, in another universe, Ramsey queried, "Have you selected your candidates?" "That was decided over a decade ago," came the reply. "And you, Zampa? Surely you do not intend to abstain from this challenge simply because Beerus is your brother?" "Bah, I would relish the opportunity to mock that scrawny fellow daily." "Excellent. They have 1 more year to train. Let us hope no mishaps occur." The 11 gods of destruction gathered to conspire against Lewis. On the other side, the angel attendants convened. "Bardos, have you uncovered the origins of that divine aura from years past?" "Alas, I have not." "And the rest of you?" "We have found nothing." "We inquired with Whis, but he claimed to know nothing. Perhaps he truly is unaware." "Very well, let us seize this opportunity to investigate the 7th universe thoroughly." "Yes." As time flowed on, a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the restaurant of the Ties family in West City, Ties offered Lewis a piece of meat on her fork. Lewis smiled gently, opening his mouth to accept the morsel. Once he finished, Ties delicately wiped his mouth with a napkin. Across the table, "Weiss, do not snatch, this is mine." "Lord Beerus, it's mine." Beerus and Weiss were engaged in a fierce struggle over the last chicken leg on the dining table, nearly coming to blows. Lewis greeted them and took Ties' hand, leading her out of the hall. Observing this, the two in the restaurant halted their antics, allowing Beerus to seize the opportunity to snatch the chicken leg from Weiss's grasp. As he gnawed on the leg, he remarked, "Weiss, do you not find this lad somewhat peculiar?" Weiss pondered for a moment before responding. "It seems the dimensionality is slightly off." "Indeed, I share that sentiment. It feels as though Lewis is on the verge of transcending to the divine realm." Beerus took another bite of the chicken leg and shook his head. "I must be losing my mind." Lewis has only trained for 16 years. How could he possibly break through to the divine realm so swiftly? On North Kaioshin's planet. Whoosh. Lewis and Tai instantly materialized here. Suddenly, two overwhelming auras surged forth with ferocious intensity. Tai's previously rosy complexion turned ashen in an instant. Do not be afraid, Lewis reassured, tightly embracing Tai as a purple glow enveloped them. The destructive energy wrapped around the two, and the rolling waves of energy collided with the aura of destruction, causing an immediate dissipation. You startled me, Tai exclaimed, patting her chest. Tenfold Kaioken. Tenfold Kaioken. They shouted in unison, causing the tumultuous waves of energy to intensify, making North Kaioshin's planet tremble as if it might explode at any moment. Stop it, you two. North Kaioshin grasped a crooked tree for support, while his pet gorilla and grasshopper clung to his legs. Who are they? They are incredibly powerful. Tai, protected, gasped in astonishment. They are my kin. I never expected they would truly master the Kaioken. Lewis held Tai closely as the fierce waves of energy crashed against them. Yet they ultimately could not breach the shroud of destructive energy surrounding them. After a while, two crimson auras dimmed, and Goku and Vegeta exited their Kaioken state. North Kaioshin and his two pets released their grip on the tree, collapsing helplessly to the ground. It's Lewis. Goku noticed him, and naturally, he also spotted Tai beside Lewis. Lewis, who is she? She is my wife, Lewis replied with a gentle smile, leading Tai forward. Tai felt a rush of warmth. Gazing tenderly at Lewis, he squeezed her hand and turned to Vegeta. How was the Kaioken? Vegeta grinned, very strong. Frieza is doomed now. Oh. Lewis sensed the power levels of Vegeta and Goku. When Goku arrived at North Kaioshin's planet, his power was at 80,000, while Vegeta was slightly less at 70,000. Now, in Lewis's perception, Goku's power had risen to approximately 200,000. As for Vegeta, he remained a bit behind Goku, possessing around 170,000. Haha. It seems you both have great confidence in your revenge plan. Humph. I will personally slay Frieza. Vegeta gritted his teeth. The vivid memories of the explosion of planet Vegeta still fresh in his mind. Perhaps with his battle power of 170,000, he was insufficient to defeat that cosmic tyrant. However, if he were to transform into a great ape, Frieza would undoubtedly stand no chance against him. At that moment, having witnessed the candidate god of destruction, King Kai of the North quickly regained his composure and rushed over to pay his respects. He was anxious to avoid any misstep in etiquette that might provoke the ire of his counterpart, leading to the obliteration of his remaining planets. Goku hesitated, his thoughts lingering. Kakarot, what troubles you? Vegeta inquired. Why don't you ask whether we have mastered Lord North Kai's other technique? Goku grinned, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. Is it that Kakarot has learned it, while I have not? Lewis burst into laughter. How dull. Vegeta scoffed again. Goku placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder, smiling at Lewis. Haha, Lewis, you are quite clever. This only deepened the scowl on Vegeta's face, prompting him to speak at last. What is so impressive about it? It's merely a spirit bomb, far inferior to the King Kai fist. The word jealousy was practically stamped upon his face. Well, didn't I mention that this technique isn't something everyone can learn? You needn't take it to heart, Vegeta, Lewis interjected. Indeed. Only those with a pure heart can master this technique. King Kai of the North nodded vigorously. At this moment, Vegeta's expression darkened even further, as if they were insinuating his heart was impure. Eventually, Lewis took Tais by the hand, leading the disgruntled Vegeta and the cheerful Goku away from King Kai's planet. Chapter 25, Ding, please sign in before the deities. In the backyard, Tais and Lewis sat on a swing, their heads lowered, Tais bashfully asking, Lewis, could you repeat what you said on King Kai's planet? Lewis feigned ignorance, a mischievous smile adorning his face. What did I say? I seem to have forgotten. Tais lifted her head, puffing up in indignation, resembling an irate little lion. Her eyes sparkled, particularly when she glared, making her appear irresistibly adorable. Despite being an elder sister, the eternal youth bestowed by the dragon had her embodying a youthful charm that was simply captivating. Lewis felt his heart racing. Tai seized Lewis's hand and playfully nipped at it. Fuming, speak quickly, or I shall bite you to death. Lewis smirked, teasingly ruffling her hair. If you bite me to death, then who will be your husband? I am so happy. Tai beamed, leaping down and into his embrace, wrapping her arms around him as if hugging a tree. The girl in his arms was soft, and the refreshing scent of her fragrance enveloped him, igniting an unusual warmth in Lewis's heart. It was the sweetness of happiness melting within him. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he had always dreamed of landing blows on Beerus and kicking the Omni King. Who would have thought he would encounter Tais? While many beauties graced the Dragon Ball universe, such as Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18, Tais possessed a unique beauty. She was both mature and intelligent, yet playful and endearing. Lewis cradled Tais against him, feeling a newfound sense of attachment. Once, you promised to protect me, yet I find myself deceived by you. Suddenly, A soft voice emanates from the beloved Tai Si in my arms. What have I deceived you about? You've stolen my heart. Tai Si raises her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with the reflection of Lewis. Clutching his chest, Lewis feels as if a sweet arrow has pierced his heart. Cradling her delicate face, he inquires, Sister Tai Si, when did you learn to tease? Her golden hair cascades down her back, her fair and exquisite face framed by soft lips that part and close. I am not teasing you, and I am certainly not your sister. I am your wife. Tai Si playfully sticks out her tongue, embodying a charming innocence. The gentle breeze blows, yet it cannot dispel the heat surging within Lewis. His Tai Si is simply too adorable. With tender affection, he kisses her soft lips. Tai Si's eyes widen in astonishment. He is kissing me. Her mind momentarily blank. She forgets to resist. When she regains her senses, she reciprocates. Her boldness igniting a blush that warms her ears. After a moment, their lips part. Tai Si suddenly feels something pressing against her. A rosy hue blooming on her cheeks as her fingers playfully tug at Lewis's shirt. I am sorry. Lewis stammers, the grandeur of the substitute destroyer vanishing, leaving him looking rather foolish and dazed. He prepares to release Tai Si. With a soft giggle, Tai Si covers her mouth, then tightly embraces Lewis in a tree-hugging embrace. Let it be. After all, he's my man. Lewis, held tightly by Tai Si, feels the intensity escalate, the atmosphere thick with an intoxicating tension. Their eyes lock, and the air becomes stiflingly warm. Lewis lowers his head, while Tai Si's lips curl into a slight smile, her eyes fluttering shut once more. Suddenly, a buzzing sound fills the air. A myriad of colorful lights dances across the sky, a vast divine aura enveloping the earth. Mortals remain oblivious, yet Lewis senses it keenly. At that moment, a notification rings. Ding. Task issued. Please check in before the myriad of angelic destroyers. Reward, Divine Dimension. The Divine Dimension? Lewis pauses, then erupts with joy. Throughout his time in the Destroyer realm, he had diligently cultivated his dimensional powers. After 4 years of training, he had seen little progress. Upon arriving on Earth, he continued his training for over a year, and with the additional years spent in the Spirit Time House, he finally made a breakthrough. He was on the cusp of entering the Divine Dimension. However, he always found himself unable to take that final step. Now, the system grants him this task, a delightful turn of fate. Instead of kissing her again, he gently cradles Tai Si's face and softly says, Sister Tai Si, they are coming. Who is coming? Tai Si opens her eyes, her lips forming a pout. How delightful kissing is. They were so close to another kiss. How frustrating. It's the substitute destroyers from other universes. They come looking for me. Those guys. How infuriating. Tai Si clenches her fists. Feeling vexed that she couldn't kiss her little boy, she can hardly contain herself. With a kiss to initiate, Tai raised her head and pressed her lips against his. Unsatisfied, she let her tongue venture forth. After a moment, she declared, all right, quickly go. Eventually, Lewis departed from the backyard. In the northern expanse of Earth, 11 radiant beams of color manifested, revealing 33 silhouettes. Among them, 11 figures bore ethereal halos, while the remaining 22 radiated an aura of formidable strength. The god of destruction from Universe 1, Iwan, spoke. What is that scoundrel Beerus doing on such a wretched planet? The god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramsey, mocked. Indeed. Universe 7 has begun its descent into decline. The assembly of gods of destruction erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, the 11 angels remained expressionless, their gazes fixed upon a towering structure nestled within the northern forest of Earth. The remaining 11 figures were all candidates for the position of god of destruction. At that moment, 2 more figures materialized. Beerus coolly remarked, so you have truly come. The god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, laughed heartily, scrawny ribs. Are you prepared for a spar? Where's your heir? With feigned curiosity, Kampa surveyed the surroundings, taunting, your heir? Surely they aren't too frightened to join us. It seems even Beerus is afraid. Why hasn't he brought his candidate? The god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, sneered. The other gods of destruction laughed with abandon. For what prowess could a mere child, barely a decade into their training as a candidate, possibly possess? Beerus snorted in response, laugh? We shall see if you can still find amusement shortly. The god of destruction from Universe 2, Hellas, interjected. Anyone can boast. Why not let your heir step forth? He continued, enough chatter, Beerus. We agreed that our heirs would engage in a bout. So bring forth your candidate. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Wymite, gazed at Beerus with mockery in her eyes. The candidate gods of destruction shared amused expressions, for they had been ordered to ensure that the heir of Universe 7 would face humiliation. At that moment, a ripple coursed through the space, and a figure appeared beside Beerus. It was none other than Lewis. Ding! Successful registration before the assembly of angels and gods of destruction. Reward, Divine Dimension. With a surge, a divine aura erupted from Lewis, signifying his ascension to the threshold of divinity. The power of a mortal was wholly transformed into divine strength. Upon breaking through to the divine dimension, Lewis's lifespan now equaled that of the Kaioshin and Gods of Destruction. As the assembly of angels and gods of destruction sensed Lewis's breakthrough, the atmosphere became electrified with excitement. What is this? The Divine Dimension? Who is this individual? How has he ascended to the Divine Dimension? Could he possibly be the candidate for the God of Destruction from Universe 7? Impossible. Beerus has only trained a candidate for a mere decade. It is utterly unfathomable to nurture a child to the Divine Dimension in such a short span. The gods of destruction stared at Lewis in shock. Not only the other gods of destruction were astonished, but even Beerus and Whis were left speechless. Isn't this lad from the Kaioshin dimension? How did he break through in the blink of an eye? Chapter 26. The Astonishment of the Gods. Greetings, esteemed Destroyer Gods. Lewis touched his nose and immediately recognized the Destroyer Gods and angels present. However, there were also 11 others nearby, their dimensions not particularly high, with the highest being that of King Yama. Although their dimensions were low, the aura surrounding them was remarkably potent. These 11 individuals must be the candidate Destroyer Gods from other universes. Wait, Lewis suddenly spotted a familiar figure among these candidate Destroyer Gods. Toppo. In the Super Anime, Toppo is the captain of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11. He faced off against Vegeta in the Tournament of Power, and both were eliminated simultaneously. To his surprise, Toppo had now been recruited as a candidate Destroyer God by Whis. In just over a decade, he had achieved such a remarkable feat, truly impressive talent. Yet, what use is a strong dimensional training talent if you have not noticed his power? Hold on, he actually exudes a destructive aura. Has he comprehended the rules of destruction? The Destroyer God of Universe 8, Jiren, exclaimed, "This kid's talent is terrifying. No wonder you, Beerus, would recruit him as a candidate Destroyer God." The Destroyer God of Universe 12, Jin, added in disbelief, "It's astonishing, in just over a decade. He has elevated his dimensional training to a divine level and even grasped the rules of destruction." Kampa shook his head in disbelief. "We were mistaken. I told you. How could a mere skinny guy be joking about becoming a candidate Destroyer God?" The other Destroyer Gods shared similar expressions of shock. As for the angels, they were even more astounded. They looked at Lewis. An ethereal aura emanated from Lewis. The Destroyer Gods might not have noticed it at first, but this was indicative of an angel-level realm. How could the angels possibly overlook it? A state of freedom. The candidate Destroyer God of Universe 7 is barely 20 years old. This boy must have started his training from the womb. No, even training in the womb only adds a year. This boy is truly terrifying. What do you think? Didn't you just say to call Lewis over? How do you feel about my successor? Beerus placed his hand on Lewis's shoulder, looking at the gathered gods, and laughed heartily. In truth, Beerus was puzzled as to how Lewis had suddenly broken through to the Divine Dimension. However, now was not the moment for inquiries. Seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces, years of frustration dissipated, leaving him immensely satisfied. Don't get too smug. Just because your successor has great talent doesn't mean he will win this sparring match. Quitella gazed at Beerus and Lewis with a dark expression. Beerus was his rival, and his strength surpassed Quitella's. It could be said that he was among the many Destroyer Gods who most hoped to see Universe 7's decline. For a long time, Universe 7 had been deteriorating, potentially facing annihilation by the Omni King at any moment. He was genuinely pleased. Yet, he anticipated this. Indeed, this sparring match is not solely about talent. True strength is essential. Whis patted Toppo beside him. Toppo stepped forward. Boom. A tempest of destruction surged forth, the ground shattered, and the forest vanished. How formidable. His destructive prowess is astonishing, indeed a formidable adversary. The assembly of candidate destroyers began to voice their concerns. The earth trembled increasingly. On the brink of collapse under Toppo's overwhelming destructive aura, Lewis remained by Beerus's side, his expression impassive as he observed Toppo wreaking havoc on the planet. "You seek your own demise." Beerus's countenance darkened, more ominous than ink. The earth was a rare culinary treasure he had painstakingly discovered. Anyone daring to mar his planet would become his enemy. A chilling aura of malevolence emanated from Beerus, and in an instant, he vanished. Toppo, standing beside Whis, suddenly felt as though he could scarcely breathe, as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. The destructive aura surrounding him abruptly dissipated. "Cease this," he hastily intervened. Positioning himself before Toppo, muscles taut, fists clenched with all his might. A purple fist materialized in the void, colliding with his own. Boom. The earth trembled and shattered. In an instant, the planet erupted, and the northern galaxy was indelibly marred. All the angels sprang into action to shield their respective candidate destroyers, with Whis feigning to protect Lewis. In the cosmic expanse, "Beerus, have you lost your mind?" Ewan exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Destroyers must not engage one another. Do you wish to be obliterated by the Omni King?" Hele shouted. The assembly of destroyers emerged, condemning Beerus, yet none dared to confront him. Even Kampa could only voice his discontent, for he understood the peril of inciting Beerus's wrath. At that moment, Whis and Beerus separated, retreating to Toppo's side. "If you wish to fight, I shall oblige you," Whis declared, his words defiant. though his hand trembled from the encounter with Beerus. Toppo's pupils constricted in realization, focusing intently on Beerus. The power of the destroyer from Universe 7 was overwhelming. Even Lord Whis could scarcely withstand a single blow. The other candidate destroyers exhibited expressions of disbelief, realizing there existed a disparity among destroyers. Beerus, ignoring the divine assembly, turned to Whis. Restore the earth. At once. Lewis smirked slightly, enjoying the spectacle. Why destroy the earth for mere mockery? Is that not courting disaster? Nevertheless, Beerus's strength was undeniably formidable. You live to see another day? Beerus glared at Toppo behind Whis, then coldly warned, I caution you all, whoever dares to harm my earth shall face annihilation. The candidate destroyers trembled, confronted by such fierce malevolence. Meanwhile, Toppo's back was already damp with cold sweat, clearly intimidated. Enough of this chatter. Are you prepared, skinny bones? Let us commence our sparring. At that moment, Kampa stepped forward, the only one bold enough to confront Beerus in his fury, being his own brother. Why the rush? Beerus retracted his icy demeanor, adopting a playful expression as if the preceding events had never transpired. Lewis, you may decide when you wish to engage them. In a few days, after all, the esteemed gods of destruction have traveled great distances to the 7th universe. It is only fitting that they first take a moment to rest, Lewis finally spoke. The assembly of gods of destruction exchanged amused glances, with Kampa mocking, look at your successor, Beerus, so considerate of others. Now, take a look at yourself. Humph. If you're dissatisfied with me, we can settle it in a match. Beerus retorted before vanishing alongside Whis, leaving Lewis alone to accompany the other deities. It truly vexed me. After all these years, that scrawny wretch remains insufferably arrogant. How I wish I could eliminate Beerus. Eliminate him? Do you possess the strength for that? Listening to the grumblings of the other gods of destruction, Lewis chuckled softly and said, esteemed gods of destruction, please follow me. Ascending into the sky, the gods of destruction exchanged glances before following suit. The other candidate gods of destruction trailed closely behind, their eyes fixed on the remarkably gifted Lewis ahead of them. However, talent does not equate to power. They remained confident about their chances in the forthcoming spar. Soon, they would have the opportunity to mock that scrawny figure. With this thought, the gods of destruction following Lewis felt a surge of satisfaction. The angels flew at the rear. They were astonished to discover that the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe possessed such exceptional talent. Indeed, the young man named Lewis seemed to have grasped the essence of perfect mastery. It was no wonder Beerus had chosen him as a candidate. The 7th universe was on the verge of rising to prominence, the angels remarked. At that moment, Vados suddenly furrowed her brow. Sister, have you noticed the towering spire in the center of the forest? A colossal tower loomed over the northern forest of Earth. The angels jolted in unison. They too had noticed the ancient structure, adorned with numerous mysterious symbols. All eyes turned towards Kusu. With a grave expression, Kusu replied, Indeed, I see it. That tower is exceedingly ancient. I cannot discern its origin. This planet is intriguing. The revelation left the angels in stunned silence. If even their eldest sister could not identify the tower, its significance must be profound. Let us allow these young ones to finish their sparring before we consult Whis. Kusu said, her brows knitted in concentration. We must inquire about the divine aura from years past, and whether he knows anything about that tower on this planet. Chapter 27. Sparring with the candidate gods of destruction. Unbeknownst to Lewis, amidst the angels' astonishment, he had arranged accommodations for the deities through his sister-in-law, Bulma. With Beerus' prior warnings, the gods of destruction and their candidates dared not cause unrest on Earth. Beerus was quite pleased with the conduct of the deities. Subsequently, he and Whis sought out Lewis to inquire about his breakthrough into the divine dimension. Lewis explained that he had reached the realm of the King of Worlds early on and, by a fortunate twist of fate, managed to break through. Beerus and Whis were at a loss for words. They recognized Lewis' uniqueness, yet his talent was undeniably formidable. Throughout these years, Lewis had not focused on the cultivation of strength, instead dedicating himself entirely to the mastery of dimensions. Whis and Beerus had borne witness to this dedication. Although Lewis may currently be slightly weaker in strength, he can diligently cultivate and enhance his abilities at any time. However, the situation in the dimensions is markedly different. Some individuals have practiced for millions of years, yet still remain mere rulers of the underworld or the realms. Achieving the status of true divinity is an exceedingly arduous task. In the following days, the various gods of destruction spent a tranquil 2 days on Earth. Kampa, unable to contain himself, had come here with the intention of mocking Beerus. Yet, he found himself waiting an additional 2 days before they could engage in sparring. Lacking a viable excuse, it was rather inappropriate to directly insult Beerus. Consequently, Kampa instructed Beerus to present his favorite delicacy, the East Bird egg, claiming that such a treat could not possibly exist in the 7th universe, denouncing it as mere garbage. With a wave of his hand, Beerus summoned Whis to bring forth instant noodles. The angels, gods of destruction, and candidate gods of destruction were each served a bowl of noodles. Goodness gracious. Beerus, what is this? It is utterly delicious. Each strand of noodle and every sip of broth was simply exquisite. Beerus, I have finished. Is there any more? Kampa, huddled in a corner savoring his noodles, dared not utter a word. Days passed, and the deities remained enraptured by the culinary delights of Earth, nearly forgetting their purpose for being there. In the backyard of Taiza's house, Katra observed the gods of destruction indulging in ice cream, pudding, and desserts, and exclaimed loudly, "Have you all forgotten why we are here? What is our purpose? We came here to spar with Beerus's successor." Boom. The 10 gods of destruction suddenly snapped to attention. Kampa approached Beerus, pointing an accusatory finger at him, and exclaimed, "How could you, Beerus, tempt us with food, intending to let things slide? Not a chance." Hellas took a bite of pudding, revealing a look of bliss. "Beerus, you have indeed gone too far." Lamsey sipped a chilled beer and burped, "Thank goodness that dead mouse reminded us, or we would have truly forgotten." Katra and the other gods of destruction vehemently criticized Beerus. Rolling his eyes, Beerus retorted, "You all forgot, and now blame me, huh? Enough chatter, let us commence the sparring today." "Humph, I was in a good mood and offered you some delightful treats, and now you put down your chopsticks and complain. Is it? Who is afraid of whom? Lewis is already in an invincible position. If you wish to mock, then let it commence." Whis, summon Lewis. Yes, at Wiss's behest, Lewis appeared in an instant. "Lord Beerus, what is the matter? They are eager to be mocked. Let us begin, do not delay." "No problem. But I would like 2 individuals to witness the battle of candidate gods of destruction." Lewis asked Whis to locate Vegeta and Goku, only to discover that Vegeta had taken Goku, Raditz, and Nappa away from Earth. What? Where are they headed? It seemed they were en route to Namek. Lewis was taken aback. Piccolo had not perished, and the Supreme Kai was still alive. Why would they venture to Namek? During the 3 years that Vegeta spent on Earth, he had developed a relationship with Bulma. Aware of Bulma's sister's connection with Galactic Patrolman Gak, Vegeta established contact with the Galactic Patrol headquarters through ties. Far away at the Galactic headquarters, King Vegeta finally received news about his son and sent a message to Vegeta. Frieza had discovered the legend of the Dragon Balls on Namek and was en route to that planet. If Frieza were to obtain the Dragon Balls, it would spell doom for the Saiyans. Consequently, King Vegeta rallied all the young Saiyans, and over 500 Saiyans set off towards Namek. The 7th universe was thrown into an uproar. On one side stood the cosmic tyrant Frieza, and on the other, the rising Saiyan clan. A clash of these 2 formidable forces was imminent. Upon learning this information, Vegeta immediately departed Earth with Goku and others. Under Whis' narration, Lewis grasped the unfolding events, and his blood surged with excitement. The Saiyan clan was about to confront Frieza. Just the thought of it sent thrills through him. He longed to witness the spectacle, but he was unable to leave. "Lewis, what are you thinking?" Beerus interjected. "Lord Beerus, let us begin. Once we finish, I must journey to Namek." Lewis stifled his excitement. Beerus nodded and turned to Whis. "Whis, prepare the void battlefield." Whis smiled and said, "Sister, lend a hand." In a corner of the yard, Kaiatsu slowly set down her ice cream and ascended alongside Whis. They arrived in an expanse of void, where both simultaneously waved their staffs. A hum resonated as 2 streams of vibrant light emanated from the staffs, permeating the void. In an instant, the void transformed into a battlefield of 100,000 square meters. The angels, destroyers, and candidates for destroyer rushed into the arena. Lewis was the last to step onto the battlefield, which promptly froze outside. The destroyer of the 5th universe, Arak, inquired, "How do you wish to spar this time?" The destroyer of the 11th universe, Vermaud, replied, "It matters not how you wish to spar, as long as you leave Lewis to my 11th universe." The destroyer of the 6th universe, Kampa, retorted angrily, "What nonsense. Lewis belongs solely to my 6th universe." The destroyers exchanged barbs, each eager to battle Lewis. After all, he had yet to reach his full potential. Defeating him would provide a significant opportunity to mock Beerus. Otherwise, once Lewis matured, the chance for a rematch would be lost. Stop, esteemed ones. Why not let your heirs take part?" Lewis interjected, eager to end this farce and hastened to Namek. Upon hearing this, the 11 candidates for destroyer were incensed. "How audacious. Don't think that just because of your innate talent, you are formidable. Can you truly defeat any of us candidates here? Do you really believe you are a true destroyer? Indeed, your power is lacking, and already you have adopted Lord Beerus's arrogance. Beerus, I want to strike someone." Ketla flew over, landing before Lewis, patting his chest and coldly remarking, "You, young man, are quite arrogant." The temperament of Beerus has always been rather irksome to him. Yet this young man exhibits a demeanor strikingly similar to that of Beerus himself. Lewis squints his eyes and addresses Katra with a tone of feigned indifference. "Lord Katra, what seems to be the matter? Do you harbor any grievances against me?" Although Lewis speaks with a calm demeanor, to Katra, it resonates with an unmistakable provocation. The other gods of destruction regard Lewis with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. What audacity he possesses. Does he not fear Quitra's wrath? Beerus merely nods. perceiving no fault in Lewis's behavior. If anything, he finds it commendable. Given Quitra's disdain for him, Lewis naturally reciprocates such sentiments. Young man, do you even comprehend who you are addressing? Quitra's body radiates a palpable aura of hostility, causing the candidate gods of destruction present to tremble involuntarily. Lord Beerus, permit them to join. I am pressed for time. Lewis turns his back on Quitra, dismissing him entirely. You. Quitra seethes with rage, astonished that he has been disregarded by such a lowly being. Raising his hand, he gathers destructive energy. A hum reverberates as the atmosphere of the battlefield is abruptly disrupted. Quitra, you have crossed the line. Beerus materializes instantaneously behind Lewis, confronting Quitra with an expression devoid of emotion. Cross the line. The god of destruction, Vermouth, watches the unfolding scene with a bemused smile. Just days prior, his champion Topo had inflicted minor damage upon a planet. Yet Quitra is prepared to enact lethal force upon Lewis. Is this not an overreaction? The other deities present share in the incredulity. If he seeks his own demise, I shall oblige. Quitra retreats his hand and turns to his universe's candidate god of destruction, commanding, Troy, engage alongside the other candidates and eliminate that insolent fool. Yes, Troy. The candidate from Universe 4 nods in compliance. The remaining candidate gods of destruction glance toward their own deities, who also acquiesce. Consequently, all the candidate gods of destruction ascend into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, the angels are left in a state of astonishment. Batos looks at the composed Whis, perplexed. Whis, has your candidate god of destruction lost his mind? The other angels echo similar sentiments, questioning whether Lewis truly believes that mastering the perfect state of existence renders him invincible. To dare provoke Quitra and simultaneously challenge 11 candidate gods of destruction is either sheer folly or madness. In response to his siblings' inquiries, Whis merely smiles enigmatically. Sis, contemplating, tilts her head and muses. Could it be that he is overconfident? Overconfident? The angel from Universe 4, Conic, chuckles. This young man possesses remarkable talent. Having transcended to the divine tier, yet he still falls short in raw power. Can this be construed as overconfidence? Batos and the other angels share a similar perspective. Very well, observe closely, and you shall understand. Whis replies with a smile. Lewis's uniqueness cannot remain concealed. It will inevitably come to light. Thus, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to reveal it. Moreover, given that even the Grand Minister is aware and has entrusted Whis with Lewis's cultivation, there is assuredly no cause for concern. Chapter 28. Disregarded. In the skies above, 111. Lewis gazes calmly at the 11 opponents before him. Among them, Topo is the one he is most familiar with. Topo is formidable. To stand toe-to-toe with the deep blue state of Vegeta is a feat that only the extraordinary can achieve. As for the other candidates for the god of destruction, he has neither encountered nor heard of them. Lewis is unaware of who among them is the strongest, but he is certain that none of the candidates can be vanquished by his current power. This is beyond doubt. Kid, you're quite arrogant, Troy remarked with a furrowed brow. He had been chosen by Quitra as a candidate for god of destruction over a decade ago, with the aim of one day defeating the candidates from the 7th universe. Now, that moment had finally arrived. What? Is being bold a crime? Lewis retorted, a slight smirk gracing his lips. His audacity was overwhelming. Soon enough, he would have cause to lament. What emboldened you to simultaneously challenge all 11 of us? The other candidates for god of destruction shook their heads in disbelief. Undeterred, Lewis declared, enough chatter, let us commence. If you seek an early demise, I shall oblige. Troy caught a glance from Quitra in the distance, signaling the other candidates to prepare for battle. At this moment, Topo asserted, surrounding an opponent is not a just act. It contradicts my principles. You may proceed. He shook his head and flew aside. TCH, what are you posturing for? Ignore him. Let us go. As the sparring commenced, the atmosphere of the void battlefield grew tense. The 10 candidates transformed into purple glimmers, slicing through the emptiness, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy towards Lewis. From afar, god of destruction Beerus shook his head, muttering, that kid is doomed. I just don't understand how he dares to take on 11 at once. Quitra laughed heartily. Beerus, your warriors are rather foolish. Ramsey, non-committal, replied. Foolish they may be, but his talent is remarkable, and his courage is commendable. If only my universe had such a person. Beerus glared at Ramsey, fuming. You're calling my people foolish? What are you even thinking? You think you're worthy? Skinny cat, are you courting death? Ramsey retorted, his anger flaring. He despised being referred to as a skinny elephant. Want to throw down? Very well. Beerus advanced towards Ramsey, his eyes icy. Startled, Ramsey quickly fell silent. It would be one thing to face Beerus in a group, but being alone against him was an entirely different matter. Suddenly, a voice rang out. All right. It's time to begin. The gods of destruction turned their gazes towards the distant void. With a whoosh, 10 purple beams surged towards Lewis. Although he knew he would not be harmed, the prospect of being besieged by 10 candidates sent shivers down his spine. Submitting was not in his nature. Lewis clenched his fists, summoning the power within. Boom. His battle power erupted to 1.5 billion in an instant, transforming into a golden aura. His hair shimmered, alternating between black and gold, flickering incessantly. Boom. The very earth trembled. Super Saiyan. A battle power of 75 billion. Ordinarily, it would be 75 billion. But Lewis had recently transcended to the divine level. His power now transformed into divine energy. With his current strength, it can no longer be measured by mere combat prowess. To quote Lewis has yet to reach the first layer of divine realm power, but he is not far off. A torrent of overwhelming energy surged outward, halting the advance of the 10 candidate destroyers approaching Lewis. What is this? Such formidable power. No wonder he dares to challenge all 11 of us at once. Humph. But it is still insufficient. This power is still a long way from the first layer of divine realm. Charge. Troy led the charge, closely followed by the other candidate destroyers. The sky was instantly shrouded in a purple radiance. Troy appeared before Lewis, channeling the second layer of divine realm power into his fist, striking with tremendous force. Lewis raised his hand to block. Such immense power. Lewis felt no pain. Yet the sheer force sent him flying. Just upon contact, Lewis revealed a sense of defeat. At the side, Topo furrowed his brow. Is this what the 7th universe's candidate destroyers amount to? Did he not claim he could take on 11 at once? And yet he falters after a single blow? From a distance, the other destroyers clutched their stomachs, erupting into mockery. Ha ha. Beerus, what sort of joke is this in your universe? Did you really think dyeing your hair golden made you strong? He can't even withstand a single punch from Troy. How amusing. He truly believes he is a master of the 5th layer of divine realm, yet he is so weak. His boastful demeanor mirrors yours, Beerus. Why does he emulate such a foolish bravado? This young man is squandering his extraordinary talent. Hearing the jeers from the other destroyers, Beerus felt a slight flush of embarrassment. His plan was never for Lewis to win against the other candidates, but rather to endure until the end of the sparring match. No one could defeat Lewis. A group of second-layer divine realm candidates could not overpower a mere boy who had yet to attain divine realm strength, even in a group assault. Beerus understood that anything he might say at this moment would be futile, so he quietly awaited the final outcome. When the results were revealed, that would be his moment to speak. Noticing Beerus's silence, the other destroyers intensified their taunts. In stark contrast to the reactions of the destroyers, the angels were left dumbfounded upon witnessing Lewis being struck by a punch. This young man from your universe has emerged unscathed from Troy's full-force strike. It cannot be real. In response to the inquiries from his brethren, Whis merely replied, "You shall soon see." The angels then realized that the young man named Lewis truly possessed an air of invincibility. Such trash, and yet he dares to act so grand. After Troy struck Lewis, he crossed his arms and hovered in the void, laughing maniacally. The tremendous impact caused Lewis's candidate destroyer attire to shatter instantly, sending him hurtling into the distance. The other candidate destroyers flickered their bodies, obeying their own destroyer's commands. They would not let Lewis escape easily, pursuing him relentlessly. Each one conjured a destructive energy sphere. The world dimmed. This was no mere sparring match. It was a fight for survival. Boy, let's see how you boast now. Prepare to meet your end. The substitute destroyers hurled 10 destructive energy orbs with immense force towards Lewis. The onslaught was overwhelming. Lewis was thrown against the barrier of the void battlefield, momentarily halted as he gazed at the approaching destructive energy. Once I break through to the divine realm, I shall annihilate you all. Lewis gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes, and suddenly, the golden aura surrounding him vanished. The distant destroyers, thinking Lewis had surrendered, contemplated whether to command their heir to halt the attack. After all, this was Beerus's heir. Killing Lewis would be disastrous. Only Katra wore a frenzied expression, uncaring of whether Beerus would rage. Lewis's talent was far too formidable. Should he truly mature, the 4th universe would inevitably be overshadowed by the 7th. This could not be allowed. He had a vendetta against Beerus and was determined to eliminate Lewis. He shot a glance at Troy. Suddenly, in the next instant, an ethereal presence emanated from Lewis. A silver glow soaring into the heavens. Silver waves of energy surged around him. The perfect freedom realm. Boom. The overwhelming power surged forth like a stampede of 1,000 horses, creating a chaotic magnetic field and warping space itself. The entire void battlefield was engulfed in silver waves, resembling an expansive ocean. Lewis, moving in harmony with his thoughts, deftly evaded the 10 destructive energy orbs. This spectacle rendered the destroyers, who had previously mocked Beerus, utterly speechless. After a brief moment, the destroyers erupted in chaos. Impossible. The Freedom Realm. How could this brat possibly have attained the Freedom Realm? Beerus, tell me this is a lie. All the destroyers were engulfed in shock. It was terrifying. The Freedom Realm was an angelic level of existence, a state so elusive that nearly no one present could comprehend it. Even if there were those who could, only the mightiest destroyer, Beerus, had a chance. What the destroyers were unaware of, however, was that Beerus himself had not grasped this realm. He was still some distance away from touching the essence of the Freedom Realm. Ha! Beerus laughed heartily, relishing the sight of those who had mocked him for years wearing expressions of disbelief. How do you like that? Still think it's a joke that I took on a little brat as a substitute destroyer? Don't be so smug. Remember, strong talent means little. Only true strength matters. Katra ground his teeth in frustration, feeling a pang of jealousy. Even he had not comprehended the Freedom Realm. Yet this boy had managed to grasp an angelic level of existence. Such prodigious talent was indeed tantalizing. How wonderful it would be if he were his heir. In that moment, Katra forgot all the mockery he had previously directed at Beerus. Yes, even if one possessed the Freedom Realm, what of it? Which of the substitute destroyers here has power below the second level of the Divine Realm? In a 1-on-10 scenario, even possessing the Freedom Realm would not guarantee victory. Stamina is his greatest weakness. Go subdue that brat. The destroyers, including Helis, shouted in unison, 11 against 10, and yet we have not prevailed. Given Beerus' temperament, he would undoubtedly dwell on this humiliation. Upon hearing the commands from the other destroyers, the bewildered candidate destroyers unleashed their full power in an explosive surge. The void battlefield trembled as if it were the end of the world, radiating a blinding purple light. Fortunately, the battlefield, crafted by the angels, remained unshaken, sparing the earth from any disturbance. 10 beams of purple light sliced through the sky, hurtling towards him. Lewis twisted his body and charged forward, having withstood Whis' full force strike. He had no reason to fear these 10 beings of the second tier of divine power. Lewis swiftly entangled himself with one of the silver beams. Boom, boom. The formidable energy stirred the air, generating a violent whirlwind. With each punch and kick, Lewis navigated effortlessly among the 10 candidate destroyers, occasionally landing strikes on them. This left the candidate destroyers in disbelief. Could the state of freedom truly be that formidable? Was it possible to face 10 opponents alone and remain unscathed amidst their onslaught? While the destroyers were in shock, the angels' expressions began to shift. They widened their eyes, turning to Whis. Whis, scratching his nose, inquired, "Why do you all look at me so?" Kess, with a grave demeanor, asked, "Whis, is it possible that Lewis can ignore damage?" The other angels fixed their gazes upon Whis. They had long been aware of Lewis' mastery of the state of freedom, which was perfected, so when he entered this state, they were not surprised. However, at the moment Lewis countered, they realized something was amiss. Lewis was not merely evading the candidate destroyer's attacks through his state of freedom. Rather, he was able to disregard their assaults entirely. "Didn't he, you see? Why question me?" Whis replied with a faint smile. Boom. Indeed, he truly could ignore attacks. The angels swallowed hard, their disbelief challenged, and hurriedly turned their attention back to the battle. Chapter 29. The Destroyers Depart from Earth. What on earth does it mean to ignore an attack? Is there truly someone in existence capable of such a feat? Yet the scene before them confirmed that such a person did exist. The angels gazed in astonishment. The battle raged on. Lewis, with his perfected state of freedom, slipped through the candidate destroyer's assaults like an elusive eel. Even when he could not evade, he simply disregarded their strikes. The candidate destroyers soon recognized this unsettling reality. Alarmed by the revelation, their attacks on Lewis yielded no harm whatsoever. As time passed, however, Lewis' stamina began to wane. Facing 10 opponents proved to be an insurmountable challenge. His energy could not sustain the state of freedom indefinitely, and once that state faltered, he would be rendered incapable of even resisting the candidates. Ha ha ha. He.s. running out of stamina. Let us go in. Laughed Troy, the candidate destroyer from Universe 4. How utterly frustrating. He endured countless hardships to strike this young man. Yet astonishingly, the lad emerged unscathed. It was evident that Beerus had imparted some secret advantage to him. No wonder he dared to confront 10 adversaries single-handedly. The other candidates shared the same sentiment as Troy, unable to fathom any other explanation. They eagerly anticipated the moment he would tire, relishing the thought of how he would disregard their assaults. Onward. The candidate destroyers charged at Lewis with fervent roars. Lewis spiraled through the void, utterly drained of strength. How frustrating it was. He cast a glance at Beerus in the distance. Goodness, to save face for him, he would have to endure a thrashing for a while longer. How infuriating. Fine. I shall no longer resist. Let destruction reign. I am truly exhausted. Lewis relinquished his defiance, allowing the onslaught of attacks from the other candidates to rain down upon him. Upon witnessing this, the candidate destroyers erupted in jubilance, their unleashed power intensifying. Boom, boom. Lewis's figure was completely shrouded in thick smoke. Just as these 10 candidate destroyers believed they could vanquish Lewis, within the smoke, their attacks collided with him, revealing a faint white glow emanating from his being. Immunity. Immune to all negative effects. Though his garments were tattered and torn, he remained entirely unharmed. In the distance, Beerus appeared prepared, startling all the destroyers. Kampa furrowed his brow. Skinny Bones, are you not the least bit sorrowful for your fallen disciple? The destroyer of Universe 9, Sidra, scoffed. Beerus, have you lost your mind? Can you not see your disciple has perished? The destroyer of Universe 10, Rumshi, shook his head. It seems prudent not to be overly arrogant. What a pity for such a gifted talent. The other destroyers joined in the mockery, particularly Quitella, who laughed heartily. Their long-standing enmity made witnessing the demise of Beerus's heir utterly delightful. However, the smoke in the sky began to dissipate, slowly revealing a figure. Quitella's laughter abruptly ceased, giving way to Beerus's boisterous guffaws. How is this possible? Quitella's pupils constricted in disbelief. The destroyer of Universe 12, Jin, pointed toward the sky, incredulously exclaiming, "Beerus, how could he possibly still be alive?" Ha! Beerus laughed heartily. Addressing the assembly of destroyers, could it be that 10 individuals ganging up on one could still fail to triumph? The expressions of shock were evident in the eyes of the gathered destroyers. Every attack from the 10 candidate destroyers had struck Lewis, yet he remained unscathed. How could this be? Quitella spoke coldly. "Is this your doing?" Beerus approached Quitella, poking his chest with a mocking smile. "You foolish trash. Can you not discern whether I had a hand in this?" Casting a glance at the distant assembly of angels, he continued, "Even if your vision fails you, surely your attendant angels can see the truth?" Turning his head, Beerus pressed his face against Quitras, laughing heartily. "Surely you don't think that 10 of you together can defeat my successor?" Quitra clenched his fists, fury bubbling within him, yet before he could utter a word, Beerus approached the god of destruction, Ewan. "You, the fuzzy ball, do you wish to mock me? Are you even worthy?" "Fuzzy ball." Ewan pointed at himself, rage igniting within him. "Beerus, you shall perish." A purple aura radiated from Ewan, the destructive energy engulfing the skies. Beerus merely scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, causing the destructive energy to dissipate instantaneously. Ignoring Ewan, he sauntered over to Kampa, gently patting his face. "You, the hefty pig, your successor doesn't seem too impressive either." One taunt after another, Beerus approached the god of destruction, Vermouth. "Your candidate for destruction is inconsequential. If he refrains from attacking, I shall spare you the ridicule." "Ha! You amuse me to no end. A group of incompetents prepared for over a decade just to see me falter. In my eyes, you are all but a joke." Holding his belly, he laughed uproariously. "Do you see the look in my eyes? Truly, a collection of ignorant fools. It is beyond me how such peculiar individuals exist. And there are 11 of you." Beerus continued his mockery, while the faces of the other gods of destruction grew increasingly crimson. For he spoke the truth. They had spent years preparing to triumph over the successor of the 7th universe, only to face the embarrassment of being ridiculed by Beerus. Who would have thought that Lewis could withstand the assault of 10 second-tier deities without sustaining any harm? What a humiliation. At that moment, the 11 gods of destruction wished they could burrow into the ground. They could only hope that their successors would vanquish Lewis in the ensuing melee. Yet, no matter how fiercely they attacked, it bore no fruit. Lewis remained impervious, suffering no damage whatsoever. What sorcery is this? After some time, the candidates for destruction continued their futile assault on Lewis, who remained utterly unscathed. Eventually, the 10 candidates, exhausted, plummeted from the sky. "Dear gods of destruction, your successors are rather lackluster, are they not?" Lewis, bare-chested, laughed heartily from above. On the ground, the gods of destruction seethed with rage, for as the mightiest deities of the universe, they had been ridiculed by a mere novice. Hellas gritted her teeth. "Beerus, is your successor so impudent? Impertinent?" Beerus snorted derisively at the assembled gods of destruction. "You were hardly gentlemanly when it was 10 against 1. You." Hellas glared with fiery eyes. "Enough, Lord Beerus. Since the sparring is concluded, I shall take my leave." In the skies, Lewis prepared to instantaneously transport himself to Namek, but suddenly turned to gaze at the gods of destruction below. "Since you have come to trouble the 7th universe, be prepared for the chaos I shall bring to your universe." As he spoke, Lewis fixed his steely gaze upon Quitra, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "While the other candidates for the god of destruction have shown restraint, you, the Trojan of the universe, strike with deadly intent. Quite impressive." With that, Lewis vanished, leaving a stunned assembly of gods of destruction and astonished angels in his wake. The audacity of this young man to threaten a god of destruction was astonishing. Regaining his composure, Quitra's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Beerus, exclaiming, "Beerus, does your subordinate wish for death?" He was already irked by Beerus's mocking demeanor, and now he was being threatened by someone who had yet to reach even the realm of divinity. "Seeking death, are we?" Beerus scoffed. "You just commanded your subordinate to strike with lethal force. You had better pray that Lewis does not ascend to our level. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable." He was well aware of the Scion's vindictive nature. Lewis would undoubtedly seek revenge against Quitra in the future. "I'm doomed, huh? This is laughable. If it weren't for the fact that I afforded you some courtesy just now, he wouldn't have left my sight." Quitra's visage twisted in rage. The notion of being threatened by a mere weakling was infuriating. But then a voice broke through the tension. "Lord Quitra, we must depart." The angelic attendant of the 4th universe, Conic, had arrived, bringing the beleaguered Trojan to Quitra's side, and in an instant, the trio vanished. What was happening? The remaining gods of destruction exchanged anxious glances, noting Konic's grim expression as he departed. Lord Wymite, we too shall take our leave. Lord Xiangpa, we are departing. Lord Hellas. All the attendant angels hurriedly escorted their respective gods of destruction away from the seventh universe. Only Beerus and Whis remained in the void of the battlefield. Beerus, in high spirits, turned to Whis. Did you reveal Lewis's disregard? Indeed, Whis replied nonchalantly. However, I only mentioned Lewis's disregard. I refrained from disclosing the divine aura and the words my father imparted to me. Quite remarkable, this Lewis, Beerus began, but Whis interjected, Lord Beerus. They inquired about the tower in the northern region of Earth. And what did you say? I said I was unaware. Likely because my elder siblings have gone to seek out my father. Chapter 30, Prelude to the Battle of Namek. The assembly of angels and gods of destruction departed from Earth. Meanwhile, in the cosmos of the seventh universe, a spacecraft adorned with the insignia of the Galactic Patrol surged through the stars. Within the ship's grand chamber, King Vegeta occupied the highest seat. Surveying the 15 Saiyans below him, his voice steady and resolute. I never anticipated the existence of such a miraculous entity as the Dragon Balls. We cannot allow Frieza to obtain them. King Vegeta, this may be our opportunity for revenge. Bibidi boldly proclaimed. His confidence stemmed from the fact that each of the 16 Saiyans present had surpassed a combat power of 100,000. With such formidable strength, they could undoubtedly vanquish Frieza. No, I have a foreboding feeling that even in our great ape forms, we would not match Frieza's might. King Vegeta, we must tread carefully. A Saiyan resembling Son Goku stepped forward, none other than Bardock. Bardock gazed upon King Vegeta seated before him, astonished that he would one day lead the Saiyans into the ranks of the Galactic Patrol. Yet, it was precisely this decision that heralded a transformation among the Saiyans. They were no longer the lackeys of Frieza, but had risen to become the Cosmic Guardians. Their combat prowess surged dramatically, all thanks to King Vegeta's fateful choice. Unbeknownst to Bardock and his fellow Saiyans, this was not merely King Vegeta's decision. It was a command from Beerus that compelled him to act. Serendipitously, it appeared that the Saiyans, having altered their behavioral patterns, began to awaken the latent cells within their bodies. Bardock, I too harbor such sentiments. Frieza must possess a power far exceeding 530,000, Bardock mused, his brow furrowed. However, should we remain passive, once Frieza acquires the Dragon Balls, our fate will be sealed. Amidst the crowd, Theodore stepped forward. King Vegeta speaks the truth. If we endure any longer, Frieza will undoubtedly eliminate us Saiyans as soon as he obtains the Dragon Balls. King Vegeta turned his gaze to Bardock. Bardock, you are now our foremost warrior. When we arrive at Namek, we shall rely upon you. In the hall, the battle power of the 16 Saiyans had surpassed 100,000, with Bardock the mightiest among them, boasting a power level of 150,000. They vowed to defend the honor of the Saiyan race with their very lives. Bardock cast a resolute glance at King Vegeta. The King of Yer would never have heeded his commands, yet now, King Vegeta had changed. Not only had he transformed, but every Saiyan had evolved as well. The Saiyans no longer brimmed with hostility. The feral instincts within them seemed to be dissipating. Perhaps it was this very shift that accounted for their astonishing rise in combat power. Suddenly, an air of solemnity enveloped the warship's hull as the impending conflict loomed. The expressions of the Saiyans reflected the gravity of Bardock and King Vegeta's words. Do not fret, King Vegeta proclaimed, prompting the Saiyans to lift their heads. In truth, we possess a powerful kin. A powerful kin? The Saiyans exchanged puzzled glances. If such a formidable warrior existed, how had they previously fallen prey to Frieza's relentless pursuit? Yet he disregards us. King Vegeta recalled the image of Lewis he had encountered 4 years prior at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, shaking his head. But enough of him. What I wish to convey is that I have news of Vegeta. Prince Vegeta? Where is he? The Saiyans erupted in joyous exclamations, Bardock among them. After all, Vegeta was an elite warrior of the Saiyan lineage, a prodigy born with a combat power of 1000. Bardock, not only do I have news of my son, but I also have tidings of Kakarot, King Vegeta relayed, recounting Vegeta's prior words. Vegeta's power has soared to 170,000. Goku's strength has surged to 200,000. Raditz has reached 80,000. And Nappa has surpassed 100,000. At present, the 4 of them are en route to Namek. Wonderful, 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 Bardock exclaimed, his excitement evident as he repeated the word thrice. His exhilaration stemmed from a premonition he had long harbored since the explosion of Planet Vegeta, that his second son might transform into a Super Saiyan. Now, after many years, Bardock could hardly fathom that his son had indeed been discovered by Vegeta and others, rising to become the foremost warrior among the Saiyans. Perhaps that premonition was indeed prophetic. The Saiyans, including Theodore and Bibert, shared in the joy, confident that their combined strength would surely eradicate Frieza's forces once and for all. In the vast cosmos, alongside the Saiyan ship soaring towards Namek, another formidable spacecraft was also heading in the same direction. Inside the vessel, Frieza sat in a baby stroller, laughing heartily. Once I obtain the Dragon Balls, I shall annihilate the Saiyans at once. What are those substitute gods of destruction, or even Beerus? They shall all perish. There can be but one ruler of the universe, and that is I, Frieza. Frieza believed the eternal dragon to be omnipotent, capable of granting any wish. Unaware that before a god of destruction, the dragon is but a mere trifle. Lord Frieza, we have received word that the Saiyan clan is also heading towards Namek. They are likely trying to thwart our acquisition of the Dragon Balls, a subordinate reported. Bulldo stepped forward. Frieza scoffed. So what if they come? As long as it is not that substitute god of destruction from 4 years ago, I will slay as many Saiyans as dare approach. Bulldo, however, appeared apprehensive. But their strongest Saiyan possesses a combat power of 150,000 if he transforms into a great ape. Before Guldo could finish, Frieza cast a cold gaze upon him. You don't think that transformation was my full power, do you? With a thunderous roar, immense energy erupted from him, shaking the entire ship. Accelerate. We must reach Namek swiftly. Yes, Guldo replied, cold sweat beading on his brow, too fearful to utter another word. 2 colossal warships raced towards Namek, as various cosmic factions observed the movements of the Saiyans and Frieza. A great battle was imminent. The outcome of this clash would reshape the universe. Evil organizations allied with Frieza hoped for his victory, while justice organizations siding with the Galactic Patrol wished for the Saiyans to triumph. In an unnoticed corner of the cosmos, a medium-sized spacecraft glided silently, occupied by 4 Saiyans. Their destination also Namek. In the North Galaxy, on Namek, Lewis had just finished a skirmish, his upper body bare, and hurried towards Namek. His focus was solely on the impending battle. Where is everyone? Lewis scanned his surroundings, sensing nothing amiss on Namek, nor any signs of combat. With a thought, he vanished in an instant. The Grand Elder sat in a massive chair, his expression one of deep concern. A great calamity is upon us. Can Namek truly survive this disaster? As the Grand Elder murmured to himself, a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. Great Elder, it has been a while. Lewis waved his hand. Who are you? The Great Elder was startled, glancing down to find that Lewis seemed familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Candidate Destroyer. The Great Elder finally recognized the young man before him as the candidate for destruction from 4 years ago. He quickly offered his respectful greetings. It is an honor to meet you, Candidate Destroyer. Lewis's attire was tattered, and he was unaware of the events that had transpired. However, such matters were beyond the purview of the Namekian Great Elder. Compared to 4 years prior, Lewis's appearance had not changed significantly, yet the aura emanating from him seemed transformed. Hiss. Has he broken through again? There's no need for excessive courtesy. Lewis waved his hand dismissively. I will fulfill the promise I made back then, rest assured. 4 years ago, Lewis had borrowed someone else's Dragon Balls and, upon leaving Namek, instructed Neru to convey a message to the Great Elder. In the future, he would assist Namek in overcoming an impending catastrophe. Thank you, Candidate Destroyer. The Great Elder's voice was frail, but one could clearly discern the relief in his tone. By the way, Great Elder, have those who invaded Namek not yet arrived? Lewis inquired further. Currently, we have not seen anyone descend upon Namek. Not yet. I must be too impatient. Lewis chuckled at his tattered clothing. Had I known, I would have listened to Beerus's jests about other destroyers before coming here. Otherwise, if I had just left Namek and Frieza's forces had happened to arrive, Namek would be doomed. I will remain on Namek, so you need not worry, Great Elder. With that assurance, Lewis departed from the Great Elder's dwelling. Chapter 31. The Saiyan Clan and Frieza's Army. A month had passed. In the northern part of Namek, a figure with a bare torso sat by a lake, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a malevolent energy surged through the air. A violent wind howled. The atmosphere grew exceedingly oppressive. Have they arrived? Lewis opened his eyes, discovering a massive spaceship hovering in the upper atmosphere. Boom. Another engine roared to life, and a second spaceship appeared in the atmosphere, emblazoned with the insignia of the Galactic Patrol. Have King Vegeta and the others also arrived? Lewis lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. The clash between the Saiyans and Frieza's army is exhilarating to contemplate. The atmosphere on Namek was intensely oppressive, with all Namekians congregating in the Great Elder's village, sensing that a storm was imminent. Upon seeing Lewis, the Great Elder breathed a sigh of relief. Candidate Destroyer, you have come. Lewis nodded. Ensure that the Namekians are gathered, lest the impending battle affects them. I have already assembled our people in this village, the Great Elder replied. That is good. With me here, you can rest easy. Lewis soared into the air, circling above, his gaze fixed on the 2 spaceships in the upper atmosphere. The hatch of Frieza's army ship opened. Frieza emerged from his pram, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Come, let me witness the current strength of the Saiyans, he declared. The members of the Jinyu Force and Frieza's army swiftly descended from their spacecraft, a total of 2,000 soldiers at Frieza's command. The Saiyan spacecraft's hatch opened, and Frieza was nearby. He must not be allowed to seize the Dragon Balls. King Vegeta led the charge, followed closely by Bardock, Bibrit, Theodore, and other Saiyans. This time, a total of 1,500 Saiyans were mobilized, nearly the entirety of their race. In the air, as both factions emerged from their ships, they caught sight of one another, a mere 2 kilometers apart. Haha, King Vegeta, how dare you lead your kin away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters? What gives you the audacity? Frieza called out as he descended, spotting a group of Saiyans, with King Vegeta at the forefront. At that moment, Jinyu approached Frieza and whispered, Lord Frieza, should we not destroy the Saiyan spacecraft? The Saiyans cannot survive in space. Without their ships, they will be trapped on Namek. Frieza kept his gaze fixed on the distant King Vegeta, not turning his head. If you destroy the Saiyan ships, they will retaliate against ours. No need to rush. Their demise is inevitable. Jinyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Frieza, even on the brink of death, continued to boast. In the distance, King Vegeta's voice resonated through the sky as he led the 1,500 Saiyans toward Frieza's direction. Frieza, accompanied by thousands of extraterrestrials, surged toward King Vegeta. Haha, do you think that just because you've made some progress over the years, you can stand against me, traitor? Prepare for your annihilation. Traitor? We cannot be labeled as such. Your malevolence will ultimately lead to your downfall. We Saiyans are merely aligning ourselves with the greater tide. The air crackled with tension as the two factions exchanged verbal barbs. Without engaging in battle, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. King Vegeta and his Saiyans finally reached the front of Frieza's legion, confronting the tyrant who once ruled over them, gritting their teeth in fury. The two factions stood poised for combat, the clash imminent. King Vegeta, tell me, why have you betrayed me? I wish to know your true reasoning, Frieza demanded. Circling in the void, coldly observing King Vegeta, the question of true reasoning puzzled the Saiyans. As they too were unaware of why King Vegeta had made such a decision all those years ago, they only knew that one day, distinguished guests arrived at the royal palace, which subsequently exploded without warning. Following this, King Vegeta announced his decision to join the Galactic Patrol. It was this choice that led to the current state of affairs. The reason for my betrayal? King Vegeta smirked. To speak frankly, it was a command from someone you cannot contend with. If I did not comply, it would mean the end for my Saiyan kin. Upon uttering these words, both Frieza's faction and the Saiyan clan erupted in astonishment. Was there really an entity that even Frieza dared not provoke? It is crucial to remember that Frieza is the emperor of the universe. Who could possibly intimidate him? Upon hearing King Vegeta's remark, Frieza's mind raced back to the Saiyan who had infiltrated his headquarters 5 years prior. Apart from this candidate for the god of destruction, he could think of no one else. It is not that there were no other beings beyond his reach. Indeed, he was also wary of the legendary Majin Buu and the true god of destruction. In reality, it was Beerus who commanded King Vegeta. Yet Frieza could never fathom this truth. How could Beerus, his emissary, possibly instruct the Saiyan in his grasp to betray him? King Vegeta, who might that individual be? Frieza ground his teeth in frustration. Did you not deduce it? Indeed, it was that individual. He had claimed to remain uninvolved with the Saiyans. Yet he had covertly assisted them. Enraged, Frieza realized that he had been misled by the words of that candidate for the god of destruction. King Vegeta was perplexed. Was Frieza suggesting that Beerus would aid the Saiyans? Why would Beerus choose to assist them? One believed that Lewis had aided the Saiyans, while the other questioned Beerus's motives, leaving them entirely disconnected in their dialogue. Shaking his head, King Vegeta responded, Frieza, even without that individual's orders, we Saiyans would find a way to extricate ourselves from your control. Frieza clenched his fists. Why? At that moment, Bardock stepped forward. Frieza, do you presume we are oblivious to everything? Bardock, the mightiest of the Saiyan race, possessed a battle power of 150,000. Frieza scrutinized Bardock closely. Impressive strength. It is hard to fathom how your kind has evolved to such heights in just a few short years. Pray tell, what do I have to fear? Frieza was in no rush to strike. He was keen to understand why this band of Saiyans was so eager to break free from his grasp. Haha. Have you not long feared the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among our kind? Bardock's eyes sparkled with fierce determination as he laughed heartily at Frieza. Super Saiyan. The alien minions of Frieza were oblivious to the significance of this title, yet the Saiyans were immediately abuzz with excitement. Was the legend of the Super Saiyan indeed true? No wonder Frieza harbored fears towards them. Fortunately, King Vegeta had made that decision in advance. Otherwise, they would have inevitably fallen to Frieza's wrath. Frieza fell silent, utterly astonished that these Saiyan monkeys were aware of his long-held apprehension regarding the Super Saiyan. However, Bardock was correct. Once he had utilized the Saiyans, he would surely annihilate their race. Indeed, this group of Saiyans had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Above the Elder's village, Lewis circled. Observing that Frieza and the Saiyans were not far from his position, their confrontation clearly visible. Where are Kakarot and Vegeta? Lewis scrutinized the surroundings, realizing there was no sign of them. Surely they would not arrive only after a fierce battle had erupted between the Saiyans and Frieza's army. In the distance, on the horizon, the expressions of both factions grew increasingly cautious, the atmosphere heavy with tension. With a sense of impending confrontation, Frieza's voice reverberated with fury. Jinyu, advance. Since they dare to emerge from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, let us seize this opportunity to eliminate them. Yes. Jinyu transformed into a radiant purple beam, soaring towards the Saiyan race. Theodore, eliminate Jinyu, commanded King Vegeta with a sweeping gesture. Understood. Theodore surged forth from the crowd, charging at Jinyu. The two engaged in a swift and fierce battle, waves of energy crashing around them, each collision erupting with thunderous explosions. Both warriors sustained injuries. And witnessing such a fierce exchange, Frieza furrowed his brow and activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 110,000. Power level, 120,000. The 120,000 power level belonged to Jinyu. Yet Frieza was taken aback to discover that Theodore, the Saiyan, possessed a power level of 110,000. Though inferior to Jinyu's strength, he was not easily overpowered. Damn it, why have the Saiyans suddenly become so formidable? That wretched candidate for the god of destruction is undoubtedly to blame. Frieza clenched his teeth, his agitation mounting. He attributed all the reasons for this surge in strength to Luis, despite the fact that Luis had never aided the Saiyan race. What if our power level is slightly lower? We are a warrior race, growing ever stronger through battle. King Vegeta clenched his fists, exhilarated. Just wait, Jinyu is doomed. Such a scene was exhilarating. After all, Jinyu was the captain of the Jinyu force. The Saiyans truly could contend with him. A wave of excitement surged through all the Saiyans. As the battle unfolded, as King Vegeta predicted, Theodore grew increasingly fierce, soon overpowering Jinyu, who sustained more and more injuries. Frieza, breathless, realized the Saiyans were indeed a warlike race, but had not anticipated their ferocity. He pressed his scouter again. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 1,250,000. Power level, 90,000. Frieza gazed at the data, his chest heaving with rage. How infuriating. Jinyu's power level had plummeted to 90,000 due to relentless injuries, while Theodore's strength surged to an additional 150,000. King Vegeta, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Frieza launched himself from his hoverpod, words barely escaping his lips. Suddenly, Jinyu shouted swap. Frieza's spirits lifted momentarily. Could Jinyu reverse the tide? In the sky, a white light emanated from Jinyu, enveloping Theodore, who was caught in the trap. Die? Bardock had sensed something amiss long before and concentrated a wave of energy, hurling it at Jinyu. Boom. Jinyu was struck, his body contorting under the searing heat, unable to utter a cry before being melted away in Bardock's energy wave. How despicable, a sneak attack. Frieza fumed with pride and fury. Humph. It was always a mortal enemy. Who cares about sneak attacks? King Vegeta spoke without hesitation, commanding, all of you, charge forth. This time, we shall annihilate the Frieza forces. The Saiyan leader's order ignited a surge of white energy from the 500 warriors behind him, who surged toward Frieza's legion. The two factions swiftly became enmeshed in combat. Boom. The planet Namek reverberated with the sounds of explosions. A fierce wind howled as the earth trembled, and riverbeds collapsed. It was as if the twilight of the gods had descended, plunging Namek into a tumultuous darkness. In the Grand Elder's village, the battlefield was not far away. And the aftermath of the clash between the Saiyans and Frieza's forces quickly encroached upon this place. The calamity foretold by the Grand Elder had arrived. Heavens! Is this the power mere mortals can wield? Our Namek is doomed. The Namekians were engulfed in boundless terror. At that moment, a purple radiance erupted in the sky, and as the distant shockwaves of battle encountered this luminous aura, they swiftly dissipated. Indeed, the Grand Elder had foretold that a powerful ally would come to assist the Namekians. It must be that formidable being. Lewis's intervention to shield the Namekians went unnoticed by Frieza and King Vegeta. Lewis had transcended to the divine realm days prior. His strength now transformed into divine power. Mortals were oblivious to the presence of deities, and devices crafted by them were equally ineffectual. Chapter 32, Transformation into a Great Ape. Meanwhile, on King Vegeta's front, the Saiyans and the Frieza forces clashed. Only Bardock and King Vegeta remained unmoved, their gaze fixed intently on Frieza. Frieza, surrender. Your minions are no match for the Saiyans, Bardock declared coldly. Frieza hovered in the air, surveying his dwindling subordinates. Each Saiyan boasted a battle power exceeding 8,000, with several possessing over 100,000 standing nearby. The remaining Frieza forces could scarcely muster a defense. It was a one-sided massacre. Are you relying solely on that candidate for destroyer? Frieza disregarded his subordinates, his eyes gleaming with malice. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls, that candidate for destroyer shall perish as well. King Vegeta furrowed his brow. What did Lewis have to do with this? Bardock was equally perplexed. Who was this candidate for destroyer? Boom. Frieza unleashed his power, causing Namek to tremble. The terrifying force sent a shiver through King Vegeta. Frieza indeed possessed a battle power of 530,000, as the rumors suggested. Bardock, be cautious. All right, King Vegeta, be ready to summon the artificial moon at any moment. In our normal forms, we cannot hope to defeat Frieza. Bardock moved, darting in front of Frieza to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! The air exploded instantaneously. The might of his strike shattering the ground below and sending lake waters surging backward. The combatants on both sides abruptly turned their heads. The final showdown was about to commence. Frieza was struck in the chest, and with a faint tone, he remarked, "Is this all you have with 150,000 battle power?" Humph. Bardock paid no heed to Frieza's taunt. Having chosen to confront Frieza head-on, he was mentally prepared for the confrontation. He swiftly retreated, channeling a formidable shockwave directed at Frieza. Simultaneously, King Vegeta joined the fray. With a battle power of 120,000, King Vegeta and Bardock, boasting 150,000, launched a coordinated assault on Frieza. The heavens dimmed in response. In the distance, Lewis shook his head. Compared to Bardock and King Vegeta, Frieza remained overwhelmingly powerful. A battle power of over 100,000 appeared as an insurmountable chasm before Frieza's might of 530,000, leaving no hope for victory. Indeed, after only a brief skirmish, Bardock and King Vegeta were struck and sent crashing toward the ground. King Vegeta, Bardock. After defeating their opponents, Beerus and Theodore rushed toward Frieza with great haste, as did other Saiyans with battle powers of 100,000. Bardock and King Vegeta, having crashed to the earth, spat out blood before soaring back into the sky. In that moment, 16 Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 100,000 besieged Frieza. Thunderous roars echoed as the very fabric of the earth trembled, and bolts of lightning streaked across the clouds. The Namekians, witnessing this, felt as if they were beholding the apocalypse, but fortunately, a purple shield protected them. Die. Above in the sky, Bardock moved with incredible speed, gathering all his strength into a shockwave that surged toward Frieza like a ravenous wolf. Trash. Do you think you can harm me with that? Frieza nonchalantly deflected Beerus and faced the incoming shockwave without a hint of concern. Raising his hand, he struck with force. Bardock's shockwave was instantly redirected. Perish. Seizing the opportunity, the other Saiyans simultaneously launched their attacks. Within seconds, thousands of energy blasts surged toward Frieza. Boom, boom. The area where Frieza stood erupted in cataclysmic explosions, as if rained upon by thousands of nuclear bombs. Smoke billowed, and flames danced wildly. The very space trembled in response. He must be dead now. With merely 530,000 battle power, surrounded by all 16 of us, he has to be finished. Beerus, Theodore, and the other Saiyans panted heavily. No, wait. King Vegeta wiped the blood from his lips, his voice grave. Frieza is not so easily vanquished. Bardock clenched his fists. True. If it were that simple, he wouldn't have maintained his reign as the Emperor of the Universe for so long. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. The smoke in midair began to dissipate, revealing a colossal figure. Bardock's pupils constricted. King Vegeta used the artificial moon. No sooner had he spoken than a purple light pierced the sky. Beerus and the other Saiyans, suspended in midair, were caught off guard and struck directly. Uft. The 16 Saiyans clutched their abdomens, blood spilling from their mouths. How is this possible? Theodore's gaze brimmed with disbelief. Ha. King Vegeta, do you truly understand my real power? Frieza unlocked his first transformation, his battle power skyrocketing to 1,000,000. Frieza sneered. I now possess a combat power of 1,000,000. Let us see how you dare to challenge me. 1,000,000 combat power. Bardock's heart raced. He had surmised that Frieza's true strength exceeded 530,000. Yet he had not anticipated it to be as formidable as 1,000,000. This was indeed troubling. Bardock's alarm was not without reason. They could transform into great apes to confront Frieza. However, not every Saiyan could retain their sanity in the great ape form. Bardock himself was a prime example of this limitation. A mindless great ape stood no chance against Frieza. That was unequivocal. Among the Saiyans present, only King Vegeta, Beerus, and Theodore qualified as elite warriors with combat powers exceeding 10. Die! Frieza roared, raising his hands high to conjure an energy sphere 2 meters in diameter. He aimed to annihilate the Saiyan race in one fell swoop. Do not look at the sky, Beerus, Theodore. Look up quickly. A man-made moon soared into the heavens. King Vegeta had prepared for this moment even before the battle commenced. Lewis observed the confrontation with clarity. Over the years, the Saiyans had indeed grown immensely. The Frieza force was no match for them. As he witnessed King Vegeta hurl a radiant orb into the sky, Lewis pondered, are they about to transform into great apes? In the distance, he felt his tail twitching uncontrollably, and he dared not gaze in King Vegeta's direction. Suddenly, Lewis shot his head up, sensing 4 familiar energy signatures approaching from outside Namek. Kakarot, Vegeta, you have finally arrived. Outside Namek, a medium-sized spaceship pierced the atmosphere. Vegeta, can you feel it? Such overwhelming energy. Son Goku clenched his fists, his blood boiling with anticipation. He sensed the malevolent energy surging from Frieza. During their years on Earth, Vegeta and his companions had also learned to control and sense energy. Through the transparent glass of the spaceship, Vegeta surveyed the ground below. The aura was terrifying. It must exceed 1 million in combat power. He wondered how his father and the others were faring. 1 million combat power. Raditz gasped. Can we truly defeat Frieza? What of 1 million combat power? Nappa replied through gritted teeth. If we transform into great apes, we too can attain a combat power of 1 million. Just as Nappa finished speaking, 3 wild energy signatures erupted beneath Namek. Raditz, accelerate immediately. It must be my father transforming into a great ape. Suspended in the sky above Namek was a man-made moon. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying roars reverberated across the battlefield as Bibarit, Theodore, and King Vegeta transformed into their great ape forms, their combat power surpassing 1 million. The other Saiyans dared not look at the moon, for they were not elite warriors and could not maintain their sanity in the great ape state. Bardock was similarly restrained, unable to lift his gaze, fixated on Frieza ahead of him. Ha ha ha, you will transform. Us Saiyans can do the same. Unbeknownst to Bardock, Frieza's transformation was not merely a change of form, but rather an unlocking of his true potential. Frieza, you shall perish. King Vegeta successfully transformed into a great ape while retaining his sanity. He, along with Bibidi and Theodore, launched a simultaneous assault on Frieza. The heavens roared with thunder, and fierce winds howled. In the skies, the 3 great apes engaged Frieza in a chaotic struggle. After 10 minutes of combat, the power of the 3 great apes was indeed formidable, each blow reverberating through the air. However, their speed was markedly inferior to Frieza's, allowing him to effortlessly evade their attacks. Thankfully, it was 3 against 1. With Bardock occasionally striking from the shadows, King Vegeta's side managed to maintain an advantage. Accursed Saiyan monkeys. Frieza evaded a punch, retreating 100 meters. Clenching his fists, rage surged within him. If it were merely a single great ape with a combat power of 1 million, he would not be overly concerned. He could even handle 2 simultaneously without issue. Yet, confronting 3 great apes of comparable might posed quite a challenge. Frieza glanced around, noting that all his subordinates had perished, while not a single Saiyan had fallen. With only a few suffering from severe injuries, Frieza surrendered. King Vegeta in his great ape form flew before Frieza, glaring intently. Bibidi, Theodore, and Bardock circled nearby, forming a cohesive assault. Bardock, you were right. I do harbor a fear of you Saiyans. Frieza observed Bardock coldly. It seems my apprehension was justified. Henceforth, I shall no longer conceal my power. I will eliminate you directly, and then seek the Dragon Balls to exact revenge on your replacement god of destruction. Chapter 33, Frieza's Ultimate Form. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as a spaceship descended. Simultaneously, 4 figures swiftly approached. Who is it? In the sky, Frieza, who had intended to transform into his ultimate state, abruptly turned his head. Frieza, long time no see. Vegeta appeared in an instant. Goku followed closely behind. He had been focused on Frieza, but was taken aback upon seeing Bardock. In that moment, Bardock was equally stunned, as if time itself had halted. An unfamiliar sensation surged within Goku. Since maturing into adulthood, he had come to realize he was not merely an Earthling, and that Raditz was his elder brother. According to Raditz, he had parents. Was one of them his father? Goku flew before Bardock, parting his lips to speak. Bardock pressed his lips together, yearning to convey many thoughts to his second son, yet in this moment of recognition, words eluded him. Yes, Goku smiled, realizing his brother had spoken the truth. He bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, save for 2 scars etched upon Bardock's visage. As the 2 father and son reunited, a different scene unfolded in the distance. Vegeta, under the relentless pursuit of my legion, how is it that you remain alive? Ha ha ha, it is thanks to you, Frieza. Without you, I would not possess the power I wield today. With a boisterous laugh, Vegeta unleashed a staggering battle power of 170,000. This formidable strength elicited sheer ecstasy from King Vegeta, who, in his great ape form, exclaimed, Vegeta, what is your current battle power? As his son, Vegeta's growing might brought him immense joy. Father, I currently possess a battle power of 170,000, and if I exert my full strength, we can achieve a staggering 7 million. Vegeta declared, laughter echoing in the air. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta soared in delight at the prospect of reaching 7 million battle power, undoubtedly while transformed into a great ape. Little did he know that Vegeta's reference to full strength pertained to the Kaioken technique, which far surpassed the capabilities of the great ape transformation. The Kaioken not only amplifies physical strength and speed, but also maintains agility, qualities that the great ape form cannot rival. Is 7 million battle power truly impressive? Frieza circled in the void, arms crossed, as if the fury within him had evaporated. He resolved to unleash his utmost power. Under full exertion, aside from the candidate god of destruction, Beerus, and Majin Buu, no one in this universe would stand as his equal. 1. 7 million battle power is not formidable? Ha ha ha, that is the most ludicrous statement I have ever heard. Vegeta twisted his neck, coldly retorting, Frieza. There are now 3 great apes with 1 million battle power, along with Kakarot and myself. You are now facing 5 formidable warriors with 1 million battle power. Pausing for a moment, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Wait. Bardock darted forward, clutching his grievously injured abdomen, and solemnly inquired, Frieza, did you just declare that you would no longer conceal your strength? Is this not your full power? What? Vegeta gasped in astonishment, abruptly turning his gaze towards Frieza. King Vegeta, Bibidi, and Theodore all looked to Frieza, while the other Saiyans who had finished their battles fixed their eyes upon him. Frieza wore a mocking expression, seemingly acknowledging Bardock's words. How is that possible? This must be a deception. You still possess hidden strength? I refuse to believe it. The 500 Saiyans behind King Vegeta erupted in disbelief. Ha ha, let me be candid. This transformation I currently exhibit is merely the first I have unlocked. I can still unlock 2 more transformations of this nature. Frieza clenched his fists, his visage contorted with malice. With each transformation I unlock, I grow stronger than the last. My ultimate form can wield a battle power of 60 million. Frieza did not speak the entire truth. In fact, he had an even more formidable transformation, capable of 2 billion battle power. However, it was tremendously taxing on his stamina, which was why Frieza refrained from disclosing the truth. Immediately thereafter, Frieza summoned the power within him, beginning to unleash an explosive display. Stop him. Regardless of whether he speaks lies, we must halt him. Vegeta shouted in terror. Kakarot, hurry. Use the tenfold Kaioken. A resplendent crimson light erupted from Vegeta, unleashing an astounding battle power of 7 million. Father, you are grievously injured. Here, take this Senzu bean, it will restore you. Goku pressed a Senzu bean into Bardock's hand, who too ignited with a fiery red aura. The overwhelming pressure of 2 million in battle power caused the very heavens to reverberate. Bardock, glancing at the Senzu bean in his grasp, hesitated not a moment before crushing and consuming it. With a tremendous burst, a cyclone of energy erupted around him. Not only have my wounds healed, but my strength has increased as well. Bardock laughed heartily, marveling at the miraculous nature of the bean. Yet, he understood that this was not the time for contemplation. Like his comrades, he began to unleash his power. In an instant, the 3 Saiyans soared towards Frieza. Other Saiyans attempted to assist, but received orders to retreat, forcing them to take cover. Raditz and Nappa found themselves in a similar predicament, their powers barely surpassing 100,000, and thus, they too fell back. Planet Namek trembled violently, the ground fracturing and lava surging forth, as if heralding the apocalypse. Heavens, is this power something mere mortals can possess? Surely, our Namek will not explode. The Namekians in the Grand Elder's village descended into panic. Lewis descended before the Grand Elder's abode. Addressing Nail, ensure the Grand Elder is prepared to summon the Dragon Balls at a moment's notice. Namek may very well face destruction. Nail responded urgently, Lord Candidate Destroyer. With your strength, you should be able to avert this catastrophe. Why do you not intervene? Suddenly, a voice, aged and authoritative, emerged from within the dwelling. Nail, heed the commands of the Candidate Destroyer. Yes. Nail clenched his teeth and set about gathering the Dragon Balls. Lewis ascended into the sky once more, surveying the Namekians below. I could intervene, but Kakarot might lose the chance to transform. I apologize. It seems I must temporarily sacrifice your Namek. Rest assured, I shall offer you recompense. Lewis murmured to himself, then turned his gaze toward the distance. The 3 Saiyans aimed to thwart Frieza's transformation, yet before they could approach, a formidable wave of energy knocked them aside. They unleashed energy blasts, but Frieza appeared to be shielded by an unseen barrier, rendering their attacks futile and preventing any disruption of Frieza's metamorphosis. It seemed Frieza was on the verge of achieving his ultimate form. Lewis watched the fierce battle with great interest. In terms of battle prowess and technique, Goku stood as the most formidable among the trio of Saiyans. Bardock and the 3 giant apes exhibited a rather dismal approach to combat and energy utilization. Vegeta, however, demonstrated a noticeable improvement in his mastery of energy, clearly indicating he and Goku shared a lineage of training under the same master, Bubbles. Yet, their fighting styles diverged. Vegeta exhibited a more aggressive demeanor, while Goku moved with grace, as if guided by instinct, embodying a state of desirelessness yet unwavering strength. Boom! A cataclysmic aura surged forth. As the ultimate transformation approached, Lewis observed Frieza's form diminishing in stature, yet his strength surged to unprecedented heights. Frieza entered his ultimate state, restoring his power to an astounding 60 million battle strength. A formidable force erupted from him, compressing the air around and producing a hissing sound. Frieza resembled an ancient behemoth, instilling sheer terror in those who beheld him. The Saiyans, keeping their distance, were pale with fear. Frieza remained a titan. Kakarot, it is now up to you to transform. You are our only hope. Lewis continued to remain concealed, safeguarding the Namekians high above the Elder's village. In the distance, Frieza had become diminutive, even shorter than Vegeta, yet his strength was terrifying. The unintentional bursts of his power rippled through the fabric of space, causing chaos. Gulp. Bardock, facing Frieza, swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura. 60 million battle strength? King Vegeta shook his head in disbelief. How can this be? How could anyone possess such overwhelming power? Do we still stand a chance? Bibidi and Theodore were left speechless. Vegeta, too, was rendered speechless. He had painstakingly trained to reach a battle strength of 170,000, and with the Kaioken, he could achieve 7 million. He had believed he could finally seek vengeance. Yet, who could have anticipated that Frieza would possess 60 million battle strength? Especially as he sensed Frieza spoke the truth. Frieza indeed wielded such power. It was insurmountable. Vegeta's eyes grew vacant, having lost his fighting spirit before the battle even commenced, muttering to himself. Suddenly, Kakarot, what are you doing? Bardock shouted. There, Goku soared forward. His eyes radiated determination as he gazed at Frieza. What an impressive foe. Engaging you will surely be exhilarating. This scene unfolded before Lewis, and he smiled, noting the stark contrast between Goku and Vegeta's reactions. Goku remained unchanged, unyielding in the face of formidable enemies. Meanwhile, Vegeta, still the same as ever, cowered in fear before undergoing a series of trials. In no time, Goku and Frieza were clashing. Bardock kept his distance, knowing that in his base form he possessed only a mere fraction of Frieza's might. Charging in would only render him cannon fodder. Thus, Bardock wisely stayed away. King Vegeta, in his great ape form, charged forward to join Goku in the assault against Frieza. Only Vegeta remained motionless in the air. Although he could achieve 7 million battle strength with the Kaioken, he appeared soulless, devoid of any thought of resistance. With a thunderous roar, the three-headed great ape was struck by Frieza's energy wave, unleashing a heart-wrenching cry. It crashed violently to the ground, creating 3 immense craters. Ha ha ha, you wretched Saiyan monkeys, let us see how you meet your demise. Frieza laughed with glee, casually waving his hand, causing Goku to cough up blood from the brutal strike. As long as the Dragon Balls are found, the universe shall be his. How infuriating. From a distance, Bardock watched in agony as his son was mercilessly tormented, his eyes filled with rage. Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, can you merely stand by and observe? If not for the fact that his own power was pathetically insufficient, Bardock would have already charged into battle. Yet Vegeta remained unperturbed. Vegeta, you are nothing but a worthless fool. Our Saiyan race has severed ties with Frieza. What does it matter if he possesses a battle power of 60 million? Faced with the enemy of our kind, you dare to show fear. Worthless. As a Saiyan prince, do you truly deserve this title? Bardock was consumed by fury. Unable to contain himself any longer, he prepared to gaze at the moon above. A flicker of light ignited in Vegeta's hollow eyes as he muttered, Am I truly worthless? Bardock, you seek your own demise. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he clenched his fists. I shall settle the score with you later. Without casting a glance at Bardock, Vegeta shouted, Kaioken times 10. His entire being erupted in a crimson glow as he surged forward. Bardock, originally intent on transforming into a great ape, hesitated upon witnessing Vegeta's audacity. Yet, the concern in his eyes did not dissipate, it only deepened. Frieza was simply too formidable. The Saiyans had no glimmer of hope. Chapter 34. Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan. Above the Elder's village. Oh, Vegeta is no longer timid? Lewis observed with intrigue as Vegeta made his move once more. However, even if you charge in, Vegeta, it will be futile. In the distance, 3 great apes soared into the sky, joining Goku and Vegeta in their assault on Frieza. Just as Lewis had predicted, the Saiyans had no chance of victory in this battle. Frieza had unlocked his ultimate form. A battle power of 60 million was simply outrageous. With a mere flick of his hand, Goku and the others spewed blood. It seemed Frieza toyed with Goku and his companions, not exerting his full strength. It was a hopeless battle unless Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan. Lewis shook his head. Ha ha ha, I've had enough fun, now perish. Frieza cackled maniacally, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, he transformed into a streak of purple light, slicing through the heavens. Below, the 3 apes and the 2 warriors trembled violently. Boom. Bibbert and Theodore were instantaneously obliterated. A gaping hole appeared in the chest of King Vegeta's great ape form. Spurt. King Vegeta spewed blood, plummeting into the void. Father. Vegeta's abdomen was drenched in blood. His insides shattered beyond recognition. How powerful. I am utterly outmatched. Goku fared no better, his bones fractured. Soon after, both Goku and Vegeta fell from the sky. Kakarot. Bardock rushed from the distance, catching King Vegeta, followed by Goku and Vegeta. Oh, Frieza laughed heartily. I almost forgot about a few stragglers. Then you shall perish as well. Frieza gazed upon Bardock and the distant throng of 500 Saiyans. He raised his hand, conjuring an energy sphere with a diameter of 2 meters, and hurled it with all his might. The entire sky was engulfed in a violet radiance. The group of Saiyans led by King Vegeta found themselves paralyzed beneath the overwhelming pressure. This was a cataclysmic obliteration of their race. Bardock, now the sole remaining warrior, disregarded everything else. After releasing Goku and Vegeta, he turned his gaze towards the artificial moon above. With a deafening roar, a mindless great ape wreaked havoc, unleashing a barrage of laser beams that inadvertently detonated Frieza's energy sphere in midair. The laser beams occasionally grazed the vicinity where Frieza was located. The Saiyan ape was utterly revolting. Frieza evaded the laser beams and soared towards the transformed Bardock. Above the Elder's village, Lewis observed the distant turmoil, his expression growing grave. According to the anime's narrative, Goku was destined to transform into a Super Saiyan during this voyage to Namek. Yet now, the Saiyans brought by King Vegeta, including Goku, were on the brink of death. Was there no hope left? If Lewis did not act swiftly, the Saiyan race would face extinction. However, a scene unfolding in the distance halted Lewis in his tracks. He witnessed Frieza charging towards Bardock. Ha ha ha, Frieza, you are courting death. Lewis laughed heartily. He had assumed Goku would lack the opportunity to transform, especially without the bald-headed Krillin by his side. Yet Frieza's reckless advance would undoubtedly plunge him into an abyss of his own making. Lewis glanced at Goku on the ground, who was stuffing a Senzu bean into his mouth, then turned his attention to the brutal scene unfolding with Bardock. If Bardock were to fall, how could Goku possibly contain his rage? Indeed, Frieza commenced his merciless assault on Bardock, first shattering the limbs of the great ape, and then forcing an energy sphere into Bardock's mouth. Boom. Bardock's head was obliterated. A moment of iconic significance was upon them. No, a tremendous surge of power erupted from Goku. He revived from the brink of death, his strength soaring to 5 million battle power. Witnessing his father's demise at Frieza's hands ignited a furious wrath within Goku's mind. The feral instincts within him surged violently, his back ablaze. Ah, father! Frieza, you have slain my father. I will see you dead. Thunder crackled across the sky as debris soared uncontrollably around Goku. His aura flared, his hair shimmering, a blend of gold and black, its flickering intensity accelerating. After killing Bardock, Frieza was taken aback by this newfound force. You're still alive? Frieza exclaimed, dumbfounded by the power emanating from Goku. He had thought he had left Goku on the brink of death. Why had this wretch returned to life? The Super Saiyan, lying lifeless on the ground. Vegeta gazed weakly at Goku and uttered faintly, Kakarot, you must eliminate Frieza? With that, Vegeta breathed his last. Vegeta, Goku clenched his fists, veins bulging. The golden aura ceased to flicker. Whoosh, Goku's golden hair stabilized. Super Saiyan. Frieza, I will surely vanquish you. A thunderous roar echoed as a flash of golden light surged forth, striking Frieza in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood violently and be hurled back 1,000 meters. No, it's impossible. What state are you in? How can a Super Saiyan be a Super Saiyan? Above the Elder's village, Lewis trembled as he witnessed the scene unfold. It was exhilarating. With Goku successfully transformed, there was no doubt that Frieza was destined to lose. In an instant, Lewis vanished, finally departing from the Elder's village. Meanwhile, far from the battleground between Goku and Frieza, Raditz knelt on the ground, emitting heart-wrenching cries. My father has perished. Frieza, I shall slay you. Raditz rose and ascended into the sky. Raditz, wait for me. Vegeta has also fallen. I must avenge him. Nappa charged upwards. I too shall avenge our leader. I will go as well. The 500 Saiyans on the ground were consumed by hatred. They despised their own weakness. They loathed that they had allowed King Vegeta and Bardock to confront Frieza alone while they cowered in the back. The Saiyans prepared to soar towards Frieza. Suddenly, all right, everyone halt. Lewis materialized in midair, halting their advance. Who are you? Gracie stepped forward, the most formidable warrior among the gathered Saiyans, boasting a power level of 90,000. With King Vegeta, Bardock, and Beerus absent, Gracie was the highest authority present. Lewis, how did you arrive on Namek? In the crowd, Raditz and Nappa stepped forward, ecstatic. Lewis, Vegeta was slain by Frieza. You must avenge him. Nappa cried out upon seeing Lewis's arrival. While others might not recognize Lewis's identity, Raditz and Nappa, having always been by Vegeta's side, were well aware that Lewis was the candidate for the God of Destruction. A candidate for the God of Destruction is a disciple of the universe's mightiest. With his arrival, Frieza's demise was assured. Hearing Lewis's name, Gracie suddenly recalled something. Lewis was a superior warrior of the Saiyan clan, yet he had perished over a decade ago while on a mission. Lewis was taken aback. I died. He chuckled helplessly. I am not dead. Now, you all must listen to me and leave Namek at once. Gracie coldly replied, listen to you? Who do you think you are? He had yet to finish his sentence. Lewis conjured a sphere of destructive energy, positioning it before Gracie. Kakarot, the son of Bardock, has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. He is currently engaged in battle with Frieza, and Namek is on the verge of explosion. I shall escort you away from this planet. Raditz eagerly inquired. Lewis, is it true that Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan? Lewis nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Frieza is doomed. As for Bardock and the others, they can still be revived using the Dragon Balls, so do not fret. He then turned to Gracie. Do you have any objections now? None at all. Gracie swallowed hard, sensing that should he be struck by that violet energy, he would be utterly obliterated. The other Saiyans. Upon hearing that Kakarot had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and was battling Frieza, erupted in jubilant cheers. They had come to Namek to thwart Frieza from acquiring the Dragon Balls. Defeating Frieza would grant them access to the Dragon Balls, meaning King Vegeta and the others could indeed be resurrected. The Saiyans had hope. Join hands. Namek is about to explode. Quickly, I will lead you to safety. Chapter 35. Eliminate Frieza. At this moment, the scene on Namek was utterly terrifying. Thunder roared. Winds howled. The land was ravaged. Lava erupted. A myriad of planetary-scale calamities unfolded on Namek, resembling a hellish nightmare, instilling fear in all who gazed upon it. Bang! Bang! Two figures streaked across the sky, their collision generating a powerful cyclone that created a vacuum in the void. Countless air currents surged in this direction, and a hurricane with a diameter of a kilometer suddenly materialized. Frieza, perish! Son Goku seemed to transcend the speed of light, appearing before Frieza in the next instant, delivering a fierce kick. The void seemed on the brink of explosion. Frieza was struck in the abdomen, doubling over as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. The immense force sent Frieza soaring into the sky. Frieza, return my father's life. Goku's body radiated with golden light, resembling a streak of gold slicing through the void as he ascended. With both hands clenched, he formed a colossal hammer, which he brought crashing down upon the airborne Frieza. Boom! The thunderous might surged through Goku's hands, penetrating Frieza's back. Frieza coughed up more blood, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. He plummeted towards the ground, creating a crater with a diameter of 100 meters upon impact. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku's power soared to 2.5 billion. The disparity between 2.5 billion and 60 million was unequivocal. Frieza stood no chance, enduring relentless punishment. The brutal onslaught of Goku upon Frieza persisted, while on Lewis's side, the entire village was engulfed in a purple glow. The residual shockwaves from the battle outside threatened to dismantle it. However, as the fight between Goku and Frieza raged on, the situation on Namek deteriorated further. The ground of the village where the Grand Elder resided had already fractured. Lord Candidate Destroyer Naru approached Lewis with urgency, inquiring, Our Namek is on the brink of destruction. What shall we do? I apologize. I had promised to assist you through this crisis. Had I intervened sooner, Namek would not be in its current predicament. However, due to certain circumstances, I am truly remorseful. Lewis replied, his face etched with guilt. Let us summon the Eternal Dragon. Naru cast a glance at Lewis, clenching his fists in anger. Naru, await the commands of the Candidate Destroyer, echoed the voice of the Grand Elder from within the room. Yes. Naru gritted his teeth, resigning himself to follow Lewis's orders. The Dragon Balls lay upon the ground as Naru prepared to summon the dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged toward them. It was Frieza's power. Lewis could distinctly sense that Frieza was unleashing his full strength, approximately 1.2 billion in battle power. Yet, shortly after this display, Frieza's energy began to wane. Clearly 1.2 billion was utterly insufficient in the face of 2.5 billion. In truth, had Frieza utilized his full might from the outset, there might have been a chance. For Goku had only just transformed into a Super Saiyan and was still mastering the power within. Alas, Frieza was too arrogant, underestimating the Super Saiyan, believing it merely a fade of strength. By the time Goku had acclimated to his newfound abilities, Frieza had lost any opportunity for triumph. Boom! Namek trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of explosion. Lewis felt a pang of regret. Had he known he should have brought Whis along, they would not have needed to rely on another's Dragon Balls, and he wouldn't feel so guilty. Let us summon the dragon. Lewis urged Naru. Naru nodded, addressing the Dragon Balls on the ground. A golden light shot skyward as Purunga coiled gracefully in the air. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed Candidate Destroyer. Purunga greeted respectfully. Lewis nodded and hastily instructed Naru to make a wish. Restore Namek to its state from 1 day prior. Time was of the essence, as Namek quaked more violently. In Lewis's perception, Frieza, that treacherous fiend, had unleashed a planet-destroying attack, and in 5 minutes, Namek would surely explode. Naru recited the wish in the Namekian tongue. It was a simple request. In the heavens, Purunga's eyes momentarily gleamed, and then Namek began to transform. The shattered landscapes reformed. The raging winds ceased, and the thunder calmed. In an instant, Lewis vanished, leaving only Naru and the astonished Purunga above. Huff, huff. In midair, Goku clenched his fists, bewildered by Namek's transformation. Wasn't Namek supposed to explode in 5 minutes due to Frieza's planet-destroying attack? How could this be? Goku, why is this happening? On the ground, Frieza lay battered, his tail severed, barely clinging to life. Goku understood Frieza's plight, yet he too was puzzled by Namek's restoration. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to Frieza, a sudden rush interrupted the moment. In an instant, Lewis materialized before Frieza. Above, Goku recognized Lewis and exclaimed, "Lewis, what brings you here?" Descending from the heavens, Goku approached Lewis. With a turn of his head, Lewis regarded the protagonist of Dragon Ball, golden-haired and blue-eyed, in his Super Saiyan form, possessing an astounding battle power of 2.5 billion. I have been here all along, waiting to witness your transformation into a Super Saiyan. You've been here this entire time? Goku gripped his shoulders, his voice laced with anger. If you are here, why do you not intervene? With your power, it should be effortless for you to vanquish Frieza. Lewis' strength and identity were already known to him through Vegeta. In the cosmos, scarcely few could rival Lewis. This will be explained shortly. Lewis gestured towards the nearly defeated Frieza on the ground. Kakarot, are you truly going to spare this creature? Goku glared at Frieza, teeth clenched in fury. No, I will not let him go. He killed my father and Vegeta. He must die? Lewis was taken aback. Had Goku truly developed a desire to kill Frieza? In the anime, did he not grant Frieza a moment of mercy at the last moment? It seemed he was affected by the butterfly effect. Allow me to deal with him. Lewis waved his hand, raising it to gather destructive energy. With a hum, the earth trembled. Frieza, who had been coughing up blood, was rendered speechless upon seeing Lewis, the candidate for god of destruction. Yet, it was evident that Frieza harbored deep animosity towards Lewis. If looks could kill, Lewis would have perished countless times at Frieza's glare. Lewis held his hand aloft. The destructive energy poised, but momentarily halted. Forget it. He shook his head, dissipating the destructive energy, and instead unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating Frieza into ashes. While Frieza was indeed despicable, there may come a time when he would be of use, much like during the Tournament of Power in the anime. Hence, Lewis refrained from outright destruction. After Frieza's demise, Goku's spirits were notably low. Lewis, had you intervened, my father and Vegeta would still be alive. Lewis turned to Goku, smiling. Is death truly an end? Have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? Goku's eyes lit up, shaking Lewis in excitement. I nearly forgot. This is wonderful. Now my father and Vegeta can be revived. Chapter 36, Catral's Ambush. Come, I have already summoned the Eternal Dragon. Follow me. Lewis utilized instant transmission, whisking Goku away. In the sky, a green dragon swirled, appearing quite peculiar, as if it were struggling to hold back. Do you have any wishes? Speak quickly, for I can hardly contain myself. With a swoosh, Lewis and Goku appeared before the dragon. Goku gasped at the sight of Purunga in the sky. This is the Namekian dragon. It can revive your father, rest assured. Lewis turned to the dragon and commanded, Purunga, bring Bardock back to life. In the sky, the form of Purunga grew increasingly translucent. Apologies, Lord Candidate Destroyer, but due to Bardock's damaged body, this wish cannot be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Goku's face turned pale. Lewis, this is bad. When I fought Frieza, the ground erupted with lava, engulfing my father and Vegeta. They can't be unrecoverable, can they? Lewis furrowed his brow and replied, Purunga, restore the bodies of the Saiyans that Frieza killed on Namek. Goku, taken aback, seized Lewis's shoulders and shook him excitedly, laughing, Lewis, you're brilliant. Since the Namekian dragon said it cannot revive the deceased without a body, we can first restore Bardock and the others' bodies, and then bring them back to life. Your wish has been granted, Lord Candidate Destroyer, Purunga declared, and 5 corpses appeared on the ground. Bardock, Vegeta, King Vegeta, Bibaret, and Theodore. Lewis, their bodies have been restored. Goku exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, Lewis interrupted, wait, don't say anything. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and his pupils constricted. He soared into the air, turning to Neru and shouted, Neru, wish to transfer everyone on Namek, including these 5 bodies, to Earth, quickly. Lewis's voice was filled with urgency. Neru, startled, was unsure of what was happening, yet he complied. However, before Neru could complete the wish, a colossal destructive energy sphere, 1,000 meters in diameter, appeared in the sky. This destructive energy resembled a purple sun plummeting from above. Boom. If this destructive energy were to land on Namek, the surrounding million-mile radius would likely collapse. Lewis could escape and take Goku and Neru with him, but the Namekians would surely perish. Consumed by guilt towards the Namekians, Lewis could not bear to witness their demise before his eyes. Damn it, Quitella, just you wait. If Lewis's instincts were correct, Quitella was behind this. A surge of golden energy erupted from him, and his hair transformed into gold. Super Saiyan. He then instantaneously teleported beneath the falling destructive energy sphere, bracing against it. Bang! The destructive aura emitted by the energy created a vacuum in the air above. Immunity. All negative effects directed at Lewis were instantly nullified by immunity, though Lewis remained unharmed. His current strength was insufficient to withstand the descending destructive energy. Pressured down, Lewis's body rapidly fell towards the surface of Namek. As he descended, friction with the air ignited flames around him, causing his speed to increase dramatically. Just as he was about to make contact with the ground, Barunga's form suddenly vanished. And then everyone on Namek, including the 5 corpses on the ground, disappeared without a trace. Buzz. The destruction of Namek resulted in an energy strike that caused a colossal collapse within a billion-mile radius of the star domain, forming an immense void black hole. Outside this vast expanse, the angel Conic circled the pitch-black sky, staff in hand, casting a glance toward Lord Katra. Observing the gaping black hole, Katra coldly remarked, "What if Beerus finds out? Does it matter? The Grand Zeno has issued a decree forbidding conflict among gods of destruction. Beerus would not dare to confront me, lest the Grand Zeno erase him from existence. Moreover, I have a personal vendetta against that young prodigy. I cannot allow someone with such extraordinary talent to escape unscathed, for he will inevitably seek retribution in the future." The memory of Luis engaging in a spar with the candidate for god of destruction lingered vividly in his mind. At merely 20 years of age, he had already ascended to the divine dimension and grasped the essence of destructive energy, achieving a state akin to that of an angel. Katra turned to Conic, asking, "Did you not inquire with Whis regarding that young man?" Conic narrowed his eyes, responding, "Whis mentioned that this is a unique skill of Luis, allowing him to disregard all harm." Disregard all harm? Katra chuckled. "Do you truly believe that young Luis could evade the destructive energy I just unleashed?" Conic fell into silence, suspecting that Luis might indeed escape, but refrained from voicing this thought for fear of displeasing Katra. He vividly remembered his elder sister's words when she departed from the 7th universe. "That boy Luis is extraordinary, a mystery beyond my comprehension," along with that divine aura that swept across the Xenos universe and that enigmatic Earth. After uttering these words, his sister ventured to the Xenos palace to seek clarity from their father, followed closely by the other angels. Only he remained behind, as Katra required him to clandestinely linger in the 7th universe to extinguish its hope. "We should depart quickly, otherwise, Beerus will arrive," Katra stated indifferently. "Indeed." Conic waved his staff, ushering Katra away from the scene. In the next instant, 2 figures materialized in their stead. "Katra, you have gone too far," Beerus roared, his wrath sending tremors throughout the North Galaxy. "Whis, restore this place." At once, Whis responded, and with a wave of his staff, the surrounding void black hole began to mend, and the devastated Namek was rejuvenated. "Whis, take me to the 4th universe." The 2 vanished. Chapter 37. The gift of spiritual fruits on Earth. In the Eastern Plains, Luis, Sun Wukong, and all the Namekians found themselves transported to this unfamiliar locale. The Grand Elder sat on the ground, bewildered by his surroundings, exclaiming, "Lord Candidate for God of Destruction, what has transpired?" Sun Wukong swallowed hard. What was that attack? It was terrifying. Nail wiped the sweat from his brow. That was truly frightening. The other Namekians who had been relocated to this place shared their apprehension. "Grand Elder, I apologize. It is my fault that you are embroiled in this." Luis gritted his teeth. Having ascended to the divine dimension, he had long been attuned to the presence of deities. That destructive energy orb had been hurled by Katra. My goodness. It is no wonder that Beerus harbors such disdain for that wretched rodent. It is truly treacherous. Anything struck by destructive energy cannot be restored by an ordinary dragon. Aside from the super dragon, the only means to achieve such restoration lies within the temporal manipulation of angels. Seizing the fleeting moments before the 2 minutes elapse, Luis vanished in an instant. He requested Whis to assist in restoring Namek, to which Whis replied that it had already been restored. Nairo hastily inquired, "Lord Candidate Destroyer, what is the status?" "Your Namek has been restored," came the response. "Excellent. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Candidate Destroyer." A glance revealed that Namek bore not a trace of damage. The Namekians who returned were left in disbelief. Had this Candidate Destroyer utilized the Dragon Balls once more? "Great Elder, to express my apologies, I would like to offer you a token of my esteem." Luis retrieved 3 universal capsules from his pocket and opened one. With a resounding boom, a 200 cubic meter warehouse materialized, filled with dusky-hued fruits. The Great Elder, puzzled, inquired, "Lord Candidate Destroyer, what are these?" "These fruits are known as spirit fruits, sustenance for deities that can extend one's lifespan. In truth, these spirit fruits not only augment longevity, but also significantly enhance one's strength. However, the increase in strength is limited compared to the extension of life, rendering it relatively inconsequential." Luis remarked apologetically, "I failed to fulfill my prior promise to you. Consider this my recompense." Spirit fruits, which grow in the realms inhabited by deities, are abundant in the Destroyer realm, and Luis has consumed them since his youth. This is unacceptable. In the anime, the Great Elder departed from this world following the catastrophic explosion of Namek, his lifespan having been exhausted. The Great Elder, kind and benevolent, was a father figure to them, and Luis could not turn a blind eye to this. Moreover, these spirit fruits held little significance for Luis. "Nairo, Ensure that the Great Elder consumes these spirit fruits. After finishing the contents of this warehouse, he should gain several hundred years to his lifespan. What? Nairo was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. The other Namekians shared in the excitement. The Great Elder was their patriarch, and given his advanced age, it was not unfathomable for him to depart this life at any moment. Indeed, they possessed Dragon Balls, and with a wish, could restore the Great Elder's youth. However, such an act would defy the natural order. The Great Elder would undoubtedly disallow such a transgression. If consuming these fruits could prolong his life, it would differ greatly from wishing upon the Dragon Balls, and the Great Elder would surely accept it. Luis handed the remaining 2 universal capsules to Nairo and subsequently departed Namek. On Earth, in the backyard of Bulma's home, she gazed sorrowfully at Vegeta's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Wah! How could you be gone, Vegeta? Bulma grasped Goku's collar, exclaiming, Goku, who killed Vegeta? Why didn't you protect him? Bulma, I am truly sorry. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong lamented, it is my failure to have safeguarded him. However, do not fret. We can utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect both Vegeta and my father. At that moment, Bulma recalled the Dragon Balls and prepared to retrieve the Dragon Radar. In a sudden flash, Lewis appeared before them. Taze rushed over, anxiously examining him, relieved to find that Lewis had not sustained any injuries. Where have you been for the past month? You scared me to death. Do not worry. You are well aware of my resilience, Lewis replied, embracing Taze, savoring the warmth of her body and the rhythm of her heartbeat. It had been a month since he last saw Taze, and he had missed her dearly. Just then, Bulma approached, exclaiming, brother-in-law, you must avenge Vegeta. Lewis released Taze, reassuring her, rest assured, Vegeta will be fine. Moreover, the one who took his life has already met his end. He turned to Whis, who was reclining on a beach chair, saying, Whis, please revive these 5 individuals, sparing me the trouble of seeking the Dragon Balls. Is that possible? Bulma gasped in surprise. Even Taze appeared perplexed, while she knew Whis possessed vast knowledge and formidable strength. Could he truly resurrect someone? You seem to trouble me with everything. Whis stood up from his chair, brandishing his staff. A resonant hum filled the air as a beam of holy light swept over the 5 lifeless bodies. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Huh, where am I? Where are the Frieza soldiers? The 5 corpses slowly opened their eyes, and Bulma, overcome with joy, embraced the now-revived Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Taze stood in astonishment, realizing that one need not summon Shenron to bring someone back to life. Lewis smiled faintly. Reviving the deceased was hardly a feat after all. During the Tournament of Power in the anime, Whis had resurrected Frieza in his soul state. With that, Whis vanished. Lewis, noticing Whis's departure, inquired, where's Beerus? On the ground, Vegeta awoke in a daze, gazing at Bulma who clung to him. Wasn't I dead? It was my brother-in-law who asked Whis to bring you back. Bulma replied, her eyes swollen with tears. At that moment, Bardock, King Vegeta, Bibidi, and Theodore also began to awaken. We're not dead? Bardock questioned, bewildered. But I distinctly remember Frieza obliterating both me and Bibidi. Suddenly, King Vegeta spotted Lewis, his pupils constricting in shock. Lewis, is it you who saved us? Yet, shaking his head, King Vegeta continued, no, you once claimed that you would not involve yourself in Saiyan affairs. How could we possibly be your concern? Who is this Lewis? Bardock and Bibidi still struggled to comprehend their resurrection. King Vegeta approached Lewis, staring intently at him without averting his gaze. Bardock, I previously mentioned that there exists another formidable warrior among us Saiyans, yet that warrior has never intervened on our behalf. Indeed, you did mention that, Bardock replied. Bardock gazed at the silhouette of King Vegeta, nodding in acknowledgement, when suddenly a jolt of realization struck him. Could it be that this individual was the formidable warrior? Wait, he possesses a tail? He is indeed a Saiyan. Bibert and Theodore spoke up. King Vegeta, is this the strong warrior you mentioned? Why have we never encountered him before? Vegeta replied, you have encountered him. Have you forgotten that over a decade ago, there was a superior warrior among our Saiyan clan named Lewis? The 3 of Bibert, Theodore, and Bardock suddenly recalled that there indeed existed a superior warrior by that name. However, King Vegeta had mentioned that Lewis had perished while on a mission. In truth, he had not died. He had long departed from planet Vegeta. He was taken as a disciple by the most powerful deity in the universe. Now that he stands before us, it is highly likely that we owe our salvation to him. Upon hearing this, Bardock, Theodore, and Bibert gasped in astonishment. A disciple of the most powerful deity in the universe? If he holds such a prestigious status, why has he not intervened to assist his fellow Saiyans? Nearby, Taze, Bulma, and Goku also began to understand Lewis's past experiences. Chapter 38. Beerus has gone to the 4th universe. Upon hearing these revelations, Vegeta's expression grew peculiar. Lewis had not abandoned the Saiyans. Had he not asked Dr. Briefs to construct a gravity chamber for Goku? Did he not take Goku to King Kai to learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques? Lewis stood before the crowd, silent yet composed, as he sensed their myriad questions. I understand your confusion. So let me explain why I have not intervened with the Saiyans. Your existence has emboldened the Frieza force, allowing their influence to spread rapidly. With an increasing number of planets being destroyed, whether they are qualified or unqualified planets, they will be obliterated by you. This has inflicted tremendous turmoil upon the universe. And thus, you have long since incurred the wrath of Lord Beerus. It is only due to my influence that he has refrained from annihilating you. As Lewis paused for a moment, he continued, I am the candidate for the god of destruction. His voice was calm, yet it resonated like thunder in the ears of those present. Indeed, Beerus had originally harbored murderous intent towards the Saiyan race. Yet it was Lewis's intercession that spared them from certain doom. A candidate for the god of destruction is an heir to the god of destruction's power. The will of the god of destruction must invariably be obeyed. Naturally, Lewis could not involve himself further with the Saiyans. Furthermore, deities are devoid of compassion. Lewis could not excessively interfere with the affairs of the mortal realm. Their current revival was undoubtedly aided by Lewis's intervention, which would eventually lead to his reproach from Beerus. King Vegeta felt a profound sense of shame. He had wrongfully accused Lewis. Initially, Bardock and the others were angered upon learning that Lewis, a powerful Saiyan, chose not to assist his kin. However, after hearing his explanation, they felt their ears burn with embarrassment, utterly mortified. It was not that others disregarded the Saiyans, but rather that they were bound by the duties of divinity. What thoughts occupied their minds? Lewis remained oblivious. If he knew, he would surely laugh aloud. What he just stated, though rooted in truth, was primarily a reflection of Lewis's simple desire to disregard them. Nevertheless, that was all in the past. The Saiyans of today are different. When Whis departed, he did not encounter Beerus, leading Lewis to speculate that Beerus might have ventured to Universe 4. King Vegeta hastily inquired, Lewis, what has become of the other Saiyans? You can ask Kakarot about that, Lewis replied before vanishing with ties. Everyone turned their attention to Son Goku, who recounted the events on Namek. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Frieza was slain by Lewis. They were revived by Whis. After hearing everything, several Saiyans swallowed hard. Super Saiyan, Kakarot, is that truly the case? You really transformed into a Super Saiyan? Their excitement was understandable, as the Super Saiyan was a legend among the Saiyan race. Frieza had feared the emergence of this legend, which prompted his actions against them. Now, upon hearing this news, no Saiyan could remain indifferent. Moreover, if this were true, did it mean they too could transform into Super Saiyans? Their faces were nearly pressed against their own, and Son Goku, feeling somewhat awkward, stepped back. He scratched his head and sheepishly remarked, Lewis said that state is called Super Saiyan. I'm not sure if it's accurate. His foolish demeanor left the others speechless. Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, transform for us to see, quickly. He recalled the golden-haired, blue-eyed figure he seemingly glimpsed before his demise. Bardock, suppressing his own excitement, urged, Yes, Kakarot. Just transform so we can confirm. Unlike the others, Bardock believed about 80% of what Son Goku had said, as he had long harbored a premonition that his second son would transform into a Super Saiyan. Alright, everyone, step back a bit. I'll give it a try. Son Goku moved aside, and King Vegeta and the others quickly made way. Bulma was also intrigued by this so-called Super Saiyan. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Son Goku. However, after a while, Son Goku showed no signs of change. Kakarot, what's wrong? I seem unable to transform. Son Goku looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Vegeta remarked, Didn't you transform before? Why can't you do it now? Bardock suggested, Could it be that you're too nervous? Why not try again? King Vegeta and Bibidi nodded in agreement, encouraging Son Goku to try once more. Alright, I'll give it another shot. Son Goku attempted again, but after a while, still nothing happened. This time, he too was taken aback. On Namek, witnessing his father's murder had triggered his transformation out of sheer rage. Why was it failing now? King Vegeta furrowed his brow and asked, Kakarot, you're not deceiving us, are you? Bibidi and Theodore regarded Son Goku with skeptical expressions. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and said, I did not deceive you. It was I who defeated Frieza. Bardock, incredulous, retorted, You defeated Frieza? Indeed. However, it was ultimately Lewis who delivered the final blow, Sun Wukong replied. A hint of urgency in his voice. It seemed as though everyone harbored doubts about him. Yet, during his transformation, all had perished. Now, he found himself incapable of transforming again, and with Lewis having departed in such haste, he could scarcely provide an explanation. At that moment, Vegeta stepped forward earnestly, stating, Kakarot, I believe you. He paused briefly before continuing, Before my demise, I witnessed a golden figure. I could not have been mistaken. Upon hearing these words, the others were initially taken aback, but soon they erupted in excitement. We have struck gold. Bardock and King Vegeta embraced, their faces alight with fervor. The legend of the Saiyans was indeed true. This meant they too could attain transformation in the future. In the realm of destruction, two figures appeared by the lakeside. Lewis approached the Palace of Destruction, only to find it devoid of occupants. Could it be that he truly went to the fourth universe to confront Quitella? Lewis shouted Whis. Lord Beerus, please do not act recklessly. Anxiety etched across Lewis's face. It was now confirmed. Beerus must have sent Whis to take him to the fourth universe. Quitella had ambushed him, and Beerus surely sought vengeance on his behalf. However, it was a grave violation of the King of All's decree that deities of destruction were forbidden from engaging in combat. Should Beerus and Quitella clash, it would be a most serious offense. No, I must prevent him. Lewis thought frantically as he paced within the palace. Though Beerus often appeared impatient with him, Lewis understood that Beerus genuinely cared for him. He felt profoundly touched by Beerus's willingness to stand up for him this time. Lewis, what troubles you? Whis inquired. I am contemplating how to reach the fourth universe, Lewis replied. Leaving the seventh universe to venture into the fourth is no simple task. There exist barriers between the universes, which mortals can scarcely breach. Although Lewis had transcended to a divine level, his strength had yet to attain the realm of the gods. Breaking through the cosmic barriers proved to be exceedingly challenging. As for the other universes, Ties had spent considerable time in the realm of destruction and was well aware of the cosmic hierarchy. It turned out that the world encompassed not just a single universe, but 11 others as well. Lewis, why not consult the old Kai? Ties suggested, recalling that Lewis had mentioned an ancient Kai in the seventh universe who surely possessed vast knowledge. Perhaps the old Kai would know how to depart from the seventh universe. Yes, Lewis exclaimed, filled with elation as he lifted Ties and planted a fervent kiss on her rosy lips. He then set her down and vanished from sight. Ties shouted into the air, feeling a sense of helplessness as she exited the palace. She was uncertain of what had transpired, but judging by Lewis's anxious expression, it was evident that he had pressing matters to attend to. I hope he resolves it successfully. Chapter 39, The Cosmic Traversing Cube, The Realm of the Kais. In a verdant meadow, tall trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves whispering softly. Beneath the shade of a grand tree sat 3 individuals. Saiyan, do you comprehend the responsibilities of the Supreme Kai? Yes, I understand, Ancestor. Then are you still afraid of Majin Buu? Not anymore. Saiyan glanced at the old Supreme Kai and chuckled. It turns out there are destroyers in the universe. From now on, I need not fear Majin Buu. Suddenly, a figure appeared with a whoosh beside them. Jebbet, sitting next to Saiyan, recoiled and trembled upon seeing this newcomer. Lewis, however, paid no heed to Jebbet as he approached the old Supreme Kai. Master Supreme Kai, I urgently seek your counsel. Lewis, what brings you here? The old Supreme Kai was taken aback. Lewis recounted the prior sparring session briefly, culminating with the alarming news of Beerus venturing to the fourth universe. What? Katra ambushed you? The old Supreme Kai's fury ignited. Saiyan, startled by the Supreme Kai's thunderous voice, felt a pang of concern for Lewis. Lewis, are you unharmed? I am fine. Lewis, glancing anxiously at the Supreme Kai, pressed, Master Supreme Kai, how can I reach the fourth universe? If we do not thwart Lord Beerus, there may be dire consequences. Do not fret. That scrawny fool knows the repercussions of confronting a destroyer. He is not so foolish. The old Supreme Kai gritted his teeth. That wretched rat is truly overstepping. This time, Beerus has done exceptionally well. Master Supreme Kai, perhaps save the rebukes for later. Lewis sighed. Do you possess a means for me to leave the seventh universe? Lewis felt profoundly touched by the concern shown by both the old Supreme Kai and Beerus. For the first time, he experienced a sense of belonging to the seventh universe. There are 2 methods to depart the seventh universe. The old Supreme Kai regained his composure. First, one could use immense power to breach the cosmic barriers. However, achieving this requires the strength of a god. With your current abilities, that may be unattainable. The second method involves utilizing the Cosmic Travel Cube. The Cosmic Travel Cube? Both Lewis and Saiyan were momentarily taken aback. Soon, Lewis recalled something. Are you referring to the cube that Whis possesses? The old Supreme Kai regarded Lewis with a bemused expression. I cannot believe Whis shared this with you. Indeed. It is that very cube. Lewis clicked his tongue. In truth, Whis had never mentioned it to him. He had merely recalled from a previous Life-S anime that Whis used the Cosmic Travel Cube to take everyone to the power tournament. Master Supreme Kai, Whis is not here, and we lack the cube. Lewis shook his head. The old Supreme Kai, with a hint of pride, raised his chin. Did I ever claim I did not have one? You do? Lewis exclaimed in sheer delight. How could you possess the Cosmic Travel Cube? What business is it of yours? I possess it, that is sufficient. Do you wish to use it or not? The old Supreme Kai's face flushed slightly. He had acquired the cube previously to seek romantic encounters in other universes, having solicited Whis for assistance. I want it. Master Supreme Kai, please lend it to me. I shall provide it to you at once. The old Kai waved his hand, opening a rift in the dimensional space from which a purple cube emerged. Fortunately, you had transcended to the divine level, allowing you to infuse the cube with divine power, thereby unlocking its maximum velocity. The old Kai paused momentarily and said, Very well, I shall accompany you. That insufferable old rat had dared to ambush the candidate god of destruction of his universe. The mere thought incensed him. He intended to confront the situation himself. After all, if he could not best the god of destruction, could he not contend with the Kai of that realm? You are coming along as well. Splendid. Lewis was still anxious about breaching the cosmic barriers and how to reach Universe 4. With the old Kai accompanying him, his worries dissipated. Indeed, Asin nodded in agreement. Soon, Lewis and the old Kai boarded the cosmic travel cube, vanishing from the Kai realm. Inside the cube, Lewis felt a twinge of agitation. The old Kai noticed his expression and remarked, "Lewis, do not fret too much. That skinny one is quite clever and will not act recklessly." Lewis nodded. He had been overly hasty and had forgotten the nature of Beerus. Beerus would certainly not fall for Quitra's tricks so easily. His unease stemmed not from that, but rather from the uncertainty of how long their journey to another universe would take. He hoped it would be swift. Otherwise, Kai's worries would surely escalate. "We are about to breach the barrier. Stay alert," the old Kai's voice echoed in his ears. He concentrated, amplifying his divine power. In an instant, the cosmic travel cube transformed into a beam of purple light, swiftly penetrating through the luminous membrane. They soon arrived in a pitch-black expanse. Gazing ahead, Lewis beheld 11 colossal spheres floating before him. "The third sphere on the left is Universe 4. Simply steer in that direction." "Understood." Beep. "Task initiated. Please sign in at Universe 4. Reward, erase your prototype." Suddenly, the cosmic travel cube halted. "Lewis, what is the matter?" "Nothing. I'm on my way." Chapter 40. Sign in successful. Reward, erase your prototype. In Universe 4, a beam of light pierced through the barrier. Beep. Sign in task completed. Reward, erase your prototype. Buzz. Within the cube, Lewis's body trembled as a force of obliteration surged within him. The old Kai beside him collapsed in shock. Lewis, taken aback, exclaimed, "Old Kai, what has happened to you?" The old Kai stammered, his voice quivering. What was that aura you just emitted?" If he had not misperceived, Lewis had just radiated a hint of erasure power. Gulp. The old Kai swallowed hard. That power of obliteration was a technique reserved for the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Why could this young man possess such power? Lewis found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to feign ignorance. The old Kai shakily rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Lewis. His expression growing increasingly peculiar. "Ignore. Erasure. Perfect freedom realm." This young man. No wonder Whis mentioned he was extraordinary. He certainly harbored many secrets. The old Supreme Kai recalled the divine aura that Whis had mentioned years ago. He was certain it was connected to this young man before him. "Lewis." The old Supreme Kai opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from asking anything. Relieved that the old Supreme Kai had remained silent, Lewis exhaled softly. It was fortunate that no inquiries were made, for explanations would have been quite challenging. "Old Supreme Kai, shall we seek out Lord Beerus?" "Indeed. Beerus should be in the God of Destruction realm of the fourth universe." The old Supreme Kai looked up. "Whis." With a resounding flash, a divine light illuminated the area. Lewis rolled his eyes and quipped, "If I don't go, will Lord Beerus end up battling Quitella?" The old Supreme Kai inquired. "Whis. That slender fellow isn't causing trouble, is he?" Lewis held his breath, anxious about the prospect of hearing news of a confrontation between Beerus and Quitella. Whis shook his head and replied with a smile. "Although Lord Beerus can be rather arrogant, you are well aware of his cowardly nature, Old Supreme Kai." At this, the old Supreme Kai couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth, recalling how Beerus had been sealed away for millions of years out of fear. So what is Lord Beerus doing at present? Lewis wondered, perplexed as to why Beerus was not intervening on his behalf. Once you reach the God of Destruction realm in the fourth universe, you will understand. At the palace of the Omni King, all the angels except for Konik and Whis had gathered. The angel from Universe 10, Kusu, respectfully addressed the Grand Minister. "Father, are you aware of the events unfolding in Universe 7? The Grand Minister gazed at his offspring and replied with a smile, "What is troubling you?" The angel from Universe 6, Beerus, interjected. "Years ago, an extraordinarily divine aura emerged in Universe 7. A few days ago, we visited Universe 7 to investigate this matter. We discovered that the candidate for God of Destruction in Universe 7 is quite exceptional. He grasped the principles of destruction in just over a decade." The angel from Universe 5, Kukatel, added, "Moreover, he has comprehended the perfected state of freedom, and most importantly, he can disregard any attack." At this revelation, all the angels held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension. They harbored doubts about Lewis's true identity, no matter how gifted a mortal might be. Such feats were simply implausible. It is essential to recognize that among the angels present, who could claim to have attained the perfected state of freedom in merely a decade during their youth, it was an impossibility. Each angel must endure numerous trials before achieving their ultimate form. If one were to argue that it was a matter of extraordinary talent to comprehend the perfected state of freedom, that could be accepted. However, the ability to disregard attacks transcended mere talent. "Are you inquiring about Lewis's identity?" The Grand Minister chuckled. Kusu frowned. "Father, your expression suggests you know his identity?" The other angels gazed intently at the Grand Minister. He stepped forward with a sigh and remarked, "Indeed, when that divine aura manifested over a decade ago, I conducted my own investigation. Undoubtedly, that aura emanated from the candidate for God of Destruction in Universe 7. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The multitude of angels erupted in astonishment, utterly taken aback. That divine aura once swept across the entirety of the Omni King universe, resonating in every corner. It resembled the primal essence of creation, pure and resplendent. In the eyes of the angels, only their father or the Omni King could manifest such power. To their disbelief, it was the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe who had unleashed this force. You claim to disregard attacks, yet I have personally tested this. One of them exclaimed. What was the outcome? The angels swallowed nervously, each clenching their fists, palms slick with sweat. They yearned for an answer, though deep down, they already harbored one. The Grand Priest had conducted a personal test over a decade ago, leading them to engage their universe's candidate destroyer in a spar with Lewis. This indicated that Lewis had emerged unscathed, meaning he had withstood the Grand Priest's probing. Do you now have your answer? The Grand Priest remarked with a smile. Indeed. He has withstood my test. He is capable of disregarding any assault. Boom. Their spirits jolted. Their father was the foremost individual beneath the Omni King. Father, do you know his identity? Kess inquired urgently. Yes. He can't possibly be from the Dark Demon realm, can he? Campbell questioned. The young man bears no trace of dark energy. He cannot be from the Dark Demon realm, the Grand Priest clarified. If he were, Whis would have certainly sensed it and would not have accepted him as a candidate destroyer. The angels exchanged words, each contributing to the conversation. Enough, the Grand Priest interjected, raising his hand. I have begun to form some hypotheses, and I have subtly probed the sentiments of the Omni King. The Grand Priest fell silent, his expression revealing to the angels that their father most likely had an inkling of Lewis's identity, and that it bore a connection to the Omni King. This revelation left the angels exchanging glances, astonished expressions reflected in their eyes. Regardless of his actions, you must not intervene, the Grand Priest admonished gravely, fixing his gaze upon the angels. Have you understood my words clearly? Suddenly, a faint aura of erasure emanated from the 4th universe. The other angels remained oblivious. But Kessa's pupils constricted in alarm as she turned toward the depths of the Omni King Palace, glancing back at her father. Father, enough, do not concern yourself. At that moment, the Grand Priest's lips curled into a slight smirk as he regarded the direction of the 4th universe. The other angels were left bewildered, questioning what had transpired between their eldest sister and their father. Chapter 41. Testing Katra's erasure in the 4th universe. The realm of the destroyers mirrored that of the 7th universe. Lakes, forests, and mountains all bore the same violet hue. Dead mice? Have you not eaten? Put some muscle into it. By the lakeside, Beerus lounged in a chair, reclining with an expression of indulgence. Behind him, Katra gritted her teeth, applying more pressure as she massaged Beerus's shoulders. Ugh! Beerus sprang to his feet, irate. Are you applying so much force because you have a grievance against me? Crack! Katra clenched her fists, rage surging within her, her chest heaving with each breath. The emaciated cat, with a challenge in its voice, dared, if you have the capability. Come and fight me. To this, Beerus let out a hearty laugh. Fighting is hardly the pursuit of a refined individual like myself. The tension in the air was palpable as Katra clenched his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Troy stood frozen, hardly daring to breathe, fearful that even the slightest sound might draw the attention of the two deities. At that moment, a brilliant cascade of 7 colors descended from the heavens. The old Kai rushed to Beerus's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe, exclaiming, Beerus, you haven't caused any trouble, have you? As the old Kai's gaze roamed, Beerus felt a growing discomfort. Old fool, if you continue to look at me that way, I might just seal you away again. Nevertheless, he noted that Beerus appeared to be in excellent condition, showing no signs of having engaged in a battle. Lewis approached Beerus, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Before he could finish, Beerus delivered a punch to Lewis's chest. The impact resonated like thunder, shaking the very fabric of existence. Yet, Lewis remained unscathed, while Quitra's eyelids flickered in disbelief. Is this kid's body made of iron? He withstood the force of the 5th level of divine power without a scratch. Witnessing this, Pornick swallowed hard, realizing that Wiss's comments about ignoring were indeed true. Enough with the sentimentality, you're a grown man. Ignoring Katra and the others, Beerus patted Lewis's chest, his expression turning serious. You are my heir. Without my permission, no one dares to lay a hand on you. Beerus understood Lewis's troubled expression, yet he believed it was only natural to defend his disciple. If anyone dares to harm you, I shall ensure they pay dearly for it. With that, his gaze turned menacingly toward Katra. Beerus, are you done? I merely launched a surprise attack on your disciple. Katra clenched his fists and roared. Lewis and the old Kai exchanged puzzled glances, both bewildered by Beerus's actions. What could have provoked this irritable old mouse to such fury? Whis smirked slightly, having conveyed to the old Kai and Lewis the events of the past few days. It turned out that upon discovering Quitra's ambush on Lewis, Beerus had been consumed by rage and could not resist retaliating against the 4th universe. However, Beerus was inherently fearful of death. He knew that should he act, Zeno would not spare him. This played right into Quitra's hands. You came to my 7th universe to ambush my heir? Very well, I shall return the favor. After having Whis escort him to the 4th universe, Beerus also launched a surprise attack on the candidate destroyer, Troy. It was only thanks to Angel Cornic's timely intervention. Utilizing time reversal, that Troy was restored to life. Had it not been for that, Troy would have perished. Even after Troy's revival, Beerus showed no signs of relenting. He lingered near the realm of the 4th universe's destroyer. Each time Troy dared to emerge, Beerus was ready to strike him down again. And this was not the end. Beerus frequently wreaked havoc in the 4th universe's territories, confident that even if Quitra were furious, he would not dare to retaliate. If Quitra truly could not restrain himself from confronting him, then so be it. After all, bringing the matter before the Omni King would certainly justify his actions. It was you, Quitra, who ambushed my disciple. Thus, is it not reasonable for me to obliterate your universe? Within the span of 2 days, Beerus directly rendered one of the galaxies in the 4th universe utterly dysfunctional. Following this, his gaze shifted to another galaxy within the same universe. At this point, Quitra could no longer endure the situation. Engaging in combat with Beerus was an impossibility. After all, the one who strikes first is destined to perish. Aware of his own culpability, Quitra could only inquire how he might appease Beerus. Having achieved his objective, Beerus proposed that Quitra serve him as a subordinate for 3 days. The humiliation was unbearable for Quitra, yet he had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, his universe would remain under Beerus's relentless scrutiny. This led to the scene that Lewis witnessed upon arriving in the 4th universe. Lewis could not contain himself and burst into laughter. The old Kaioshin covered his mouth, wishing Lewis would not be so audacious as to laugh aloud. How utterly intolerable. Quitra felt his ears burn. Lewis's laughter drove him further into a wall of shame. When had a mere candidate for God of Destruction ever possessed the audacity to mock him? How intolerable. Lewis's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward. Standing merely 10 centimeters away from Quitra, their eyes locked. Both could sense the other's murderous intent. Are you envious of my talents? Lewis taunted. What? Your universe lacks a genius like me, so you resort to ambushes? Do you even know who you're speaking to? Quitra's expression darkened. The inhabitants of Universe 7 are utterly detestable. Gazing at the smirk on this youth's face, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill him. Who do you think you're addressing? Upon hearing this, Beerus radiated a palpable aura of destruction, stepping forward, causing the entire 4th universe to tremble. Whis and Conic straightened, preparing for action. The devastation from a clash between 2 gods of destruction was far too staggering. Lord Beerus, allow me to handle this. Lewis gently waved his hand. Beerus cast a glance at Lewis, ultimately dispersing his destructive aura. I understand your desire to kill me. After all, eliminating me would extinguish the future hope of Universe 7. However, Lewis grinned wickedly. You cannot kill me. I can disregard any harm this world may inflict. Boom. The old Kaioshin, Quitra, Conic, and Troy shuddered, their minds assaulted by a fierce impact. Can there truly be someone who can ignore all attacks? I've just learned a new technique, and I wish to test it on you. Lewis flashed a sinister smile at Quitra, raising his hand. Erase. Chapter 42. Quitra is terrified. Buzz. A white light emanated from Lewis's hand, an unparalleled might that seemed capable of erasing all matter from existence. Except for the 2 angels, everyone else collapsed to the ground. Their eyes bulged, mouths agape, faces ashen, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It was as if they had encountered a ghost. Anxiety and trepidation enveloped the air as Whis and Conic wore expressions of sheer disbelief, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Erasure. Such a technique was reserved solely for the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Why was Lewis wielding it? Quitra collapsed to the ground, a cold sweat trickling down his spine, his voice trembling as he stammered. How do you possess the technique of the Omni King? This move was all too familiar to Quitra, long ago. The Omni King's universe comprised 18 realms. Yet now, only 12 remained. The 6 vanished universes had been obliterated by this very technique. The scene was reminiscent, the aura unmistakable. Confronted with this, Quitra felt akin to a mouse facing a cat, engulfed by terror and despair. No one could escape from erasure. Whis, wide-eyed, inquired Lewis. When did you learn this technique? He recognized Lewis's exceptional talent. Within a mere decade and a half, he had grasped the destructive principles of a god of destruction and achieved the perfect state of an angel. However, erasure transcended ordinary techniques. No. Erasure was not merely a technique. It was a confluence of rules, destruction, time, space, light, and darkness, all embodied within a singular law. Such a principle could only be comprehended by those of priest rank or higher. Yet, Lewis had accomplished this feat. The elder Kai sat in silence, his gaze fixed intently upon Lewis. It turned out he had not misjudged. That aura truly belonged to erasure. Lewis did not regard Whis, but looked down upon the prostrate Quitra, sneering. Quitra, do you comprehend with whom you are conversing? The white halo surrounding him sent shivers down Ketra's spine, rendering him speechless in his fear. A palpable aura of menace filled the atmosphere. The realm of gods of destruction felt like an icebound fortress, chilling to the core. Even Beerus was taken aback by this spectacle, hastily exclaiming, "Lewis, do not act recklessly." Lewis's display was utterly astonishing. Supreme erasure. Should Lewis unleash this power, Ketra would be utterly obliterated from existence, perhaps only to be revived by the legendary super dragon. The repercussions of slaying a god of destruction were monumental. Despite his disdain for this wretched rat, Beerus dared not take such drastic measures. It is worth noting that while Beerus could easily eliminate Ketra, the title of the foremost god of destruction in the Omni King's universe was not merely a fade. Whis materialized before Lewis, imploring, "Lewis, please, do not act impulsively." Conic remained in shock, pondering how anyone could master such a technique. He should have advised Ketra sooner to refrain from confronting Lewis. Yet, an inkling of doubt lingered within him. Was there truly someone capable of disregarding all harm? After all, this was merely an ambush on a candidate god of destruction. Surely, Beerus would not overreact. Conic's intuition proved correct. Beerus was indeed hesitant to act rashly. However, the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe was about to provoke trouble. They had encountered a formidable opponent. In a moment, everyone, including the old Kai, urged Lewis. Lewis raised his right hand, unfazed, with a mocking expression directed at Ketra. "If even the Grand Priest cannot slay me, do you dare to threaten me? Are you prepared for death?" As these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere was charged with an oppressive killing intent that seemed to solidify. And no, Ketra's pupils dilated sharply. The others were filled with dread. Lewis truly intended to end Ketra's life. Lewis, please don't." Amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, Lewis swung his right hand. The heavens trembled. A blinding white light erupted, illuminating the sky as if it were midday, so dazzling that it was difficult to keep one's eyes open. At that moment, a melodic voice resonated throughout the Destroyer realm. "Enough, Mr. Lewis, please spare Lord Ketra." An angelic figure resembling a young girl appeared in the air, brandishing her staff. The white light unleashed by Lewis abruptly dissipated. However, the little girl's hand trembled as she held the staff, though it eventually steadied. Suddenly, Lewis fell to one knee, violently coughing up blood. Observing this, the weakened Ketra's eyes flickered with a glint of murderous intent. What an opportunity! Yet, in the next instant, that murderous intent vanished. Ketra understood that Lewis could disregard any attack. He knew he could not kill Lewis. Lewis, what is wrong?" Beerus and the old Kai quickly rushed to Lewis's side, helping him up, their expressions laden with urgency. "Aren't you invulnerable to all attacks?" Lewis appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, utterly defeated. "Dear sister, what have you done to Lewis?" Whis directed an anxious query at the girl in the sky. The girl was none other than the Grand Priest's eldest daughter, Kes. Kes furrowed her brow. "I have not harmed Mr. Lewis. His ability to ignore should render him unharmed." After saying this, Kes waved her staff, casting a healing spell upon Lewis. Kes's expression turned grave. Despite her healing spell, Lewis showed no signs of recovery. After casting the spell 10 times, Lewis's complexion finally returned to normal. "I am fine." Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, freeing himself from the support of the old Kai and Beerus. The old Kai longed to inquire about the erasure, but instead expressed concern. "Lewis, did you not say you could not be harmed?" Beerus quickly interjected. "Could it be that Miss Kes has injured you?" Kes retorted. "I already said I did not lay a hand on him." Lewis looked up at Kes and shook his head. "I was not harmed by Miss Kes." "Then why?" Whis began to ask. "Why are you injured?" Lewis said nothing, and the murderous intent that had surrounded him vanished. The crowd fell silent, bewildered. Had he not just declared his intent to kill Ketra? Why the sudden shift? Meanwhile, the prostrate Ketra exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped death. "Wait." Kes scrutinized Lewis intently. "Mr. Lewis, what is your relationship with Lord Zeno?" Chapter 43, The Identity of Lewis. Chris did not pose her question openly. Rather, she communicated discreetly through thought. Lewis furrowed his brow, pondering why Chris would inquire thus. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in his mind. Wasn't the act of erasure precisely the technique of the Omni King? It was highly likely that Chris had made this connection, prompting her inquiry. Lewis remained silent, shaking his head in a gesture that conveyed his lack of association with the Omni King. Observing this, Chris frowned and transmitted, "How could that be?" "My father clearly stated." Before she could finish, she interrupted her thoughts, casting a deep glance at Lewis before vanishing from sight. The High Priest had stated that Lewis need not concern himself with anything, but the act of slaying a god of destruction was indeed a grave matter. Her presence here was a directive from the High Priest to prevent Lewis from proceeding. Now that she had successfully obstructed him, her mission was accomplished. With Chris's disappearance, Lewis stood frozen, reflecting on her mention of the High Priest. It seemed that the High Priest was aware of his true identity, yet, was he not merely an ordinary Saiyan? Doubt began to creep into Lewis's mind. "System, do I have any relation to the Omni King?" Lewis thought. a sense of curiosity gnawing at him. An electronic voice resonated in his mind. No, you are simply an ordinary Saiyan, with no connection to the Omni King. The individual referred to by the High Priest is someone else, not you. Someone else? Who? The system fell silent. Lewis's lips twitched in frustration, realizing it was merely teasing his curiosity without providing an answer. You mischievous system. Ultimately, under Whis' guidance, Lewis departed from Universe 4. Within the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 4, only Katra, Troy, and Konnik remained. Katra rose from the ground, clenching his fists, his expression dark and brooding as he fixated on the spot where Lewis had vanished, remaining silent. Lord Katra, perhaps you should seize the opportunity to apologize to Mr. Lewis. Konnik suggested. He was riddled with questions. His siblings had visited the Omni King's palace, yet he had not been present. Surely, something significant had transpired, otherwise, his elder sister would not have returned so swiftly. Moreover, her demeanor towards Lewis was peculiar, particularly the expression she bore upon her departure. Very well, Konnik, perceptive of Katra's countenance, but dismissive of it, decided to let him vent his frustrations. Katra had endured considerable humiliation over the past days, first being cornered by Beerus in his own home, then subjected to servitude under Beerus for 2 days, and now being trampled by a candidate for the position of God of Destruction. If he were in Katra's place, Konnik would find it unbearable as well. Lord Katra, I shall seek out my sister. You may take your time to vent, Konnik said before abruptly vanishing from sight. After a moment, Katra remained motionless, fixated on the spot where Lewis had once stood. I want you dead. Within the cosmic travel cube. The expression of that decrepit mouse truly nearly made me die of laughter. Ha ha ha. Beerus danced with joy, his face adorned with a broad smile. Ha ha. Let that old mouse launch a surprise attack on our substitute destroyer. The old Kai looked at Beerus and remarked, Skinny Bones, you did quite well this time. Skinny Bones? Beerus glared at the old Kai, his nose elevated in disdain. Oh no. The old Kai covered his mouth, having inadvertently revealed his thoughts about Beerus. Beerus huffed. Never mind. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall let you off the hook. The old Kai patted his chest and turned to Lewis, asking Lewis, when did you learn about erasure? Upon hearing this, both Beerus and Whis turned their gazes towards Lewis. The atmosphere inside the cosmic travel cube grew somewhat tense. Lewis rubbed his nose and replied, I just learned it not long ago. Just learned it not long ago? Whis shook his head, stating, erasure is not merely a technique. It is a collection of rules, a concept designated as law by the angels. To wield it, one must comprehend various rules and ultimately integrate them as one. Even among us angels, many spend their entire lives unable to achieve this. Do you understand? Lewis looked at Whis, wanting to speak, but at a loss for words to explain himself. Enough. Beerus interjected, positioning himself in front of Lewis, then turning to meet his gaze. Lewis, will you pose a threat to the 7th universe? Beerus's voice was exceedingly serious, his expression grave, something the old Kai had never witnessed before. The 7th universe is my home. Lewis responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Beerus beamed with delight. The old Kai chuckled as well, while Whis first appeared taken aback before joining in the laughter. They had received their answer and were thoroughly satisfied. In high spirits, Beerus inquired, by the way, Lewis, how did you end up spitting blood just now? The old Kai also expressed confusion. Aren't you able to disregard any harm? How could you spit blood? Lewis replied, do you believe my current strength is sufficient to support erasure? I was just putting on a brave face. Pushed to the point of spitting blood. Failing to reach the power of the divine realm indeed rendered him incapable of sustaining erasure. Whis nodded, finally grasping the key point. It was evident that Lewis had suffered a backlash. He was not injured by anyone else. No wonder he bled so profusely. And no wonder his sister had to cast healing spells repeatedly to restore him. Beerus and the old Kai soon understood, stifling their laughter. You never intended to kill Katra. You were merely trying to intimidate him, weren't you? Earlier, the murderous aura emanating from Lewis had startled them, leading them to believe he genuinely wished to eliminate Katra. Why bring it up now that you know? Lewis rolled his eyes. To kill a destroyer who has touched the 5th layer of the divine realm is not that simple. However, Beerus was mistaken. Lewis had harbored the intent to kill Katra all along. He was not merely trying to scare him. Had it not been for Kessa's intervention, he indeed could have slain that old mouse. The atmosphere within the square became quite pleasant. At that moment, Whis, has your sister's power reached the level of a high priest? Chapter 44, Kessa's Power. Power classification, 5 levels of divine realm, 3 levels of angelic realm, high priest realm, and Omni King realm. Lewis was aware that the candidates for the god of destruction were all at the 2nd level of the divine realm. As for the gods of destruction, aside from Beerus, who resided at the 5th level of the divine realm, the others were at the 4th level. As for the angels, Lewis was yet to ascertain their levels. Lewis fixed his gaze intently on Whis. The elder Kai and Beerus also turned their attention towards him. As the atmosphere within the square grew somewhat delicate, this was primarily due to Kess having caught Lewis's erasure attack with her bare hands, a sight that was profoundly astonishing. Why do you ask that? Whis said, feeling a bit helpless under their scrutiny. I sense that Miss Kess possesses extraordinary power. That force might even be beyond what the angels can withstand. Her ability to interrupt it speaks volumes of her capabilities. Whis fell silent. The square grew quiet, a stark contrast to the previous buzz. Noticing Whis's silence, Beerus swallowed hard. Whis, could it be that your sister's power has truly reached the level of a high priest? The Elder Kai understood the magnitude of power at the high priest level. If it were true, the entire universe of the Omni King would flourish. I don't know. After a moment, Whis finally spoke. Please don't look at me like that. I genuinely have no idea. Whis turned his gaze away from the trio, peering into the abyss of the space beyond the square, stating, all I know is that my sister is the strongest among all my siblings. And I can no longer sense her current power. Perhaps she has already reached that level. Boom. This revelation was utterly shocking. Each event encountered today was more astonishing than the last. Beerus and the Elder Kai were rendered speechless. Lewis was equally taken aback. It seemed that the little one had indeed attained the level of a high priest, explaining her ability to thwart his actions. Meanwhile, in the 10th universe, Kess suddenly sneezed, unaware that someone behind her had referred to her as a little one. At that moment, she noticed Konik approaching her side as the square transported them into the 7th universe. Back in the Elder Kai's realm, he was being pursued by Ashen, who anxiously inquired about the situation. Ashen was in a state of urgency, for his life was now intertwined with Beerus's, should Beerus act recklessly. The Omni King would hold him accountable, and he would not escape unscathed. The Elder Kai slowly began recounting the events that had transpired in the 4th universe. Upon hearing this, Ashen became exhilarated. So Lewis is that strong. As the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe, his growing strength is beneficial for the 7th universe. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Tai sat by the lake, lost in thought, her chin resting on her palm. When Lewis departed, his expression was one of urgency, indicating that something significant had occurred. Suddenly, Tais turned her head with delight, exclaiming, Lewis. Lewis appeared before Tais in an instant, wrapping her in a strong embrace. Everything has been resolved, right? Yes, it has. Lewis gently ruffled Tais's little head, inhaling her delicate fragrance, which instilled a sense of tranquility within him. That is good, he remarked. Tais responded with a blissful smile, feeling secure in Lewis's solid embrace, an experience she had never encountered during their cosmic voyages. Suddenly, she noticed Beerus staring intently at her, causing her petite face to flush crimson, her ears burning fiercely as she buried her head deeper into Lewis's chest. Lewis, observing Tais's reaction, glanced at Beerus and could not suppress a smirk. All right. If you keep staring at my wife like that, she is bound to get shy. Why don't you two take your leave? Humph. Who wants to witness your lovey-dovey antics? Tais, I'm hungry, Beerus lamented, looking at Tais with longing. It had been 2 or 3 days since he had savored her culinary creations. Whis fervently nodded in agreement. Tais, I'm also famished. Emerging from Lewis's embrace, Tais's cheeks still glowed like a ripe apple. I'll prepare something for you right away, she said bashfully before departing. Watching her shy demeanor, Lewis felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Lord Beerus, you wouldn't dare dine on Earth, relying on Tais's cooking every day, would you? How shameless. You are my disciple. What is there to be ashamed of? Beerus chuckled. I never imagined you would actually win Tais's heart. Whis stifled a laugh. I had always suspected there was something between them. Beerus scoffed. Who doesn't he know that? Lewis felt a wave of irritation wash over him, thinking, these two fools. At that moment, Beerus's tone shifted. Lewis, you must be cautious lately. Quitella isn't one to be trifled with. He may very well seek revenge. He recounted how Quitella had been forced to serve for 2 days, enduring severe humiliation without retaliating, a sign of his resolve. As longtime rivals, Beerus was well acquainted with Quitella's temperament and was prepared for any trouble that might arise. Is he? Lewis scoffed. With my abilities and the power to erase, I could easily frighten that old rat into submission. He wouldn't dare cause me any trouble. Beerus nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Lewis's words. Had Lewis aimed his erasure at him, Beerus mused, he surely would have been paralyzed with fear and would never think of confronting Lewis afterward. In the days that followed, Beerus's routine underwent subtle changes. Aside from indulging in food and drink, he and Whis would often vanish together. Lewis and Tais found this peculiar and inquired about Beerus's activities. He explained, while you may not fear Quitella, I do worry about him retaliating against the 7th universe. Ultimately, Beerus remained wary of Quitella causing chaos in their realm. Hence, he and Whis embarked on patrols across the universe daily. Lewis pondered this, realizing the truth in Beerus's concern. After all, those unencumbered by fear often felt invincible. No one could harm him, so naturally, Lewis had nothing to fear. However, the 7th universe was a different matter altogether. Its vastness posed a risk. If trouble were to arise, neither Beerus nor Whis could always arrive in time. Beerus was well aware of this, but he had no alternative course of action. Observing this, Lewis felt a twinge of compassion and inquired of Beerus whether he should venture to the 4th universe to eliminate Katra, thus relieving Beerus of his burdensome task. Both Beerus and Whis were taken aback and hastily declined. They no longer doubted Lewis's strength, despite his earlier claims of bravado. Yet, the uncertainty lingered. Could he truly wield the power of erasure? If Lewis could indeed execute such a feat, Katra would surely meet his demise. The death of a god of destruction would inevitably lead to the death of the Supreme Kai as well. Together, they formed the foundation of their universe. The loss of both would result in catastrophic repercussions for the cosmos. It was not that a candidate for the god of destruction could not inherit the role. But without a new Supreme Kai, the situation would remain dire. The fourth universe, notably, lacked a candidate for Supreme Kai. Absent this figure, it would descend into a creative void lasting eons, rendering the fourth universe utterly defunct. Should this occur, the Omni King's universe would be diminished by yet another universe. Hence, even if rivalries existed among the gods of destruction, they could not afford to act with lethal intent. Moreover, the Omni King had issued a decree forbidding combat among those of god of destruction caliber. The demise of any such deity would have direct implications for the structure of the Omni King's universe, a structure only the Omni King himself could delineate. This understanding was precisely why Kes had intervened to prevent Lewis from erasing Katra. Lewis finally grasped the intricate truth, realizing he could no longer assist Beerus. Chapter 45. Sun Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan once more. Earth. Time passed, and 2 months elapsed. Bardock, King Vegeta, Ambivert, and Theodore had arrived on Earth from Namek 2 months prior. Lewis had not reappeared, and thus they remained on Earth. West City Wasteland. Boom. The entire wasteland reverberated with two formidable forces. Two crimson figures darted through the sky, occasionally colliding with one another, producing an earth-shattering resonance. Fortunately, both combatants were holding back. Although the wasteland's surface was pocked and scarred, the Earth itself had not suffered significant damage. Kakarot, take this punch. A crimson figure transformed into a red dragon, roaring towards Sun Wukong in the sky. Vegeta, let us go? In the heavens, Sun Wukong flashed a grin, exhilarated by his bout with Vegeta. His blood surging with fervor as he clenched his fists. He launched a punch towards the oncoming Vegeta. Bang! The air compressed violently, emitting a terrifying sound of sonic explosion. The immense force sent Vegeta staggering back over 100 meters. Sun Wukong staggered back several meters, gazing at his own fist as a dull ache coursed through his nervous system, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable. To think you could resurrect from the brink of death and emerge so formidable. Sun Wukong erupted into laughter, swiftly darting through the sky, creating a multitude of illusory figures in an instant. Enough with the taunts. Vegeta ground his teeth, soaring into the air and obliterating one of Sun Wukong's clones with a single punch. It was no wonder Vegeta was incensed, having returned from death. His power had surged to 3.5 million. Now, amplified by tenfold with the Kaioken technique, his strength soared to 35 million. Yet, despite this, he found himself unable to surpass Sun Wukong, who had also harnessed the tenfold Kaioken. Sun Wukong's base power stood at 5 million, and with the Kaioken, he wielded a staggering 50 million. It wasn't that Vegeta was entirely outmatched. A battle between 35 million and 50 million still held some potential. However, Sun Wukong's fighting style was uncanny, each punch and kick executed with an effortless grace. In 2 words, it could be described as agile. The disparity in strength was matched only by the difference in combat technique, leaving Vegeta at a distinct disadvantage. Cursed be this fate. Vegeta shattered another one of Sun Wukong's clones, when suddenly an ominous intuition struck him. He turned sharply, only to find Sun Wukong grinning behind him. When had he gotten there? Vegeta's pupils contracted in shock. It's a poor habit to let your mind wander during battle, Sun Wukong proclaimed, sweeping his leg in a horizontal arc that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. The tremendous impact sent Vegeta soaring skyward, a cry of anguish escaping his lips. Sun Wukong tightened his form and ascended after him. Boom. With a momentary lapse of focus, Vegeta found himself on the defensive, the sky reverberating with the sounds of their clash and his own shouts. On the ground, 4 figures stood transfixed, gazing up at the spectacle above. King Vegeta uttered in disbelief, Bardock, your son is astonishingly powerful. Bardock, in high spirits, replied, haha, Prince Vegeta is no slouch either. Bibert and Theodore wiped the sweat from their brows, awestruck by the terrifying prowess of these 2 warriors. Just imagine if either Vegeta or Sun Wukong landed a punch on them. A shiver ran through Bibert and Theodore at the mere thought. Perhaps it was best to leave such ideas behind. Bardock, it appears that we Saiyans gain a significant power boost upon returning from death, King Vegeta mused. It's not just Vegeta. I too, along with you, Bibert and Theodore, have experienced this. Bardock nodded, observing the fierce duel above. Indeed, over the past decade, we Saiyans have undergone monumental transformations. This resurrection from death has propelled Vegeta to 3.5 million, King Vegeta to 1 million, myself to 2 million, and Bibert and Theodore to 600,000. King Vegeta, shall we engage in battle as well? Bardock asked, feeling a surge of excitement. Why would I willingly seek out punishment? King Vegeta scoffed, not sharing his son's penchant for suffering. Do not wait for the moment when the two fathers and their sons are thoroughly defeated by each other. That would simply be farcical. How uninteresting. As for the outcome of the impending battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta, my interest has waned. Surely this time, it will be his son who prevails. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the skies. A radiant golden light burst forth, painting the clouds in hues of golden cotton candy. Boom. Vegeta shot downwards like a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground. Boom. The earth shattered beneath him. Bardock, who had intended to depart, hastily halted and gazed skyward. A resplendent golden figure descended from above. Golden hair, azure eyes, an aura of brilliant gold. A potent force loomed over all. Witnessing this, King Vegeta, Bibert, and Theodore stood in stunned silence. The Super Saiyan. King Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Theodore and Bibert grasped King Vegeta's collar, shaking him fervently. We see it, they exclaimed, causing King Vegeta to become dizzy from their fervent shaking. Chapter 46, Kakarot, teach me. At that moment, a disheveled figure emerged from the deep pit. I knew the legend of the Super Saiyan was true, but it's infuriating. Vegeta lay on the ground, gazing at that golden figure above, his heart filled with bitterness. He, the Prince of the Saiyans, wondered why a lowly warrior could embody the very legend of the Super Saiyan. Kakarot, is that form of yours truly a Super Saiyan? Bardock stuttered, overwhelmed with excitement. King Vegeta and the others flew nearby, their eyes filled with longing as they looked at Son Wukong. Son Wukong hovered in the air, unfazed, his demeanor exuding an ominous aura. His icy gaze swept over the crowd. Gulp. The onlookers swallowed hard, retreating several paces under the weight of Son Wukong's formidable presence. What has happened to Son Wukong? They wondered. Haha, this is what Lewis referred to as a Super Saiyan. I'm not certain, but perhaps you should take a look? Son Wukong had been attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan before engaging with Vegeta. After 2 months of relentless effort, he had yet to achieve success. Yet today, during their spar, the moment his thoughts aligned, he inexplicably transformed. It turned out that, like in the anime, once Son Wukong transformed for the first time, he could never revert. As Son Wukong chuckled, his laughter dissipated the malevolent aura that had enveloped him. A collective sigh of relief spread among the crowd, primarily due to the chilling malevolence of Son Wukong's earlier gaze, which had sent shivers down their spines. Indeed, King Vegeta exclaimed, soaring beside Son Wukong, scrutinizing him in excitement. Yes, this is it. Bardock stepped forward, exploring his son's form. Golden hair, azure eyes. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, you truly have not deceived me. Bardock was filled with exhilaration. Who could have imagined that the legend passed down through their lineage would manifest within his son? At that moment, Vegeta soared upward from the ground, urgently inquiring, Kakarot, how powerful are you now? Moments ago, he was struck by a formidable punch, the sheer force nearly rendering him lifeless on the spot. Fortunately, Son Wukong ultimately dissipated the power. I felt it was at least tenfold more potent than utilizing the Kaioken times 10. Son Wukong counted on his fingers, grinning amiably. It's 10 times stronger than a Kaioken boost of 10. My goodness. The onlookers widened their eyes, completely unaware that Son Wukong was, in fact, a mathematical genius. Kakarot, teach me how to transform. Vegeta could no longer afford to maintain his pride. He set aside his dignity and implored Son Wukong. Suddenly, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. When had Bardock and the others ever witnessed Vegeta display such humility? He was, after all, the proud prince of all Saiyans. Especially for King Vegeta, who knew his son's temperament all too well. Now, to desire the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he was bowing in deference. As the others stared in disbelief, a voice broke the tension. What are you all talking about? Everyone turned sharply. A man clad in the attire of a god of destruction appeared, cradling a woman in his arms. Son Wukong, filled with excitement, approached Lewis. Look, I can finally transform into a Super Saiyan again. Lewis, holding ties, understood Son Wukong's words. Not bad. You've mastered the transformation techniques in just 2 months. It must be said that Son Wukong's talent was exceptional. Had he not possessed the system, it would likely take him far longer to attain the Super Saiyan form. Upon hearing Lewis's remark, Bardock pondered for a moment and softly inquired, Lewis, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Lewis had never revealed his Super Saiyan form in front of others, prompting Son Wukong and the rest to gaze intently at him. Indeed, with a flourish, Lewis's hair instantaneously turned golden, his entire demeanor radiating the same fierce aura as Son Wukong. Ties, nestled in his arms, brightened at the sight. The same hair color as mine. So cool. You can too. Vegeta's mouth fell agape. He recognized Lewis's strength, after all. He wouldn't be a candidate for the god of destruction otherwise. Yet, the existence of a Super Saiyan was a fabled legacy of the Saiyan race. Never before had there been a Super Saiyan, so how could there be one now? Fortunately, Lewis was a superior warrior and a candidate for God of Destruction, so Vegeta could accept that he could transform. But why could a lower-tier warrior like Sun Wukong also achieve transformation? The frustration was palpable. Everyone was left astounded by Lewis's display. "Lewis, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan," Vegeta exclaimed. As he spoke, Bardock and the others began to react as well. "Lewis, please instruct us on how to transform into Super Saiyans." If they, too, could attain the Super Saiyan form, the Saiyan race would be unparalleled in the universe. King Vegeta and Bardock understood this all too well. "Kakarot can teach you, just seek him out." "I don't have that much time." Indeed, they have been on Earth for 2 months, and including the journey to Namek, it has been nearly half a year. By then, Kakarot will be able to master instant transmission just like me, allowing him to visit you at any time. Lewis glanced at King Vegeta and remarked calmly, "Frieza is dead, and his subordinates are no longer a threat. As I have mentioned before, I will not concern myself with Saiyan affairs. Your development is of no relevance to me, for I am a candidate for the God of Destruction." Lewis's tone was somewhat indifferent. Yet it did not offend those who heard it, for they were already aware of the context. Lewis is a candidate for the God of Destruction. The true God of Destruction initially intended to annihilate the Saiyan race, but it was solely due to Lewis's influence that they were allowed to survive. A candidate for the God of Destruction must adhere to the will of the true God of Destruction. Lewis cannot excessively intervene in the affairs of mortals, and this cannot be held against him. The notion that the cosmic tyrant Frieza met his demise at the hands of the Saiyans is almost surreal. King Vegeta sighed. Who would have thought that the legends of the Saiyans were indeed true? Chapter 47. The Conspiracy of Katra. Bardock, undeterred, inquired Lewis. "Do we have a chance to transform into Super Saiyans?" Bibert and Theodore perked up their ears, while the father and son duo of Vegeta leaned in closer. Lewis fell silent. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing, clearly eager for the possibility of transformation. "You should all have a chance." Lewis observed the group and spoke slowly. To transform into a Super Saiyan, one must have a sufficient number of activated cells within their body. Additionally, a certain level of base power is required. Vegeta is undoubtedly capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. That is beyond question. King Vegeta and Bardock's powers have surpassed 1 million. Bibert and Theodore also boast combat powers of 600,000. Overall, their innate talents are quite impressive. Even if they cannot transform at present, they will surely achieve it once their powers reach the requisite level. "Really?" Bardock exclaimed with delight. King Vegeta clenched his fists and asked anxiously, "Can we do it too?" "Yes, you all can," Lewis replied with a smile. Bibert and Theodore embraced, bursting into hearty laughter. Vegeta smirked slightly, casting a proud glance at Sun Wukong, as if to say, "Just wait. Once I succeed in transforming, I shall deliver a resounding thrashing." Sun Wukong, oblivious, continued to grin broadly. Vegeta's expression darkened, thinking, "What a foolish idiot." In the heavenly temple, the deity observed the mortal realm from the edge of the heavens and approached Lewis respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction." Beside him, Bobo also offered a bow. This was Lewis's first encounter with the enigmatic Bobo, having previously visited the heavenly realm several times without seeing him. To say nothing of other matters, Bobo was indeed quite dark, resembling a piece of charcoal. Bobo touched his face and said nonchalantly, "Esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction, is there something on my face?" "No," Lewis replied. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, before turning to the deity. "I would like to borrow your room of spirit and time once more." "No problem. I shall have Bobo escort you." The deity nodded in agreement. He harbored a lingering doubt. Previously, Lewis had ventured into the room of spirit and time, where he had remained for over a decade. Why was Lewis not ensnared within its confines? Under the gaze of the celestial beings, Lewis accompanied Bobo into the temple. As they traversed the corridor, Lewis, unable to restrain himself, inquired, "Bobo, do you know the high priest?" "No," came the seemingly candid reply, as if Bobo's demeanor was a mirror of calm waters. Lewis shook his head, unconvinced by Bobo's claim of ignorance regarding the high priest. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the room of spirit and time. Lewis stepped inside, while Bobo observed his retreating figure, nodded, and subsequently departed. Within the room, a vast expanse of white greeted him, an all too familiar environment. The last time Lewis had visited, he sought to ascend to the divine dimension. However, after years of arduous cultivation, he had come agonizingly close, yet ultimately failed to break through. It was only through the system's sign-in tasks that he finally achieved the divine dimension. This time, Lewis entered the room with the intent to master erasure. His power remained insufficient. He was not merely contending with minor adversaries like Frieza, but faced beings of destruction and even angelic stature. Particularly, having recently incurred the ire of a certain ancient rodent, he sensed even Beerus was on guard against him, instilling a measure of trepidation within Lewis about potential ambushes. Despite his ability to remain unperturbed due to immunity, enduring blows was not his style. Erasure was his most formidable trump card thus far. The last time he attempted to wield it, he He had nearly paid the ultimate price. Plainly, his power was too feeble to sustain its execution, even in its nascent form. Lewis's purpose in entering the room this time was to cultivate his strength, striving for a breakthrough into the realm of the divine to adequately support his mastery of erasure. Moreover, Lewis had another objective for his visit. He seemed to have gleaned insights into other rules through erasure. Previously, Lewis had remarked that erasure was not merely a technique, but a confluence of destruction, creation, time, space, light, and darkness, an amalgamation of various principles. The system's sign-in tasks had granted him erasure in one fell swoop, eliminating the need to comprehend the myriad rules to wield it. Now, it appeared he was receiving a reciprocal benefit, allowing him to sense additional rules through erasure. Lewis felt akin to a student who, without having to learn foundational knowledge, could directly achieve full marks in an examination, subsequently gaining insight into the basics from that perfect score. It was an extraordinary reversal. Thus, he resolved to commence his training with strength, and once he had cultivated that, he would delve into understanding other rules. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he intended to seek out trouble in other universes. Donning the weighted attire bestowed upon him by Lewis commenced his training. Meanwhile, in a different realm of the Xeno universe, the sky loomed a dismal gray, overshadowed by a dark forest and a frigid lake, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. A streak of purple light darted through the black woods, where a figure draped in a black cloak and donning a mask awaited by the lake's edge. "You have arrived." The figure spoke. "Demigra, how do you find my terms?" "Surely, they convey sincerity. Having dispatched the candidate destroyer of Universe 7, you shall assist us in gathering the Super Dragon Balls." This indeed sounds quite earnest. By the lakeside, Demigra gazed at the peculiar figure before him, mocking. "However, with your power, you should find it quite effortless to eliminate him. Shall we proceed? Or perhaps..." "Humph, with Beerus protecting him, I cannot act." "Beerus?" Demigra frowned. This was indeed a troublesome adversary. "So what say you to this deal?" "Very well, I accept your terms." Demigra replied coldly. "I shall help you eliminate the candidate destroyer of Universe 7, and in return, you will assist me in gathering the Super Dragon Balls. Should you dare to renege, you will deeply regret it. I will honor my word, rest assured. Here is the dossier on that candidate destroyer, along with methods to confront him. Do take care not to stumble in the process." With that, the shadowy figure tossed a handwritten note to Demigra and vanished into thin air. In the next moment, a voluptuous woman appeared beside him. Tawa covered her mouth, chuckling. "Lord Demigra, why does Quitella don such bizarre attire? Does he truly believe he cannot be recognized? Who knows?" Demigra's expression darkened. Once Tawa finished her playful banter, she turned serious. "Can we trust Quitella? He wouldn't dare deceive us. I've handed you the note. Ensure the task is executed splendidly." "Understood." Chapter 48, Power Breakthrough to Divine Realm. In the fourth universe, the realm of destroyers. The words spoken by his elder sister had deeply shocked him. Suddenly, he spotted Quitella descending from the heavens. "Lord Quitella, where are you headed?" "To obliterate a few planets." Quitella replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Cornic nodded. It was only natural for Quitella to vent after suffering such humiliation. However, Cornic looked at Quitella earnestly. "Lord Quitella, let us put aside the matters concerning the candidate destroyer of Universe 7. "Put aside?" Quitella furrowed his brow. "Did you not seek out your sister? Did Miss Kashi say something? To simply let it go after such a grievous affront? Impossible." He had observed closely as Lewis showcased an erasure technique, and he had discerned that it was not true erasure, though the aura bore resemblance. Genuine erasure could not be wielded by one lacking even the power of the divine realm. That young man likely grasped merely the most superficial aspects. Even that slight understanding had nearly cost him half his life when he attempted to wield it. To exact revenge, one must strike while the adversary remains unrefined. Moreover, he had devised a countermeasure and entrusted the means to confront Lewis to Demigra. "Lord Quitella, heed my counsel. He truly is not someone you can." "Enough," Quitella retorted, dismissively waving his hand as he departed. Watching Quitella's retreating figure, Cornic shook his head. According to his sister's accounts, Lewis might be connected to the Omni King. The conspiracy between Quitella and Demigra remained unknown to all. Ever since the last sparring event, the destroyers of the Omni King's universe had suddenly fallen silent. The various gods of destruction no longer dared to mock Universe 7. In fact, there was a hint of trepidation towards it. After all, Lewis had stated, "If you seek trouble with Universe 7, prepare for me to return the favor." Lewis's remarkable talent was evident, and being under the scrutiny of such an individual was indeed unsettling. Currently, the gods of destruction devoted their days to training their prospective candidates. As for Universe 7, Beerus continued his patrols throughout the cosmos, remaining vigilant against any potential disruptions from Katra. After 2 months of patrolling, however, Katra had shown no signs of activity. Consequently, Beerus made a special trip to Universe 4. When Katra and Beerus finally met, it was initially anticipated to be a clash of epic proportions. To Beerus's surprise, Katra displayed no anger. Instead, he warmly invited Beerus to join him for a meal, leaving Beerus feeling uneasy. When had this stubborn old rat become so benevolent? Surely, there was some ulterior motive. After careful observation, however, Beerus found no suspicious actions from Katra. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, 5 years had passed. A striking figure was engaged in push-ups, clad in a cumbersome weighted training suit, his garments drenched in sweat. 999,998. 999,999. 1 million. Lewis gritted his teeth, completing his final push-up before collapsing onto the ground. The intense exertion left him utterly fatigued, his body in spasms. Despite the immense pain, the fruits of his arduous training were undeniably evident. With a thunderous roar, his latent potential surged forth, waves of power erupting from the depths of his being. After a half-day of respite, his exhausted cells began to recover, alleviating some of the intense pain. Lewis finally regained the ability to move, feeling the power coursing within him. He clenched his fists and shouted. Suddenly, a golden aura swirled around him, radiating outward like a tidal wave. In an instant, the brilliance of golden light flashed. Super Saiyan. The divine power was amplified 50-fold by his transformation. With a crack, the shackles of limitation shattered, and his strength ascended to the divine realm. The chamber trembled as if a volcano had erupted. Lewis, akin to an ancient war god, glowed with golden radiance, exuding an overwhelming presence. An unparalleled force compressed the surrounding void, creating a vacuum. Lewis exited the Super Saiyan state, gasping for breath. His power had finally transcended to the first tier of the divine realm. After 5 years of training, he had achieved his goal of elevating his strength to the divine level. At this moment, should he encounter the previously intimidating candidates for the role of God of Destruction, he would no longer be subject to their blows. He even felt he might be able to challenge a God of Destruction in a test of strength. Lewis had intended to continue his training, as he had only accomplished one of his goals since entering the time chamber. The other, to comprehend the powers of various rules, remained unfulfilled. However, a particular thought crossed his mind. He had previously mentioned to King Vegeta and the others that he would have Goku teach them how to transform into Super Saiyans. As for how Goku would reach the Galactic Patrol headquarters, he needed to first master instant transmission. According to the Dragon Ball storyline, following the explosion of Namek, Goku would learn instant transmission on Yardrat. However, due to his interference, Goku only managed to transform into a Super Saiyan and was unable to learn instant transmission. This was unacceptable. Lewis had no choice but to temporarily halt his understanding of the other rules and exit the hyperbolic time chamber. Open up, Lewis shouted. A powerful sonic wave breached the hyperbolic time chamber, and he leaped inside. Outside the Heavenly Temple, the Grand Kai and Bubbles stood beside the Heavenly Plaza, observing the two individuals in the center. Bubbles, what are Goku and Vegeta doing? The Grand Kai inquired. Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bubbles replied nonchalantly. A Super Saiyan? Is that the golden-haired form? The Grand Kai questioned. Just then, a figure emerged from within the temple. The Grand Kai approached respectfully, saying, Lord Candidate Destroyer, you have emerged. Lewis nodded, gazing at the two in the plaza with curiosity. What are they doing? He asked. Bubbles mentioned that Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan. The Grand Kai explained. Bubbles said that? Lewis turned to look at Bubbles, who maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no emotional fluctuations. Chapter 49, A 1,000-Year-Old Rivalry. Shaking his head, Lewis walked towards the center of the plaza. Vegeta, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires anger. I broke through only because I was extremely angry, Goku explained. Anger? I am already quite angry, but why can I not transform? Kakarot, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Vegeta retorted. What would I gain from deceiving you? Think harder about what could provoke your anger. See if you can break through. They continued their conversation. Upon seeing Lewis emerge, Goku joyfully exclaimed, Lewis, you're back. He pulled Vegeta over to Lewis and said, Lewis, I told him that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires anger, but Vegeta doesn't believe me. Vegeta looked at Lewis, furrowing his brow. Is what Kakarot said true? Indeed. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires extreme anger, Lewis affirmed. Extreme anger? But I have thought of everything that could make me angry, yet I still cannot transform. Vegeta lamented. He had attempted to provoke his anger as Goku suggested, but to no avail. You cannot enter a state of extreme anger? Lewis pondered. Then looked at Vegeta with a teasing expression. Shall I give it a try? Insulting someone should be quite satisfying, especially if it's this prideful 1,000-year-old rival. Can you help me reach extreme anger? Then let's give it a shot. Vegeta replied, feeling utterly exasperated. Hearing this, Lewis smiled gleefully, as if he had just thought of something delightful. This is your suggestion. Suddenly, Lewis's expression turned serious. Goku and Vegeta were taken aback by Lewis's solemn demeanor. Lewis remained silent, and neither Goku nor Vegeta dared to speak. The celestial realm descended into an eerie silence. Lewis fixed his gaze upon Vegeta for an extended duration, ultimately uttering 2 words, trash. The term struck a sensitive chord within Vegeta, causing his chest to heave with indignation. Yet, he was aware that Lewis was merely provoking him. Having steeled himself for this, his rage dissipated. Goku, perceptive as ever, shook his head. Initially, Lewis's words did elicit a reaction from Vegeta, but it lacked sufficient potency. Vegeta, you are nothing but a waste. As the Prince of the Saiyans, you could not even protect your own planet. Where were you when Frieza annihilated your world? You were being hunted by Frieza's army. The proud Saiyan prince, relentlessly pursued for over a decade, only able to confront Frieza thanks to Kakarot. What else could you possibly be if not a worthless fool? Lewis's tirade grew increasingly fervent. The exhilaration of berating the long-standing second fiddle was intoxicating, and he found it impossible to cease. Vegeta's anger surged, his forehead pulsing with indignation. Shut up, he exclaimed. While he could tolerate much, the mention of needing Goku to face Frieza was simply intolerable. Goku's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated Lewis's effectiveness. It appeared that Vegeta might indeed transform into a Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta's fury began to ebb as he recognized Lewis's deliberate attempts to incite him. Seeing this, Goku felt a sense of urgency, wishing to encourage Lewis to continue. Lewis, with a slight smirk, thought, what's the rush? The real bombshell has yet to drop. He confronted Vegeta, bellowing, what are you if not a waste? Since arriving on Earth, have you ever surpassed Kakarot? In terms of power, Kakarot will always outmatch you. Can you master the Spirit Bomb like he can? Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, has achieved Super Saiyan transformation. Can you? With a thunderous roar, shame consumed Vegeta entirely. His face flushed crimson, his body trembling with fury. Shut up. I command you to be silent. Silent. Lewis taunted, pointing at Vegeta's chest. You, a prince of the Saiyans, cannot even compare to a lower-class warrior. You are nothing but a waste. But it did not end there. Lewis's smile widened as he continued. You, this piece of garbage, are destined to remain the eternal second. Am I the eternal second? Vegeta stammered, his face aflame with embarrassment, the humiliation rendering him speechless. The shame was unbearable. With a resounding roar, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. His fury erupted. A formidable power surged forth from him, darkening the skies. A white aura began to intertwine with shimmering gold. Lewis, you've truly provoked Vegeta into transforming. Your prowess is remarkable. Just a little something. Lewis chuckled. He understood what tormented Vegeta the most. Goku was his lifelong rival, and the desire to surpass him had always eluded him. Even in the anime, he was perpetually known as the Eternal Second. Lewis brought the matter to light directly. One could hardly imagine Vegeta's reaction if he were in Vegeta's shoes. His response would likely be even more exaggerated. There is indeed a certain satisfaction in berating this long-standing second fiddle. Thunderous roars erupted as an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the heavens to tremble. Vegeta's hair began to shimmer, a brilliant gold intertwined with black, pulsating at an ever-quickening frequency. It was happening. With Goku's astonished exclamation, a radiant golden light exploded from Vegeta, a fleeting moment that heralded the arrival of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's power surged 50-fold, skyrocketing from a fighting strength of 3.5 million to an astonishing 17.5 billion. The third Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race had finally emerged. I will kill you. Vegeta glared fiercely at Lewis, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Lewis chuckled, thinking, you believe you can challenge me just because you've transformed? The long-standing second fiddle has certainly inflated his ego. Lewis too vanished from his position. Goku clenched his fists, realizing that an exhilarating spectacle was unfolding. A resounding clash echoed through the void. In mere seconds, the anguished cries of Vegeta could be heard. Ah, Vegeta, do you dare to strike at me again? Do you still have the audacity? The next moment, Vegeta reappeared from the void, crashing to the ground like a defeated dog. Vegeta, perhaps you should refrain from provoking me. Lewis laughed heartily as he hovered in midair, thoroughly amused. Damn it, I'll dare again next time. Vegeta, sprawled on the ground, gazed up at the sky, feeling utterly frustrated. Despite transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was still unable to best Lewis. However, considering Lewis's status as a candidate for the God of Destruction, it was somewhat understandable. Yet, being humiliated and thoroughly beaten left him seething with anger. Observing this, Goku laughed heartily from the sidelines, inexplicably delighted at seeing Vegeta being bested. Thus concluded this farcical episode. Lewis finally broached the subject with Goku, suggesting he learn instant transmission. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scrambled to his feet, eager to learn as well. Lewis had no objections. Instant transmission was an invaluable technique, whether for escape or combat. The only question remained, could Vegeta master it? After all, in the anime, he had never possessed this skill. Ding! A task has been issued. Please sign in before Towa. Reward: full power of Super Saiyan. Chapter 50, The Cataclysm of Yardrat. In the Divine Temple of the Heavens, Lewis paused momentarily. Goku inquired, Lewis, what's wrong? Vegeta looked at him, equally perplexed. Nothing, Lewis replied, shaking his head. Towa. The system had just issued a sign-in task requiring him to present himself before Towa, which took him by surprise. However, the reward was quite enticing. full power of Super Saiyan was distinct from the ordinary version, requiring far less energy. Previously, when he transformed into a Super Saiyan and broke into the first layer of Divine Realm, that state had been incredibly taxing. Fortunately, Lewis's dimensional breakthrough has elevated him to the divine level, wherein he has cultivated divine power that nourishes his body. This allows him to maintain his Super Saiyan form with relative ease. However, the energy consumption remains substantial. While he can handle one-on-one confrontations without issue, facing off against 10 candidates for the God of Destruction would prove challenging. Although he could retaliate, sustaining prolonged combat would be impossible. In full power mode, however, the situation would be markedly different. Lewis recalls the scene from the anime where Goku and his son faced off against Cell, noting how minimal the energy expenditure was during that encounter. In such a state, he could undoubtedly revel in the splendor of other universes. The rewards are enticing. Yet he ponders how to locate Tawa. Let us venture to Yardrat, he decides. With no immediate plan, he opts to go with the flow, vanishing from the celestial realm alongside his two companions. In the dark realm of the demon world, amidst the shadowy forest, Tawa, the candidate for the God of Destruction from Universe 7, has made her appearance. Go forth, commands Lewis. Yes, the cosmic expanse is breathtaking, revealing a purple planet within the same galaxy as Namek. This celestial body is none other than Yardrat. From an external perspective, Yardrat appears to be cloaked in resplendent purple clouds, an ethereal sight to behold. In the anime, Goku had managed to escape to this very place aboard a ship belonging to the Ginyu Force just as Namek was on the brink of explosion. Today, Yardrat welcomes 3 unexpected visitors. As Goku strolls through the town of Yardrat, he surveys the surroundings. Lewis, is this the Yardrat you mentioned? He inquires. Vegeta furrows his brow slightly. It is said that Yardrat, like Namek, is a mysterious planet. Indeed, this place possesses a unique technique known as instant transmission. Akin to the method I used to bring you here, Lewis explains as they walk. Both of you can transform into Super Saiyans. Once you master this technique, you could teach your kin at the Galactic Patrol headquarters how to transform. Goku and Vegeta nod in understanding. Having experienced the power of the Super Saiyan transformation, they realize that if every Saiyan could achieve this form, their race would become the most formidable in the universe. Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, particularly yearns for the day his people can attain such strength. Let us seek out the leader of this place. Soon, Lewis guides them to the town center, where they meet Supa, the leader of Yardrat. Inside the dwelling, Supa bows respectfully. Greetings, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. Goku and Vegeta are taken aback, astonished that the leader of Yardrat is familiar with Lewis. Lewis glances at Hyusu, the sage of Yardrat, standing beside Supa. It is likely Supa's knowledge of Hyusu's identity that accounts for his recognition. Disregarding these thoughts, Lewis addresses Supa directly. Might you allow these two to learn instant transmission? Goku and Vegeta straighten their posture, intently watching Supa. That should pose no issue, Supa replies with a nod. However, Hyusu tugs at Supa's sleeve, as if to suggest something. Supa gazes at Lewis, hesitating to speak. Speak candidly, for you have rendered me a favor, and I shall reciprocate in any way I can. Lewis discerned the expression on Supa's face, as well as the slight movements of Hyusu beside him. Supa, in a state of trepidation, replied, I do not presume to direct the esteemed candidate for destroyer, but this matter pertains to your esteemed self. Pertains to me? Lewis furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. If there were any connection, it would indeed be with this young man, as he had escaped here in the anime and learned the art of instant transmission. The candidate for destroyer, I am the sage of the planet Adratlat. Hyusu finally spoke. I had foreseen a great calamity befalling our planet, which would ultimately be averted by a golden-haired warrior descending from the heavens. Upon hearing this, Lewis was taken aback. The sage of Adratlat possessed prowess akin to the Grand Elder of Namek. If history had not diverged, the golden-haired warrior he spoke of could only be Sun Wukong. Hyusu continued, his tone grave. However, a little over 2 months ago, this prophecy took a sudden turn. The calamity vanished, and so did the golden-haired warrior. Is it not a good thing that your calamity has dissipated? Vegeta interjected. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. The leader Supa spoke again. No, the calamity that the sage initially predicted may have vanished, but he has foreseen an even more terrifying disaster. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Lewis pondered. So this new calamity is connected to me? Indeed, if not handled properly, it will not only endanger our planet Adratlat, but the entire northern galaxy will suffer. Hyusu fixed his gaze on Lewis, seriousness etched upon his features. Esteemed candidate for destroyer, I have foretold that this new calamity hails from the dark demon realm. No one would dare to command a candidate for destroyer, yet this impending disaster was too formidable. It just so happened that the new calamity was linked to Lewis. Hyusu and Supa were willing to risk destruction by seeking his assistance. The dark demon realm. Lewis's pupils constricted sharply. Soon, he recalled the system's task that required him to sign in front of Tawa. Based on his understanding of the system, it seemed that every sign-in was successfully completed. Indeed, it must be Tawa. She intends to stir up trouble in the 7th universe. Lewis rose from his chair, his expression darkening. Lewis, what troubles you? Vegeta asked, startled by Lewis's demeanor. Is this dark demon realm truly formidable? Sun Wukong inquired anxiously. The fact that Lewis, a candidate for destroyer, appeared so alarmed indicated that the situation was quite serious. Supa timidly remarked, esteemed candidate for destroyer, this disaster. Lewis shook his head, then pointed at Sun Wukong and the others. You two take them to learn instant transmission. I shall handle matters concerning the dark demon realm. It was no surprise that Supa and Husu were willing to risk destruction to enlist his aid, even if he were not connected to it. The mere presence of beings from the dark demon realm in the universe would compel him to act. After all, the Omni King's universe and the dark demon realm were opposing forces. Understood. At last, Lewis departed from the planet Adratlat. Chapter 51, The Six-Star Sealing Technique. Lewis departed from the planet Adratlat, arriving in a desolate expanse of starry void. According to the task issued by the system, combined with Husu's prophecy, it was inevitable that Tova would come seeking trouble with him. This implied that a great calamity would befall Adratlat, linked to his presence. As long as he distanced himself from Adratlat, the planet should be safe. Why would Tova come after me? Lewis spiraled through the cosmos, surveying his surroundings, which remained eerily still. Unable to comprehend the situation, he resolved to linger in this barren void. He feared that his aimless wandering might inadvertently lead Tova to other locations, potentially resulting in disaster. Time slowly passed. 3 days elapsed. The desolate starry void continued to exhibit no signs of activity. How peculiar. Lewis furrowed his brow. Logically, the system's sign-in task should not extend beyond a week. Why, after 3 days, had Tova still not made an appearance? With the task unfulfilled, Lewis felt compelled to persist in waiting within the empty expanse. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of enchanting eyes observed him from the shadows, and Lewis remained oblivious to this scrutiny. In the darkness, Tova had been monitoring Lewis for 3 days. The dimensional level had reached the divine tier. Yet Lewis's power had not even attained the divine realm. This was Tova's initial impression of him. What Tova did not realize was that Lewis was currently in his normal state. Only upon transforming into a Super Saiyan would his power ascend to the divine level. To the casual observer, Lewis appeared exceedingly ordinary, leaving Tova perplexed. According to the notes provided by Katra, the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe was enigmatic, capable of disregarding attacks. To confront him, sealing techniques were the only recourse. Was it truly necessary to be so grandiose in dealing with a mere candidate god of destruction? Tova silently scoffed. Having observed for long enough, the time had come for her to take action. Suddenly, a memory of the dark forest resurfaced. Remember not to stumble in the gutter. Katra had uttered this caution before her departure. Tova pursed her lips, inexplicably gripped by an ominous premonition. Very well, then. Let us proceed with the sealing technique. From the shadows, Tova extended her right hand, and a staff materialized from the dimensional space, firmly grasped in her hand. She aimed it at Lewis in the desolate void, inscribing intricate seals in the air while reciting the incantation. Buzz. The entire star realm trembled violently, and Lewis abruptly opened his eyes. Here it comes. An alluring figure appeared above, clad in a red magical garment, exuding an enchanting aura. Ding. Successfully signed in before Tova. Reward, full power Super Saiyan. A warm current surged through Lewis's body, and he instantly mastered this state. At that moment, a 6-pointed star seal descended from the heavens, bearing an overwhelming pressure, as if to crush the very fabric of the universe itself. Immunity. Lewis's body swayed slightly, then returned to normal. Tova, who was in the midst of inscribing the sealing incantation, suddenly jolted. How could this be possible? This is indeed a sealing technique capable of confining powers below the 3rd tier of the divine realm. As long as the strength has not transcended to the 4th tier of the divine realm, one would undoubtedly struggle to even stand before such a sealing art. No wonder Quaitra warned against the possibility of faltering. At that moment, Tova, the sister of Depura and an underling of Demigula, was struck by a sudden realization. Lewis looked up with a cold smirk. I wonder if my words resonate with the truth. Tova felt an intensifying sense of foreboding within her, her hands inscribing the sealing incantations with increasing speed. Seeing this, Lewis's scalp tingled with alarm. He had just acquired immunity and was acutely aware of its vulnerabilities. He could disregard all worldly harm, yet was utterly helpless against sealing techniques. For sealing would not inflict damage upon him, but rather confine him, rendering his immunity ineffective. Damn it, Tova, who guided you in this? Lewis clenched his fists, his hair transforming instantaneously into a brilliant golden hue. Unlike before, his Super Saiyan form now exuded an aura of calm, devoid of any hint of rage. This was the full power of Super Saiyan. It still augmented his strength 50-fold. Yet the physical strain and bodily burden were markedly diminished, coupled with the divine energy nourishing his being. It perfectly compensated for the physical toll imposed by the full power of Super Saiyan. Thus, Lewis was free from any bodily burdens at that moment. capable of maintaining the full power of Super Saiyan at all times until his energy was entirely expended. Die for me. Lewis transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring skyward. The first tier of divine realm power erupted within the cosmos, shattering surrounding planets into fragments. In the next instant, he appeared before Tova. You wish to seal me? Lewis gazed at Tova with a chilling sneer. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With a thunderous roar, Lewis seized the moment before Tova completed her sealing, directing his focus toward her as he condensed a sphere of purple energy. Destruction. The cosmos trembled, and even Namekians on the other side of the galaxy sensed the overwhelming pressure. The inhabitants of Yardrat needed no further prompting. They all raised their heads to gaze into the starry expanse. A calamity was upon them. On Yardrat, Supa and Husu looked up with expressions of concern. The purple destructive energy sliced through the void, appearing instantaneously before Tova. In a state of panic, Tova ceased her incantation just as the destructive energy was about to strike her. Oh, the seventh universe's candidate for God of Destruction is so close. Tova sighed in relief, presenting Lewis with a breathtaking smile. What? Lewis was taken aback. In that moment, the six-star sealing glyph materialized, enveloping the entire star domain. The destructive energy unleashed by Lewis collided with the six-star sealing glyph, but it was utterly ineffective. The seal had been established. Even the destructive energy could not shatter it. A radius of 10,000 miles of star domain was now shrouded in the six-star sealing glyph, contracting toward Lewis. Tova retrieved a jar. Once the six-star sealing glyph had shrunk to the size of a fingernail, she would be able to ensnare Lewis within the jar, permanently sealing him away. Tova, who has instructed you to seal me? Lewis surveyed the surrounding hexagram seal as it began to contract, his expression devoid of emotion. Does it truly matter who provided the guidance? Outside the six-pointed seal, Tova observed Lewis's calm demeanor and covered her mouth with a laugh, exclaiming, "Oh my, mister. Lewis is so composed. Have you perhaps come to terms with your fate?" Within the confines of the seal, Lewis crossed his arms and gazed at Tova outside. It must be Ketral, he deduced. 3 months prior, after a spar with candidates for the God of Destruction from other universes, he had first encountered Ketral's ambush. And now he found himself sealed. Who else could have conceived such a sealing technique, especially someone with whom he bore a grudge? Lewis could think of no one but Ketral. Tova, putting away her staff and squinting her eyes, remarked, "Who it is seems less significant now. Are you not resisting? Are you merely waiting for your demise? Waiting for death?" Lewis replied with a strange smile, fixing his gaze on Tova. "If you were to be erased, I wonder if your master Demigra would seek the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect you." Chapter 52. Entering the Dark Demon Realm. The hexagram seal was etched against the pitch-black cosmic expanse, centered around Lewis, with a golden hexagram circle contracting. Lewis hovered in the void, arms crossed, a peculiar smile upon his face. Erased? Outside the six-pointed seal, Tova furrowed her brow, looking at Lewis with confusion. She could not comprehend what erasure meant. In Tova's understanding, the most formidable existence was her master, Demigra. As for the erasure by the Omni King and the Grand Priest, she had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a phenomenon. For reasons unknown, her ominous premonition intensified. Suddenly, the temperature of the cosmic void plummeted. The first layer of divine realm power began to accumulate, and Lewis's aura swelled. The surrounding space trembled. Was he preparing to resist? Despite her unease, Tova remained unconvinced that Lewis could break her hexagram sealing technique. After all, it was capable of sealing powers at the third layer of the divine realm. And with his mere first layer of divine realm power, how could he possibly break free? Suddenly, within the hexagram seal, Lewis spoke again. "Do you know why Ketral dares not take action himself?" "Why?" Tova instinctively inquired. Lewis fell silent, erupting into maniacal laughter. Tova felt a pang of frustration. Surely he must be a fool. Lewis fixed his gaze on Tova, a wicked grin spreading across his face. That is because he fears death. His purpose in training within the hyperbolic time chamber was to cultivate enough power to support the execution of erasure. Now, having cultivated his power to the first layer of the divine realm, he can finally sustain the execution of erasure without sustaining severe injuries beforehand. At this moment, the sealing technique can no longer affect him, unless a master of priest level or above intervenes. Lewis now stood on the brink of invincibility, unleashing a surge of power. The golden flames surrounding him soared into the sky. Golden radiance burst forth like a reborn sun, illuminating the dark starry expanse, as if it had transformed into daylight. Ketral fears death? Tova's heart momentarily faltered as she sensed the aura of death emanating from the power unleashed by Lewis. How could this be possible? Ketla was a destroyer who had touched the 5th tier of divine power. Would he fear a mere candidate destroyer? Had this young man lost his mind? Nevertheless, the 6-star sealing technique was utterly inconsequential. Shatter. Annihilate. Within the 6-star seal, Lewis raised his right hand, the power within him surging like a deluge, coalescing towards his palm. Boom. The infinite cosmos trembled, and the golden 6-star seal dimmed. With a vigorous sweep, Lewis unleashed a blinding white radiance that enveloped the entire seal, akin to Pangu parting the heavens, obliterating everything in its wake. Tova's scalp prickled. She no longer believed that the six-star sealing technique could contain Lewis. Damn it, this boy speaks the truth. Ketla, you have deceived me. Escape. Tova brandished her staff, and a rift in space materialized amidst the starry sky. As the white radiance made contact with the six-star seal, Tova leaped into the breach. Her soul quivered. The moment the white light touched the six-star seal, it disintegrated instantly, and the white glow surged forward. She actually managed to flee. How infuriating. Watching Tova depart from this realm, Lewis was engulfed in rage. At that moment, Lewis, why have you unleashed the annihilation again? Vis arrived on the scene. Lewis exclaimed in delight. Vis, quickly help me regain my strength. Vis was taken aback, but soon waved his staff, enveloping Lewis in a silver glow, instantly reviving him to full power. Vis, let us go to the Dark Demon Realm. Lewis gritted his teeth. Damn it. To be outplayed by a mere girl is a bitter pill to swallow. What do you intend to do in the Dark Demon Realm? Vis furrowed his brow. The Dark Demon Realm is not a place for just anyone to enter. Moreover, it is teeming with powerful beings, including those of priestly caliber. If he were to enter, it would be uncertain whether he could return unscathed. I seek to kill someone. Lewis was aflame with rage, unable to quell his fury. Vis gazed at Lewis quietly. After 3 seconds, he nodded. Very well. He longed to reason with Lewis, but it was evident that Lewis was blinded by anger and would not heed any counsel. It might be wiser to accompany him to the Dark Demon Realm. After all, with his physique, none could harm him. Even those below priestly rank would not dare provoke him. Perhaps he might even need this young man for protection. After all, the annihilation technique was no trivial matter. Come, I shall take you to explore the Dark Demon Realm. Vis and Lewis vanished from their location. In the Dark Demon Realm, within the Dark Forest, Ketla, Tova has gone to deal with the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. What of the Super Dragon Balls you promised? We shall discuss it once you have sealed that young man. Seal? Demigra scoffed. Is it not merely a trifling candidate destroyer? Must we resort to sealing techniques? Mocked by him, Ketla remained unperturbed. Had he not witnessed Lewis's ability to ignore, he would never have believed that someone could truly disregard all harm. As Ketra was about to speak, suddenly, a rift appeared in the dark forest, and Tova emerged, her movements exceedingly clumsy. Ketra, you deceived me. The claim that Beerus would prevent you from taking action is nothing but a lie. With Tova's loud accusation, a cold glint flashed in Ketra's eyes. The creatures of the Dark Demon Realm were nothing but filthy rats, daring to show him such disrespect. Demigra noticed Ketra's expression, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. However, he turned his gaze towards Tova, inquiring with curiosity, what is the matter? Lord Demigra. Ketra's claim that he cannot act personally is false. He is simply afraid of death. Afraid of death? Demigra was taken aback, ready to ask more when a radiant presence emerged in the Dark Demon Realm, a unique aura of the angels from the King of all universe. An angel had the audacity to venture into the Dark Demon Realm. A peculiar smile spread across Demigra's face. Ketra trembled violently and quickly said, Demigra, I must take my leave. If the angels discover my presence here, it will be disastrous. With that, Ketra concealed his aura and hastily departed the dark forest. Tova gazed after Ketra, her expression filled with urgency. Lord Demigra, Ketra is deceiving us. What has he deceived us about? Demigra replied, observing the sky as other powerful beings flew towards the direction of the angel's appearance. At that moment, Chapter 53, The Great Mage Pertin. A rift opened in the sky above the Dark Demon Realm, from which 2 figures emerged. Is this the Dark Demon Realm? Lewis surveyed the surroundings. The environment of the Dark Demon Realm was incredibly dim. A glance revealed black clouds and black earth, with strange, eerie winds occasionally sweeping through, accompanied by a dark aura. The entire world appeared oppressive. Indeed, Weiss nodded, recalling that he had not visited this place in a long time. Someone is coming. Be cautious. After speaking, Weiss shook his head, realizing that the one who should be cautious was himself. Lewis sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching. In the next moment, a graceful figure appeared, resembling a young girl clad in a tight-fitting outfit, with emerald green hair and a staff in hand. The surrounding space trembled suddenly, clearly indicating the extraordinary power of the newcomer. Then, 12 more figures flew in from the distance, each radiating immense strength. Pertin spoke, ISNT this Mr. Wise from the King of all universe? What brings you to the Dark Demon Realm? The others stood behind Pertin, remaining silent. I have met Miss Pertin. I am merely accompanying someone here, Weiss replied calmly, though he was already prepared for battle. Outside the King of all universe, he was free to act as he wished. Pertin? Lewis paused, recalling the powerful mage from the Dragon Ball side stories. Pertin was a great mage from ancient times in the heavenly realm, who later betrayed the heavens alongside Giribi and Demigra, aligning herself with the Dark Demon Realm's lord, Mechikabura, accompanying someone. Pertin shifted her gaze to Lewis, noting his black hair and brown tail. In a realm where dimensions ascend to the divine, a power that barely grazes the threshold of godhood emerges. Wait, is that a hint of destruction? Mr. Whis, could this young man be a candidate for the god of destruction from Universe 7? That strength appears rather feeble. Putine chuckled, her smile sweet enough to send shivers down Lewis's spine. Goodness, an ancient archmage from bygone eras, and yet she pretends to be a youthful maiden. Indeed, he is an apprentice of Lord Beerus, taken under his wing over a decade ago. His talent is commendable. Putine and Whis engaged in conversation like two long-lost friends. At that moment, Whis discreetly conveyed to Lewis the background of Putine, which largely aligned with what Lewis already knew. However, he remained oblivious to the depths of her power. Under Whis' elucidation, he began to grasp the formidable strength of the old sorceress before him. As an archmage of the celestial realm from ancient times, her power had always been formidable. After rebelling and descending into the dark magic realm, she acquired the power of a demon god bestowed by the Dark Lord Mechikapura, elevating her strength to that of an angelic level. Yet, what significance does angelic power hold? Enough of this chatter. Putine, I must inquire. Where has Tawa gone? Lewis finally spoke up. The air fell silent upon his utterance. Whis could not suppress a gulp. This lad possessed remarkable audacity. Whis, are you here in search of Tawa? However, your approach is rather discourteous. Putine responded with a radiant smile. To arrive in the dark magic realm and exhibit such arrogance, one must either be a fool or utterly fearless. Casting a glance at Lewis, she continued to chuckle. Oh, esteemed candidate for god of destruction. Do you truly believe that with Whis' protection, you can act without trepidation? Beside them, Whis felt a twinge of embarrassment. Putine's words rang true. Escaping unscathed in the dark magic realm was a formidable challenge, let alone safeguarding a candidate for god of destruction. Yet, Lewis was no ordinary candidate. Could you cease your incessant laughter? Lewis glared at Putine, frowning. You're not even as enchanting as my ties. Your constant giggling is quite repulsive. Already irked by Tawa? Lewis found Putine's relentless laughter grating. Did she truly believe that possessing angelic power rendered her invincible? Uffed. Whis stifled a laugh, unable to contain himself. This boy's tongue is truly venomous. You seek your own demise. Putine, seething with rage, her demeanor transformed. The grace of a lady fading to reveal the visage of an old witch. Kill this boy for me. Putine fixed her gaze on Whis, forbidding him from intervening. Very well. The 12 figures swirling around them suddenly unleashed their power. Buzz, buzz. 12 dark auras surged skyward, an overwhelming force pressing down on Lewis. The 4th level of divine power. Lewis's lips twitched slightly. The strength of these individuals was akin to that of the gods of destruction from the Omni King's universe. They truly hold him in high regard, do they not? Whis, who are they? They are the 12 demon kings of the dark magic realm. Corresponding precisely to the gods of destruction from the Omni King's universe, Whis explained. Weiss remained utterly still, seemingly indifferent to assisting Lewis, which left Pudding in a state of perplexity. Was he truly abandoning the boy? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as 12 demon kings charged towards Lewis with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Bang! Lewis was struck and instantly found himself at a disadvantage. In the dark forest, Lord Demigula, the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, was indeed terrifying. He possessed that technique known as erasure. What? Demigula was taken aback. Erasure? This was a principle that only a priest-level individual could comprehend. How could that boy possibly have grasped it? My Lord Demigula, in the face of erasure, my sealing techniques crumbled instantaneously. Ketla deceived us. He only urged us to act out of fear for his own life. I understand now. Demigula squinted, knowing that Tawa could not be lying. Thus, the truth was evident. Ketla had dared to deceive him. In his fury, Demigula couldn't help but feel confusion. Why could a candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, possessing merely the 1st layer of divine realm power, comprehend erasure? Furthermore, the notes provided by Ketla contained information about Lewis, claiming he could ignore any attack. To confront that boy, sealing techniques were the only option. What kind of nonsense was this? Fear not, for I shall ensure that Ketla faces dire consequences. Demigula raised his gaze towards the distant sky. At that moment, a cacophony of collisions echoed across the horizon. Demigula vanished from sight, with Tawa following close behind. Her heartbeat inexplicably quickening, as if something ominous was about to unfold. In the skies, a resounding boom reverberated. Waves of energy scattered in all directions, crashing to the ground with earth-shattering explosions. The terrain became pockmarked and desolate. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the heavens, creating a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Cough, cough. Lewis's destroyer attire was tattered, and he patted his chest, the rising dust causing him to cough twice. Damn it, beaten up again. These demon kings truly lack any sense of decency. Chapter 54, Pudding's Shock. Having previously been gang assaulted by 10 candidate destroyers was one matter, but now he found himself besieged by 12 demon kings from the dark demon realm. Lewis felt particularly frustrated. Yet, amidst his vexation, Others were even more incredulous. Hovering above, 12 dark figures circled ominously, the void surrounding them steeped in silence. As the demon kings gaped in disbelief. Impossible. This boy isn't scathed. Our power is equivalent to that of the fourth layer of the divine realm. In the entirety of the Omni King's universe, such strength is on par with that of a destroyer. Why? How can a mere wretch, whose power barely reaches the divine realm, survive our assault? He isn't harmed at all. How can this be? Nearby, Weiss, who was spectating, wore a smile. Forget about you 12 demon kings. Even if Demigula himself were to arrive, he would be utterly powerless against Lewis. Vis naturally refrained from revealing Lewis's peculiarities and chuckled, Miss Puting. Perhaps you should inform us of Tova's whereabouts. Otherwise, there may be dire consequences ahead. Dire consequences? Puting burst into laughter. With just a second-tier angel like you? The powers of the angelic realm are divided into 3 tiers, and you currently reside in the second. To think that a mere second-tier angel could invoke chaos in the dark demon realm. How absurd. Vis shook his head. Alas, why won't you heed my counsel? Lewis's power has ascended to the first tier of the divine realm. He recently executed an erasure. Clearly, Lewis is now capable of wielding that power. In my perception, while his erasure lacks the might of the king of all, I still sensed a looming threat of death from it. Should these demons compel Lewis to employ erasure, it would spell doom for them all. Vis offered a wry smile and urged once more, Miss Puting, why not allow Tova to emerge? Otherwise, truly. Puting interrupted his plea, her voice icy. After all this talking, are you concocting schemes to assist your candidate for the destroyer? With her staff in hand, she focused intently on Vis, prepared to unleash her devastating wrath should he make a move. Alas, it is futile to counsel the damned. Vis ceased his words. Yet he readied himself for battle and for summoning assistance. Without reinforcements, it seemed improbable that he and Lewis could escape the dark demon realm, especially with the presence of powerful figures akin to high priests. Noticing Vis's stillness, Puting shifted her gaze to the ground where Lewis lay. By the heavens, this is intolerable. Lewis had been unfairly targeted by a petty adversary and then beset by a group assault. Enough is enough. With a resounding clash, golden light surged into the sky. The Super Saiyan unleashed its full power. His strength ascended to the first tier of the divine realm. What sorcery is this? How could this lad's strength breach the divine realm? I maintain, how could a mere candidate for the destroyer possibly attain such power? Enough of this chatter. Attack him and eliminate him. The dark aura surrounding the 12 demon lords swelled dramatically as they writhed and swiftly vanished from sight. Shadows flickered through the void, and in the next instant, they materialized around Lewis. Now it is my turn. Lewis surveyed the surrounding demon lords, raised his hand, and unleashed a multitude of shockwaves. Purple energy sliced through the void, a breathtaking spectacle. The demon lords raised their hands to block, yet the destructive energies collided with them as if merely tickling. In an instant, smoke filled the air. Where did they go? As the haze dissipated, the demon lords were momentarily stunned. The next moment, one of the demon lords cried out in agony, transforming into a projectile that hurtled backward. Boom. Mountains crumbled under the impact. How infuriating. Attack him. The demon lords, enraged and humiliated, rallied against a single foe, who somehow found the opportunity to retaliate. What a disgrace. The demon lords located Lewis and swiftly surrounded him, launching fists, direct kicks, and energy blasts. The assault of the 11 demon lords resembled a tempest, utterly terrifying. Striking from the heavens to the very earth below, the atmosphere quaked and the ground fractured. A ferocious force stirred the magnetic fields of the world, unleashing an unending gale that swept outward, instilling fear in the creatures of the dark demon realm. Boom. In midair, Lewis was struck in the face, his head jolting slightly. Immunity. He sustained no damage whatsoever. Now it's your turn to taste my fist. Lewis relinquished his defense and swung his fist at the demon lord. The power of the first layer of the divine realm surged into the air, producing a resounding sonic boom. The demon lord, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his face and was instantly sent flying. Simultaneously, Lewis was besieged by the remaining 11 demon lords, who seized the opportunity to attack him relentlessly from behind. Boom, boom. Lewis endured an unending barrage, the entire sky seeming on the verge of shattering. A scene of extreme horror. This spectacle fell upon Puting's gaze, a slight smirk curling at her lips. She doubted this young man could withstand such an onslaught. Since Weiss had ventured alone into the dark demon realm, such a golden opportunity must not be squandered. Was it not so? As Weiss's words echoed, a sudden flash of silver light illuminated the site of the bombardment. Whoosh. Perfect freedom realm. Shape-shifting. Lewis soared out from the devastation, his tattered destruction god attire vanishing to reveal his robust physique. Yet, upon inspection, Lewis bore no scars whatsoever. Impossible. Perfect freedom realm. How did he sustain not a single scratch? Puting was left dumbfounded, astonished. This was a concerted assault by 12 demon lords. How could he emerge unscathed? Moreover, He had comprehended the perfect freedom realm. Why? Has the world shifted? Equally stunned were the 12 demon lords, who had sensed something amiss with Lewis from the outset. They now realized their grave miscalculation. Humph, I refuse to believe it. Allow me to test him. Puting vanished from beside Weiss, who made no attempt to intervene. However, Weiss sensed that a significant event was about to unfold and swiftly waved his staff. Summon. Whoosh. A silver beam pierced through the dark demon realm. Puting sensed Weiss's movements behind her, but chose not to intervene. After all, the dark demon realm was her territory. As long as the Supreme King did not intervene, no number of opponents could pose a threat. Puting approached Lewis, flanked by the 12 demon lords who closed in behind her. 13 pairs of eyes fixated on Lewis. I shall repeat myself, summon Tova. Lewis, bare-chested, hovered in the void. Having been beaten twice, he was outmatched on both occasions. However, compared to the previous group of substitute destruction gods, these 12 demon lords were far more formidable. Fortunately, his power had ascended to the first layer of the divine realm, and the Super Saiyan had also attained full power status. Thanks to the divine dimension, the divine energy within him nourished his body, and the consumption and burden of being a Super Saiyan at full power were minimal. Thus, he was able to endure for so long, and even had the chance to retaliate against the Demon King of the 4th level of the divine realm. Compared to the last encounter, he had made significant progress. Chapter 55, Demigula. If you do not release Tova, you shall perish. Lewis was consumed by a raging fire within. He had no intention of continuing the fight, for he knew that even employing the perfect state of freedom, he could not vanquish the demons before him. With immunity, it would be a mere 50-50 chance, until his stamina was utterly depleted. This bore the same fruitless outcome as his previous sparring session with the candidate for the God of Destruction. It was utterly meaningless. The Demon Kings, initially lost in a world of shock at the existence of someone who could disregard damage, were soon amused by Lewis's words. Kid, you are quite audacious, demanding our demise. Though we may not comprehend how you disregard harm, to think you can bring about our end is sheer madness. Silence. Pertin raised her hand, and the assembly of Demon Kings fell silent. Withstood an assault from 12 Demon Kings without a scratch? I shall see if you can truly disregard damage. Pertin fixed her gaze on Lewis. This boy was exceedingly peculiar. She made her move. Time and space seemed to momentarily freeze. She transcended both, appearing instantaneously before Lewis. A fist slammed into his chest. She possessed the same power as Weiss, the second tier of angelic strength, unleashing her full might, shattering the heavens, causing the entire dark demon realm to tremble. Surely, he must perish this time. The next moment, hiss, Pertin gasped, her fist still pressed against Lewis's chest. He remained unscathed. He truly could disregard damage. How did you accomplish this? Pertin's face turned pale. In that instant, she appeared not as a master of angelic caliber, but as a frail woman, deeply intimidated by Lewis. You refuse to release Tova, do you? This is your own doing. The silver light enveloping Lewis abruptly vanished as he exited the perfect state of freedom. He then entered the full power state of Super Saiyan. He raised his right hand, aiming at Pertin. Annihilation. A brilliant white light surged forth. Annihilation? Pertin's pupils dilated. Was this not a principle reserved for those of the high priest level? How could this boy comprehend it? Moreover, she sensed the authenticity of this power. It was indeed annihilation. No. The approaching Demigula trembled. Was it truly annihilation? Had the high priest arrived? Or perhaps the Omni King? Demigula felt a surge of urgency. He took a step forward. Buzz. He instantly appeared in front of Pertin. There stood a bare-chested man unleashing annihilation upon Pertin. Demigula breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the high priest or the Omni King, all would be well. He waved his hand. A surge of black, demonic energy coalesced into a blade, cleaving towards Lewis's annihilation. Boom. The two supreme attacks collided. As if the end of the world had descended, the endless residual power sweeping across the entire dark demon realm. In an instant, the dark demon realm was transformed into a hellish landscape. Demigro waved his hand once more, restoring the dark demon realm to its original state. At this moment, Puting was drenched in sweat, her azure hair matted together, resembling an old witch. Demigra, he will eliminate. I saw it. Demigra fixed his gaze intently on Lewis. Astonishingly, the residual power from the recent explosion had not harmed him. Ignoring the damage? Recalling Quitra's notes, this individual must be the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. At that instant, Tawa arrived belatedly. Upon seeing Lewis, her complexion turned pale, and she stammered, Demigra-sama, it's Lewis. He has chased us. She never anticipated that Lewis would follow her into the dark demon realm. If he were to catch her, it would be disastrous. The two faced off against 15 opponents across from them. Demigra glanced at Lewis before shifting his attention to Whis. Whis, it's been a while. Whis forced a smile in response. Indeed, it has been a while. Demigra remarked nonchalantly, are you feeling anxious? Whis responded simply. His anxiety was not without cause. For Demigra was a master of priest-level prowess within the dark demon realm. Why don't you stand before my father and see how anxious you feel? Whis replied coolly. Upon uttering those words, his tension dissipated entirely. Demigra's lips twitched slightly, confronting the high priest. Perhaps that was best avoided. The high priest's power far exceeded that of mere priests. Huh, do you think I would divulge anything to you? Whis shook his head. Well aware of what Demigra sought to inquire about, he merely wished to know Lewis's origins. Yet, Whis was equally in the dark from his observations. Lewis appeared to be an ordinary Saiyan. Demigra continued to scrutinize Lewis, and with each observation, he sensed something amiss. Destructive aura, a sense of freedom, erasure, ignoring. Such a young age, and yet he grasped so much power. How had he accomplished this? Demigra was utterly perplexed. Silence enveloped both parties, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Lewis, recovering, turned to Tawa and finally spoke. Why aren't you running? Why did you stop? His words shattered the stalemate. Tawa trembled slightly. Was this man a demon? He had pursued her from the entire universe to the dark demon realm. To utter such words here, did he truly fear nothing? Demigra stepped forward. Fear death? Lewis sneered. If it weren't for my ability to erase, I would have been sealed long ago. Sealed? Whis, standing nearby, was taken aback and erupted with rage. He knew Lewis could ignore damage, but the weakness of ignoring was glaringly obvious. Sealing. Earlier, when Tawa ambushed me near the Adralat star system, that was why I allowed you to bring me to the dark demon realm. Such a revelation. Whis suddenly understood. Lewis's previous fury was not without reason. However, Whis fixed his gaze on Demigra. Speak. Who instructed you to ambush Lewis? From Lewis's account, he discerned that the matter was far from simple. Until now, Lewis has only utilized ignorance within the realm of the Omni King. The sealing technique is the weakness of ignorance. How did the dark demon realm discover this? It is evident that someone is orchestrating events from the shadows. Chapter 56, Lewis Demigra. Noticing the discomfort among everyone regarding the protagonist's dual name, I have rectified it. Henceforth, the protagonist shall be referred to simply as Lewis. In the dimly lit sky above, the two sides face off. Whis, as you just stated. Do you truly believe I would divulge anything? Demigra remarked with a sinister smile. You, Whis, typically composed, displayed an unusual fury. Primarily, it was because Lewis was entrusted by the Grand Priest to be properly guided, as Lewis is the hope of the seventh universe. Someone had the audacity to plot against Lewis, collaborating with the dark demon realm nonetheless. It would be impossible not to be enraged. Whis, I know who is responsible. Lewis declared, stepping forward to gaze at Toa with a cold smirk. The only beings aware that I can nullify damage are the deities within the Omni King's universe. And as a candidate for the god of destruction, I doubt I even qualify to be acknowledged by you. No one knows of my existence. Yet you dared to ambush me, employing sealing techniques. How coincidental that such techniques counter my abilities. Lewis shook his head. Aside from Keitra, who harbors a grudge against me, I cannot fathom who else would betray me. In the distance, Toa fell silent, astonished by Lewis's keen intellect. Is it truly Keitra? Whis inquired, his brow furrowing. The dark demon realm and the Omni King's universe are indeed opposing forces. Should Keitra be the informant, he would undoubtedly be betraying the Omni King's universe. If my conjecture is correct, it must be him. Lewis glanced at Whis, clenching his fists. He has persistently sought to trouble me. At that moment, Demigra chuckled. I must say, young Lewis, your imagination knows no bounds. Although Keitra deceived him, Demigra chose not to disclose their dealings, considering Keitra still owes him 7 Super Dragon Balls. In a state of perfect freedom, shattering rules, the deities of the 20-something dimensions can indeed nullify damage and wield erasure. Demigra squinted. Almost every form of power is astonishing. How could a genius like you not be under our watchful eye? The Omni King's universe and our dark demon realm are sworn enemies. Eliminating a talent such as you is only logical. Demigra turned to face Putine and the other demon kings. Putine nodded. She had narrowly escaped death from Lewis's erasure. Such a prodigy could not be overlooked. Observing Demigra's retreating figure, Lewis was momentarily taken aback. There was a semblance of reason in his words. Could it truly not be Keitra? Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and Demigra's chilling voice echoed forth. Enough. While I am uncertain how you came to comprehend these powers, it no longer matters. Demigra spun around, fixing his intense gaze upon the void ahead of Lewis. What? Do you wish to kill me? Even that old hag Putine could not bring me down. Do you think you stand a chance? Lewis replied with a scoff. You seek death. Putine was infuriated. This fellow had the audacity to label her an old witch. It was a frustrating predicament, yet she found herself powerless to eliminate him. Seeking death? If you yearn to take my life, then come forth. Humph, with your sharp tongue, though I cannot slay you, I can certainly seal you away. This rascal was no longer connected to Ketra. The moment Demigula laid eyes on Lewis, he recognized that he could not be spared. Otherwise, the delicate balance between the cosmic realm and the dark demon world would surely be disrupted. A palpable bloodlust filled the air. As if the sky itself were on the verge of freezing, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, the demon lords found it difficult to breathe. This was the overwhelming pressure emanating from a priest-level entity. Vis, be cautious. In the heavens, Lewis stood protectively before Vis, confronting Demigula alone. The immense pressure unleashed by Demigula was entirely absorbed by him. Vis felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that he would one day need to rely on Lewis. Do not hesitate to unleash your erasure. I can assist you in replenishing your energy. Moreover, I have rallied support. We just need to hold our ground. To be candid, Vis felt somewhat ensnared by Lewis's predicament, yet he remained unperturbed. Instead, a surge of fervor coursed through him. Haha, then I shall rest easy. Lewis erupted with golden flames, once more entering a state of full power as a Super Saiyan. The first layer of divine strength surged forth uncontrollably. Lewis and Demigula stood in opposition. In the void, the golden flames clashed against the dark energy. The spectacle in the sky was nothing short of extraordinary. A mere Karami, wielding only the first layer of divine strength, was audaciously contending with the demon god Demigula, whose power was of the priestly tier. Meanwhile, the other demon lords had retreated far away. Even Poutine, who possessed angelic strength, dared not approach the battlefield. It was not that they were unwilling to assist Demigula. Rather, they had previously attempted to do so. Aside from sealing techniques, all other powers had proven ineffective against Lewis. Furthermore, Lewis possessed the ability to erase. Ordinary sealing methods had no impact on him whatsoever. Aside from Demigula, the priest-level expert who remained unaffected by the erasure, the others were at a complete loss. Vis, too, was powerless, yet he did not evade, for he needed to restore Lewis's energy. At that moment, Vis resembled gasoline, while Lewis was akin to an engine. When the engine faltered, Vis provided the fuel. Though aware that Lewis could disregard harm, he still felt compelled to make another attempt. At that juncture, Demigula in the heavens sprang into action. Dark energy erupted from him, enveloping the entire sky. It resembled the depths of hell. The scene was exceedingly terrifying. Demigula disregarded the constraints of space and time, appearing above Lewis with a sweeping gesture. An inexhaustible might conjured a tempest of spatial chaos. The very fabric of space was rent asunder, forming shards of white, translucent blades that hurtled toward Lewis. It was rare for a priest-level expert to employ pure energy waves as an attack. Demigula had utilized the rules of space and time. Lewis could not even react in time, and was instantaneously struck. However, immunity. A radiant white light emanated from Lewis. Ding, ding, ding. The radiant white light emanating from Lewis intercepted him, and the fragments of space collided with him like nails striking steel, producing a piercing sound. Ha! Do not think that even Mechacapra could contend with me. Lewis gazed upwards at the figure in the sky, allowing the spatial debris to strike him as he laughed heartily. His smile was radiant, yet if Ties were present, she would undoubtedly recognize that Lewis was merely putting on a brave face. The disparity in power between them was insurmountable. Lewis had contemplated retaliation, but without utilizing his erasure ability, even unleashing his utmost strength would not suffice to vanquish the 12 demon lords, rendering his efforts somewhat trivial. Thus, Lewis could only endure the onslaught passively. After all, this was not his first time being beaten, so what did it matter if he was struck again? It was simply infuriating. Demigula squinted, pondering who Mechacapra was, an entity of equal standing to the All-King. Perhaps sealing him would suffice. Demigula steeled himself. Yet he was still taken aback by Lewis's blatant disregard. He could not let him escape. Dark sealing technique. Demigula swiftly formed seals with his hands, a dark aura coalescing into a spell mark, freezing the surrounding space abruptly. You wish to seal me? Come, let us see. Lewis looked up at the figure above, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, conjuring a halo of white light. Erasure. Rather than directing it at Demigula, he aimed it at the ground of the dark demon realm. Chapter 57. The Perpetual Motion Machine. Witnessing this scene, Vis erupted into laughter, akin to a pig's squeal. Lewis was exceedingly cunning. He knew that his erasure would have no effect on Demigula, so he set his sights on the dark demon realm instead. Although Lewis's erasure power did not reach the level of the All-King, it still posed a threat to angelic beings. Once Lewis's erasure struck the dark demon realm, a significant portion of its landscape would vanish. At that moment, Demigula would undoubtedly intervene to stop it, but that would mean relinquishing his attempt to seal Lewis. What a despicable fellow. Demigula realized Lewis's intent and would not permit the dark demon realm to lose a substantial part of its territory. Thus, Demigula had no choice but to abandon his sealing of Lewis and instead focused on blocking Lewis's erasure. The white light erupted violently from Lewis's hand. Demigula summoned the power of a demon god. The two attacks were utterly terrifying. Boom. They collided with a sound that could annihilate the heavens and earth. Demigula's power was precisely measured, nullifying Lewis's erasure while leaving the dark demon realm unscathed. How terrifying. This fellow possesses merely the strength of the first layer of divine realm. Yet why is it so outrageous? If that erasure were to hit me, I would surely be left half dead. Be more confident, you will not survive. The demon lords gulped nervously, their faces filled with shock as they observed the distant clash. Puting, witnessing this, gritted her teeth in frustration. As a master of the angelic realm, she had been insulted repeatedly by a mere calamity. Today was utterly vexing. Ha ha, ha ha. Lewis gasped for breath, his strength dwindling to mere words. Ha ha ha. With your stamina, it seems you can only unleash the erasure once. Let's see how you meet your end. Demigula observed Lewis's condition. Humph. Lewis disregarded him and shouted to Weiss behind him. Weiss, hurry up. It's coming. Weiss waved his staff, enveloping Lewis in a silvery glow, instantly restoring him to full strength. Demigula, come again. Lewis laughed heartily and struck the ground again. Erasure. Weiss. Demigula's fury surged as he hurriedly blocked the attack, glancing at the now-revived Lewis. He then turned his gaze towards Weiss, realizing the perpetual motion machine was in play. Humph. Eliminate Weiss, and let us see how you regain your strength. Panic washed over Lewis. Although he was not afraid of the priest-level attacks, Weiss certainly was. Looking up, he found Demigula had vanished. Lewis's pupils constricted as he yelled to Weiss, run. Buzz. Demigula appeared before Weiss. Die. The sinister power of the dark god enveloped his fist, charging forward. No, don't. Weiss, run. Lewis's eyes widened in desperation. Weiss was his mentor, his friend. Initially well in the All-King universe, he had been coaxed into the Dark Demon realm by Lewis. This was all his fault. If anything happened to Weiss, he would tear apart the Dark Demon realm. Lewis roared, just as Weiss was about to be struck by Demigula. Time in the Dark Demon realm seemed to freeze, halting in its tracks. In the void, Demigula's fist was merely a millimeter from Weiss's head. Crack! A surge of immense power erupted from Demigula, shattering the frozen time and returning everything to normal. His fist continued to thrust forward, causing the sky to explode. Yet, Weiss's figure had vanished. Lewis abruptly looked up and spotted Kriz, that little bundle of energy. He also saw Weiss beside her. Weiss, you're alive. How wonderful. Lewis's eyes welled with tears. He had almost led Weiss into peril. Thankfully, the one who had finally shaken Weiss awake had arrived. You little rascal, do you wish for my demise? Weiss, seeing his sister, no longer had to worry about Demigula. He approached Lewis and affectionately ruffled his hair. He had taken this boy under his wing since he was 6, and now he could stand against a priest-level foe like Demigula. Weiss felt a deep sense of pride. On the other side, Demigula's pupils contracted in disbelief as he gazed at the girl above. When did you reach this level? It's been a while. Kriz replied with a cheerful shake of her little head. Demigula swallowed hard, falling into silence. The power of a priest-level being. Was the eldest daughter of the high priest truly this formidable? Lewis cast a glance at Kriz, who had also noticed Demigula's astonished expression. It was evident that Kriz's power had ascended to the level of a priest, a feat so remarkable that it left Demigula utterly astounded. No wonder, among all the angels, little Dobao's strength stood unrivaled. Kriz's talent was truly exceptional. Oblivious to Lewis's thoughts, Kriz flew in front of Demigula, her cheeks puffed in indignation, exclaiming, "It seems that Lord Demigula wishes to kill my brother. You all should leave." Demigula shook his head and spoke directly. He had anticipated that the high priest would descend upon the Dark Demon realm, yet he had not expected Kriz to be the visitor. With her power having reached the priest level, coupled with the other demon gods of the Dark Demon realm still in slumber, he realized that facing Kriz alone would leave him no opportunity to act against Weiss. It would be wiser to let them go, lest a battle erupt and the unleashed power devastate the realm. Are we just to be allowed to leave? Kriz's naive eyes sparkled with intrigue. Demigula, emanating the might of a demon god, coldly warned, "If you do not depart soon, I will reconsider my decision." Giggle, Lord Demigula is quite magnanimous. Kriz huffed, "Weiss, let us be off." Wait. Lewis interjected, drawing everyone's gaze towards him. Hand over Tawa. Before Lewis could finish his sentence, Weiss pulled him away. And they vanished from the Dark Demon realm. Kriz smiled and followed suit, disappearing as well. Chapter 58. Then let us eliminate Katra. Only Demigula remained in the void of the Dark Demon realm, his expression stoic. Tawa timidly inquired, "Lord Demigula, what about that young man?" Demigula fixed his gaze on the spot where Lewis had departed, silent as if lost in thought. Puting glanced at Tawa and remarked, "They were rescued by Kriz. Speak. What have you done to attract their attention?" Today, she had been called an old witch, and her temper was nearing its boiling point. Puting's fiery gaze seemed capable of incinerating the very fabric of space, causing Tawa to shrink back, preparing to explain. Demigula turned to them, gesturing dismissively, "Enough. Puting will remain. You all may leave." "Yes." Tawa breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly exited. The demon lords were curious about Lewis, yet they dared not defy Demigula's command, and all vanished without a trace. Sealing that young man was a deal made between Katra and myself. In the void, only Puting and Demigula remained, and he recounted the terms of his agreement with Katra. "That wretched rat has deceived us." Puting seethed, her chest heaving with anger upon learning the full extent of the situation. After a moment, she regained her composure slightly. "Yet, it is fortunate that Katra made this deal with us. Otherwise, we would remain unaware of such a prodigy emerging in the All-King universe." Puting fixed her gaze on Demigula. By the way, it was merely Kriz's arrival. Why did you let that young man go? Kriz's power has ascended to the level of a priest. Demigula's tone was flat. Yet to Puting, it sounded like a thunderclap. What? Power at the priest level? Puting was left dumbfounded. Years ago, when Puting defected from the ancient celestial realm to the dark demonic realm, her power stood at the 5th tier of the divine realm. At that time, Kashi's strength was also limited to the 5th tier of the divine realm. Subsequently, influenced by the power of the demon god, Puting managed to ascend to the 2nd tier of the angelic realm. What she did not anticipate, however, was that others had also experienced breakthroughs, reaching the level of high priest. The other demon gods remained in slumber, while Lord Mikakapura was still sealed away. Suppressing her astonishment, Puting remarked, "Currently, you are the sole pillar of the dark demonic realm. It is no wonder you chose to release that rascal Lewis." She had also considered Demigula's earlier concerns. After all, the battlefield was situated within the dark demonic realm, and should two high priests engage in battle, the resulting chaos could be catastrophic, potentially leading to the very explosion of the dark demonic realm itself. "I did not summon you for that reason." Demigula gazed intently at Puting. A grave expression etched upon his face. "Have you noticed that Lewis's physique bears a striking resemblance to someone?" Puting furrowed her brow. What did Demigula mean? Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Thunderous realization struck. "Silence!" Demigula bellowed, casting a wary glance around them, apprehensive that the walls might have ears. Puting clamped her hands over her mouth, refraining from uttering another word, her eyes wide with shock. It was evident that the identity of Lewis had profoundly impacted her, even as an angelic-level expert. After a moment, disregarding the pain, she swallowed hard. Demigula, if Lewis possesses such power at this age, he could indeed be that individual. Damn it. The beings of the entire universe must have discovered Lord Lewis's identity, which is why he has been designated as a candidate for the Destroyer. Puting seemed to forget the earlier insults hurled at her by Lewis, her rage dissipating, replaced by an air of reverence. Fortunately, Lewis was not present, otherwise, he would undoubtedly deliver a scathing reprimand, exposing her as a wretched old witch. Puting's fingers tightened around her staff, the creaking sound echoing, her exquisite visage frosted with tension. They must be eager to recruit Lord Lewis into the ranks of the entire universe before he awakens, she exclaimed, nearly shouting by the end. Demigula shook his head. There is no rush. What I mentioned earlier was merely conjecture. I shall first consult the sealed domain of Lord Mikakapura. Initially, when Demigula had encountered Lewis, he had been caught off guard. Now, fully aware, he understood Puting's agitation. The strength of the dark demonic realm was comparable to that of the entire universe, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, Kashi's power had transcended into the realm of high priests. Moreover, the strength of the other angels remained concealed, suggesting that Kashi was not the only one who had achieved such a breakthrough. The current situation was poised to shift dramatically. This was the root of Puting's fervent excitement. Demigula, you must hurry. All right. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the Destroyer, 2 streaks of radiant 7-colored light descended from the heavens, and 3 figures materialized by the lakeside. VES tugged at Lewis's ear, exasperated. Everyone else has let us off the hook, and you still dare to make demands? You truly have no fear of death. Ouch, 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 Lewis exclaimed, standing on his tiptoes, feigning distress. VES rolled his eyes, retorting, you little rascal. What are you even complaining about? Nevertheless, he loosened his grip. Hee hee, I knew you couldn't bear to hit me. Lewis lay on the ground, gazing at the sky with a silly grin. VES pursed his lips. Although this fool had gotten him into trouble, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of warmth in his heart when he recalled how the boy had stood in front of him, uttering those sentimental words. It was not in vain that he had taught this lad for so many years. At that moment, Kes crouched beside Lewis and asked, Little one, how could you let VES take you to the dark demon realm? Little one? Lewis lay on the grass, observing the adorable expression on the small being's face, his lips twitching slightly. Am I little? Just ask my sister Tai Si. However, he had to admit that this small being was indeed formidable, managing to repel the demon god Demigra all on his own. If he guessed correctly, it must have been Keitra who leaked the information. Lewis sat up from the grass, his expression grim as he laid everything bare. Upon hearing Lewis's detailed speculation, VES replied coldly, he has always had a grudge against Lord Beerus, but they have refrained from fighting due to the commands of Lord Zeno. After a pause, VES continued, looking intently at Lewis. Keitra's character has always been rather sinister, or perhaps one could say vengeful. He has previously ambushed you, and after you insulted him so severely in Universe 4. The combination of Beerus's grudge and your animosity is sufficient to provoke such actions from him. VES turned his gaze toward Kes, his expression serious. Sister, Keitra may very well have betrayed the Zeno universe. Upon hearing this, Kes replied calmly, previously, I stopped you from erasing Keitra, believing that your grievances would end there. I did not expect this situation to arise again. Furrowing her brows, Kes stood up from the grass, declaring, then let us go kill Keitra. What? Lewis sprang up from the grass, utterly taken aback. Beside him, VES was equally startled. In any universe, two divine roles are indispensable, the Kaioshin and the Destroyer. One governs creation, while the other oversees destruction. They are perfectly balanced, each essential. Now Kes was suggesting killing Keitra. What would happen to Universe 4? Let us not forget that Universe 4 has a candidate Destroyer, but lacks a candidate Kaioshin. Eliminating Keitra would spell doom for Universe 4. Miss Kes, these are merely my speculations. Do we truly need to kill Keitra? Lewis swallowed hard. He was prepared to defy Kes, especially since she had previously intervened to prevent him from erasing Keitra. Yet her words left him feeling somewhat uncertain. Sister Yu. VS attempted to inquire further, but Kes interrupted him. Enough. Betrayal of the Xeno universe is an unforgivable crime. Then she cast a deep glance at Lewis. Let us proceed. Lewis paid no heed to Kes's expression, which could erase all of Ketla's excitement. You keep coming to trouble me, huh? I'll take you down. Lewis was oblivious to Kes's demeanor, yet Weiss noticed and was perplexed, on the verge of speaking. Kes shook her head, swiftly gesturing with her hand, and together with Lewis and Weiss, transformed into a radiant streak of colors, soaring into the sky by the lakeside. In the distance, Beerus, who was indulging in instant noodles, was momentarily stunned and bellowed. Where are you two headed? Go catch a mouse for me. Beerus paused, pondering the meaning behind that. He was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice the instant noodles slip from his grasp. After the cataclysmic event on planet Adrat, Goku and Vegeta began to master instantaneous movement. The Saiyans continued their rigorous training, aspiring to one day transform into Super Saiyans. While everything progressed normally in Universe 7, Ketla in Universe 4 was gripped by unease. Inside the God of Destruction's palace in Universe 4, Konik observed Ketla pacing restlessly and inquired, Lord Ketla, what troubles you? Beside him, Troy had been downcast ever since Lewis's last confrontation and showed little interest in Ketla's strange behavior, merely remaining in the background. Nothing's wrong, Ketla replied, shaking his head. Though he uttered reassurances, his anxious expression betrayed him, signaling to Konik that something was indeed amiss. Are you really okay? Truly it's nothing? You may leave. I'll be fine. Ketla turned his back to them, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, but do let me know if anything arises. Konik and Troy exited the palace. The moment they departed, Ketla's countenance darkened. Anxiety and unease swirled within him, overwhelming him with negative emotions. Why is this happening? Ketla clutched his chest, feeling an ominous premonition intensifying. Could Weiss have sensed his journey to the Dark Demon realm? That seemed impossible. He had concealed his presence well. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Come out, you dead mouse. Face your doom. Ketla's pupils dilated. He had truly been discovered. Outside the God of Destruction's palace, Konik and Troy were startled by the sudden exclamation as they emerged. Looking up, they beheld a magnificent streak of colors descending from the sky. As the light dissipated, Lewis and the others materialized before Konik and Troy. Sister, Weiss, what brings you here? Konik then turned his attention to Lewis, furrowing his brow. And what did you mean by that remark about Ketla? Are you intending to kill him? Kes, clutching her diminutive staff and gazing with wide eyes, interjected, Konik. Do not concern yourself with Ketla's fate. Sister, you enough? Sister will explain shortly. Ketla is as good as finished. Weiss stepped forward. At this revelation, Konik trembled, bewildered by the unfolding events. How could his sister condone Lewis's intent against Ketla? Just then, Ketla emerged from the palace. I greet you, Miss Kes. Oh, is that not Mr. Weiss and Mr. Lewis? Since our last encounter, our grievances have been settled, yet here you are again. Ketla's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was as calm as ever. What have you done, Lord Ketla? Konik inquired, eager to seek clarity, but Weiss restrained him. Konik noticed Kes shaking her head, and his heart sank. Ketla observed this with a piercing gaze. Soon, he turned to Lewis and the others, smiling. What seems to be the matter? No one spoke or moved. Then, Lewis stepped forward to confront Ketla, his voice icy. During our spar, you commanded Troy to strike me down. Then you ambushed me on Namek. You should be grateful that Miss Kes intervened and spared you from my wrath. Lewis thrust his face closer to Ketla's, radiating murderous intent. Ketla's demeanor darkened. It is my fault. I should not have directed my hatred towards you, but our feud was settled last time. What more do you desire? Ketla retreated a step and shouted, Will you not let me be? He appeared to be a victim of endless grievance, a pitiful expression that somewhat softened Konik's heart. When had Ketla ever shown such vulnerability? Mr. Lewis, Lord Ketla acknowledges his mistakes. Why not let it go? Let it go? Lewis shook his head. You have repeatedly tried to kill me and failed, yet this rat now poses as a victim that I could overlook. But colluding with the dark magic realm cannot simply be forgiven. Lewis leaned closer to Ketla, enunciating each word. Lord Ketla, you are, indeed, guilty, are you not? Chapter 60, Eradicating Ketla. As Lewis finished speaking, the entire God of Destruction realm fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of the cold wind rustling through the air. By the lakeside, a small fish leaped out of the water, creating ripples. In that moment, the atmosphere in the fourth universe's God of Destruction realm turned ominous. Konik's body trembled. He hurried over and grasped Ketla's shoulders. Lord Ketla, is what Mr. Lewis said true? Have you really conspired with the dark magic realm? No. Ketla shook his head vehemently. Until this moment, he realized that others had indeed uncovered his dealings with the dark magic realm. However, admitting it now would spell certain doom. Ketla glanced at Kess, then back at Konik. If he denied it, with Konik present, perhaps he still had a slim chance of survival. Mr. Lewis, Lord Ketla has denied it. Do you have any evidence? Konik quickly turned to ask. This matter was too grave. If proven true, Ketla would undoubtedly face death. Although angels are generally not swayed by emotions, having spent so many years with Ketla, Konik truly wished for him to survive. I have no evidence. This is merely Lewis's conjecture. But the truth is likely close to reality. As Konik observed, Lewis furrowed his brow, and Kess made no attempt to intervene. Was Konik truly prepared to take action? Without evidence, how could one act? Before Konik could finish his thought, Kess interjected, Lewis, there's no need for excessive words. Simply eliminate him. With a flick of her delicate hand, a radiant glow enveloped Ketla, as she transferred the divine status of the god of destruction onto the silent Troy. This scene left Konik utterly flabbergasted, as if questioning whether they were truly prepared to strike. Could one really slay a god of destruction without evidence? Both Lewis and Whis were equally astonished. However, upon hearing Kess's command, Lewis acted without a moment's hesitation. Erasure. Fearing that Kess might have a change of heart, he entered the full-power Super Saiyan state. Empowered by the first layer of divine might, tendrils of white light surged forth from his hands, coiling around to form a terrifying radiance. The void trembled. No, please. I have no ties with the dark demon realm. I was wrong, spare me. Ketla cried out in despair, sensing the impending death. In that moment, he was filled with profound regret. Regret for having transferred his hatred for Beerus onto Lewis. Regret for seeking out Demigra. Stop. Konik's expression shifted, shaken by Lewis's erasure. Seeing Lewis take action, he attempted to intervene. Yet Kess's swift gesture left Konik immobilized. The white halo flashed momentarily. The world dimmed. Once the brilliance faded, Ketla had vanished entirely, succumbing to death while touching the fifth layer of divine power. The universe remained intact. Yet the god of destruction had perished first. This was an unprecedented event in the history of the Omni King's universe. The god of destruction realm of Universe 4 fell into a profound silence once more. After a while, Lewis, having exhausted himself after erasing Ketla, collapsed to the ground. Utterly drained, unable to utter a word. Whis, startled, approached and inquired, What is wrong with you, lad? He promptly restored Lewis's vitality. Having slain Ketla, Lewis felt a surge of elation, rising from the ground with a foolish grin. When I departed from Universe 7, I promised to catch a mouse for Lord Beerus. And now Ketla has been reduced to nothing. Whis, Kess, you have gone too far. Konik erupted in fury. After serving the god of destruction for so many years, he witnessed Lewis's act of erasure, and now, this insult to the deceased Ketla was intolerable. Lewis cast a cold glance at him. What is the matter? Do you have a problem? At those words, Konik recalled the image of Ketla's erasure, his body trembling in response. Enough. Kess waved her hand. She transmitted Lewis's earlier deductions and his identity directly into Konik's mind. You should nurture Troy well. With that singular statement, she departed from Universe 4, taking Lewis and Whis with her, leaving only Konik and Troy behind. The two remained silent for an extended period. Troy gazed at the astonished Konik and exclaimed, Mr. Konik, what shall we do now? Konik remained silent, utterly taken aback by the revelation conveyed to him by Kess. It turned out that Lewis's true identity was that of the Omni King. Only now did Konik comprehend why his elder sister had not sought evidence before hastily instructing Lewis to eliminate Katra. She aimed to recruit Lewis into the Omni King's faction while he was still unawakened. Troy, focus on your training. I shall guide you in the future. But remember not to provoke the inhabitants of Universe 7 again. Yes. At the barrier of the Omni King's universe, a figure hovered, intently observing the fourth sphere of light. Katra had perished. What a pity, he had not yet obtained the Super Dragon Balls before meeting his demise. Yet, since it was Lewis who had dispatched him, there was naught I could do. Demigra had received confirmation from Mechikabura that Lewis possessed powers identical to that of the aforementioned entity. Indeed, Lewis was essentially a reincarnation of that being. In Universe 7, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Lewis finally breathed a sigh of relief after vanquishing Katra. No longer burdened by the fear of that troublesome rodent. Just before Kess departed, Lewis posed a question that had been troubling him. Given that she had so readily agreed to his elimination of Katra without evidence, why had she previously sought to impede him? Kess merely smiled enigmatically and vanished, leaving Lewis with a lingering sense of curiosity. In fact, Whis was equally perplexed by Lewis's confusion. It appeared that his elder sister was privy to all knowledge, even as their other siblings were aware, yet none had disclosed anything to him. The two bewildered beings in the realm of destruction exchanged glances. Your sister, she. How would I know? Whis replied with a roll of his eyes. At that moment, a violet light surged towards them. Lewis, Where is that rodent you mentioned? Beerus tossed the instant noodles he had been holding into the lake, clearing his throat as he fixed his gaze upon Lewis. His expression suggested a genuine desire to feast upon a mouse. Lewis, exasperated, replied softly, Lord Beerus, do you truly wish to eat a mouse? It is quite natural for a cat to hunt a mouse. However, Beerus was already a god of destruction, and his desire to eat seemed merely a casual remark. Why would Beerus harbor such a craving? Noticing Beerus fall silent, Lewis sighed. Since you so enjoy the thought of consuming a mouse, I shall procure a duck neck, or rather, a dead mouse, for you to feast upon. Would that suffice? Chapter 61. The love of Goku that disappeared. A duck neck? What on earth is that? Beerus's lips twitched slightly as he regarded Lewis. Enough with the nonsense. Have you ventured into Universe 4? A sudden, absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Lewis had slain Boom? Beerus's pupils dilated, experiencing a profound shock. Was Lord Beerus blaming me? Observing the incredulous expression on Beerus's face, Lewis furrowed his brow. This was peculiar. Hadn't that rodent been his enemy? He had eliminated Katra. Surely this cat should be pleased. Suddenly, ha ha ha, blame you? Why would I blame you? Ha ha ha. I had long desired to rid myself of that wretched rodent. Yet unexpectedly, Lewis, you took it upon yourself to eliminate him. Well done. Beerus danced by the lakeside, flailing about as if possessed by some serpent spirit. Whis, Lewis. The two exchanged glances. Whis, has Lord Beerus gone mad? Surely not. Then why is he engaging in such grotesque antics? Indeed, Lord Beerus must be deranged. The sight within the realm of destruction was utterly unbearable. A purple feline was performing a nauseating dance. Eventually, Lewis and Whis could no longer bear it, and promptly departed from the realm of destruction, making their way to Earth. At the palace of the Omni King, Kess entered. Finding the Omni King absent. Father, why did you instruct me to stop Lewis earlier? Kess herself was perplexed, much like Lewis. Cough, cough. The Grand Priest's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. I merely wished for Katra to provide Lewis with some practical experience, but to my surprise, that insolent Katra conspired with the dark magic realm. Would it have been so difficult to simply serve as an experience package? The Grand Priest shook his head and added, Kess, it appears the truth is rather different. Then I shall have Lewis eliminate Katra, as per the command of the Omni King. On Earth, brother-in-law. Where have Vegeta and Goku gone? Kess inquired. Indeed, where could they be? They have gone to learn a wondrous technique. Lewis approached Tais, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Bulma rolled her eyes, another display of affection, I see. However, with news of Vegeta's safety, she felt a sense of relief and departed the courtyard. As for Whis, he had already descended and made his way to Tais' family restaurant. What troubles you? Tais noticed Lewis's unusual demeanor and gently smoothed his furrowed brow with her delicate hand. It's nothing, just a dead rodent that has vexed me, leaving me a bit weary. Lewis rested his head on Tais' fragrant shoulder, finding solace in her soothing aroma. Tais patted the back of this large boy, shaking her head with a smile. You are a candidate for the god of destruction. If someone bothers you, why not simply eliminate them? The sight of Lewis's vexed expression tugged at her heartstrings. Upon hearing Tais' words, Lewis lifted his gaze, cupping her exquisite face with both hands and planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. Just eliminate them? Lewis chuckled, gazing into her beautiful eyes. I never anticipated that my sister Tais harbored such a fierce desire for vengeance. Whenever someone troubles you, do you not simply annihilate them? Tais met Lewis's gaze. Half amused and half annoyed. Having followed you for all these years, my heart has grown as cold as a blade meant for slaughter. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Tais affectionately ruffled his hair. Lewis's heart raced. Her words were overwhelmingly touching. Oh, Tais' sister, I am so moved. Lewis burrowed into Tais' embrace. Get off me, Tais exclaimed, exasperated. You truly never grow up. Very well. Lewis feigned sorrow, extricating himself from Tais' hold. In the next moment, in the courtyard, the two embraced, as if time had momentarily come to a standstill. Lewis felt an unprecedented tranquility within. After a while, he recalled that a girl had come looking for Kakarot. Tais' voice echoed his own, calling Sun Wukong by the same name he did. Who? Lewis gently released Tai and took her into his arms, both lounging on a deck chair. It seems her name was Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. Lewis sprang up from the deck chair, grasping Tai's fragrant shoulder, and hurriedly asked, Tai, has the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth concluded? You mean the tournament from last year? Their battles were hardly captivating, with the champion being that Namekian once again. Tai had been to Namek, and naturally, she had seen what a Namekian looked like. Last year, Lewis finally recalled the timeline of Dragon Ball. Indeed, that was the year when Sun Wukong was supposed to participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament after completing his training in the other world. Sun Wukong would encounter Chi-Chi at the tournament. In the final match, Sun Wukong would face off against Piccolo, ultimately securing the championship. However, in reality, Sun Wukong did not partake in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Instead, he was taken to King Kai to train in the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. This year, he was also brought to Namek by the ancient warrior. Sun Wukong had even achieved the Super Saiyan transformation following Bardock's demise. Little did Lewis expect that Kakarot's lost love would come knocking at his door. Chapter 62. Comprehending the Laws of Time. With news of Chi-Chi, Lewis was determined not to let Sun Wukong's foolish love slip away. After all, the strongest individual in Dragon Ball had yet to be born. Ultimately, Lewis instructed Tai to have Chi-Chi stay at the manor and encouraged her to share knowledge about the cosmos with Chi-Chi. Lewis aimed to alter Chi-Chi's perception that education was the only path to success, hoping to enable Gohan to become the strongest fighter. Tai dutifully followed Lewis's instructions. During this time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta trained in instant transmission on Yardrat, while Chi-Chi and Bulma awaited their return at home. Tai seized every opportunity to narrate to Chi-Chi the dangers she had encountered in the universe. Only through formidable strength could one survive peril. Furthermore, Tai educated Chi-Chi on the deities of the cosmos, angels, gods of destruction, and candidate gods of destruction, imparting knowledge about these divine beings. Chi-Chi trembled as she absorbed the information, finally realizing the futility of her studies. In the end, she resolved that her future children with Sun Wukong would undergo rigorous training. While she could not guarantee her children would protect her and Sun Wukong, she was determined they would possess the strength for self-defense. Upon grasping Kiki's thoughts, Lewis embraced Tyas fervently for half an hour, leaving her lips swollen from his passionate kisses. The prospect of the strongest singularity had emerged. Kiki's perspective shifted, and Lewis finally departed from Tyas's estate. He returned to the celestial realm. "Oh, divine being, may I borrow your temporal sanctuary as per our usual arrangement?" Under the reverent gaze of the deity, Lewis stepped into the temple, traversing the corridor and entering the temporal sanctuary. He reflected on his previous 5 years of cultivation within these hallowed walls, during which he successfully ascended to the first tier of divine power. It was here that he mastered the art of erasure. Fortunately, he had cultivated his strength to a level sufficient to wield erasure. Otherwise, his subsequent journey through the dark demon realm would have been disastrous. The memories of that realm lingered painfully in Lewis's mind. 12 demon lords in a furious brawl. The malevolent witch's intervention, and particularly, Demigula's murderous intent towards Weiss. The latter incident nearly cost Weiss his life, a transgression Lewis could not tolerate. This time, in addition to honing his power, he aimed to fulfill the objectives left uncompleted during his last sojourn here, specifically, to gain insights into other principles through erasure. These principles included time, space, light, and darkness. Thus, he resolved to commence with the principle of time. The enigma of time presented itself as the optimal choice for profound enhancement within a brief span. Time possesses the capacity to accelerate, to pause, and even to rewind. These are merely the fundamental applications of time. Should he master the principle of time, perhaps he could achieve such feats. Lewis commenced his cultivation. He first concentrated the power of erasure in his palm. The moment this force manifested, the entire temporal sanctuary quivered. Soon, invisible tendrils of principle began to leak from the erasure in his hand. Lewis closed his eyes, delving into contemplation. Time flowed swiftly, and within the confines of the temporal sanctuary, a month elapsed. What is time indeed? The power of erasure dissipated from Lewis's palm, and the surrounding ethereal principles vanished. Exhausted from his efforts to gather erasure, he collapsed onto the ground. After a month of contemplation, he found himself utterly unable to discern the principle of time. How could he hope to comprehend it? Lewis gazed skyward, unable to suppress his frustrations. Was his talent truly so lacking? Upon reflection, it seemed that every breakthrough he experienced during cultivation was a product of the system's influence. Immunity, the embryonic form of freedom, Super Saiyan, erasure. All of these were gifts bestowed upon him by the system. System, is my talent truly subpar? He lamented, extending his hand towards the vast, white sky, as if the system resided within it. Moments later, he sighed. Indeed, my talent is woefully inadequate. Even the system has forsaken me. No. What? Lewis paused, astonished, as he finally heard the familiar electronic voice once more. Host, if your talent were weak, none would surpass it. Immunity inherently belongs to your constitution, and its removal is also your strength. Your power can transcend limitations, which is a result of your continuous cultivation. I merely aid your breakthrough when you encounter a bottleneck. It is not as if I directly grant you this power. What? Lewis, having regained some strength, rose from the ground, utterly astonished. What do you mean that immunity is my constitution? What does it mean that removal is my power? System, what is the meaning of your words? The system fell silent, offering no further explanation. The notion that I possess such power, could I truly be related to the Omni King? No, I have stated that person is not you. You have no connection to the Omni King. You are not someone else. You are simply yourself. At last, the system spoke again. Infuriated, Lewis gestured vehemently towards the sky. What do you mean by that? After a long silence, the system remained mute. Lewis, now with more force, swung his arms even harder. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. He observed the movements of his arms, swinging left and right. He understood. No longer preoccupied with the system's riddles, Lewis sat cross-legged and began to meditate. As he sank into deep contemplation, translucent rules began to emerge. To grasp the rules of time in just a month, how can that be considered weak? The system muttered. Another year passed. Lewis had spent over a year and a month in the hyperbolic time chamber, equivalent to just a little over a day in the outside world. A hum resonated as the translucent rules surrounding Lewis gradually solidified, transforming quantitative changes into qualitative ones. A silver radiance surged skyward. The entire chamber trembled, and time within that region became chaotic. In the next moment, stop! The silver brilliance emanating from Lewis erupted forcefully. With a crash, the tumultuous time, influenced by the temporal aura surrounding Lewis, abruptly settled. Gulp! Lewis swallowed hard. I have truly comprehended the rules of time from the concept of removal. Ha! Could it be that I can also understand the rules of space? Lewis laughed joyously. Chapter 63, Gula. Speaking of the rules of space. To Lewis's knowledge, within the Omni King's universe, few are adept at the rules of space. If one exists, Lewis knows of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai can traverse freely within this universe, even reaching the Omni King's palace, though they cannot venture into other universes. Additionally, Lewis is aware of a deity well-versed in space, or rather, in the fabric of time and space, the legendary Kai of Time. While it is said that the Kai of Time masters time and space, it would be more accurate to say she directly controls them. However, since Lewis traversed into the Dragon Ball world, he has never encountered this deity, nor has he even heard of her name. After his cultivation, he intends to inquire with Whis about the existence of this deity in the Dragon Ball universe. Lewis continued his cultivation. He has only been in the time chamber for a little over a year. Since the topic of spatial rules has arisen, Lewis naturally yearns to comprehend it. Once he grasps the spatial rules, he may be able to merge them with the rules of time, thus forming the laws of spacetime. He would then be the second individual, after the god of time, to fathom the rules of spacetime. In the Northern Galaxy, at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, a year has passed since Frieza's demise. During this time, the Saiyans have dutifully followed King Vegeta's commands. Aside from executing the daily tasks assigned by the Galactic Patrol, they have spent the remainder of their time training in the gravity chambers created with the Patrol's assistance. Their sole aspiration is to one day transform into Super Saiyans. Notably, King Vegeta, along with Berta, Theodore, Raditz, and Nappa, are elite warriors who endure grueling training every day. Following his resurrection by Whis, King Vegeta's power surged to 1 million battle power, and now, a year later, it has skyrocketed to 2 million. Berta and Theodore's powers are comparable, having risen from 60,000 to 100,000 battle power. Raditz and Nappa, who did not return from the brink of death, have also engaged in intense training. But their advancements have been modest. Raditz now possesses 60,000 battle power, while Nappa has 70,000. As for Bardock, apart from Goku and Vegeta, he stands as the foremost warrior of the Saiyan race, excluding Broly, of course. Over the course of this year, Bardock has dramatically increased his battle power from 200,000 to 400,000, an astonishing surge. The remaining Saiyans have all achieved battle powers exceeding 100,000. The Saiyan race's extraordinary transformation is evidently due to the awakening of their cells. On this day, Gak hurriedly entered the Galactic Patrol headquarters and made his way to the top-floor office. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "Galactic King, it's terrible. The forces of Cooler from the Eastern Galaxy are advancing towards us in the Northern Galaxy." What? Cooler? The Galactic King sprang to his feet, fixating his gaze on Gak. In the early days, aside from Frieza, the strongest in Universe 7 was actually Frieza's brother. Compared to Frieza, Cooler's power is even more formidable. In the anime films, when Cooler invaded Earth, he transformed into his ultimate state, boasting a battle power exceeding 400 million. This is disastrous. Cooler must have learned of Frieza's death and is coming to claim territory. What do we do? The Galactic King paced anxiously. Investigations revealed that the entire Frieza clan has long been in discord. Hence, the clan leader, King Cold, had separated Frieza and Cooler early on. Frieza governs the Northern Galaxy, Cooler the Eastern Galaxy, while King Cold presides over the Southern Galaxy, each ruling their own domain. Now that the Northern Galaxy is without Frieza, Cooler is undoubtedly targeting this region. Galactic King, do we not have the Saiyan race at our disposal? Since they defeated Frieza, their strength has amplified significantly, and they should be able to repel Cooler. Gak exclaimed with fervor, perhaps we can even vanquish Gula. Yet, Gak had remained in the Northern Galaxy, utterly oblivious to the magnitude of Gula's powers. The King of the Galaxy gazed at Gak and shook his head, stating, as Frieza's elder brother, Gula's strength is beyond comparison to Frieza's. Not only would a Super Saiyan capable of defeating Frieza be inadequate, but even several such Super Saiyans would surely fall short against Gula. Surely not. Is it not said that Super Saiyans are the nemesis of the Frost Demons? Gak responded, wide-eyed. Whether they are nemesis or not, I know for certain that Gula's power is exceedingly terrifying. we may need to call upon the assistance of the candidate for the god of destruction. At this, the king of the galaxy shook his head once more. The candidate for the god of destruction governs destruction. How could such a deity concern themselves with the trivialities of the universe? The northern galaxy has only just attained a semblance of stability. We cannot allow the frost demons to encroach upon it. The king of the galaxy fixed a stern gaze upon Gak and commanded, Mel's is not here, now. Aside from the Saiyans, we have no other recourse. Go and inform King Vegeta. Understood. Gak departed from the Galactic Patrol, and soon the news spread throughout the headquarters, plunging them into a state of panic. Fortunately, the Saiyan race remained. Upon receiving the news, King Vegeta immediately dispatched Bardock to lead the Saiyan elite forces into action. The other Galactic Patrol officers felt a wave of reassurance at this sight. The Saiyan race constituted the strongest force of the Galactic Patrol, and with their involvement, victory was assured. On North Kai's planet, dread enveloped the air. This is disastrous. Frieza's demise has roused Gula. The northern galaxy is doomed. It was imperative to quickly alert Goku and Vegeta. In the Kaishin realm, chaos reigned. This is bad. Ancestor, come quickly. Our universe is on the brink of catastrophe. What calamity has befallen us? The frost demons are set to wage war against the Saiyans. Our universe has only just seen a rise in the average human power index. Should I intervene? Silence. How can you be so panicked over such trivial matters? You are bringing disgrace to the Kaishin. But enough of your nonsense. We Kaishin preside over creation. We cannot excessively intervene in worldly affairs. Let it unfold naturally. Sometimes, conflict does not herald the demise of civilization, but rather its evolution. Furthermore, should the trajectory of civilization development stray, a god of destruction will intervene. When has it ever been your place to act? Ancestor, I understand. Chapter 64. The Rules of Time and Space. In the tumultuous currents of the northern galaxy, on Earth, within the Tyres family estate, a purple cat sat cross-legged upon the lawn, surrounded by an intense atmosphere of time. Encircling the purple cat, a transparent cubic space enveloped an area of 10 meters. From a distance, it appeared as though a room had materialized. Beside this transparent cube, two individuals reclined on beach chairs, sipping beverages intermittently. Unexpectedly, you've grasped the rules of time and space, Whis remarked nonchalantly. Lewis entered a full-power Super Saiyan state, his strength surging to the second tier of the divine realm. This revelation startled Whis. In less than a month, how had Lewis's power surged so dramatically? The sheer increase in strength was not the crux of the matter. What truly perplexed Whis was when Lewis had come to comprehend the laws of time and space. He had been astonished for 2.5 days, utterly unable to fathom it. Yet, considering Lewis's ability to erase and his indifference to any harm, perhaps astonishment was unwarranted. It was akin to frequently encountering ghosts. When one sees a specter once more, the element of surprise dissipates. Lewis's abnormal prowess was not a recent phenomenon, and ultimately, Whis chose to confront it with equanimity. This time house I've created isn't too shabby, is it? Lewis chuckled. Just then, Beerus arrived on Earth after a long journey from the realm of destruction, and Lewis invited him to step inside and experience it. Why had Beerus made the trek from the realm of destruction? This harked back to an incident a year prior. Following Quitra's demise, Beerus had danced a nauseating, jubilant jig for 3 days and nights. It was as if he had succumbed to a fit of madness. Lewis and Whis could hardly bear to watch. So they opted to leave Beerus in the realm of destruction, ignoring him completely. Upon their arrival on Earth, Beerus, oblivious to their departure, called out for Whis, who remained unresponsive. In a fit of anger, Beerus then soared to Earth. Time outside equated to half a year within. A remarkable phenomenon indeed. As Whis surveyed the transparent cube, he nodded in approval. You have grasped the laws of time and space and created such a time house. It seems your understanding of these concepts is commendable. How do I measure up against the King of Time? Lewis inquired, looking towards Whis. Whis was taken aback. I never mentioned the King of Time to you. How did you come to know? After speaking, he shook his head, realizing that this lad appeared to possess an uncanny awareness of many matters, including the fact that the old Kaishin was sealed within the Z-Sword. It was not entirely surprising. I can only reverse time by a mere 2 minutes, whereas you have the ability to accelerate it by half a year. Accelerating and reversing time are not synonymous. The intricacies of hastening time surpass those of retracing it. Clearly, your mastery over time has eclipsed mine, and your command of space is undoubtedly superior as well. However, Whis remarked, the temporal rules you now wield cannot yet be compared to those of the King of Time. So, the King of Time truly exists. Lewis pondered briefly before speaking up. Then as Lewis was about to inquire how far he was from the King of Time, a sudden flash of silver light erupted from the transparent cube. Inside, a purple cat radiated an aura of natural essence. The state of Zen. Whis beamed. Lord Beerus has finally comprehended the state of Zen. Long ago, Beerus had touched upon the state of Zen, but had yet to break through to this level. Unexpectedly, within the time house created by Lewis, he had finally stepped into the realm of Zen. The power of the 5th level of Divine Realm erupted from Beerus. The cube shattered suddenly, and a silver light enveloped Beerus, his form mirroring Lewis in the state of Zen. Lewis, come here and give me a beating. I merely advised Weiss to leave you alone. Is it truly necessary to be this enraged? Enough with the chatter. In an instant, Beerus vanished from sight. Lewis chuckled softly as he was enveloped in a radiant silver glow, propelling himself from the beach chair. The two engaged in rapid combat high above the ground. Silver light flashing like a myriad of fireworks. The spectacle was resplendent. Moments later, you scrawny wretch, you dare strike my face? Watch how I annihilate you. Brat. How dare you employ the laws of time? Don't pull any tricks. As they descended from the sky, Lewis, god of destruction attire had transformed into tattered rags, hanging from him like a beggar's garb. In stark contrast, Beerus appeared even more disheveled, though unscathed. His clothing had also become mere strips of fabric, particularly with a gaping hole in the crotch. Upon witnessing this, Weiss clutched his abdomen, rolling back and forth on the beach chair, unable to contain his laughter. Enough with the laughter. Restore my clothing. Beerus shouted, covering his exposed area, cursing vehemently. Weiss continued to laugh, nearly convulsing from mirth. The expression on Beerus' face darkened further. Allow me, Lewis said with a smile, raising his hand to gather a strand of temporal energy. With a sweeping motion, both he and Beerus' garments were instantly restored to their former glory. Lewis had reversed the flow of time for individual objects. You rascal, Beerus swallowed hard. In their recent encounter, both had entered a state of ease simultaneously. Undoubtedly, Lewis was no match for him. After all, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Lewis could not compete with Beerus in either strength or speed. However, whenever he was struck, Lewis would simply use the laws of time to revert it. He had seen through all of Beerus' attacks, achieving a level of foresight that left the latter at a disadvantage. How does the state of ease feel, Lord Beerus? Lewis inquired with a grin. I must say, this realm is unfathomable. It is difficult to envision the ultimate state beyond this ease, Beerus replied, shaking his head, his tone laced with admiration. Truly, you are deserving of the angelic realm. Beerus clenched his fists and grinned. If I were to face those 10 individuals again, I would undoubtedly have the confidence to defeat them all at once. Indeed. This state is remarkably potent, yet regrettably, my base power remains insufficient to fully wield the strength of this ease, Lewis sighed. If only you could attain the state of ease while in Super Saiyan form. You would truly thrive. Weiss interjected. Lewis, I have long advised you. Your transformation is a misguided path. You must cease transforming. True strength lies in the power within oneself. Beerus turned to Lewis. You cannot possibly access the state of ease while in Super Saiyan form, can you? It seems Lord Beerus has seen through me. Lewis replied with a resigned smile. The prerequisite for entering a state of tranquility is a serene mind, unshackled by tumultuous emotions. Lewis, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, is nourished by divine power, yet his body remains unburdened. However, the Super Saiyan form embodies a state of rage. It is aptly stated that the angrier one becomes, the more potent a Super Saiyan's strength grows. Consequently, Lewis finds it impossible to attain a state of tranquility while in this form, unless he reaches the state of Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 65. The Advantages of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 represents the pinnacle of Saiyan bloodline evolution, distinct from the first 3 transformations, which retain the inherent rage characteristic of Saiyans. This explains why, in these earlier states, anger amplifies their power. Yet, upon reaching Super Saiyan 4, this issue is flawlessly resolved. It signifies the ultimate refinement of the Saiyan lineage, or rather, it embodies another normative state for Saiyans, returning to a primal essence, free from the influence of violent emotions. The burdensome drawbacks on the body dissipate entirely. Now, let us not dwell on this. Even if we discuss it, you would not heed my words. Nevertheless, with the power coursing through Lewis, even if he were to indulge in this erroneous transformation, it seems of little consequence. After all, he has already vanquished Quitella, as he continues to cultivate his strength. Who could possibly rival him? Approaching the beach chair, he reclined. Beerus sipped his drink and remarked, Now, let us talk about your temporal rules. Weiss glanced over. Why do you look at me like that? Isn't it perfectly normal for someone who possesses the ability to erase to also comprehend the rules of time and space? Lewis settled onto the beach chair beside Beerus, with the 3 elders lounging and sipping their drinks, enjoying a leisurely day. The rationale presented was formidable, seemingly unassailable, particularly for Weiss, who understood the significance of erasure. Erasure encompasses a synthesis of various rules. Only by grasping these rules can one qualify to comprehend erasure itself. Time and space are merely 2 of the many rules encompassed within erasure. Thus, Lewis's ability to fathom the rules of time and space appears quite reasonable. Lord Beerus, you ought to thank me. Were it not for my creation of this time chamber, you would never have transcended to a state of tranquility. Lewis added. Beerus scoffed, having never encountered someone so shameless. much akin to that rotund feline from Universe 6. Crossing the river to dismantle the bridge? I wasn't referring to you. I was speaking of a certain purple cat. Lewis replied nonchalantly. Nearby, Whis, who was sipping his drink, suddenly sputtered, spraying his beverage. He hadn't mentioned Beerus, but the purple cat could only refer to him. You hearing this? Beerus felt a mix of amusement and irritation. How had the once adorable Lewis transformed into such an infuriating individual? Lord Beerus, having grasped the rules of time, even without resorting to erasure. You shall no longer be my match. Lewis delivered yet another blow. Boom. Fury ignited. Beerus leapt from his beach chair, cursing vehemently, You insolent brat. I challenge you to a duel. Whis, look over here. He chuckled heartily. Lord Beerus, why not refrain from a one-on-one duel? After all, Quitella has already fallen at the hands of Lewis. It's quite understandable that you cannot best him. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Beerus's mouth. Whis's words seemed rather reasonable, yet they carried an air of helplessness that was hard to ignore. This provoked Beerus into a fit of agitation. While Lewis reveled in the amusement of the situation, the trio engaged in further conversation, touching upon the average power level of the mortals in the 7th universe. With the Saiyans growing increasingly formidable, the 7th universe had risen from the second to last position to now claim the third from the bottom. Presently, it had ascended even further to the 4th from the bottom, much to Beerus's delight. All right, Lord Beerus. It's time for us to venture into other universes for some fun. Lewis recalled their previous spar, which had marked his first experience of being overwhelmed by a group. Subsequently, he had faced a similar fate in the Dark Demon realm. Just thinking about it ignited his ire. Indeed, the average power level of the mortals in the 7th universe has surged significantly, and having attained the state of mastery, I must showcase my prowess. Beerus's eyes sparkled, and he licked his lips, especially a visit to the 6th universe. The thought of the astonished expression on that rotund pig filled him with exhilaration. A flush of excitement colored Beerus's face, eliciting laughter from Whis and Lewis. Truly, these two brothers were quite peculiar. As the trio prepared to embark on their journey, a sudden voice interrupted. Lewis, Vegeta, and I have mastered instant transmission. 5 figures emerged from outside the courtyard. Bulma, Tais, Vegeta, Goku, and Chi-Chi. Goku hurriedly approached Lewis, followed closely by a stunning woman clad in a chi-pao. Goku, don't run so fast. Chi-Chi admonished, wrapping her arms tightly around Goku's. Lewis nodded in acknowledgement. A year had passed since he had taken Goku and the others to Yardrat, and it was only fitting that Goku had now learned instant transmission. This timeline aligned closely with that of the anime. Moreover, it was entirely natural that Goku could not sense his energy. Mere mortals cannot perceive the aura of deities unless Goku ascends to the level of Super Saiyan God. Vegeta has learned it too? Lewis inquired, casting a glance at Vegeta, whose expression turned irritable. What is with that look? Am I not capable of learning it? Vegeta retorted vehemently. That shouldn't be the case. Lewis furrowed his brow. With your talent, it should be rather challenging for you to master it. In the anime, Vegeta never acquired this technique. Boom. Vegeta's anger erupted. Was Lewis implying that his talent was inferior to Goku's? A sheer humiliation, an unabashed disgrace. Lewis, I challenge you to a duel. As those words left his lips, Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with mild exasperation. Yet another individual had been provoked by Lewis. Vegeta, silence yourself. How dare you speak to your brother-in-law in such a manner? Bulma interjected, tugging at Vegeta's ear with a loud reprimand. Vegeta immediately deflated, leaving the scene ripe with laughter. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted into laughter, astonished that the proud Prince Vegeta could exhibit such trepidation towards Bulma. Lewis observed Goku laughing heartily and cast a glance at Chi-Chi beside him, musing to himself, Kakarot, do not be so eager. Soon you too shall find yourself daunted by Chi-Chi. His gaze then shifted to Tais beside Bulma, and he chuckled, relieved that his sister Tais was not as fearsome. Vegeta nodded, and as soon as his words fell, a familiar voice resonated from above. Goku, Vegeta, trouble has arisen. Chapter 66, The Onslaught of Cooler. Nearby, Beerus furrowed his brow, pondering the source of that familiar voice. Lord North Kai, what has transpired? Goku inquired, looking upward. A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped Vegeta. The others also lifted their gazes, while Beerus, upon hearing this, realized the voice belonged to none other than the diminutive North Kai. Silence lingered in the air, and then, suddenly, a gulp echoed. It was the sound of North Kai swallowing nervously, followed by, Greetings, Lord Beerus. His voice trembled, revealing his anxiety. Lewis smirked slightly, wondering how he could remain calm, considering Beerus had obliterated his Kai planet with a single blow in the past. Beerus coldly responded, North Kai, what is it that you wish to convey? I was on my way to explore other universes when your diminutive presence interrupted me, and I am quite irked. Spit it out. It's Cooler from the Eastern Galaxy. He has launched an attack on the Northern Galaxy. Who is Cooler? Apart from Lewis. The others were momentarily taken aback. Even Beerus displayed a moment of surprise. Yet, it did not take long for Beerus to recollect. Cooler was indeed Frieza's elder brother, and the entire Frieza clan served him. Let him come. As long as Earth remains unscathed, I have no further concerns. Beerus dismissed North Kai's words and turned to Whis and Lewis. Let us proceed to Universe 6. Wait. Lewis halted Beerus, grinning. Lord Beerus, do you wish to witness the average combat prowess of the 7th universe, sir, once more? Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What do you mean by that? The exchange between the two was lost on the others. Goku sensed that something significant was indeed afoot, particularly Vegeta, who understood the implications of Cooler. If Frieza was the emperor of the universe, then Cooler was undoubtedly his brother, the true sovereign. Lewis, unaware of Vegeta's contemplations, addressed Beerus. Lord Beerus, if every member of our Saiyan race were to transform into a Super Saiyan, what do you suppose the average level of humanity in the 7th universe would rise to? Hiss. Beerus inhaled sharply. He was well aware that a Super Saiyan could amplify their base power by 50 times. If every Saiyan could transform. Boom. The thought ignited a wave of excitement through Beerus, causing him to tremble with anticipation as he grasped Lewis's arm tightly. Lewis, can you truly make this happen? It was no wonder Beerus was so exhilarated. The average level index of humanity pertains to the ranking of the universe. If what Lewis claims is true, then the standing of the 7th universe is bound to rise once more. It may even ascend to a more respectable position. Achieving such a feat in merely a decade or so is astonishing and almost beyond belief. Furthermore, isn't there a plan to showcase our prowess in other universes? Such an extraordinary endeavor would indeed prove invaluable. Last time, it was thanks to Frieza that Kakarot successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and subsequently, Vegeta also surpassed his limits under my encouragement. Lewis gestured towards Goku and Vegeta, then remarked, as for enabling the entire Saiyan race to transform into Super Saiyans, that is certainly not feasible at present. However, in another decade, it should be entirely achievable. Many things unfold step by step. Now that Gula has set his sights on the North Galaxy, it is possible that another Saiyan may achieve transformation. Yes, there is no rush regarding the journey to other universes. If another Saiyan manages to transform, our 7th universe will thrive. Beerus breathed heavily. Fortunately, it is fortunate that back in the day, for Lewis's sake, the Saiyan race was not annihilated. It appears that the innate talents of the Saiyans are remarkably high. Let us investigate Gula's intentions. Lewis then turned to Goku and Vegeta. You two should go together. Without you, Bardock and the others may meet a grim fate. A grim fate? Goku trembled slightly and quickly inquired. Is Gula truly formidable? Bulma and the others stared intently at Lewis, astonished by his words. Lewis waved his hand dismissively. You will understand once you confront him. You have mastered instant transmission. Hurry along, for delay may bring trouble to Bardock and the others. Right. Chi-Chi and Bulma nodded vigorously. In an instant, Goku and Vegeta vanished from sight. As Lewis prepared to depart, Bulma hurriedly called out, Brother-in-law, could you ensure Vegeta's safety if he encounters danger? Rest assured. Lewis waved his hand once more. In truth, even if Vegeta and Goku were to face peril, Lewis had no intention of intervening. Given that Goku and Vegeta had learned instant transmission, unless they wished for their own demise or encountered an exceedingly powerful foe, no one could bring them down. Lewis left with Beerus and Whis, leaving only Ties and the other two women behind. Ties reassured, Chi-Chi, Bulma, do not worry. Lewis is here. Indeed, the two were already aware of Lewis's identity and no longer felt anxious. At that moment, Bulma asked, by the way, Chi-Chi, how did you persuade Goku to marry you? She looked at Chi-Chi, who was clad in a chi-pao, smiling. Ties was equally curious. Chi-Chi covered her face shyly and replied, I simply said that marriage comes with a grand feast, and then he agreed. Bulma. Ties. In the Kaishin realm, Ashin crouched on the grass, observing the crystal ball placed on the ground by the old Kai. Ancestor, this is wonderful. Lewis and Lord Beerus are heading to the edge of the North Galaxy. With their presence, they will surely be able to prevent this battle. Suddenly, alas, Ancestor, what are you doing? Asin clutched his head, crouching on the ground, emitting cries of pain. You understand nothing. The old Kai exclaimed angrily. Do you think that Slim Rib and Lewis will intervene to halt this impending war? Slim Rib? Thankfully, Beerus is not here, otherwise, the old Kai would be in for a beating. Isn't that right? Asin timidly retorted, recoiling slightly. Observing Asin's expression, the old Kai, filled with frustration, said, Did I not tell you before that war is not merely about the extinction of civilizations, but rather the propagation of them? Only the strong can prevail. This is the law of survival of the fittest. The old Kai remarked coolly, just watch. Although the Saiyan race is inherently gifted, if they cannot defeat the frost demons, neither Slim Rib nor Lewis will intervene. This is the nature of the destroyer. Lewis interjected, Old Kai, please do not include me in your exaggerations. If the Saiyans were to face annihilation before, that would be one thing, but if it truly comes to their extinction now, you'll see me act without hesitation. Young one, there is still much for you to learn. The old Kai, turning his back to Asen, concluded with a smile. Perhaps after this great battle, our Universe 7 will soar to new heights. Chapter 67, Prelude to War. At the intersection of the North and East galaxies, a colossal warship soared in the lead, followed by countless smaller ships, resembling a swarm of locusts. In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, the scene felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Inside the massive warship, a creature seated in a baby carriage, with a round head, blood-red eyes, and black lips, emanated an aura of tremendous pressure around him. This being was none other than Frieza's brother, Cooler. Tap, tap, tap. Cooler rhythmically drummed his fingers on the carriage, producing a jarring sound. At this moment, King Cooler had entered the North Galaxy. The commander of Cooler's mech battalion, Frieza, respectfully declared. Frieza, do you truly believe that Super Saiyans are formidable? Cooler turned to gaze at the blonde Frieza. To have slain King Frieza, they must possess some power, yet no matter how strong they are, they cannot surpass King Cooler. Frieza flattered him. Indeed, King Cooler is invincible. The other two members of Cooler's mech battalion echoed loudly in agreement. Just some power? Cooler peered out through the transparent glass. Pondering, he shook his head, his voice icy as he commanded. Accelerate the assault. I wish to see just how strong those Saiyan monkeys truly are. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 small ships appeared a kilometer ahead of the colossal warship. The vast army of Cooler's cosmic forces abruptly ceased their advance as the control room issued a report. Report to King Cooler. Unidentified ships detected ahead. Oh, who dares to obstruct me, Cooler? A strange smile crept across Cooler's face within the command chamber. Crush them to pieces. Yes. The control room received Cooler's orders and issued the attack commands. In the vastness of space, the grand fleet of spaceships began to gather energy for their cannons. Fire. Thousands of spaceships unleashed energy blasts in a tremendous assault. Boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of energy projectiles struck the fleet of small spacecraft ahead, illuminating the dark expanse of the cosmos as if it were midday. Continue advancing, commanded Gula from the command chamber. The entire Gula Galactic Army prepared to propel forward. Suddenly, as the smoke from the bombardment dissipated, a dozen figures emerged, their tails swaying at their waists, swirling gracefully against the celestial backdrop. Report to King Gula. It is the Saiyans, came the voice from the control room. What? Gula's eyes widened in disbelief as he maneuvered his infant carriage to the transparent window, fixating on the figures a kilometer away. Saiyans. Your Majesty, when did Saiyans acquire the ability to survive in space? Gasped Frieza, astonished. The other two members of the mech team, Niz and Dre, also widened their eyes in disbelief. Wasn't it said that Saiyans could not exist in the cosmos? Enough chatter. Equip yourselves with oxygen devices and eliminate them. Gula frowned, though he too harbored doubts. However, the Saiyans had come to meet their demise unbidden, and he would oblige them. Thus, Frieza and his companions donned their oxygen gear and soared from the battleship, heading towards the figures. 1 kilometer away, 15 silhouettes hovered in the void. Bardock, Raditz, Nappa, Bibaroo, and Theodore, accompanied by 10 other Saiyans, represented the pinnacle of their race's combat prowess. In the words of King Vegeta, if Bardock and his companions could not defeat Gula, then no number of Saiyans would change their fate. Hence, only these 15 had appeared here. Meanwhile, King Vegeta was tirelessly attempting to contact Son Goku on Earth through the Galactic Police Headquarters. Without the intervention of the Super Saiyans, Bardock and his crew were doomed. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Bardock and his companions remained undaunted. Who could have imagined that our Saiyan race could survive in space? Raditz communicated through breath. It was Lewis who wished for this from the dragon. At first, he had thought Lewis was jesting, but upon trying it himself, he discovered that the Saiyans indeed could endure the cosmic void. At that moment, they approached. Nappa announced. The trio of Frieza, equipped with oxygen devices, charged toward them. Observing this, Bardock smirked. They were far too weak. Having spent 2 years on Earth, he had already grasped the nuances of key sensing. In his perception, the strongest among them was the green-skinned individual, whose power was barely a fraction of his own. Raditz, go and eliminate them. Understood. Raditz nodded, unleashing a burst of white energy as he soared towards Frieza's trio. At that moment, a group appeared in the distance. Lewis, Beerus, Whis, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Witnessing Raditz entangled with Frieza and his companions, Son Goku let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the real battle has yet to commence. Vegeta nodded, surveying the surroundings and realizing his father was absent, unbeknownst to him that King Vegeta was sending messages to them from the galactic headquarters. Lewis observed the fierce battle between Raditz, Frieza, and the others, and inquired, Lord Beerus, what is your opinion of our Saiyan race? Your talent is undoubtedly exceptional. But as for the talents of others, they leave much to be desired. Beerus crossed his arms and glanced at Son Goku and Vegeta nearby, remarking, indeed, these two are quite commendable as well. Chapter 68, The Talent of the Saiyan Race. Son Goku's ability to defeat Frieza speaks to his considerable talent. As for Vegeta, While his strength may be slightly inferior to Goku's, his fighting spirit is undeniably strong. However, it is evident to Beerus that Vegeta's martial foundation does not match Goku's. Nor does he possess the same level of mental fortitude. Is merely being commendable sufficient? Lewis chuckled. In the Dragon Ball universe, if these two protagonists are only deemed commendable, then there must be no exceptionally talented individuals in this world, wouldn't you agree? Beerus scrutinized Son Goku and Vegeta once more, his expression growing serious. Whis too observed the two, soon falling into deep contemplation. Two piercing gazes fell upon Goku and Vegeta, causing them to shudder. What's wrong? We haven't provoked them, have we? Could we be facing destruction? Lewis shook his head with a smile, saying, Lord Beerus, sometimes your perceptions can be misleading. Oh, Beerus furrowed his brow. Lewis continued calmly. Isn't there a Jiren in Universe 11? In my view, Jiren pales in comparison to these two. His voice was soft, yet it startled both Beerus and Whis. Are you certain you just not? Beerus had long heard of Jiren's reputation, known as a mortal powerhouse on par with the gods of destruction. He had intended to visit Universe 11 with Lewis to witness Jiren's prowess firsthand. You will find out soon enough whether I jest. Moreover, while you may perceive the Saiyan race as lacking in talent, the truth is that their abilities rank among the very best in the multiverse. Initially, Lewis believed the Saiyans to be an inherently malevolent race. Had that been the case, the savage factors within their cells would suppress their potential, rendering them incapable of awakening their true powers. This misconception was why Lewis had previously disregarded the Saiyans. Their volatile nature hardly warranted protection. However, Lewis later realized his error. The Saiyans were not born wicked. Rather, it was their environment that shaped them. Once the latent factors within the Saiyan bloodlines awaken, they all possess the potential to become Super Saiyans. One can imagine the following scenarios. 6 Saiyans could fuse to become a Super Saiyan God. Furthermore, through the fusion technique, 2 Saiyans could merge to form a fused warrior. What does this imply? The mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. At this moment, Lord Beerus's pupils constricted sharply as he turned to fixate on Whis, then glanced back at Son Goku and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, listening to the conversation, found themselves somewhat bewildered, especially Vegeta, who considers himself to be endowed with extraordinary talents as a Saiyan. But is it truly as terrifying as Lewis suggests? Suddenly, a resounding crash echoes in the distance. A Saiyan with hair cascading to his waist is engaged in battle with 3 extraterrestrial beings. Countless beams of light radiate forth, illuminating the pitch-black sky as if dawn is approaching. Soon, the 3 members of the Gula Mech squad are obliterated by Raditz' fierce assault. When did my brother become so powerful? Goku swallowed hard. Not bad. Vegeta sensed that the strength of the 3 warriors from Frieza was commendable. Had it been the old Raditz, he would have surely been no match for them. It seems this fellow has not been idle over the past year. Just as Vegeta's words fell, a figure emerged from a colossal spaceship in the cosmic expanse. That figure was seated in a baby carriage. Back then, Frieza could have annihilated your Saiyan race, but alas, he would not heed the warning. This is bad. He is incredibly strong. Goku shouted urgently, Vegeta, we must go. In an instant, Goku and Vegeta transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the distance. Only Lewis, Whis, and Beerus remained in their original position. Watching the retreating figures of Goku and Vegeta, Beerus spoke. Whis, what did you mean by that earlier statement? If I am not mistaken, the violent aura within the Saiyan bodies is gradually dissipating. Perhaps this is the reason for their newfound strength. Moreover, I have observed that as their violent aura diminishes, their power increases. Of course, this violent aura does not truly vanish. It only manifests explosively when they transform into Super Saiyans, thus converting into formidable strength. Lord Beerus, the potential of the Saiyans may indeed surpass that of the Frost Demons. Whis turned, his eyes filled with profound meaning as he gazed at Lewis, asking, am I correct? Over the years, he had been closely following Beerus and Lewis, yet had never truly observed the Saiyan race until this moment when he spotted Bardock and his band of Saiyans in the distance. Haha, Lewis chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. The Saiyans' potential may be greater than that of the Frost Demons, but which Saiyan are we referring to? Or which member of the Frost Demon race? When comparing Goku's talents to those of the Frost Demons, it is clear that Goku's prowess is superior. However, if we were to measure Raditz and his lesser comrades against the Frost Demons, they would undoubtedly fall short. Lewis. Beerus turned to Lewis, his breath quickening. He had chosen the Frost Demons as proxies, thus acknowledging their talents. Now, with Whis claiming that the Saiyans possess greater potential than the Frost Demons. Is this truly the case? If it is indeed true, Beerus's thoughts raced to the entire Saiyan race, comprising over 2,000 members, each of whom, upon transforming into Super Saiyans, would surpass Frieza, Gula, and King Cold. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Lord Beerus, you will learn all of this in due time. For now, let us enjoy the spectacle. Lewis concluded the discussion, redirecting his gaze toward the horizon. Beerus nodded, acknowledging Lewis's uniqueness. The revelation from Lewis, coupled with Weiss's explanation, was astonishing. The Scion's innate talent undoubtedly surpassed that of the Frost Demons. What an extraordinary development. The three gazed into the distance. Chapter 69, The Fierce Battle with Gula. In the pitch-black cosmos, an alien seated in a baby carriage hovered before a colossal spacecraft. Gula cast a cold glance at the floating remnants of flesh scattered in space. These were the remains of Frieza and his companions. He then turned his attention to the dozen or so Scions before him. I never anticipated that my mechanized troops would perish at the hands of a single Scion. No wonder you managed to slay Frieza. It seems you possess some genuine strength. Gula laughed heartily from his baby carriage, showing no remorse for the demise of Frieza and the others. The Frost Demons were the epitome of indifference and cruelty. Humph. I had long intended for Frieza to eliminate your Scion race, yet he dismissed my words. However, regardless of the circumstances, Frieza was still one of us. Since you have slain him, you shall meet the same fate, allowing me to claim his territory. Gula had no intention of sending his subordinates into battle. As Frieza and his companions were already dead, any further attempts would be futile. In the starry sky, Gula's aura grew increasingly terrifying. Under normal circumstances, his battle power stood at 60 million. Boom. With a full-force explosion, the baby carriage Gula occupied suddenly shattered. A terrifying energy permeated the cosmos, disrupting the magnetic field as countless ions coalesced into shimmering silver dragons. Under the influence of this power, Gula's fleet of spaceships swayed violently, prompting his subordinates to retreat in haste. Beware. In the distance, Bardock looked at Gula with a grave expression. Gula's aura was utterly formidable, resembling that of a primordial beast. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon them. Bardock was taken aback by Gula's immense strength, perceiving it to be on par with Frieza's ultimate form. It's time to create the artificial moon. King Vegeta is already in contact with Kakarot. Let us hope Kakarot can arrive in time. Gula's aura was fearsome, and Bardock's power was merely 4 million. Engaging Gula in his normal state would surely lead to his demise. Though transforming into a great ape would result in a loss of reason, Bardock could no longer afford to concern himself with that. Yes, feeling the force Gula unleashed. The eyes of Beppert and the other Scions flashed with a hint of fear, which they quickly suppressed. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Father, I'm coming. 2 beams of light streaked toward them. It was Kakarot. He had arrived, and Vegeta was with him as well. The Scions erupted in joy. Had these two not come, their fate would have been sealed. In the distance, Gula paused upon seeing the two. More fools have come to meet their end. Very well, let it be so. Gula transformed into a radiant purple light, hurtling towards Bardock. The void trembled. Retreat. Upon witnessing Gula's approach, Sun Wukong urgently commanded his companions to fall back. Vegeta, transform into a Super Saiyan. Very well. As his words echoed, a brilliant golden light erupted from both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, resembling 2 newborn suns, blindingly bright. The overwhelming aura surged outward, causing a thunderous roar throughout the starry void. With their transformations complete, the 2 of them dashed towards Gula. Is it possible? Golden-haired form. Prince Vegeta. The Scions in retreat were taken aback. When did Prince Vegeta acquire the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? Isn't it better to transform? Ha. Gula is doomed now. Observing this scene, Gula felt a tremor of unease in his heart. Golden hair, blue eyes. Just like the legends of the Frost Demon clan. A Super Saiyan. Is this the Super Saiyan who vanquished Frieza? Humph. I shall see if the Super Saiyan is truly so formidable. Accelerating. Gula engaged in combat with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You all retreat. I shall assist them. Bardock, who had been falling back, suddenly halted. Having learned to sense ki on Earth, he could distinctly feel that Gula's power in this form was not inferior to Frieza's ultimate state. Let us not forget, Frieza can transform, and thus Gula should be capable of transformation as well. If Gula were to transform his power, Bardock's heart quivered. Could it be that even a Super Saiyan would be no match for Gula? With a sudden surge, Bardock propelled himself forward. Father, Raditz cried out. Raditz, we cannot assist. We must leave. Bardock will be fine. With that, he restrained Raditz. The group of Scions continued their retreat, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta engaged Gula in fierce combat. Boom. Boom. The force of their clashes stirred the cosmic storm, causing the stars to tremble. Bam! Sun Wukong struck Gula with a powerful punch, sending him hurtling into the depths of the universe. Suddenly, a golden light surged forward as Vegeta swiftly caught up to Gula. Vegeta cupped his hands together, forming a colossal hammer, channeling immense power. With a thunderous blow, Gula's head caved in several centimeters, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony as he was propelled back towards Sun Wukong. Bardock joined the fray, and the battle escalated to a fever pitch. In an instant, the entire cosmos erupted with fervor. In the distance, 2 Super Saions, is it? Beerus guffawed upon witnessing the spectacle. The more Super Saions there are, the higher his universe's ranking. Lewis inquired, Lord Beerus, just how strong is Gula's true power? You must ask Whis about that. Beerus replied. In terms of combat power in the 7th universe, Gula's ultimate form possesses a staggering 470 million. 470 million, you say? Lewis shook his head, acutely sensing that the powers of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not particularly formidable, likely not exceeding 400 million. In that case, it seemed Sun Wukong and his companion could not possibly contend with Cooler. What are the current battle powers of Whis and the others? Lewis inquired. Sun Wukong possesses a battle power of 300 million, while Vegeta's is 2,500 million, Whis explained. Thus, it could be deduced that Sun Wukong's base battle power stood at 6 million and Vegeta's at 5 million. Compared to before, their enhancements were relatively modest, each having increased by merely 1 million in battle power. This was the reason behind their study of instant transmission. Lewis understood this well, and he saw no issue in dedicating a year to mastering such a vital technique. After all, instant transmission was a life-saving skill. Even 10 years spent learning it would be worthwhile. According to Whis, it seemed that Sun Wukong and his ally were indeed at a disadvantage against Cooler. Beerus observed the unfolding battle ahead. Chapter 70, Lewis's Cunning Nature. The outcome of a battle hinges on myriad factors. It is not a simple matter of higher battle power guaranteeing victory. As the god of destruction, Beerus had engaged in countless battles throughout his existence and was well aware of this truth. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared quite challenging for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to overcome Cooler, especially considering the entire Frieza clan was in service to him. Beerus was privy to the full extent of Cooler's ultimate form. Lewis smiled slyly. 2 Super Saiyans attempting to defeat Cooler may prove somewhat difficult. But what if another Super Saiyan were to join the fray? The mention of an additional Super Saiyan momentarily stunned Beerus and Whis. Did not Bardock just go up to take a beating? Under the right conditions, if sufficiently enraged, he could indeed transform into a Super Saiyan. Lewis continued to gaze at the battle unfolding before him, speaking nonchalantly. Whis, please hold back Kakarot and Vegeta for a moment, allowing them to be severely injured by Cooler. If his son is harmed, Bardock will undoubtedly be furious, thus enabling him to transform into a Super Saiyan. A mischievous grin spread across Lewis's face. Upon hearing this, Beerus shuddered slightly. What a devious scoundrel. Even Whis felt a chill run down his spine. If those who had not wronged him met such a fate, what would befall those who had? The last individual who had crossed him had already been erased. In the vastness of the cosmos, thunderous roars erupted. Waves of potent energy blasts surged through the starry expanse, striking celestial bodies and igniting a series of explosions. The force of the detonations swept across the entire star region, filling the cosmic void with violent energy. The magnetic fields of the stars were in utter disarray. Amidst this chaos, 2 golden beams of light, akin to golden dragons, wove through the cosmos, their intersection marked by a bruised extraterrestrial being. In his base form, Cooler possessed a mere 60 million in battle power. He was no match for Sun Wukong, who had 300 million in his Super Saiyan form, nor for Vegeta, who boasted 2,500 million. Cooler was relentlessly battered, emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. On the other side, Bardock searched for an opportunity, occasionally delivering a blow to Cooler. Cursed Saiyan monkey. Cooler was struck by a punch and propelled upwards into the starry sky. This scene was witnessed from afar by Lewis, who couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the frost demons. Despite possessing a combat power of only 60 million, Cooler, after enduring such relentless assaults, remained as vigorous as ever. In the upper reaches of the starry expanse, Cooler steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly declaring, "So, this is the power of you Super Saiyans. I must admit, it is indeed formidable. No wonder you could slay Frieza. However, if this is all the strength you possess, then next year on this very day shall mark your demise." Cooler erupted into maniacal laughter as an overwhelming, chilling aura suddenly emanated from him, enveloping the entire star system in a frigid, murderous intent, reminiscent of an icy abyss. This is bad. Cooler is about to transform. We must stop him. Bardock, who had previously launched a sneak attack and retreated to a safe distance, felt a shiver of dread. Goku and Vegeta, hovering in the starry heights, recalled the terrifying events on Namek. We cannot allow Cooler to succeed in his transformation. The 3 sprang into action. Goku darted to one side, gathering energy between his hands, a shimmering blue sphere materializing in his palm. Vegeta remained in the center, hands clasped at his chest, a golden energy wave forming in his grip. Bardock mirrored Goku's stance on the opposite side, channeling his energy into a ki blast. The trio formed a triangular formation. Kamehameha, Final Flash, Shining Attack, boom. 3 simultaneous assaults surged towards Cooler in the sky. The overwhelming force swept across the celestial expanse, as if reshaping the very fabric of reality. In that instant, the 3 attacks struck true, enveloping Cooler in a cloud of smoke, obscuring him from view. Lewis and his companions bore witness to this moment. "Lewis, your Saiyan clan continues to astonish me," Beerus remarked, arms crossed, his voice steady. Aside from Goku and Vegeta, the Saiyan named Bardock possesses considerable talent as well. Whis nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, quite impressive. No wonder you believe he can transform into a Super Saiyan." Lewis smiled but remained silent. As the father of the Dragon Ball protagonist, Bardock's potential was undoubtedly formidable. "Whis, be vigilant. Cooler is about to enter his ultimate form." Lewis displayed a mischievous grin. "At the crucial moment, ensure you restrain Kakarot and Vegeta. Do not allow them to escape with instant transmission." Bulma had instructed her brother-in-law to protect Vegeta, yet Lewis had other plans. Fortunately, Bulma was not present, or else she would surely confront Lewis. Whis rolled his eyes and replied, "Rest assured, I will keep them under control." In the distance, a thunderous roar erupted. A violet light surged into the heavens, dispelling the cloud of smoke. Before them stood a figure resembling Frieza's ultimate form, a diminutive figure poised upon the void. For transformations have been unlocked. And now the fifth form emerges. A battle power of 4.7 billion. To perish beneath my ultimate state is indeed an honor for you all. Gula stood upon the void, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light as he gazed upon Son Goku and his companions. In that moment, he resembled a malevolent demon from the abyss, his overwhelming aura twisting the very fabric of space. The unparalleled strength of Gula caused a slight tremor in the bodies of Goku, Bardock, and Vegeta. Bardock was astonished, Vegeta was filled with dread, while Goku felt exhilarated. Their reactions were as varied as their spirits. "Be careful." As the trio stood momentarily dazed, Goku noticed that Gula had vanished and shouted urgently. Suddenly, a purple beam of light danced across the starry sky. Goku and Vegeta quickly engaged Gula in a fierce melee. However, it soon became apparent that they could not withstand Gula's might. Their stamina rapidly waned, and injuries accumulated upon their bodies. In stark contrast, Gula's power surged ever more fiercely. The strongest Son Goku faced a staggering power gap of 1.7 billion against the ultimate Gula. Ultimately, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. How could this be? Gazing up at Gula, Vegeta spat blood, gritting his teeth in frustration. "We Saiyans are no match for the frost demons." Above them, Gula cast a glance at Vegeta, then turned his attention to Bardock. There's still one left to deal with. Gula let out a boisterous laugh, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Bardock. His speed was so tremendous that Bardock could hardly react. In an instant, a sickening sound echoed. Bardock coughed up blood, which splattered into the cosmos, suspended in the absence of gravity, forming droplets. Another cough, and Bardock expelled more blood, gravely injured and rendered speechless. With only a battle power of 4 million, being struck by Gula's 4.7 billion was a near miraculous escape from utter annihilation. "Father!" Goku shouted in alarm, instantly teleporting to Bardock's side, and hastily placing a senzu bean into his mouth. Simultaneously, he and Vegeta consumed one as well. The three of them were revitalized to full strength. Chapter 71, Bardock Transforms. In the distance, Beerus paused momentarily. "What is this bean?" "It can restore someone from severe injury to full health." Whis furrowed his brow. "That is a senzu bean. I thought they were extinct." Upon hearing this, Lewis was taken aback. "Whis, do you recognize these beans? They belong to the former Grand Minister." Before he could finish, Whis suddenly trembled as a realization struck him. During his time on Earth, he had found the architecture of the Northern Tower oddly familiar. Lewis raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that Bobo's origins were tied to the former Grand Minister. He truly was an angel. "Whis now, control Kakarot and Vegeta." Lewis, disregarding the matter of the senzu beans, shouted as he observed the battle ahead. In the fray, it seemed that Goku and his companions sensed the tide turning and prepared to flee using instant transmission. A silvery radiance enveloped both Son Wukong and Vegeta. Ahead, the menacing aura of Gula loomed ever more terrifyingly. "We cannot defeat him. We must retreat," Son Wukong declared. If he were alone, he would never so readily concede. However, with his father present, he found himself powerless and exceedingly frustrated. "All right." Vegeta gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Despite transforming into Super Saiyans, they were still no match for Gula. The humiliation was palpable. Son Wukong intended to utilize instant transmission to rescue Bardock, but suddenly, he and Vegeta found themselves frozen in place, as if time itself had come to a halt. "What is happening to you?" Bardock exclaimed from a distance. Witnessing their bizarre behavior, planning to flee, Gula had already taken note of Son Wukong's extraordinary technique when he attempted to save Bardock. In this battle, he had witnessed the terrifying power of the Saiyans and had no intention of letting them escape. Taking advantage of Son Wukong and Vegeta's moment of distraction, Gula raised his hands high, conjuring a 3-meter-wide energy ball. The orange light emanated fiercely, resembling a newborn sun, radiating an unbearable heat that seemed poised to boil the very cosmos. "Die!" Gula roared as he thrust the energy downward. "Kakarot, dodge! Quickly!" Bardock yelled, his spine ablaze with an unrecognized heat. Boom! An inexplicable air current surged through the cosmic expanse, the pressure around them escalating alarmingly. a dreadful aura sweeping forth as if heralding the end of the universe. It was utterly terrifying. In the distance, Beerus relaxed his previously crossed arms, feeling a twinge of tension at the unfolding scene. Bardock should be able to transform, right? The more Super Saiyans there are, the higher his cosmic ranking will rise. I'm not certain. Lewis furrowed his brow, beginning to share in the anxiety. You all seem rather tense, Whis remarked with a smile, glancing over. However, Lewis and his companion remained silent, their eyes fixated on the event before them. Whis rolled his eyes and said, well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bardock is likely to succeed in his transformation. How can you be so sure? Lewis and his companion asked eagerly. Lewis, I've noticed that when you transformed into a Super Saiyan, a powerful force would surge through your spine. Bardock is exhibiting the same phenomenon. A formidable power is coalescing at his back, mirroring your reaction. He should be on the verge of transformation. Though he lacked the terrifying physique of Lewis and could not wield a razor, as Beerus's mentor, was possessed an extraordinary perceptiveness, instantly discerning the strength gathering at Bardock's spine. Lord Beerus, let us now witness the moment when 3 Super Saiyans unleash their fury. Lewis exclaimed, clenching his fists and laughing heartily. If 2 Super Saiyans could not defeat Gula, what if 3 united? In the cosmic expanse, the colossal orange energy ball plummeted at an ever-accelerating pace. No, Kakarot. Vegeta, take cover at once. Bardock's eyes blazed with fury, his energy surging to an unprecedented level. The chaotic magnetic field around them intensified. Hurry and hide. Bardock observed that Goku and the others remained motionless, further igniting his rage. His hair began to shimmer, one golden and one black. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Various energy mediums filled the cosmic expanse, and a deafening roar erupted from Bardock's being. Boom, boom, like a volcanic eruption. The immense power Bardock unleashed caught the attention of Gula above. Upon witnessing Bardock's flickering hair, Gula's heart trembled involuntarily. Another Super Saiyan. You shall perish too, Gula bellowed, raising his hand to coalesce a massive energy sphere, hurling it towards Bardock. In the distance, Lewis shouted, Whis, release Kakarot and the others. Whis complied, regaining their mobility. Goku and his companion gazed at the colossal energy sphere looming before them, their instincts urging them to curse. Yet, they swiftly employed instant transmission to vacate the area. The next moment, the 2 massive energy spheres Gula had thrown detonated suddenly. Boom. Chapter 72, The Healing Beans. Instantly, the cosmos was adorned with 2 mushroom clouds, each with a radius of 10,000 meters. The explosive force resonated throughout the universe, as if it might shatter the fabric of reality. This region of space was illuminated brilliantly. Above, Gula had been exerting himself against Goku while fending off the other 2. And after launching the 2 titanic energy spheres, he felt on the verge of collapse. Surely this would put an end to it. Gula gritted his teeth, glaring at the mushroom clouds. Damn Frieza, leaving our frost demon race with such a calamity. This time in the northern galaxy, we must annihilate the entire Saiyan lineage. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In this vacuum filled with diverse energy mediums, 3 powerful auras surged forth. Gula's pupils constricted as he whipped around, fixating on the 2 mushroom clouds. Suddenly, one of the mushroom clouds burst apart, revealing 3 figures shimmering with golden light. 3 Super Saiyans. No, it can't be. Gula trembled all over. Those last 2 attacks were my absolute limit. How could you withstand them? As Gula's massive energy spheres detonated, Goku and Vegeta had instantaneously transported beside Bardock, combining their strength to block one of the blasts. In front of them, Bardock radiated golden light, addressing Gula coldly. If 2 Super Saiyans cannot defeat you, what if 3? Prepare to meet your demise. Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison, charging towards Gula. In the distance, the trio, witnessing Bardock's radiant form, collectively exhaled in relief. Good. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Gula is doomed. Lewis glanced at Beerus and chuckled. Lord Beerus, my kin has slain one of your agents. Is that all right? Weiss, standing nearby, stifled a laugh. Beerus responded with exasperation. So what if they killed him? Can you truly believe I would refuse you? Whether it be Frieza or Cooler? I have no objections. After all, with you as the candidate for the god of destruction, what need have I for an agent? He added. I have been standing here with you all along. I haven't lifted a finger. How can it be said that this was my intention? Little did he know who compelled Weiss to act. Beerus wore a frown. Lewis playfully placed his hand on Beerus' shoulder and grinned, as I said. It wasn't my hand that did the deed. How could you say that it was my desire to eliminate Cooler? Beerus muttered, what audacity. The battle ahead was fiercely intense. Goku wielded a power level of 300 million, while Vegeta reached 5 billion. Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, breaking through to 200 million. In his ultimate form, Cooler possessed a staggering 7 billion power level. Previously, when faced with 2 Super Saiyans, Cooler maintained an overwhelming stance. Yet, it was only by exerting his full strength that he managed this feat, and during his skirmish with Goku, He had already exhausted much of his energy. After unleashing 2 colossal energy blasts, he was nearly depleted. Now, 3 Super Saiyans were besieging him. Just as Lewis had predicted, Cooler could no longer withstand their onslaught. In a swift moment, Vegeta seized the opportunity to shatter Cooler's limbs, while Goku pierced a gaping hole through Cooler's abdomen. Bardock, upon witnessing Cooler's ultimate state, recalled the earlier scene where Frieza had been obliterated in the same form. Thus, Bardock resolved to return the favor. With Frieza gone, he would exact vengeance through his brother. He concentrated and forcefully thrust an energy blast into Cooler's mouth. In an instant, Cooler's head exploded, gore and brain matter splattering in all directions. The Emperor of the North Galaxy had just arrived on the fringes of the North Galaxy, yet before he could claim his territory, he was utterly annihilated. Goku and his companions transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards the outer edges of the North Galaxy, eliminating all of Cooler's subordinates. Meanwhile, Lewis and his companions flew towards them. Vegeta turned to Lewis, puzzled. I have no idea. Lewis smirked, his grin mischievous. Vegeta X after all. Bardock and his companions are merely in the Super Saiyan Form 1 state, with the potential for Super Saiyan 2 and 3. At this moment, Whis turned to Goku, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Mr. Goku, do you still possess that bean from earlier? The group was momentarily taken aback by Whis' question, while Beerus appeared astounded. For Whis had inadvertently revealed that this bean was linked to a former Grand Priest. When had there been another former Grand Priest? Unlike Beerus, Lewis had long suspected Bobo's identity as an angel, yet he never anticipated that Bobo was indeed a former Grand Priest. The bean? Upon hearing Whis' words, Goku was momentarily stunned, but soon retrieved a single Senzu bean from his pocket. You mean this, Mr. Whis? What's wrong? Indeed, this is the one. Whis examined the Senzu bean closely before shaking his head. Alas, it only proves effective for mortals at present. Lewis shook his head in disbelief. He had initially intended to gather Senzu beans upon arriving in this world. However, after awakening a system, being selected as a candidate for the God of Destruction. And with Whis' presence, his fixation on the Senzu beans had waned. Now, hearing that they were only effective for mortals, his interest diminished further, as he was now a divine being. Ultimately, Whis returned the Senzu bean to Goku. Whis' peculiar behavior left Goku and his companions puzzled, yet they refrained from probing further. Kakarot, how many Senzu beans remain on Earth? Lewis finally spoke up. There are plenty. Plenty? Lewis was taken aback, having assumed that all the Senzu beans on Earth had been consumed by Yachirobe. Yes, initially, those Senzu beans were monopolized by Yachirobe. But then Vegeta came to Earth and took them all. Goku scratched his head, chuckling. Is that so? Lewis cast an admiring glance at Vegeta. Senzu beans are of paramount importance to warriors, serving as miraculous healing items whether in the early or later stages of battle. In the anime, warriors in the later arcs yearn to split a single Senzu bean into 10 portions for consumption. Who would have thought that Vegeta had altered this situation? Noticing Lewis's appreciative gaze, Vegeta raised his chin slightly, adopting a proud demeanor. He certainly would not allow that fat fool to squander such a marvelous bean. Chapter 73, Senzu Beans and the Saiyan Physique. In the vast cosmos, fragments of spaceships and remnants of exploded planets were scattered across the dark expanse. 3 brilliant golden auras shone conspicuously against the backdrop of the universe. Speaking of Senzu beans, Lewis recalled the Saiyan physique. You must have noticed that when we Saiyans recover from the brink of death, our power surges tremendously, right? Lewis glanced at Vegeta and the others, smiling. Perhaps you could take advantage of the Senzu beans. Inflict a severe injury upon yourselves, then use the Senzu beans to recover. Buzz. A glimmer of inspiration flashed through the minds of Vegeta and Bardock. Ever since they had last returned from death, they had discovered this unique trait of the Saiyan race. With Senzu beans available, why not utilize them? Excitement and euphoria engulfed the atmosphere. Even Sun Wukong was struck by the realization, exclaiming, Lewis, you are truly brilliant. Indeed. Your wisdom rivals even half of mine. A slight smirk graced Vegeta's lips. Bardock mused, this lad Vegeta must be out of his mind. Lewis, unfazed by Vegeta's antics, waved his hand dismissively, stating, well, I do not actually recommend this approach. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Sudden acquisition of immense power invariably comes with its drawbacks. Much like my own journey, I only broke through my limitations with the system's assistance. He continued, as for erasing those powers, did the system not claim they rightfully belong to him? That hardly counts. The system paused momentarily before Lewis resumed. You all should travel to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Having not practiced your strength for a year, perhaps you might explore this method. If Sun Wukong and the others had been training normally, their battle power might have already soared to 6 or 7 million. He cautioned, however, it would be wise to use this method sparingly. At this juncture, Beerus interjected with a nonchalant tone, your Saiyan race may have faced extinction, but do ensure my Earth remains unscathed. To Beerus, the Earth held greater significance than even the entire galaxy, for its culinary delights were simply exquisite. Whis nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Noticing Beerus's and Whis's reactions, Lewis rolled his eyes, thinking, am I not present? Is it truly appropriate to speak thus? Where are you going, Lewis? Sun Wukong and the others intended to inquire further about the limitations of this cultivation method. Do not concern yourselves with my affairs. Remember to train diligently, otherwise, with your current strength, you may find it difficult to protect Earth. Though Lewis refrained from mentioning Cell, his tone left Sun Wukong and the others momentarily stunned. Unable to protect Earth? Could it be that danger looms? Just as they were about to probe further, Lewis and his companions vanished in the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos. Only Sun Wukong and his companions remained, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion. At that moment, a dozen figures soared into view. It was Raditz and the others. Upon catching sight of Bardock's golden-haired transformation, they exclaimed, Bardock, your hair. Have you also become a Super Saiyan? Father, you too have transformed into a Super Saiyan? On North Kai's planet, confronted by the simultaneous assault of 3 Super Saiyans, Guldo found himself utterly defenseless. So powerful, the Saiyan race has reached such heights. Witnessing Guldo's defeat, North Kai could hardly contain his excitement, dancing in place. In the Kaioshin realm, Asen crouched on the ground, his eyes glued to the crystal ball, exclaiming with fervor, Ancestor, we have yet another Super Saiyan. Calm down. Though the old Kaioshin admonished him, his trembling form betrayed his excitement. Observing Bardock's golden-haired state within the crystal ball, even the old Kaioshin felt a surge of exhilaration. While 1 or 2 Super Saiyans might not fully showcase the race's potential, the presence of 4 was a different matter entirely, especially one particular Super Saiyan, who also happens to be the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. Given the innate talents of the race belonging to the candidate destroyers, how low could their potential possibly be? With the presence of the Science and the candidate destroyer executing the task of annihilating planets, the 7th universe is bound to flourish. The average level index of humanity in the 7th universe might even ascend to the pinnacle among all universes. The more one contemplates, the more exhilarated one becomes. The old Kaioshin's face flushed with excitement, leaving the nearby Asen in a state of astonishment. Weren't they supposed to remain calm? In this battle at the edge of the northern galaxy, it was not only the old Kaioshin who felt elated. Beerus was equally thrilled. As the supreme deity of the 7th universe, he had always been rather lethargic, scarcely managing the universe. Yet, he still yearned for his universe to improve. Especially after witnessing this battle, he was able to perceive the innate talents of the Saiyan race. One could only imagine the spectacle of over 2,000 Super Saiyans swirling together. What a breathtaking sight it would be. On Earth, in West City, in Tai's room, the afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting warm rays across the room. The atmosphere felt languid. A stunningly beautiful woman lounged on the bed, her golden waves cascading over the pillow, half reclining, her enchanting eyes gently closed. Her ruby lips parted slightly, as she exhaled softly, resembling a sleeping beauty, exuding endless allure. Suddenly, Lewis appeared, and upon seeing the alluring figure on the bed, a tender glimmer surfaced in his eyes. He approached the bedside and lay down, gazing at the slumbering Thais. Her petite mouth opened and closed adorably, melting Lewis's heart. He felt an urge, extending his finger to gently touch Thais' soft lips. How warm! How supple! The warmth belonging to Thais seeped through his fingertips and into his heart. Thais was utterly delightful. Lewis propped his head with one hand, intently observing the sleeping Thais. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips against hers. How sweet! How delightful! As if sensing something, Thais slowly opened her eyes and saw her big boy, her brows curving into a crescent moon. She closed her eyes again, leaning into his affection. 10 minutes later. Kakarot and the others have already defeated Gula. Lewis nodded, his words caught in his throat. Thais inquired, what's wrong? Do you have something else to say? I just wanted to ask if you would like to visit other universes for a bit. You're going too? Yes, both Beerus and Whis will accompany us. Then I must go as well. Thais added, wherever you are, I shall be there. Boom. Thais' words were utterly captivating. Lewis could hardly contain himself. A surge of impulse overcame him, and he lunged forward. Some time later, the couple departed from the room, vanishing from Earth, leaving behind an unusual air of excitement. Chapter 74. The origin of the former Grand Priest within the space tunnel leading to the 6th universe. A cube traverses swiftly, containing 4 individuals. Lewis, what brings you to other universes? Thais' arm is entwined with Lewis's. Do you remember the trouble caused by those candidates for the God of Destruction a few years ago? Now it's our turn to seek them out. Lewis chuckles. Are we going to fight? Oh, splendid. Thais' eyes sparkle with excitement. Ever since joining Lewis, she has been influenced by his fierce nature. This means I can gather plenty of material for my novels. Tai beams with a smile. Her previous journey with Lewis to Namek had already sparked numerous inspirations, such as the tales of Dragon Balls and the Saiyan race, both excellent sources of narrative. However, as Lewis's wife, she is acutely aware of what should be written and what should not. The Dragon Balls from Namek must remain excluded from her stories, otherwise, the precariously stable 7th universe would be plunged back into endless turmoil. By the way, Lord Beerus, what was it that you wanted Lewis to find me for? Tai then glances at Beerus. Tai now realizes that Lewis's visit to Earth was also influenced by Beerus. He and Whis wish for you to cook for them, Lewis huffs. I have no intention of catering to those two. Let them survive on instant noodles laden with additives. Please. While it's acceptable for Lord Beerus to indulge in instant noodles, I yearn for dishes crafted by Tai. Whis displays a sorrowful expression. Beerus, exasperated, watches as Lewis and Tai burst into laughter. The atmosphere inside the cube is lighthearted as they continue their banter. Suddenly, Lewis recalls something and turns to Whis. By the way, Whis, about the previous Grand Priest you mentioned in an instant, the atmosphere within the cube shifts to one of subtle tension. Beerus glances at Whis, a look of curiosity in his eyes. Tai raises her gaze to Lewis, then looks at Beerus, sensing the oddity in their reactions. What is the matter? She inquires. Noticing the gravity of the situation, feeling the unease, Tai tightly grips Lewis's arm, falling silent. After a moment, Whis speaks with a grave tone. What I am about to share must remain confidential. You must be aware that the Omni King universe and the Dark Demon realm are in opposition, correct? We are aware. Lewis and Beerus nod. Tai, wide-eyed and adorably oblivious, exclaims, I had no idea. However, she understands that this is not the time for questions and refrains from further inquiry. Whis continues, in truth, there were originally only 3 realms in existence. The Omni King universe, the Dragon realm, and the Time Nest. This means that the Dark Demon realm did not exist initially. However, long ago, a powerful individual from the Omni King universe fell into darkness. And after departing from the Omni King universe, he established a new world. As Whis elaborates, the weight of the revelation hangs in the air. Lewis blurted out, are you referring to the Dark Demon Realm King, Mechikabura? Why is Whis mentioning this? Could it be that Mechikabura has some connection with the former Grand Priest? The revelation that Lewis was aware of Mechikabura astonished Whis, who merely shook his head and continued, I am not speaking of him. Mechikabura is merely his proxy. Whis, if the person you speak of is not Mechikabura, then who is he? What connection does he have with the former Grand Priest? Beerus inquired, his gaze fixed on Whis, intrigued by this secret he had never heard before. I am uncertain of the identity of that formidable being. All I know is that he seems to have some relation to Lord Zeno, Whis replied, his eyes narrowing and his tone turning serious. As for the connection between the former Grand Priest and that powerful individual, Whis articulated each word deliberately. The one whom the former Grand Priest served is, indeed, him. Boom. Whis's words struck like a thunderbolt, reverberating through the air with astonishing intensity. The revelation was utterly shocking. Both Lewis and Beerus were taken aback. And Whis too was astonished. He had learned of such secrets from his elder sister long ago, but never did he expect that the former Grand Priest resided on Earth. Lewis swallowed hard, a conjecture forming in his mind about the identity of the one served by the former Grand Priest. Beerus had come to the same realization. His expression, one of sheer disbelief. The individual worthy of being served by an angel must either be a god of destruction or Lord Zeno. The collective astonishment of the group rendered Taze momentarily speechless, as she had no inkling of the implications of Whis's statement. Just then, the cosmic travel cube entered Universe 6. All right, let us keep this under wraps. We have arrived in Universe 6. Beerus and the others snapped out of their stupor. Whis then stowed away the cosmic travel cube and guided them to the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 6. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 6, a purple creature resembling a pig was tirelessly running on a treadmill. Babadi, is it time yet? I'm about to collapse. Not quite yet. Kampa, you still have 10 minutes left. If you stop now, your weight loss efforts will be significantly compromised. Babadi teased, strutting her long legs before the treadmill. Suddenly, Babadi looked up with a smile. Who has arrived? Who is it? Kampa gasped, leaning heavily against the treadmill, panting for breath. The air turned abruptly cold. Kampa retracted his neck and resumed his relentless run, too intimidated to rest, for his angelic attendant was exceedingly cunning. At that moment, a cascade of colorful light descended from the sky before him. Skinny ribs? Kampa stared in surprise, disregarding Babadi's reaction as he leapt off the treadmill and coldly demanded, what are you doing here? He scanned the crowd and his eyelids twitched violently upon spotting Lewis's figure. What is this brat doing here? Kampa had long received news of Quitella's erasure, and it was this very individual standing before him who had orchestrated it. Xiang Pa was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Out of nowhere, he inquired, Lewis, who is he? He bears a striking resemblance to Lord Beerus, albeit a bit portly. Taisi chuckled lightly. Beerus, Lewis, in chapter 75. The adorable Xiang Pa, he remarked, just a bit portly? Xiang Pa had always had a contentious relationship with Beerus. Ever since Beerus had mockingly called him a dead fat pig, others began to echo this sentiment, dubbing him the big fatso. Even Bados would sometimes refer to him as overweight. Naturally, Xiang Pa could not tolerate this, prompting him to challenge Bados to a duel. a contest that would determine both life and status. Thus, the scene of him running on the treadmill was born. Therefore, throughout his life, Xiangpa despised being labeled as fat. This woman, whom he had encountered on Earth, dared to call him overweight. His uncle might endure, but a fat person could not. An icy aura of murderous intent filled the air. Tai Si trembled and clutched Lewis's arm tightly. Xiangpa glared at Tai Si, coldly stating, "How dare you show such disrespect to the god of destruction? Are you tired of living?" Lewis positioned himself in front of Tai Si, shielding her with his presence, and remarked calmly, "Lord Xiangpa, is it unacceptable to mention one's weight?" As Xiangpa noticed Lewis defending her, his murderous intent abruptly dissipated. However, since Lewis was also commenting on his weight, Xiangpa could no longer restrain himself. He bellowed, "So what if I'm fat? I take pride in my girth. It's better than being a skinny rake like Beerus." Beerus's expression darkened ominously. While he could tolerate many things, being likened to a skinny rake was beyond his limits. An overwhelming aura of destruction surged forth, causing the realm of the god of destruction in the sixth universe to tremble violently. Beerus fixated his gaze on Xiangpa, and they locked eyes. As if a spark ignited between them. Boom. The two forces of destruction clashed, creating a scene of utter terror. Whis and Bados exchanged glances, covering their faces. Whenever these two brothers collided, chaos invariably ensued. Meanwhile, the troublemaking couple, Lewis and Tai Si, retreated to the sidelines to observe the spectacle. Tai Si, with a sunflower seed in hand, cracked one and asked, "Lewis, who is this big fat pig? He looks so much like Lord Beerus." "My dear sister Tai Si, could you keep your voice down? Do you not think this fire is blazing enough?" Lewis replied, snatching a handful of seeds from her. "I previously mentioned that the sixth universe and the seventh universe are essentially twin universes. Coincidentally, the god of destruction in the sixth universe is also a brother to Lord Beerus." "Real brothers?" she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "Yes, twin universes. Real brothers. One a big fatso, the other a skinny rake." Tai Si brightened, exclaiming, "What a splendid concept. I must incorporate this into my novel." Suddenly, their voices rang out in unison. "How dare you!" Beerus and Xiangpa whipped their heads toward Tai Si, their shouts startling her, causing the sunflower seeds in her hand to scatter onto Lewis's head, leaving him utterly exasperated. "Enough with the trivialities. Who exactly is this woman? What are you all doing here?" Xiangpa's voice was frigid as he directed his gaze toward Beerus and the others. "Dare to call him a hefty fellow. If this woman has no connection to Beerus, I would undoubtedly annihilate her," he declared with conviction. Beerus, arms crossed, and an amused expression gracing his features, retorted, "She is the wife of Lewis. If you possess the audacity, go ahead and destroy her." The air fell into an abrupt stillness. Xiangpa opened and closed his mouth, attempting to voice his thoughts, yet the words lodged in his throat, swallowed back down. "Then I shall spare Lewis the trouble," he conceded, retracting his neck slightly. Fully aware that Lewis could erase him without a second thought, the last individual who offended Lewis had vanished without a trace, and Xiangpa had no desire to become the next victim of erasure. "What brings you here, then? Have you forgotten the incident from a few years ago when we ganged up on Lewis?" Xiangpa gulped, retreating a few steps. The mere mention of that event ignited his fury. Back then, 10 candidates for the position of destroyer had assaulted Lewis, believing victory was assured, envisioning the ridicule they would heap upon Beerus afterward. How could you select a mere child as a candidate for destroyer? In the end, they were left utterly humiliated. "So, you have brought Lewis here to trouble me? Beerus, can you not act like a decent being? I am your brother. What if he erases me, like he did with Keitra?" Xiangpa shouted in desperation. "Act like a decent being?" Beerus picked his nose nonchalantly, his demeanor casual. "Apologies, but I am a cat, not a human. And by the way, when you referred to me as a skinny rib, did you ever consider that I might be your brother?" At that moment, Beerus shot a glance at Lewis. Meanwhile, Lewis was having his head cleared of debris by ties. Turning his head in confusion, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Xiangpa." "Beerus." Before long, Lewis grasped the situation, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that obliterated the remnants on his head. With a serious expression, he approached Xiangpa, each step echoing ominously. Tap, tap, tap. Fear. Anxiety. Surely, he wouldn't be erased. Xiangpa's face drained of color, his tension mounting. The sight of Xiangpa's fear elicited laughter from Beerus, while Bados beside him covered her face in embarrassment. "You are Beerus's brother. Given the relationship between Lewis and Beerus, how could he truly harm you? I wish I could give him a good thrashing." As Xiangpa noticed Lewis drawing nearer, he caught sight of Bados's murderous gaze. This was it. He had now become the lovable, hefty fellow, neglected by his grandmother and unloved by his uncle. Clenching his fists, Xiangpa bellowed at Lewis. "Do not come any closer." This hefty fellow was rather endearing. Lewis struggled to suppress his amusement, fighting to keep a straight face as he chuckled. "I am no longer interested in your position as a candidate for the destroyer, Xiangpa. Let us engage in a duel. Once we finish, I shall no longer trouble you." "A duel with me?" Xiangpa was taken aback, then meekly replied. You're not planning to erase me under the guise of this match, are you? Lewis shook his head, assuring him, given your relationship with Lord Beerus, you should know I would not harm you. I have come here primarily to engage in a contest of prowess with a god-level master. Chapter 76, Battling Kampa. As Whis once stated, the path to becoming formidable is not solely through relentless training. While continuous practice indeed enhances one's strength, without the experience of combat against other masters, one lacks essential battle skills and techniques. Ordinarily, considering the erasure ability of Lewis, he could afford to overlook this aspect. However, what if he encounters an opponent of equal caliber, or one even stronger? Others might disregard his erasure. At such moments, combat experience and technique become paramount. Beerus shares this belief. Throughout his life, he has engaged in countless battles, amassing combat experience and skills beyond the reach of ordinary destroyers. This is precisely why Beerus is hailed as the strongest destroyer. On this expedition to seek a worthy opponent, Beerus has instructed Lewis to refrain from using erasure, compelling him to engage in a genuine battle with other destroyers. They will commence with the 6th universe, aiming to face all 11 universes overseen by the Omni King, thereby accumulating invaluable combat experience and techniques. How splendid it would be if you were the candidate destroyer of the 6th universe. Upon hearing Lewis's request, Kampa shook his head. Beerus, displeased, seized Kampa by the collar and exclaimed angrily, "What's this? Are you interested in my candidate destroyer from the 7th universe? Oof, release me." Kampa wriggled free from Beerus's grasp. Lewis turned to Kampa with a smile and said, "Very well, let us settle this. I will spar with you, and we shall put the previous incident of the group battle behind us." Kampa felt a twinge of anxiety. Although Lewis assured him of no harm, he remained apprehensive about a potential erasure strike. Suddenly, Kampa grasped Beerus's intention. "Bardos, go fetch Kale." Kale, within the 6th universe, possesses the highest potential after hit and was appointed as a candidate destroyer by Kampa over a decade ago. Beerus undoubtedly desires Lewis to spar with him, thus enriching his combat experience and techniques. If that is the case, Kampa must also allow his candidate destroyer to witness a battle with a master at the 4th level of Divine Realm. Indeed, like Kampa, Kale belongs to the feline species. Furthermore, both share similar physiques. Kale has perfectly inherited all of Kampa's admirable traits. Lewis. Kale trembled upon seeing Lewis, largely due to the unforgettable group battle from a few years prior. "Kale, it has been a while." Lewis nodded at Kale. He remembered that Kale was present during the previous altercation. Kale's power, akin to other candidate destroyers from different universes, stands at the 2nd level of the Divine Realm. His dimensional prowess at the level of the King of Hell. However, Lewis's current objective is not Kale, but rather the formidable Kampa, who has attained the 4th level of Divine Realm. Under the orchestrations of Bardos and Whis, a void battlefield materialized high above the ground. As Lewis and Kampa moved, both entered the void battlefield simultaneously. Whis accompanied Ties to the periphery of the void battlefield, with Bardos, Beerus, and Kale following closely behind. Inside the void battlefield, as Kampa remarked, "One cannot help but acknowledge the sheer fortune of Beerus. If only he were the alternate destroyer of my 6th universe." This sentiment was expressed by Kampa not once, but twice, underscoring his envy towards Lewis. "Haha, Kale's talent is formidable as well." "There is no need for you to say such things, Lord Kampa," Lewis commented while maneuvering in the void battlefield, glancing at Kampa with a smile. "Lord Kampa, if there are no further remarks, let us commence." "Wait, what is it?" Lewis halted his movements, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "We agreed you cannot use erasure." Lewis felt speechless, thinking to himself that if he employed erasure against Kampa, Beerus would surely become his enemy. "Rest assured," Kampa replied. "Very well, let us begin." As Kampa's words fell, a wave of destructive energy enveloped both combatants, and two opposing forces clashed, causing the space around them to warp dramatically. Observing this, Vados raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Lord Beerus, your universe's alternate destroyer has grown even more formidable." She recalled the sparring match from several years ago when Lewis, even at full strength, had yet to ascend to the Divine Realm. Vados was aware of Lewis's potential transformations, and now his base power was nearly on par with the strength he previously exhibited after transformation. "Haha, it's quite all right," Beerus chuckled, though he too was taken aback by the developments. "Incredible." Ties, watching the duel unfold, inquired, "Whis, do you believe Lewis can emerge victorious?" Naturally, she hoped for her beloved son's triumph. However, with Lewis facing a seasoned destroyer, it remained uncertain whether he could best Kampa. Should Lewis employ erasure, victory would likely be within his grasp. For instance, just as Beerus had struggled when first entering the state of tranquility during his spar with Lewis, he had been caught off guard. Ties gasped, concerned that if Lewis were to lose, he might be deeply saddened. In the void battlefield, an overwhelming aura of destruction enveloped the area, as immense power pressed upon the space, producing a cracking sound. Kampa and Lewis stood in a tense standoff, their energies growing increasingly palpable. Suddenly, Lewis made his move. Observing this, Kampa shook his head, noting that the youth could not contain his impatience. In an instant, Kampa transformed into a streak of light, propelling himself backward, fist clenched, launching a powerful punch. The space erupted. A dark figure abruptly emerged from the void, subsequently being sent tumbling backwards. This turn of events was expected. In terms of power, Kampa possessed the strength of the fourth layer of the divine realm. Aware that Lewis could disregard any harm, he exerted his full strength. Yet, Lewis had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, his base power merely grazing the first layer of the divine realm, unable to reach even the second. The speed associated with such power was simply inadequate compared to Kampa's. He effortlessly anticipated Lewis's movements. In terms of combat experience, striking first often places one at a disadvantage. As soon as Lewis initiated his attack, Kampa discerned his intent, allowing him to counter with ease. After all, no matter how corpulent Kampa may be, he remains a god of destruction, possessing an abundance of combat experience that far surpasses that of Lewis. Chapter 77, Strength Through Struggle. How formidable! Lewis crashed down onto the ethereal battlefield, springing back like a fish, twisting his neck and limbs. Truly, he is deserving of the title God of Destruction. With a mighty roar, a golden radiance enveloped Lewis, his hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue, shrouded in a purple aura of destruction. The convergence of gold and purple. An endless brilliance that dazzles the eye. Super Saiyan at full power. Dimension, divine dimension. Power, second level of godhood. This was the strength he had cultivated in the hyperbolic time chamber while mastering the laws of time and space. His normal power grazed the realm of divinity. And upon transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power, his strength surged directly to the second level of godhood. To conceal one's abilities against a god of destruction level opponent would be sheer folly. Lewis unleashed his full potential, becoming a streak of light that darted through the void. Charging towards Kampa. Master Kampa, be cautious. Have you gone all out? Ha ha ha, bring it on. High above, Kampa licked his lips, feeling a thrill at the prospect of engaging with this seemingly indomitable pest. Here it comes. A destructive energy sphere hurtled forth, sending ripples through the surrounding space. With a resounding boom, Kampa raised a fist, shattering the purple energy sphere as if it were mere fireworks, scattering glimmers of light from the heavens. The scene was exquisite. Yet, with a whoosh, Lewis reappeared behind Kampa, sweeping his leg in a powerful arc that stirred a tempest in the void. Kampa swiftly raised his guard. Boom! It was as if struck by a nuclear explosion. The force of the second level of godhood erupted violently. Kampa's expression shifted as he was propelled backward for several hundred meters. What a spirited lad! Just as Kampa momentarily faltered, Lewis vanished once more. However, Lewis, with only the power of the second level of godhood, ultimately lacked the swiftness. Even in a moment of distraction, Kampa was able to react. Kampa twisted his body and instantly vanished. Bang! Bang! In that moment, two spheres of light intertwined in the sky. In but an instant, the two engaged in a multitude of exchanges. Clang! 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 Immunity, everything, every attack struck Lewis, producing a cacophony that pierced the ears. An endless radiance blossomed forth, blinding all who beheld it. As two phantoms descended from the heavens to the earth, the energy waves from their clash surging like a flood, spreading outward. Space warped. The magnetic field became chaotic. 10 minutes passed. Kampa grew increasingly alarmed. In these fleeting minutes, Lewis absorbed knowledge and skill like a sponge soaking up seawater. His combat experience and techniques surged exponentially. It was not that Lewis had previously neglected to hone Lewis's combat skills. The primary issue was that Lewis's former strength had been woefully inadequate. Previously, Lewis possessed only 75 billion battle power, a level that still belonged to the realm of mortals. Lewis's training and Lewis's combat techniques had only been sufficient for a candidate-level god of destruction. Due to the overwhelming nature of destruction-level combat skills, the chasm was too vast for Lewis to traverse. Who could have anticipated that in just a few years, after only 2 visits to the celestial realm, Lewis's power surged to the second tier of divine status? This took Weiss completely by surprise. On the edge of the void battlefield, the two combatants continued their fierce engagement, and Lewis's growth was palpable. Observing this, Cal swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this kid even human?" In fact, several years prior, Bardos and other angels had met with the Grand Priest at the palace of the Omni King, where she had learned of Lewis's unique identity, which even had ties to the Omni King himself. Yet, in merely a few years, Lewis had ascended to the second tier of divine status. Now, after just a brief exchange with Kampa, his combat skills and experience were nearly on par with Kampa himself. "Weiss, your Lewis is incredibly formidable," Bardos exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. In response, Ties puffed her cheeks, retorting, "What is it to you how strong my Lewis is? Ha ha ha, this kid has always been a freak. I've grown accustomed to it." Weiss chuckled lightly. "It's nothing extraordinary," Beerus remarked, arms crossed, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits. "No one even asked how you were doing. Weiss and Bardos exchanged bemused glances. Soon, everyone's attention shifted back to the void battlefield. Inside, Lewis's destruction attire lay in tatters, revealing his well-defined muscles, while Kampa appeared unscathed. This stark contrast made it evident that Lewis was being overwhelmingly pressured. In the skies above, the two locked eyes once more before re-engaging. Bang! A fist struck Lewis's face. Immunity. Lewis disregarded the damage but was still sent hurtling backward. A flash of purple light cut through the sky, rapidly pursuing Lewis, revealing a stout figure relentlessly pummeling him. Amidst the onslaught, Lewis seized an opportunity and landed a punch squarely on Kampa's face. Boom. Kampa's visage contorted as a fang was dislodged from his mouth. You little... Kampa roared in fury, launching a frenzied assault on Lewis. Boom. The purple aura of destruction churned violently, crashing like waves upon the barriers of the void battlefield. One after another. After another 10 minutes, Lewis's combat acumen had begun to keep pace with the long-established god of destruction. However, the disparity in power prevented Lewis from posing any real threat. After a strenuous effort to send Lewis flying once more, Kampa's heart raced in disbelief. What kind of freak is this? Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Come at me again, Lord Kampa. Though Lewis's power paled in comparison to Kampa's, being at the second tier of divine status placed him within the ranks of prospective gods of destruction, granting him the potential to grasp the combat techniques befitting such a level. It ultimately boils down to this. Had it been any other candidate for the role of destroyer facing off against Kampa, they would have been obliterated on the spot. Yet this is Lewis. Lewis possesses the remarkable ability to disregard any form of damage. He thrives on adversity, enhancing his combat prowess with each blow. As Lewis was sent soaring into the air, he clasped his hands together, a flicker of purple light beginning to shimmer. The atmospheric pressure around him surged dramatically, transforming the entire void battlefield into a veritable pressure cooker. Destruction. A cascade of dazzling purple radiance filled the air. What a remarkable lad. Kampa bellowed with laughter. Although one of his feline teeth had mysteriously vanished, his aura surged violently, and with a single hand raised, his lips began to move. Destruction. Buzz. In the realm of existence, two forces of annihilation clashed head-on. The overwhelming atmosphere of destruction spread outward, as if it sought to rupture the very fabric of the void battlefield. In the next instant, the two forces collided. At the epicenter of their clash, a radiant white light erupted, akin to the shattering of chaos. Wherever this white light traversed, it annihilated all in its path. The confrontation was terrifying. Observing the oncoming wave of destructive force, the veins in Lewis's hands bulged, and he unleashed his full power in a fervent outpouring. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he found it utterly ineffective. Suddenly, Lord Kampa, I cannot match your might, Lewis exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his eyes darting as he abandoned the notion of combating Kampa's destructive force. Faced with the overwhelming wave of destruction, Lewis maintained his composure. Chapter 78. The Peach Explodes. Did he intend to endure this strike by ignoring all damage once more? This was the initial thought of Kampa and the onlookers, Kale and Bardos. However, Beerus and Weiss, observing from the sidelines, stifled their laughter. Bardos furrowed her brow in confusion, inquiring, what is so amusing? Oh, merely a humorous thought. Weiss replied, bursting into laughter once more. Beerus joined in, their mirth leaving Bardos, Kale, and Ties puzzled, with Bardos poised to ask further questions. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the void battlefield. Time rewinds. Buzz. The vast rules of time surged forth from Lewis, enveloping the entirety of the battlefield. The destructive force unleashed by Kampa began to reverse, and the atmospheric pressure within the void battlefield plummeted. How is this possible? Outside the battlefield, Bardos stood in stunned disbelief. Kale gasped, his pupils wide with incredulity. When did Lewis master the rules of time? What does this mean? Wait until you see something even more astonishing. Beerus's tone dripped with mockery. He had previously been caught off guard by Lewis's manipulation of time. The mere thought incensed him. Yet now, Lewis's antics against Kampa sparked a sense of anticipation. Soon, those caught off guard would not be limited to just him. At that moment, within the void battlefield, space warped. Time rewound to the moment before the two had unleashed their destructive forces, and with a grand gesture, Lewis carved a rift through space, leaping into it. In the next instant, he appeared directly before Kampa. The peach explodes. Lewis, with a deft hand, conjured an energy orb and directed it towards Kampa. Ah! Kampa clutched his groin, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Subsequently, like a kite severed from its string, Kampa plummeted downward. He landed on the void battlefield, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing. Observing this spectacle, Beerus and Weiss, leaning against each other, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, nearly losing their sanity from the hilarity. It was only then that Vados, Kale, and Ties became aware, realizing that these two had anticipated the outcome all along. Finally, witnessing the twitching Kampa on the battlefield, Ties could not suppress her laughter. Kale and Vados also felt the urge to laugh, Yet being aware of Kampa's status as the god of destruction of Universe 6, they had to stifle their amusement. Their faces flushed with the effort. The struggle to contain their laughter was palpable. Above, Lewis gasped for breath, a grin spreading across his face as he beheld Kampa's pitiful state. This is what you get for relentlessly pummeling me. In truth, Lewis's combat skills had surged to such heights precisely because he had endured countless blows from Kampa. After all, the disparity in power between the second and fourth levels of divine realms was vast. It was only due to Lewis's unique immunity that he had managed to survive Kampa's onslaught. Thus, this bout concluded with such farcical antics. Ultimately, Lewis employed the rules of time and space, swiftly turning the tide of the encounter. Hours later, before the god of destruction's palace, a lavish spread of food, drinks, and fruits was laid out. Ties was preparing a grand feast while Lewis assisted her. At a nearby table, Kampa sat in a chair, casting a resentful gaze at Lewis's back. Through gritted teeth, Kampa muttered, "Skinny ribs, that scoundrel. When did he comprehend the rules of time and space?" Lewis had cunningly used these two principles to ambush his peach, leaving Kampa humiliated. It was indeed a disgrace. Nearby, Vados and Kale stifled their laughter. But upon hearing Kampa's question, they perked up their ears. "You glutton, I told you not to call me skinny ribs," Kampa exclaimed. But can Lewis truly merge these two powers? Vados blurted out. The fusion of the rules of time and space results in the rules of space-time. Indeed, Whis, savoring an ice cream, glanced at Beerus and chimed in, "Lord Beerus has experienced a breakthrough thanks to Lewis's mastery of space-time rules." As Whis's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Kampa abruptly turned to glare at Beerus. "A breakthrough? What does that mean? Has he transcended from the fifth level of divine power to the angelic realm?" Vados also turned her gaze toward Beerus, observing him closely until she finally discerned something. Swallowing hard, Vados said, "Lord Beerus, is it not merely the trivial state of ease? If even Lewis can achieve it, why can't I?" Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Although he appeared calm on the surface, the upward twitch of his lips and the high arch of his tail betrayed his pride. Clearly, Beerus was quite pleased with his attainment of the state of ease, basking in the glory of his accomplishment. "Impossible." Xiangpa's pupils constricted sharply as he pointed at Beerus, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe you. You must be deceiving me. The state of is a realm of angelic caliber. I would sooner believe that Beerus has an affinity for excrement than accept that he could comprehend such a profound state. If true, this would be more unbearable than death itself." Observing Xiangpa's incredulous expression, Beerus grinned widely, reveling in his pleasure. At that moment, Beerus felt buoyant, euphoric beyond measure. "You doubt me, do you?" he declared, radiating a silvery luminescence, his form becoming ethereal as he vanished from his seat. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside Xiangpa, delivering a sharp rap upon his head. "Now do you believe?" "Ouch!" Xiangpa exclaimed, cradling his head, his eyes aflame with indignation. "Skinny ribs, I challenge you to a duel. Lord Xiangpa, please finish your meal first. We shall duel afterward." At that moment, Luis and Tais arrived, carrying the meticulously prepared dishes. The enticing aroma wafted through the air long before they reached the table. Both Xiangpa and Beerus's nostrils twitched eagerly, resembling eager pups with squinted eyes and wagging tails. Once Tais presented the final dish, the two brothers summoned every ounce of their strength to swiftly snatch the delectable offerings from the table. "Wah, at long last, I can savor Earth's culinary delights again. It is simply divine. Why is such cuisine absent in the sixth universe? Having tasted it once, I cannot fathom how to continue without it." Tears welled in Xiangpa's eyes as he feasted, embodying a pitiable sight. Chapter 79, The True Might of the Dark Demon Realm. The laws of time, the laws of space, and erasure. Why is this so? Xiangpa continued to stuff his mouth with food, casting a glance at Care. "My candidate for the role of destroyer is not as formidable as Luis, and yet, in our twin universe, the sixth universe lacks Earth. The most vexing part is that this skinny rib has attained the state of Tais. Your culinary skills are exceptional. Perhaps I should dispose of Care and have you remain in my sixth universe as my candidate for destroyer." Xiangpa turned his gaze pitifully towards Tais, who stood beside Luis. Care, engrossed in his meal, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I'm right here. Is it truly acceptable to speak so?" "Lord Xiangpa, kindly be silent." Vados interjected with annoyance, lamenting her misfortune in being assigned to such a destroyer. "Well, I was merely jesting," Xiangpa retorted, retracting his neck nervously at her fierce demeanor. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired eagerly, "By the way, Tais, do you have any instant noodles left? They are the most delectable treat I have ever tasted." Around the table, the others wore expressions of disbelief, wondering when this gluttony would cease. Finally, Beerus could no longer tolerate it. He tossed Xiangpa a universal capsule filled with the instant noodles Luis had provided. The rotund figure finally broke into a satisfied grin. At that moment, Vados turned to Luis and asked, "Luis, why did you engage with Katra?" Instantly, the atmosphere around the dining table shifted to one of tension. Xiangpa and Care, the two hefty figures, fixed their gaze intently on Luis. Erasure. That is indeed the supreme law. Only those of priestly rank are deemed worthy of comprehending such power. I never anticipated that Lewis would actually master it. However, the question of why Lewis would choose to eliminate Katra perplexes both Kampa and Kale. Lewis picked up a napkin to wipe the corners of his mouth, casting a glance at Kampa and the others, and then at the nearby Beerus. Beerus nodded, conveying a clear message. This hefty fellow is one of us, so there is no need for concern. Only then did Lewis feel reassured. Indeed, despite the constant bickering between Beerus and Kampa, the bond of brotherhood between these two is stronger than any rivalry. After that bout, Katra ambushed me and subsequently colluded with the Dark Demon Realm. Lewis began to speak slowly. At the dining table, everyone held their breath, captivated by Lewis's narrative. He revealed everything. Ty's heart raced upon hearing that her Lewis had encountered such perilous events. That despicable rat dared to ambush you. Kampa rose from his seat, his gaze turning icy as he remarked, however, it makes sense, given that rat's vengeful and treacherous nature. He would not tolerate the presence of a genius like you in Universe 7. After all, Beerus has always been at odds with him. In truth, it is not only Beerus who has a grudge against Katra. He and Katra have had their fair share of conflicts. Cats and mice are naturally adversaries. Kampa sat back down, looking at Lewis. I never expected you would venture into the Dark Demon Realm. Casting a glance at Whis, Kampa continued. To escape from the Dark Demon Realm is truly a stroke of luck. Luck? Without Demigra, the Dark Demon Realm is insignificant. With obliteration in my grasp and Whis providing support, anyone who dares challenge us shall meet their demise. Lewis rolled his eyes. Moreover, we had Miss Kess to rescue us. This was not mere bravado. With Whis by his side, he is an unstoppable force, and even angelic-level experts would struggle to withstand his obliteration. Lewis, you underestimate the Dark Demon Realm. Bardos shook her head. Even in the absence of Demigra, if you truly cause a commotion in the Dark Demon Realm, my sister would intervene, and it would be exceedingly difficult for you to escape unscathed. The Dark Demon Realm has always been a formidable adversary of the Omni King universe. The Dark Demon Realm is well aware of the strength of the Omni King universe, and vice versa. Within the Dark Demon Realm, aside from Demigra, there are 4 other demon gods, each possessing priest-level power. Furthermore, together with Poutine, there are 11 other angel-level experts. Indeed, Lewis, you still underestimate the Dark Demon Realm. Beerus took a sip of his drink. Turning to Lewis, I had refrained from discussing the Dark Demon Realm with you earlier to shield you from these matters for as long as possible. Little did I know that you and Whis would venture into the Dark Demon Realm. After speaking, Beerus shot a glare at Whis. Whis stuck out his tongue. Having assumed that Lewis would simply eliminate someone and leave, never anticipating that Lewis would stir such a significant uproar. Upon hearing Beerus and Bardos's remarks, Lewis was taken aback. Looking at Whis, Whis, is this true? Lord Beerus was indeed correct in what he shared with my sister. Our safe departure from the Dark Demon Realm must be attributed to some occurrence within that realm. Whis nodded thoughtfully, recounting the formidable beings of the Dark Demon Realm, concluding with, it is highly probable that other demon gods have entered a state of slumber, which allowed my elder sister's intervention and granted us our escape. Whis's deduction held merit, for indeed, the other demon gods of the Dark Demon Realm had succumbed to slumber. Gulp. Lewis swallowed hard, his back now drenched in cold sweat. The revelation that there were an additional 4 demon gods within the Dark Demon Realm, each possessing power equivalent to that of a high priest, was staggering. Unlike the angelic tier, the prowess of these high priest-level beings could easily obliterate his nascent form and impose a permanent seal upon him. Now you understand the gravity of the situation. Perhaps you should refrain from such recklessness in the future. Whis chuckled, though his words were intended to instill a sense of fear in Lewis. It was not that the beings of the Dark Demon Realm were mere illusions. Rather, even without his elder sister's presence, they would have found a way to escape that realm. For the one they had shaken was his father, who had not manifested directly, but rather it was his elder sister who had appeared. Given that his father was aware of the situation, they were assured safety. It is crucial to remember that his father's power far exceeded that of a high priest. After all, the Dark Demon Realm had already set its sights on him. Whis regarded Lewis with a knowing gaze. Who could have anticipated that after your 2 visits to the Heavenly Realm, your power would ascend to the 2nd tier of divine status? The Heavenly Realm? The assembly looked puzzled, questioning the nature of this realm. While Zampa and others were oblivious to its significance, Beerus had already gleaned information regarding the former high priest from the Senzabeans. The former high priest resided within the Heavenly Realm. Chapter 80, The Teachings of Bados. Amidst the curious glances exchanged, Whis shifted the conversation. Lewis, your power has reached the 2nd tier of divine status, and now you find yourself targeted by the Dark Demon Realm. I wholeheartedly support your proposed journey to challenge the universes of the Omni King. You and Zampa have only engaged in a single battle, yet your combat skills and experience have significantly improved. Should you confront the remaining 9 universes, you are bound to experience even greater enhancement. Typically, without the command of the Omni King, destroyers and their candidates were prohibited from straying too far from their original universes for extended periods. First, this was to prevent any untoward incidents occurring in the absence of a destroyer, which could lead to the sudden demise of the universe's Kaioshin. Secondly, it was to avert conflicts between the destroyers of different universes, as those who attained the status of destroyer typically possessed volatile temperaments. However, Lewis's situation was unique. Neither his elder sister nor the high priest had impeded his progress. Hence, Whis acquiesced to Lewis's challenge. Wait, Zampa interjected. The group turned to him, curious. What troubles you, Lord Zampa? Lewis inquired. Zampa took a hearty gulp of his drink, gazing at Lewis with a look of deep grievance. As you embark on your journey to challenge the universes of the Omni King, why must you target my sixth universe as your first challenge? Do you intend to use me merely as your experience fodder? Upon recalling the events, Kampa instinctively cupped his groin, where a lingering pain still throbbed. Lewis shrank his neck slightly. The rotund figure before him possessed a certain endearing quality, and he found it hard to admit the truth. With a squint, Lewis cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, silently implying that it was Lord Beerus who had instructed him to act thus. Kampa noticed the look in Lewis's eyes and paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into a furious rage. Well, you skinny skeleton. It's bad enough that good fortune does not come my way. But now you let your Lewis bully me first. In an instant, Kampa vanished from the dining table and reappeared before Beerus, seizing him by the neck. Still seething with indignation, Kampa bared his gleaming teeth and sank them into Beerus's ear. Ah, you insane fat pig. The next moment, a cacophony of thuds echoed as the two felines commenced their quarrel by the dining table. The others, well aware of the peculiar dynamics between these two brothers, chose to ignore the spectacle. Conversations resumed, primarily revolving around Lewis seeking advice on cultivation. As the candidate for the god of destruction in the sixth universe, Kale listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with questions. Two angels present offered their wisdom, addressing the inquiries of Lewis and Kale. At the level of gods of destruction, the powers wielded are divine in nature, a realm in which Lewis excelled. Kale, however, remained at the king of hell level, still far from the realm of the Supreme Kai. To achieve a qualitative breakthrough, he needed to elevate his dimension to that of the Supreme Kai, the so-called divine dimension. At this juncture, Beerus turned his gaze towards Lewis. Having concluded Kale's questions, it is now your turn. Lewis, during your recent confrontation with Lord Kampa, you must have perceived the gap between yourself and a true god of destruction. Lewis nodded, poised to respond. Beerus continued. The strength of a god of destruction transcends mere combat skills and experience. You engaged with Lord Kampa only once, yet gleaned so much from it. Your talent is indeed unparalleled. At the dining table, Kale, absorbed in his meal, glanced at Lewis upon hearing this, then shook his head. Perhaps he once harbored some resentment. But such feelings had become untenable now, considering others could slay gods of destruction while he remained stagnant. The might of a god of destruction also hinges on two critical aspects. Beerus spoke softly, pure strength and mastery of rules. You possess the ability to disregard any damage. Were it not for that, your strength at the second level of the divine realm would be insufficient to withstand even a single blow from Lord Kampa. This exemplifies pure strength. As for mastery of rules, if we liken the destructive rules that Lord Kampa commands to an expansive ocean, your grasp of such rules resembles a mere trickling stream. You surely recognize this disparity during your encounter with Lord Kampa. Furthermore, aside from the destructive rules, your command over temporal and spatial rules remains inadequate. Beerus's insights were undeniably cogent, yet upon hearing that his temporal and spatial rules were lacking, Lewis furrowed his brow. Whis observed Lewis's expression and spoke. Lewis, do you truly believe that your mastery of the laws of time and space is formidable? Lewis, perplexed, replied. You previously stated that my grasp of the laws of time and space surpasses yours. During my spar with Kampa and Lord Beerus, I gained the upper hand utilizing those two techniques. Does that not denote strength? On Earth, he had successfully ambushed Beerus's egg using these two laws. In the recent confrontation, he had also managed to ambush Kampa's egg employing the same tactics. Your command over the laws of time and space is indeed superior to mine. That much is true. Acknowledged Whis, glancing at Lewis before continuing. But do you dare claim that these two laws alone could vanquish me? Defeating a second-tier angel with merely the laws of time and space is an impossibility. Lewis shook his head, realizing that the only threat he could pose to an angel stemmed from his erasure technique. Precisely, Whis stated as he lifted a napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth. The reason you triumphed over Lord Beerus in your previous spar was due to the element of surprise. The same applies to your encounter with Lord Kampa. Numerous factors influence the outcome of a battle. Strength, combat skills, and the ability to devise unexpected strategies can all sway the result. To put it bluntly, you only managed to turn the tide against Lord Kampa because of your ambush, Whis remarked without a hint of mercy. Bardos chuckled softly. Whis is correct. If Lord Kampa were aware of your command over the laws of time and space, you would find yourself in a precarious situation. Why is that? Lewis inquired, confusion evident in his eyes. At the dining table, the two brothers continued their brawl, while Kale and Caulifla turned their attention to Bardos. Bardos glanced at Kampa, who was engaged in combat with Beerus, and shook her head, saying, "In truth, the power of a fourth-tier deity can already interfere with your laws of time. This implies that if Lord Kampa were to anticipate your abilities, you would be incapable of reversing his time." After a brief pause, Bardos added, "Unless, of course, Lord Kampa chooses not to resist." Lewis was taken aback, turning to Whis. "Is this true?" Whis nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, with overwhelming power. Not only can one disregard the laws of time, but even the erasure technique you wield can be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Lewis swallowed hard, recalling scenes from the anime where Frieza, struck by destructive energy, managed to break free due to his immense strength. "I shall test this," Lewis declared defiantly, raising his hand towards Whis. A temporal law enveloped Whis, attempting to reverse his time. Whis smiled as the power of the second-tier angel trembled slightly. Crack! It sounded like glass shattering upon hitting the ground, producing a sharp, clear explosion. The silvery light abruptly vanished. Lewis's pupils constricted as he felt his temporal law being shattered by an overwhelming force. Chapter 81, Departing the Sixth Universe. It truly cannot be reversed. Subsequently, Lewis fixed his gaze intently on Beerus, who was grappling with Kampa. It dawned on him that during their previous sparring session, Lord Beerus had been holding back. Lewis felt a wave of emotion surge within him. During their earlier exchanges, he had employed the time rule more than once. After having been ambushed by Beerus using the time rule, it would have been natural for Beerus to remain on guard. Yet, he did not interrupt Lewis's use of the time rule. Lewis then recalled the time chamber he had created, which Beerus had effortlessly destroyed. Clearly, his temporal and spatial abilities were still inadequate to pose a threat to Beerus. Beerus was merely being considerate of his feelings. A bitter expression crossed Lewis's face. After vanquishing Katra and causing chaos in the Dark Demon realm, he had always believed himself to be immensely powerful. It was only now that Lewis realized that aside from his erasure ability, his other powers were hardly substantial. At that moment, panting heavily, Beerus finally finished his bout, rising from the ground. Upon seeing Lewis's expression, he was taken aback. "Why do you look so sentimental?" Initially touched, Lewis couldn't help but roll his eyes at Beerus's remark. The others erupted into laughter. Just then, Kampa emerged from beneath the table, his face bruised and swollen, glaring at Beerus and bellowing, "You scrawny wretch. Have the guts to fight without your ultra instinct." At this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Engaging in a childish brawl while resorting to ultra instinct was indeed unparalleled. The gathering soon came to a close. The recent sparring sessions and Beerus's teachings had imparted much wisdom to Lewis. He did not rush to depart. Instead, they lingered in Universe 6 for another month. During this time, Lewis sparred several times with Caulifla, and while he might not yet rival a true god of destruction in every aspect, he could completely overpower Caulifla. A candidate for the role. If he were to face the other 10 candidates for god of destruction, he was confident he would emerge victorious. After sparring with Caulifla, Lewis also trained with Beerus. As they practiced, Beerus imparted various combat techniques. The principles she had spoken of previously at the dining table were substantiated through her actions. Ultimately, Beerus remarked that no amount of words could compare to practical experience. Mastery of combat techniques, power, and the application of rules could only be fully comprehended through real combat. Once they concluded their training with Beerus, Lewis and his companions expressed their intent to depart. Their next destination was Universe 1. "Fat pig. Save some of the instant noodles I gave you," Beerus called out to Kampa while standing before the palace. "Stop yapping, just get lost," Kampa retorted, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. "Lord Kampa, Miss Beerus, Caulifla, thank you for your guidance. Until we meet again." Lewis and Ties waved goodbye to Beerus and the others. Whis waved his staff, and before their departure, he transmitted a message to Beerus. Then, they transformed into a vibrant stream of light and soared into the sky. Upon receiving the message, Beerus's pupils dilated sharply. In the 7th universe, within a spatial tunnel, a shuttle cube soared swiftly. Beerus turned to Lewis, smiling. "Lewis, how does it feel to engage in this sparring?" Lewis shook his head, admitting, "I underestimated the masters of the 4th layer of the divine realm." Beerus chuckled. "Do you think that being able to vanquish Katra makes you truly formidable?" Whis glanced over. Lewis, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acknowledgement. "Your ability to defeat Katra stems from your erasure technique. Indeed, every being capable of becoming a god of destruction should not be underestimated." Whis smiled. "Lewis, your journey is still long." Lewis assented. During his month in the 6th universe, he became acutely aware of his shortcomings. Beyond his insufficient combat skills, his grasp of the rules was also lacking, specifically, those governing time and space. As for the rules of destruction, he had a commendable understanding, surpassing all other candidates for the role of god of destruction. However, his comprehension of the time and space rules was rather inadequate. If one were to categorize these rules into 10 tiers, Lewis's destruction rule would rank at 5, barely passing, while his understanding of time and space rules would only reach a maximum of 2. As Bados had remarked, to effectively wield the rules of time and space in combat, one must elevate their mastery of these two domains to the same level as that of the destruction rule. Now, let us journey to the first universe, was proposed. I believe that by the end of this challenging expedition, you will experience significant growth. In the seventh universe, Lewis had been away from Earth for half a year. During this time, Goku and Chi-Chi had wed. According to the normal timeline of Dragon Ball, their marriage was delayed by 3 years. Fortunately, shortly after their union, Chi-Chi became pregnant. Changes were also unfolding on Earth, as the North Galaxy faced its own transformations. Previously, the invasion by Gula had plunged the North Galaxy into panic. However, with Bardock successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan, he, along with Goku and Vegeta, united to defeat Gula, restoring stability to the North Galaxy. Following this event, the Saiyans gained increasing recognition, particularly as the legend of the Super Saiyan spread throughout the North Galaxy and even to other galaxies. As members of the Galactic Patrol, the prestige of the Saiyans soared to unprecedented heights. Additionally, the Saiyans received joyous news. They welcomed another Super Saiyan into their ranks. Chapter 82, Bojack. The individual who achieved this breakthrough was none other than King Vegeta. Originally possessing a battle power of 2 million, King Vegeta was profoundly motivated by Bardock's transformation. Throughout these 6 months, he dedicated himself to intense training, ultimately elevating his base battle power to 3 million. Subsequently, spurred on by Bardock, King Vegeta entered a state of extreme fury, successfully transforming into the 5th Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race. The breakthroughs of Bardock and King Vegeta instilled hope in all Saiyans. After Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, he stated that 2 conditions were necessary for such a transformation. First, one must possess a certain level of foundational combat power. Second, one must experience profound rage. King Vegeta's successful transformation revealed to the Saiyan race the truth of Bardock's words, that by fulfilling these 2 conditions, one could indeed transcend into a Super Saiyan. However, unbeknownst to the Saiyans, there existed a third condition, the activation of a sufficient number of cells. To date, aside from Bardock, King Vegeta, Goku, Vegeta, and Luis, the remaining Saiyans had not activated enough cells within their bodies. This implied that, in the near future, no new Super Saiyans would emerge among the Saiyan race. Nevertheless, the Saiyans remained oblivious to this fact, diligently training and striving to elevate their combat power beyond 3 million. As that was the level at which King Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan. On this day, on Earth, at the site known as Bowsy Mountain, Goku was accompanying the pregnant Chi-Chi, while Bardock and Jine were also present. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Goku, there's trouble. Goku was taken aback. Was that not the voice of King Kai? Lord King Kai, what has happened? He recalled the last time King Kai spoke in such a tone. It was when Cooler had appeared. Could it be that a new enemy had emerged? Goku, Bojack has appeared. King Kai's voice was filled with urgency. Who is Bojack? Goku furrowed his brow and looked up. Is Bojack stronger than Cooler? Oh dear, those two are not even in the same league. Soon, King Kai revealed Bojack's identity. He was a marauder intent on destroying the 4 major galaxies. Many years ago, the 4 kings had united to seal Bojack and his minions away. Bojack and Cooler were indeed not comparable. If one were to make a comparison, one could say that 100 Coolers would be no match for a single Bojack. King Kai exclaimed in desperation. Should Luis have heard these words from King Kai, he would not have doubted him. In the anime, Bojack and his 4 subordinates were originally sealed away. However, during the Cell Saga, when Goku brought Cell to King Kai's planet, King Kai was inadvertently killed, leading to the dissolution of Bojack's seal. Ultimately, it was Gohan's resurgence into the Super Saiyan 2 state that enabled them to defeat Bojack. Comparing him to 100 Coolers was indeed no exaggeration. What? 100 Coolers are no match for a single Bojack? Bardock and Goku were left in stunned silence. Guldo was vanquished when he and Vegeta joined forces, and they are acutely aware of the magnitude of his strength. Had it not been for Bardock's last-minute breakthrough, he and Vegeta would have undoubtedly been unable to defeat Guldo and would have been compelled to flee in haste. Lord King Kai, is Bojack truly that formidable? Goku swallowed hard, utterly astonished, prompting him to inquire again. Indeed, in our efforts to seal Bojack away, I and the 3 other Kais nearly perished at their hands. I am well aware of their power. The voice of the North Kai continued. For reasons unknown, the seal was suddenly broken, and after the 5 of them emerged, they unleashed a massacre throughout the North Galaxy. Goku, this time in the North Galaxy. The North Kai initially intended to express reliance on Goku for this ordeal. However, upon reflection on the disparity between Goku and Bojack's powers, he chose to remain silent, realizing that allowing Goku to confront Bojack would be akin to sending him to his doom. Having calmed down, the North Kai fell into silence. Goku, puzzled by the sudden quietude of the North Kai, pressed his finger against his forehead to sense the atmosphere. A malevolent aura emerged at the edge of the North Galaxy. Impressively potent. How dreadfully powerful. How wicked. Bojack's presence caused Goku to step back in trepidation. Kakarot, what is it? Bardock inquired urgently. Father, the North Kai was correct. Bojack is indeed incredibly strong. A fervor ignited in Goku's eyes. Bardock, noticing Goku's expression, paused momentarily before shaking his head. Throughout their 2 years together, he had come to understand Goku's simple-hearted nature. Goku held a profound love for his family. Yet he was equally passionate about battle and would never retreat in the face of a formidable foe. He was, without a doubt, a true martial enthusiast. It seemed that this newly emerged adversary was genuinely powerful. At that moment, the North Kai cautioned, Goku, do not concern yourself with Bojack this time. I will devise a means to reseal him with the other Kais. You must not seek out Bojack. With that, the North Kai concluded the communication. Despite the North Kai's admonition, the fervor in Goku's eyes did not wane. Rather, it intensified. Father, are you intent on battling Bojack? Bardock chuckled softly. Goku nodded vigorously. You possess instant transmission. As long as you wish to depart, none can detain you. Go, but exercise caution. Bardock understood his younger son's character well. Goku then turned towards Chi-Chi, who was visibly pregnant. Chi-Chi caressed Goku's face, saying, Go, just ensure your safety. Goku's joy knew no bounds. Then I shall seek out Vegeta at once. As Goku prepared to use instant transmission, he suddenly halted. Chi-Chi, you still have a few months until you give birth. I will take care. With that, Goku vanished from sight. Chi-Chi pursed her lips as she watched the spot where Goku had just stood. Had this been in the past, she would have firmly opposed Goku's quest to confront Bojack. However, Tai Si had informed her of the latent dangers of the universe. Often, escaping is not merely a matter of desire. She acquiesced to Sun Wukong's pursuit of Bojack, for it is only through relentless combat that Sun Wukong can grow stronger. Thus, he would be capable of safeguarding her unborn child. Strength is the only means to protect those whom one cherishes. This conviction would serve as a guiding principle for her to impart to her future offspring. In the Dark Demon Realm, Demigula, why must we proceed in this manner? Chapter 83, The Conspiracy of Demigula. In the dark forest, by the lakeside, Demigula cast a cold, emotionless glance at Tova. His chilling aura seemed potent enough to freeze the very lake. Tova hastily lowered her gaze. By the dark lake, two figures stood at its edge. Ethereal light cascading over the water, creating a shimmering spectacle. Silence permeated the air, heavy and oppressive. After a moment, Demigula raised his eyes to the sky and remarked, Lord Lewis has been designated as a candidate for the God of Destruction by the Omni King's universe. Until he awakens, who among you, aside from us 5 demon gods, could possibly extricate him from the Omni King's realm? Tova's understanding dawned upon her. She realized that Lord Lewis was still unaware of his identity. He now belonged to the Omni King's faction. The Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon Realm were naturally adversarial forces. Should they attempt to abduct Lewis, the other powerful beings from the Omni King's universe would undoubtedly intervene. Even Lewis himself would likely resist. Lewis could disregard harm and erase it. Yet it was an impossibility for Demigula and his fellow demon gods to infiltrate the Omni King's universe, as the Grand Priest kept a vigilant watch over them. What shall we do then? Tova inquired, nodding in contemplation. Demigula looked down at Tova with a sinister grin. Since we cannot take Lord Lewis through conventional means, we shall resort to unconventional methods. What do you propose? Simply awaken Lord Lewis. Demigula extended his arms and laughed heartily. Our Dark Demon Realm was indeed created by Lord Lewis. Once he awakens, he will undoubtedly recall the past. Upon hearing this, Tova exclaimed, Lord Demigula, how can we facilitate Lord Lewis's awakening? Demigula turned, his smile wicked. Awakening the Lord of the Dark Demon Realm is no simple task. But we can lead Lord Lewis to succumb to darkness. Succumb to darkness? Unleash Bojack? Tova was momentarily taken aback. Soon, she connected the two concepts and gasped, Lord Demigula, do you intend for Bojack to annihilate the Saiyan race? To provoke Lord Lewis into a frenzy? Ha ha ha, precisely. It is impossible to lead a candidate for the God of Destruction into darkness through normal means, for candidates themselves embody the essence of ruthlessness. Virtually nothing can sway their emotions. Yet, in this world, perfection is an illusion. Even true gods of destruction possess vulnerabilities. For instance, Quitella's narrow-mindedness serves as his Achilles heel. He cannot tolerate anyone stronger or superior to him, particularly when it comes to Beerus. This is precisely why he resorted to ambushing Luis. According to Demigra's investigation, Luis is now a scion of the 7th universe, and he chuckled. Attacking others from the 7th universe may not provoke Luis's darker side. However, I have discerned that Lord Luis holds the scion race in high regard. If we were to strike against them, Lord Luis would undoubtedly be incensed. If that fails to incite his wrath, I have other strategies. My inquiries reveal that Lord Luis has also taken a wife, who must be his vulnerability. On the outskirts of the North Galaxy, within a vast region of desolation spanning millions of kilometers, cries of agony fill the air, and countless lives have been extinguished. On a certain planet, ruins lay scattered everywhere. Zanja stands amidst the wreckage, gazing at Bojack. Boss, should we heed Tao's words? Gogeta, Ujin, and Bido perk up their ears. Bojack extends a finger, coalescing a sphere of black energy at its tip. The surrounding space trembles violently. The magnetic fields of heaven and earth are thrown into chaos. Thunder rumbles. Ha! Bojack observes the dark energy on his fingertip, grinning wickedly. Why not listen to her if such formidable power can be attained? Do you not perceive its strength? Bojack squints, turning his gaze towards Gogeta and the others. Powerful. Zanjia and the others erupt with a dark aura, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion, unleashing unparalleled strength that obliterates half the planet. Boom. Let us seek out the Saiyan race. Bojack reveals a satisfied smile. Soon, the 5 of them board their spaceship, heading toward the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As their vessel soars past a barren planet, a robust young man gazes intently at the sky. This desolate planet is known as Vampistar. At North Kai's planet, a diminutive figure stands at the entrance of a dwelling, his antennae quivering wildly. East Kai, West Kai, South Kai. What has become of North Kai? At that moment, 3 other voices resonate from the heavens. This is dire news. North Kai exclaims anxiously. The seal on Bojack and his companions has been broken. What? Who? Bojack? Were they not sealed by us? The diminutive figure demands clarity. The other 3 Kai quickly send telepathic inquiries. East Kai. As long as we persist, how could Bojack and his crew possibly breach the seal? West Kai. North Kai. As the ruler of the North Galaxy, you ought to comprehend why Bojack has broken free. Your failure as a Kai is evident. Upon hearing this, North Kai erupts in fury. Do you think I wish to remain ignorant? They shattered the seal without any forewarning. Enough. This is not the time for such discussions. The voice of the South Supreme Kai resonated. The fact that Bojack and his companions have shattered the seal is undeniable. As for their motives, we shall investigate later. For now, we must devise a means to confront Bojack and his crew. Many years ago, they had clashed with Bojack's faction and were well aware of their formidable prowess. If we fail to impede Bojack, the universe will undoubtedly descend into chaos. Chapter 84. Does Lewis enjoy picking peaches? The South Supreme Kai was correct. We must find a way to thwart Bojack. Let us seal them once more. The East and West Supreme Kais communicated in response. Seal them again. The North Supreme Kai shook his head. When we sealed them years ago, we expended half of our power. To this day, we have yet to fully recover. Do you truly believe we possess the strength to seal them again? As the North Supreme Kai's words lingered, an eerie silence enveloped the sky. Suddenly, the South Supreme Kai had a revelation and exclaimed, North Supreme Kai, didn't a few Super Saiyans emerge from your northern galaxy? Why not send them to confront Bojack directly? The South Supreme Kai's tone was imbued with envy. For such formidable warriors were absent in his southern galaxy. Indeed. The other 2 Supreme Kais recalled the legends of the Super Saiyans and eagerly concurred. That one tea suffice. The North Supreme Kai retorted, shaking his head. Those Super Saiyans are only marginally stronger than Frieza. Pitting them against Bojack would be no more effective than having us 4 old-timers attempt to seal them once more. Initially, the North Supreme Kai had hastily sought out Son Goku in a moment of panic. Now, however, he recognized that sending Goku to confront Bojack would be tantamount to sending him to his demise. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable to the North Supreme Kai. Only slightly stronger than Frieza? Then they stand no chance against Bojack. What are we to do? With our current strength, we are utterly incapable of sealing them again. The voices of the other 3 Supreme Kais were steeped in urgency. After a moment of contemplation, the North Supreme Kai looked up and declared, "Let us seek the Grand Supreme Kai." The sky fell silent once more. Very well. It seems we have no choice but to consult the Grand Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, the 7th universe churned with turbulence. After half a year, Lewis had ascended to challenge the 9th universe. In the realm of the god of destruction of the 9th universe, Lewis stood bare-chested, exuding a sinister purple aura of destruction. Any minuscule release of his power sent tremors through the very fabric of space, showcasing the sheer terror of his might. Opposite him, the god of destruction, Sidra, lay on the ground, clutching his groin, his face pale and body convulsing uncontrollably. Lord Sidra, until we meet again. With that, Lewis and his companions vanished from the 9th universe's realm of destruction. Only the angel Mojito remained. Waving his staff to cast a healing spell upon Sidra, instantly revitalized, Sidra rose from the ground, gazing at the spot where Lewis had just disappeared, his lips twitching slightly. What a terrifying young man. In merely 6 months, he has traversed from the 1st universe to the 9th, and his power is nearing the pinnacle of divine mastery. In addition, his combat skills have reached a level that rivals my own. It seems that even Beerus may not surpass him. He can disregard any form of damage, erase existence, attain a state of freedom, and manipulate the rules of time and space. It is evident that Ketla's demise at his hands is not without reason. How can such a monstrosity exist in this world? As Sidra lamented in the realm of the destroyers of Universe 9, a shuttle cube was swiftly traversing through a spatial tunnel towards Universe 10. Inside the shuttle cube, Whis regarded Lewis with an odd tone. Why do you have such a penchant for ambushing others in such a peculiar manner? Upon his words, the air within the shuttle cube fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Beerus recalled events from Earth, feeling a chill in his nether regions, and instinctively tightened his legs. You wouldn't happen to have some strange proclivity, would you? Lewis. Ties swallowed hard, unable to refrain from taking a few steps back. From Universe 1 to Universe 9, no destroyer had managed to escape Lewis's clutches. They had all suffered dire consequences. She had never noticed her big boy harbored such tendencies before. How could this be? What are you saying? Lewis was indifferent to the gazes of others, yet he cared deeply about Ty's attention. Why had his sister traveled such a distance? Did she truly think him that kind of person? Lewis shot a glance at Whis. Am I not considering Lord Beerus? Beerus appeared perplexed. What does this have to do with me? Both Ties and Whis turned their eyes toward Lewis, their expressions clouded with confusion. Didn't I ambush Lord Beerus before? If this were to be revealed, it would surely amuse Lord Beerus's enemies. Lewis grinned widely. Just think, if I were to similarly eliminate all of Lord Beerus's other foes, they could no longer speak ill of one another. Gasp. Whis and Ties simultaneously inhaled sharply. Such an operation was indeed eye-opening. I must thank you for that. Beerus, both amused and exasperated, realized that Lewis's audacity was growing by leaps and bounds. Well, 6 months have passed, and Lewis, you have traversed from Universe 1 to Universe 9. Whis remarked calmly. You have experienced qualitative leaps in all aspects, especially in your combat skills. In a contest of equal power, even against Lord Beerus, you would not be at a disadvantage. Beerus felt speechless. Why bring me into this? However, during these 6 months, he had witnessed Lewis's remarkable growth. Initially, without employing erasure, the state of freedom, or manipulation of time and space, Lewis was a mere weakling in battle. Yet, half a year later, his understanding of combat had caught up with him. This boy is truly extraordinary. Moreover, Lewis, your strength has touched the 3rd tier of divine realms. This is commendable. My sister previously mentioned that ultimate power can transcend all, embodying the principle that true strength lies in one's own might. Certainly, it is not to suggest that the violation of rules is without merit. Rather, it is the sheer essence of power that forms the foundation of all existence. Possessing formidable pure strength renders all possibilities attainable. As for rules, they serve merely as an auxiliary force in battles that transcend levels. For instance, if your power is confined to the 1st layer of the divine realm, disregarding the concept of ignoring, relying solely on pure strength would restrict you to contend only with those at the 1st and 2nd layers of the divine realm. Engaging with adept individuals at the 3rd layer is feasible, yet facing opponents from the 4th layer remains utterly impossible. However, once you employ the erasure technique, only those of priestly rank or higher stand a chance against you. This is the essence of transcendent combat. The cosmic traversal cube soared through the void. As Whis delivered an extensive discourse to Lewis, Lewis nodded attentively, while Beerus occasionally joined in with a nod, gleaning much from Whis' teachings. The two simpletons resembled eager students absorbing their mentor's wisdom. Nearby, Ties stifled a giggle, finding Lewis irresistibly adorable. Now, our next destination is the 10th universe. The power of the 3rd layer of the divine realm, you say? Lewis clenched his fists, contemplating. Ultimately, he shook his head, aware that he had reached a bottleneck, one that was not easily surmountable. Rather than striving to elevate his power to the 3rd layer of the divine realm, he found himself more intrigued by the prospective god of destruction from the 10th universe. As the traversal cube continued its flight, chaos erupted at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol in the 7th universe. Boom. The entire Galactic Patrol building was obliterated. Where's the Galactic King, Myers? Chapter 85, The Terrifying Zangia. Another energy blast struck near the collapsed Galactic Patrol building, resonating with a thunderous explosion. A powerful shockwave knocked the Galactic King and Gak to the ground. Explosions continued to erupt around them. Gak spat out the sand from his mouth and hurriedly helped the Galactic King to his feet as they fled into the distance. We can no longer rely on Myers, as he is stationed at the Galactic Prison. The Galactic King exclaimed as they escaped. Myers is at the Galactic Prison? Gak narrowly dodged another energy blast, his face etched with despair. Then we are doomed. At that moment, a raucous laughter echoed. Indeed, the Saiyan clan is all gathered here. Let them perish. High above, Bojack and his 4 companions descended from the northern edge of the galaxy. They hovered in midair, unleashing havoc upon the galactic headquarters, sparing no life in their indiscriminate assault, whether Saiyan or otherwise. Before long, the first Saiyan fell victim to Bojack and his crew's relentless onslaught. But wasn't Bojack sealed by the Lord of the Kais? What to do? What to do? The fleeing Galactic King was at a loss. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light surged from the distance. Gak turned and exclaimed with excitement. Galactic King, it's King Vegeta. Gula and Frieza both fell at the hands of Super Saiyans, and King Vegeta was also capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. We are saved. However, he cannot withstand them. We must flee first. The Galactic King has been seated in this position for so long and knows many secrets. He is well aware of the 5 thugs known as Bojack. In the past, the four great Kais nearly perished while sealing them. The likes of Bojack and his companions are not something King Vegeta can confront. Could it be that even Super Saiyans are no match for them? Let us escape first and devise a way to inform Mels. We can only rely on Mels now. In the skies above, a golden light streaked toward them. Bojack and his crew ceased their assault, gazing ahead with mocking expressions. Zanja chuckled. Boss, his power seems quite decent. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? Why would someone so weak attract Tao's attention? Bojack glanced at King Vegeta and shook his head. Who are you? King Vegeta, witnessing the numerous Saiyan corpses strewn about, felt his anger boiling over. However, after spending 2 months on Earth, he had learned to sense energy. He discerned that the power of Bojack and his four companions was overwhelmingly strong. Charging at them would only lead to his demise. In fact, King Vegeta's instincts were not mistaken. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, amplifying his power by 50 times, his combat strength amounted to a mere 1.5 billion. As for the strongest among them, Bojack, let us consider his subordinates. Gogoya possessed a combat strength of 1 billion, Bukin had 900 million, and Baidu boasted 1.2 billion. As for Zanjia, Bojack's most trusted aide, her combat strength reached an astonishing 1.7 billion. The two sides were not even on the same level. And King Vegeta's decision to refrain from immediate confrontation was indeed wise. Boss, allow me to deal with him. Zanjia disregarded King Vegeta's inquiry and stepped forward. Her voice tinged with excitement. I truly cannot fathom why such a pitiful race has caught Tao's eye. Go on, eliminate him. And then we shall annihilate the entire Saiyan lineage. Yes. A glint of bloodthirst flickered in Zanjia's beautiful eyes as she licked her lips and vanished from the sky in an instant. The atmosphere became laden with a chilling sense of foreboding. A sudden wave of intense danger surged, sending shivers down King Vegeta's spine as he struggled to comprehend Zanjia's movements. With a flash, her graceful form appeared in the sky, and King Vegeta suddenly spat blood, crashing down to the ground with tremendous force. Boom. A deep crater formed upon impact. Gasping for breath, King Vegeta clutched his abdomen, blood pouring from his mouth. I am a Super Saiyan. This cannot be happening. He felt utterly humiliated. Having finally transformed into a Super Saiyan after much effort, he had been taken down in a single move. I refuse to accept this. King Vegeta lay on the ground, sputtering blood once more, as his vision began to fade. King Kai's planet. Alas, we are unable to contact Lord Kai. Without his assistance, we stand utterly powerless against Bojack and his cohorts. It seems the universe is destined for calamity. The voices of the East, West, and South Kais were steeped in urgency. Wait, King Vegeta has gone to confront Bojack and his allies. The North Kai suddenly exclaimed, his antennas quivering with agitation. Is he the Super Saiyan you mentioned? Short and stout, what is the situation now? The three Kais found themselves devoid of any options, placing their hopes solely on King Vegeta, as referenced by the North Kai. Soon, the North Kai shook his head, a bitter expression etched on his face. Indeed, the gap is insurmountably vast. What? King Vegeta cannot withstand even a single move from Zanjia. Upon hearing the North Kai's words, incredulity filled the voices of the other three Kais. Is the disparity truly that significant? Yet, recalling their previous encounters with Bojack and his team, the three Kais fell silent once more. They were acutely aware of the formidable powers possessed by Bojack and his companions, with Zanjia being second only to Bojack himself. It was hardly surprising that such a so-called Super Saiyan could not contend with Zanjia. Just then, the North Kai's antennas began to thrash wildly, his eyes widening. Goku, you foolish oaf, did I not instruct you not to intervene? Why do you refuse to heed my words? Chapter 86, Goku, Super Saiyan at full power. Galactic Headquarters. As King Vegeta's energy was on the verge of vanishing entirely, suddenly, two figures materialized from thin air, their golden hair and azure eyes devoid of any aura, exuding an exceptionally stable presence. It was none other than Goku and Vegeta. Father. Vegeta's gaze fell upon the severely weakened King Vegeta, his eyes ablaze with fury. He promptly utilized instant transmission to appear beside King Vegeta, crushing a Senzu bean and placing it into his father's mouth. Simultaneously, Goku had engaged Zanjia in combat. The two figures clashed in the skies above. Bam! Bam! The shockwaves generated by their collisions resembled a primal beast rampaging, reducing the dilapidated Galactic Patrol headquarters to further ruin. In the distance, Bojack squinted his eyes. This Super Saiyan appears to be somewhat stronger than the previous one. Gobiya scoffed disdainfully. It's only a marginal increase in strength. If you were to intervene, boss, you wouldn't even need the dark power bestowed by Tawa to eliminate him. Enough of this idle watching. Let us all take action and utterly annihilate the Saiyan race. In the heavens, Bojack let out a sinister laugh, waving his hand. Gobiya, Bukin, and Bidu nodded in unison, descending upon the remaining Saiyans below. With a rush, the three figures transformed into harbingers of destruction, unleashing fists and feet. Boom, boom. Each Saiyan burst into a spectacle of light, akin to fireworks. instantaneously obliterated. As time progressed, even Bibbert and Gracie met their demise at the hands of these three. Meanwhile, Raditz and Theodore were absent, having been dispatched on a mission, thus evading this calamity. More and more Saiyans fell victim to the malevolence of Gobia. How infuriating! In the skies above, Sun Wukong forcefully pushed Zanjia away, sending him tumbling over 100 meters. He witnessed the grim sight of his kin falling in ever-increasing numbers. He yearned to intervene. "Hee, you wish to escape from me? Not a chance." A voice, laced with seduction, whispered in Sun Wukong's ear. When did this happen? His pupils constricted sharply, only to be struck on the side of his face by a solid fist, distorting his features as he plummeted toward the ground like a cannonball. Meanwhile, on the ground, after consuming a senzu bean, King Vegeta regained his strength. Rising to his feet, he was met with the horrifying sight of hundreds of Saiyans slain. Fury surged within him. King Vegeta roared, "Vegeta, go save them." Vegeta turned to witness the devastating scene before him. His heart clenched, for these were his subjects. Unforgivable. With a resounding crash, a brilliant golden light shot into the heavens, abruptly vanishing from sight. King Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly heading toward the trio of opponents. In the skies, Sun Wukong broke free from Zanjia's entanglement and, upon seeing Vegeta take action, felt a modicum of calm. "Who are you really?" he pondered. Although he had finally encountered such formidable foes, the thought of not testing his strength against them left him restless. Yet, he was not foolish. Sun Wukong understood his own power. Recklessly venturing to the edge of the North Galaxy would not be a sparring match, but rather an invitation to be beaten. Thus, he enlisted Vegeta's aid and took him into the hyperbolic time chamber, where they trained for 2 years. Who could have predicted that upon emerging after 2 days, Bojack and his companions would arrive at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? "Kid, your strength is quite remarkable. To withstand me for so long." Zanjia hovered in midair, regarding Sun Wukong with a hint of apprehension. This Super Saiyan was unlike the previous one. His power was indeed formidable. "Kakarot, your kin are nearly all slain. And you still waste time here. Eliminate them now." In the sky, Sun Wukong cast a glance at Vegeta and King Vegeta, and in that instant, a tremendous power erupted from him. Boom! The overwhelming force reverberated through the atmosphere. Zanjia was taken aback. "Your power? You are the second person to witness my full power state. Prepare to meet your end." The first, of course, was Vegeta. It turned out that after defeating Gula, 6 months had passed, and Sun Wukong's base power had surpassed 10 million battle power. His transformation into a Super Saiyan yielded only 500 million battle power, still far short compared to Bojack and his 4 associates, as described by King Kai. Hence, he took Vegeta into the hyperbolic time chamber, where they trained for 2 years. Transforming into a Super Saiyan granted a 50-fold increase in battle power, totaling 2.5 billion. As for Vegeta, his battle power as a Super Saiyan was merely 2.4 billion. He remained the perennial second. In addition, both had successfully achieved a remarkably stable Super Saiyan state. Sun Wukong named it Super Saiyan Full Power State. Goku, having ascended to the Super Saiyan Full Power State, was almost unrecognizable compared to his usual self. His entire demeanor exuded an ominous aura, his gaze chillingly cold. In an instant, he vanished from the sky. The next moment, he materialized behind Zanjia. When? A shiver ran down Zanya's spine as she whirled around, only to meet a devastating fist. Bam! The blow struck her abdomen, forcing a surge of bile from her stomach into her mouth before she violently spewed it out. Agony radiated through her entire body. Boom, boom. Within mere seconds, Goku had landed hundreds of strikes, leaving Zanya utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, on the ground, Vegeta was relentlessly assaulting Goku and the other two. The two comrades in arms were thoroughly overwhelming Bojack's subordinates. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai, who had been cursing Goku as a fool moments ago, now stood dumbfounded. The voices of the 3 Kais echoed in his mind. "Shorty, what is happening? How is the battle going? Has Bojack already destroyed your North Galaxy?" "Destroyed?" The North Kai burst into an excited little dance. "Haha, how could it be destroyed? My North Galaxy is saved." Based on his understanding of Goku and Vegeta, he had believed them to be only slightly stronger than Frieza. When they had faced Cooler before, they couldn't even defeat him alone. It wasn't until Bardock also transformed into a Super Saiyan that the 3 of them managed to kill Cooler together. That was precisely why he had initially advised Goku not to interfere with Bojack's rampage. Who could have imagined that in just half a year, Goku and Vegeta had grown to such terrifying heights? At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, explosions thundered across the sky. On the ground, figures clashed in rapid succession. Goku and Vegeta were overwhelming Bojack's 4 subordinates, while King Vegeta worked to rescue the Saiyans who had been grievously wounded. High above, Bojack, who had been observing the battle with amusement, now furrowed his brow. How could these 2 Super Saiyans be this powerful? From his observations, Goku and Vegeta's states were peculiar. Not only were their power levels surpassing King Vegeta's, but their auras were also unervingly calm. completely unlike the violent, raging energy that radiated from the Saiyan King. Chapter 87. The Earrings of the Supreme Kai. What Bojack didn't know was that this was the Super Saiyan full power state. Though it still placed strain on the body, the burden was significantly lighter than that of the standard Super Saiyan form. Moreover, in this state, the berserk energy within them was greatly suppressed, which was why Goku and Vegeta appeared so composed. Then, boss, I can't take this anymore. In the sky, Zanya broke free from Goku's onslaught, retreating to a distance as she glared at him. To think this Super Saiyan could be so overwhelmingly strong. In the past, she would never have dared to face an opponent of this caliber. But, after being rescued by Tawa and infused with dark energy, things were different now. Boom. A sinister black aura began to emanate from Zanya's body. Meanwhile, the three battered warriors, Gobi and his companions, were enveloped in a sinister aura. The temperature of the battlefield plummeted dramatically, as an evil presence permeated the air, spreading across the earth. The warriors on the planet abruptly lifted their heads. This darkness extended throughout the North Galaxy, reminiscent of a hellish abyss, with an icy chill that pierced to the bone. The four kings of the North trembled at the sight. How could this be happening? In the realm of kings, beneath a grand tree, Asen was reporting to the Elder King about the recent creation of numerous planets. Master, I have created 103 planets. Is that excessive? Excessive? Not at all. The number of planets you've created is minuscule. A mere sneeze from a thin rib could obliterate them all, replied the Elder King, gazing at the young prince with eyes aglow. Asen, somewhat dismayed, thought to himself how this elder seemed to have lost all dignity in front of the young prince. Suddenly, the crystal ball on the ground flickered to life, revealing a dark scene akin to the depths of the underworld. The image shifted, showcasing two golden-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans being mercilessly pummeled by four shadowy figures. Master, Asen shouted anxiously. What is it? The Elder King, startled, leapt to his feet, inadvertently stepping on the young prince's foot, prompting an outburst of expletives. Asen pointed at the crystal ball, exclaiming, Master, look. The Elder King, perplexed by Asen's fervor, peered down. Dark aura, my goodness. He was taken aback again, causing him to step on the young prince yet again. Master, what is this dark aura? Did I not explain before? The dark aura is possessed solely by those from the dark demon realm. The Elder King squatted down, scrutinizing the crystal ball, his brow furrowed. These two Super Saiyans possess considerable strength and appear stable, yet they are woefully outmatched by those four beings radiating dark energy. The crystal ball continued to display the harrowing scene of Son Goku and Vegeta being assaulted. It was crucial to note that when Son Goku entered his Super Saiyan full power state, his combat prowess reached an astonishing 2.5 billion, while Vegeta boasted a strength of 2.4 billion. Master, are these two not kin of Lewis? It's over. They are doomed. Asen's words hung heavy in the air as the crystal ball revealed Goku's right arm shattering and Vegeta suffering a gaping wound in his abdomen from an energy blast. Both warriors coughed blood, on the brink of demise, only to press their fingers to their foreheads and vanish in an instant. It was the instant transmission from planet Yardrat. The Elder King exhaled deeply, relieved. Thank goodness they can teleport, otherwise they would have perished. Wait, he murmured, astonished. How did they suddenly recover? And their power seems augmented. Yet, the Elder King shook his head. But what does their recovery matter? Infused with dark power, those four beings are exponentially more formidable. The disparity in strength is glaring. These two Super Saiyans cannot contend with them. Before harnessing the dark powers, the strengths of Zanjia and his companions were as follows. Gogoya possessed a combat power of 1 billion. Bujin had a combat power of 900 million. Vaida's combat power reached 1.2 billion, while Zanjia's combat power soared to an impressive 1.7 billion. According to the old Kaioshin, upon utilizing the dark forces, the combat power of all four individuals exceeded 10 billion. What are we to do? Asen clenched his fists, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of Zanjia's strength. Not only that, the aura surrounding them was profoundly malevolent. Asen perceived the shadow of Majin Buu within Zanjia and his companions, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. Asen, have you noticed? That fellow who has been merely spectating is, in fact, the strongest among them. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow upon spotting Bojack's figure. These two Super Saiyans cannot even contend with those four weaklings, let alone that onlooker. What should we do? Asen was nearly in tears. Lord Beerus and Lewis have both departed from Universe 7. We are doomed. The old Kaioshin, equally distressed, paced back and forth in the Kaioshin realm. Upon emerging from the Kaioshin sword, he discovered that Universe 7 ranked second to last among all universes. It was evident that Universe 7 was devoid of formidable warriors. Over the past decade, thanks to his assistance and Lewis's destruction, Universe 7 had seen considerable improvement, yet it still lacked powerful fighters. Since the seal had been broken, the mightiest mortals he had witnessed thus far were those two Super Saiyans displayed in the crystal ball. With Lewis and Beerus absent, Universe 7 was bound to be ravaged by those individuals steeped in dark energy. The old Kaishin's expression grew increasingly anxious, his pace quickening. Suddenly, a chime resonated in his ears, and his eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Chapter 88, The Fusion Warriors. In the Crystal Ball, Goku and Vegeta were once again severely injured by Zanjiao and his companions. Fortunately, both warriors could utilize instant transmission, allowing them to escape the Galactic Patrol headquarters at the brink of death. Continuing like this is certainly not a viable option. The atmosphere in the Kaishin realm became increasingly tense, and Asin was on the verge of tears. Ancestor, with Lord Beerus and Lewis absent, our Universe 7 is doomed. Doomed, you say? Fear not, for I am still here. The old Kaishin, gazing intently at the images within the crystal ball, was suddenly interrupted by Asin's bewildered expression. Ancestor, with your slender arms and legs, do you truly believe you can defeat those 5? Asin's gaze left the old Kaishin speechless. The old Kaishin abruptly leaped up and struck Asin on the head. Ouch! Ancestor, what was that for? Did I ever claim I would fight? The old Kaishin, once again focused on the crystal ball, touched the bell-shaped earrings adorning his ears, his eyes brightening with excitement. What a promising prospect. Asin gazed at the old Kaishin with an expression of dismay. Even now, in such dire straits, he speaks of promising prospects. The promising individual you speak of is still being held down by others. Junior, do you wish to witness the fusion warrior? Ancestor, what is a fusion warrior? A fusion warrior. Once, he too was a handsome youth. All thanks to that wretched old witch. Enough of the chatter, summon Jebbet immediately. The old Kai shook his head and shouted at Ashen. The situation was dire. His ancestor must have conceived some plan, prompting him to hasten in search of Jebbet. Before long, Jebbet arrived. As long as I am here, the 7th universe shall not perish. The old Kai removed 2 earrings from his ears and handed them to Jebbet. Jebbet, you must deliver these 2 earrings to those 2 Super Saiyans. Ensure that each wears one. Understood, esteemed old Kai. Without further inquiry, Jebbet recognized the gravity of the situation, grasped the earrings, and vanished in an instant. After Jebbet departed, Ashen removed the Patera earrings from his ears. Ancestor, what purpose do these earrings serve? Can they truly save the 7th universe? Did I not just mention the fusion warrior? The old Kai smiled. These earrings allow 2 individuals to merge into a singular, formidable warrior. The might of such a fusion warrior is exceedingly formidable. Should the 2 Super Saiyans in the crystal ball merge, they might even contend with Lewis. Lewis, after all, is the candidate destruction god of the 7th universe. His power second only to Beerus. The old Kai asserted that a warrior born of the Patera earrings could even confront Lewis. This, Ashen gasped, her face flushed. Ancestor, does this mean our 7th universe is saved? Fear not, as long as the fusion is successful. Those 5 weaklings shall certainly be no match for the fusion warrior, not even with dark powers. When 2 mortals utilize the Patera earrings, their fused state lasts for 1 hour. However, the Kais are different. Once 2 Kais don the earrings simultaneously, they will remain fused together eternally. The old Kai patted Ashen's head, letting out a sigh. Junior, remember, the Kai earrings must never be easily removed. At this point, he recalled that detestable witch. It truly vexes me to no end. Forever fused together? Ashen shuddered at the thought of merging with others. Yet, why did her ancestor's tone seem so peculiar? Had he experienced this before? While the 7th universe was still in turmoil, a radiant glow appeared in the realm of the destroyer of Universe 10. Before the destroyer's palace, 4 figures materialized upon the purple grass. These were none other than Lewis and his companions. As Lewis landed, he spotted Ramsey, Abraham, the candidate destruction god, Guas, Zamas, and Kess awaiting him. I have met Lord Ramsey, Lord Guas, and Miss Kess. Lewis approached and offered a respectful bow, with Taizufu following suit. Chris nodded, revealing her 2 charming dimples, and remarked with a smile, it seems this challenge journey has significantly enhanced your abilities. Through her keen observation, she noted that Lewis's strength was on the verge of transcending into the divine realm, far surpassing his previous prowess. She was aware that Lewis possessed the ability to transform, and should he do so, his power might very well ascend to the 3rd tier of the divine realm. In truth, although Lewis had yet to breach that 3rd tier, he had reached a bottleneck, with the next step being a breakthrough into that echelon. Furthermore, Chris observed that Lewis exhibited an extraordinary naturalness in his demeanor, each movement imbued with an alluring quality, as though weaknesses lurked within him at every moment. Chris understood that Lewis had seamlessly integrated combat awareness and technique into his very being, rendering it an instinctual part of himself. This was somewhat akin to the state of effortless mastery, albeit less exaggerated. In simpler terms, it was a simplified version of that state, one that did not consume substantial physical energy, a level of combat mastery previously achieved only by Beerus. After 6 months, it was unexpected that Lewis had also attained this stage. Ha ha ha, what a relief. Lewis scratched his head, exuding an endearing innocence. At that moment, Ramses turned towards Lewis and remarked coolly, ultimately, you have arrived in my 10th universe. Following the defeat of Quitella, Lewis had fought his way through the first universe to the ninth, leaving no universe unchallenged, each becoming a stepping stone for him. Now it was Ramses's turn. He glanced at Beerus, clenching his fists. If the Slender One intends to challenge me, let it be. However, should you traverse my 10th universe and directly proceed to challenge the 11th, there lies a mortal who has honed his strength to its utmost. Would it not be more advantageous for you to spar with that Jiren? Other destroyers had merely served as stepping stones for Lewis, and Ramses was unwilling to become a mere experience package for this young man. Ramses's tone left Zama's in shock. Was he truly so intimidated by the challenge from the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe? Yet, the candidate destroyer of the 7th was rumored to possess the power of erasure, having even vanquished Quitella from the 4th universe. Whether such tales held truth remained uncertain. Thomas's gaze was fixed on Lewis, who happened to glance back. Chapter 89, Vegeto. Zama's is it? What an intriguing candidate for the Supreme Kai. Lewis mused internally. In the super anime, Zama's, as a candidate Supreme Kai, had failed to cultivate his state of mind adequately, or perhaps he was simply born with a fundamentally anti-human disposition. This individual sought to annihilate all humanity, ultimately facing erasure at the hands of the Omni King. One could only wonder if such thoughts had arisen in his mind at this moment. As Lewis scrutinized Zama's, the realm of the destroyer of the 10th universe erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Slender One, apart from that portly fellow from the 6th universe and that old man from my universe, who dares to address me in such a manner? You seek death. Whether to seek death or not shall be discussed later. My inquiry is whether you can traverse my 10th universe and directly challenge the 11th universe. You may call me Slender Rib, but I shall not comply. Ramses pointed accusingly at Beerus, his eyes ablaze with fury, his chest heaving. That slender rib still vexed him immensely. As the confrontation between Beerus and Ramses seemed imminent, Gawas hastily intervened. Calm yourself, Lord Ramses. It is merely a matter of accepting Lewis's challenge. Agreeing poses no significant consequence. Gawas's words elicited a roll of Ramses's eyes. Should you become Lewis's stepping stone, I wonder if you would still speak so blithely? Nevertheless, Ramses resigned himself to the challenge ahead. After all, every previous god of destruction had been bested by Lewis. My apologies, Lord Ramses, Lewis chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Whis. Whis nodded, directing his gaze toward Kess, who reciprocated with an acknowledgement. The two siblings prepared to ascend into the skies to establish the battlefield. Suddenly, Whis's staff blazed with radiant energy, the power of the second layer of the divine realm. Whis exclaimed, his pupils narrowing in shock. Whis, what is it? The crowd stood momentarily stunned. What do you mean, the power of the second layer of the divine realm? Is it truly that astonishing? Both candidates for god of destruction present possessed such power, not to mention the true gods of destruction, Beerus and Ramses. Lord Beerus, we have a candidate-level master emerging in our 7th universe. Whis quickly assessed with his staff, urgency in his tone. What? Beerus gasped, taken aback. When did such a master arise in his universe? Not only was Beerus startled, but even Lewis was equally astonished. Being at the second layer of the divine realm himself, he understood the magnitude of such power. Could it be that a grave situation had unfolded in the 7th universe? Soon, the realization struck Beerus. Both he and Lewis had departed from the 7th universe, and now such a master had emerged there. If this were the handiwork of those annihilators, then Old Kai and Asen were surely doomed. Should Old Kai and Asen perish, so too would he. Lewis nodded, turning to Ramses, Lord Ramses. A crisis has arisen in our 7th universe. Let us defer our sparring for another occasion. I must take my leave. With that, Lewis grasped Ty's hand. And alongside Beerus and Whis, they vanished in an instant through teleportation. The speed of their departure left Ramses utterly astonished. Weren't we to spar? Wasn't I to be their stepping stone? Why the sudden retreat? No, a master of the second layer of the divine realm. Another candidate-level master has emerged in the 7th universe. Impossible. How could there be so many formidable beings in the 7th universe? Ramses felt an overwhelming mix of envy and resentment. Meanwhile, Zama's observed Ramses's expression without comment, his gaze fixed on the spot where Lewis had vanished. I still wish to inquire about your views on humanity. Zama's contemplated briefly, then shook his head slightly, regaining the tranquil demeanor befitting a Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Kess sensed something peculiar. She noticed that Whis had been hesitating ever since his arrival in the 10th universe, seemingly on the verge of expressing something, yet unable to find the words. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, the crystal ball displayed a harrowing scene, for shadowy figures clad entirely in black were relentlessly assaulting Goku and Vegeta, the four formidable warriors. Each possessing a battle power in the hundreds of billions, overwhelmed the duo, leaving them utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The Galactic Patrol headquarters succumbed to the immense force, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced it to ruins. Fortunately, Lewis had once made a wish to Shinron, granting the Saiyans the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Thus, Goku and Vegeta found themselves able to endure the vastness of the cosmos. As they sustained grievous injuries, their powers began to soar dramatically. Goku's strength surged from 2.5 billion to 3 billion, while Vegeta's escalated from 2.4 billion to 2.8 billion. However, despite their escalating might, they remained no match for Zanjia and his cohorts, who wielded dark powers that propelled their strength beyond the 100 billion mark. The standoff persisted, until Bojack could no longer contain himself. He was ready to intervene. As Ashen crouched on the ground, watching the scene unfold in the crystal ball, he clenched his tiny fists in anticipation. Ancestors, the mightiest one is about to make his move. The old Supreme Kai fell silent, his own anxiety mounting. Should the formidable Bojack unleash his power, the North Galaxy could very well face annihilation. Just then, a brilliant light emerged from the crystal ball. It was Jebbit, appearing beside Goku and Vegeta, presenting them with 2 earrings. He uttered a few words before vanishing into thin air. In short order, Goku and Vegeta donned the earrings, and a resplendent burst of multicolored light shot forth into the dark expanse of the universe. Ancestors, the fusion warriors are about to emerge. Lewis instantly utilized instant transmission, a technique he had mastered to the level of a Supreme Kai. With precise coordinates, he transported everyone directly to the barrier of the 10th universe, shattering it with a single punch. After exiting the 10th universe, he swiftly moved to the 7th universe, breaking through its barrier as well. Upon entering the 7th universe, Lewis employed instant transmission to arrive at the former location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. There, he beheld a striking figure radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. It was Vegeto.